Warning, this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back, this is We Could Walk Straight Through Hell with a Smile by seaweedbraens. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. And he could really do with some beauty sleep too, Annabeth injects innocently. I mean, for the sake of our eyes if not anything else. Nobody likes waking up to his tired panda eyes every morning. My eyes are fine, Percy says, frowning. He rubs at them. And if you're really out here criticizing my best feature, maybe I should ask you what's wrong with your eyes. I'll tell you what's wrong with my eyes. They have to look at you every day wandering around the bunker as though you're half dead. Annabeth gives him her special "you idiot" look. Percy makes a truly grotesque face at her to make her splutter, and then turns to Hazel with a friendly smile. So what brings you up here, Hazel? I couldn't sleep either, Hazel admits. Another flashback. It's a new experience being able to talk about one of her episodes so freely, but it's a load off of her chest. She had first been certain she would be a target for much finger-pointing, but everyone seems to be sympathetic, not judging at all. Annabeth wrinkles her nose. Remind me to get you the sleeping potion when we're back in the bunker, but it's a good thing you came up here anyway. We were just talking about you. We weren't bitching about you or anything, Percy clarifies. Language, Percy. I was just telling her that we talked about Nico. Hazel nods, remembering Percy mentioning that he'd told Annabeth about him. Never mind that for now, at least, Annabeth says. Hazel, you wanted to talk to me about something, right? What? Hazel doesn't remember having that particular conversation, even though it's true. When? Back when you told us about you, Annabeth says, her brows furrowing. You shot me this look like you needed to tell me something important in private. I thought you meant. Oh no, yes, Hazel says, her heart thrilling at the thought that she'd simply looked at Annabeth and the other girl had actually understood her. All her previous fear about not really being part of the gang begin to fade. I can't believe you knew what I meant. Annabeth smiles, tilting her head a little. I mean, I guess it's only natural among friends, right? Right, Hazel agrees, and she must be grinning pretty hard, because Percy snorts and ruffles her curls the way he usually does when she's pulled off a successful technique during one of their sparring matches. So, Annabeth says, what you want to tell me? Unless you don't want to tell me with Percy around, in which case, get moving, seaweed brain. Hazel loves me, Hazel doesn't want me to leave, Percy counters at once. Right, Hazel. I don't mind, Hazel agrees easily, biting the inside of her cheek to stifle her smile when Percy immediately sticks his tongue out at Annabeth. Don't be an idiot, Percy, Annabeth replies. Language, Annabeth, Percy mimics. Oh my God, shut up, Annabeth snaps at him long-sufferingly, shoving him in the shoulder though she's grinning. Percy scoffs and shoves her back, dodging artfully when Annabeth aims a punch to his gut. At this point, Percy ropes Hazel into picking sides, and Annabeth proposes a whole debate with Hazel as moderator. This is the great thing about Percy and Annabeth, she's realized. They never let you feel left out. As she watches them bicker, she can't help but admire how open and free they are with their touches. Percy pushes at Annabeth's shoulder. She presses her knuckles into his hair. They lean into each other without even thinking about it, like it's second nature to them now. They talk over each other constantly, but still there's an underlying current of respect that accompanies every look passed between them, every shared action. There's not a single doubt that in Percy's eyes that Annabeth is their undisputed leader, one he'd follow to hell and back, and Hazel can tell just by how Annabeth responds to him how much she trusts him, too. She's so jealous. She wants that, she wants to be like that, she wants to be free and casual and open with Frank. The gods only know he deserves it after putting up with her for so long. She's caught him staring longingly at Jason and Piper sometimes, and she isn't jealous, she's just guilty for not being the kind of person whom he can kiss whenever he wants, the kind of person who can call him her boyfriend without flushing all the way down to her toenails. Frank deserves better than her, but there's not a day that goes by that she doesn't thank the gods she has him. Now, if only she could tell him that without losing her own mind. Anyway, Annabeth says, kicking Percy away from her with a short laugh and turning to Hazel. What you want to tell me, Hazel? Tell us, Percy whispers. Us, Annabeth amends, with a sideways glance at him that is half exasperated, half fond. Hazel almost feels bad for coming up here now. Her story is dark at the very least, if not disturbing, but it will definitely ruin the playful atmosphere. Maybe she can tell them another time. But Annabeth only waves her hand when Hazel brings it up. It was only a matter of time before I got mad at Percy and shoved him down the mountain, and that would have ruined the mood pretty quick, she says, grinning wider when Percy makes a squawking noise. Trust me, you're doing me a favor. Hazel doesn't know where to start. She doesn't know how. It's been hard not to tell Annabeth everything, tell her all the secrets that she's been carrying around and how tired they've made her. Frank understands the burden she carries more than anyone and how much she's been struggling, but his own secrets aren't as treacherous. Start from the beginning, Percy suggests, crossing his arms over his knees and bringing them closer to his body, the way Hazel imagines a little kid would do before story time. His eyes shine with interest. Hazel notices Annabeth's lips quirk up at the sight of him. Hazel starts from the beginning. She was born in 1938 in New Orleans to Marie Levesque, who worked at a fortune teller. She was said to be gifted in the art of talking to spirits, and maybe she really had managed to do it too, because she was able to gain herself the attention of Pluto himself. More than anything else in the world, her mother had wanted to be rich. She had grown up poor and she was still living in poverty, and the sight of the women in town, wives of businessmen who wore fine dresses and pearls around their necks, were the cause of a gripping envy. Pluto promised her anything she wanted, and so Marie had asked for an endless supply of gold and gemstones to keep her happy and well-fed forever. In return, Pluto had given her Hazel. Hazel doesn't remember the place she'd grown up in much. She'd gone to a Catholic school called St. Agnes, which was meant only for colored children. That had been where she'd met Sammy Valdez. She leaves that part out, and she'd had a fairly decent childhood, considering the circumstances. Her mother had been good to her, and with Hazel beginning to grow into her powers, they found they could afford a lot they hadn't been able to live with before. Hazel still remembers the first day her mother made her shrimp gumbo, which they'd never even dreamed of eating before, and how her mother had laughed aloud when Hazel licked her plate clean and demanded seconds. Her mother had been good for a time. Hazel remembers far more of her kind face and warm eyes than how she'd looked when everything had gone sour, and she still finds that she cannot fully blame the woman for packing them both up and uprooting their lives during the most impressionable part of her adolescence. Hazel doesn't remember much until after, really, until her mom began to go, let's say, mildly crazy. What do you mean? Percy asks. Annabeth hushes him. I don't know how to describe it, Hazel admits. Her mother had been perfectly sane until their sudden move to suburban California, and she admits she still isn't quite sure triggered the relocation. They'd been doing just fine in New Orleans. Marie was even thinking of beginning a jewelry business now that Hazel was learning to summon gold and diamonds, and they were making ends meet far easier than before. Then her mother had met some gentleman in a suit, and everything had gone haywire. Man in a suit? Annabeth asks, her eyes wide. Hazel nods. He was, I don't know. He gave me a bad feeling, but he managed to charm my mother in 2 seconds flat, which was a big red flag, and for context, my mother had always been an extremely suspicious person. Do you remember anything else about him? Annabeth questions, leaning forward. Anything at all? His face was really scarred, Hazel recalls, and Annabeth swears so graphically Hazel gasps and Percy screeches. Again, language. Prometheus, Annabeth spits. Hazel, no wonder your mom was charmed. He was charm-speaking her. What? Hazel says, feeling faint. That would explain it. What happened after that? My mom started bringing me to this underground lair, almost, Hazel says. I don't remember much about it, but she would train me. She'd make me pull up gemstones and later gold from the earth. I thought she was using me to sell the stones to get us money, but she never took anything. And one day she took me down there and made me focus. She told me to reach beneath the underworld, beneath everything. She said I'd find gold. Hazel swallows as she remembers the fanatic gleam in her mother's eyes, the frantic rushing of her speech. Hazel had been terrified of her, this haggard woman with a permanent expression of mania writ across her face. Marie had been beautiful once, which a willowy body that made even white businessmen who looked down on them glance her way. She'd been beautiful enough to attract a Roman god even, but now her face is pinched, her hair is thin, and she looks older than her true age. Hazel gazes down at her wrist. The skin is smooth where it hadn't been before. She'd refused her mother, once uncomfortable with using her powers in such a manner, and Marie had grabbed her hand so hard her fingernails had made little crescent-shaped marks, drawing tiny drops of blood that had made Hazel cry out in shock. She'd known for sure then that something was wrong. Her mother had always been angry at the world, but she'd never once acted out against Hazel. She stops talking, her wrist tingles now in remembrance of old wounds. Percy and Annabeth are silent. Percy looks sickened, but Annabeth looks furious, her fists shaking slightly. Hazel takes a breath and goes on speaking, mostly because Percy's expression is quickly morphing into pity and she doesn't want to deal with it. She'll probably cry. What started out as evenings spent in the sultry cave turned into whole-night affairs, until Hazel was forced to quit her school there and spend nearly the entire day in the cave with her mother. She would work on pulling whatever it was from dawn till dusk, stopping only for food, water, and bathroom breaks every few hours. Several days a week, the suited man visited them to record her progress and assure her she was doing a wonderful job. At that point, Hazel wasn't so sure. "I told my mother that something felt wrong, but she forced me to pull it up," Hazel whispers, "every day, until it was almost to the surface, and then I realized that I was doing what she was making me do." She sees the cavern again, damp and dark, save for the candle her mother held in her arms. Occasionally, the entire cave would shake a little as Hazel struggled to control her powers. Most sessions would leave her gasping for breath by the end of them, and she had even blacked out once or twice, only to be shaken awake by her mother and made to continue. Even as her body grew weaker, her grasp over the earth, over the riches that lay underneath, improved exponentially. Gemstones, which used to peer around her when she called for them, began to surface without her having to even think about them. The cave grew into a treasure trove full of untold riches. Hazel often thought of grabbing a handful and running away with them, but she couldn't leave her mother, even though she barely recognized the woman anymore. She learned enough about her powers and the extent of them to know she was reaching for something deep, deep beneath the surface. Beneath Asphodel, beneath the field of punishment, beneath the entire underworld even. She was bringing something from Tartarus, she was sure of it, something that felt old, cold, and undeniably malevolent. It was a sarcophagus, she admits, closing her eyes briefly. Annabeth lets out a low moan. Percy's eyes are wide. She'd cried herself silly the day she'd figured it out. Her mother had seemed unfazed. "You're doing well," she'd said, her eyes glazed over and her smile stretched and fake. "You must keep on." Hazel had kept on as instructed, but she knew deep within her heart that she was aiding a great evil. She began to lessen the pull she had on the coffin over time, enough for her mother and the man to acknowledge her progress, but she never did any more than she had to. Prometheus began to visit nearly every day. At this point, the sarcophagus was scarily close to emerging through to the surface. He seemed pleased by her, and on that final day he had kneeled down next to her, placing a hand on her shoulder and thanked her for her service to the Titan Lord. Her help would surely be rewarded. She and her mother would be hailed as the key players in the new Golden Age. Titan Lord, Hazel had thought, dread pooling in her stomach, heavy like liquid mercury. Her mother was smiling. Suddenly Hazel understood what she had to do. She lifted her arms. It took a tremendous amount of effort to do so, given how frail she was by then, but she could feel the mud under her feet and the rocks of the mountain respond to her command. She could feel everything. She could feel the earth rumble beneath her bare feet from miles and miles away. Prometheus snarled, "What are you doing?" Hazel didn't respond. She couldn't. Her mouth was filling with blood. "Hazel, stop at this instant," her mother screamed. "What are you doing, you insolent child, after all I have done for you?" Hazel couldn't stop. The cave vibrated violently. Gravel began to fall from the ceiling. Prometheus growled and made to step toward her, but a large shard of stone blocked his path. Marie was sobbing. Prometheus shot her a look of the utmost loathing and vanished in a flash of gold light, and the moment he disappeared, Hazel's mother seemed to come back to herself. She fell to her knees as though disoriented, looking around confusedly until her gaze finally settled upon her daughter. Hazel had been crying. Her body was bathed in sweat, and the ground beneath her feet radiated heat and anger, white-hot anger burning from the very thing she'd spent months and months retrieving from the depths of hell. "What have I done?" her mother cried. "What have I done?" Hazel sobbed aloud, the metallic taste of blood coated all over her tongue and teeth, as her mother finally made her way to her, her feet hissing upon contact with the sizzling ground. Her arms circled Hazel's shoulders. She didn't say another word. The last thing Hazel remembers from her old life, one last sob, a sound that could have been from either one of them, before being consumed by darkness, and then, miraculously, light. She stops. "That's how I died. I collapsed the mountain on me and my mom and killed us. I could only hope to delay Chrono's rise. I couldn't do anything to stop it altogether." Too late, she realizes her cheeks are damp, and she rubs at her eyes with the heels of her palms. Annabeth curses loudly out of nowhere, making Hazel jump and flinch away. She knows she's messed up, but somewhere in her, she'd really been hoping, and especially after how they hadn't really minded about her being from the underworlds she'd hoped. "I'm sorry," she whispers, her voice catching a little at the end. "Why are you apologizing?" Percy demands, his teeth gritted. "It wasn't your fault, none of it was. In fact, you probably saved us all." But she moistens her lips and pushes down a wave of tears. "But the reason everything is the way it is now, it's because of me. We have a fighting chance because of you." Annabeth leans forward to clasp her hands hard. "You delayed Chronos' rise, we wouldn't have had a chance of winning back then, what with the gods occupied by World War II. Hazel, I don't think you understand how much you've done." "And you said you weren't brave," Percy scoffs, holding her shoulder gently and shaking her. "Hazel, I thought you were brave before, but this, you gave up your own life to stop Chronos. There's no higher honor for a demigod." "And you were so young," Annabeth says. "What, 13, and your mom was—" She sighs in frustration, meeting her gaze with an urgency she doesn't fully understand. "Hazel, I don't have words to describe the significance of what you did. It's amazing, miraculous. She trails off, lost for words. Apparently actions are hard to describe. Hazel wipes her eyes again, suddenly frustrated. She'd been expecting harsh words, not this. She doesn't deserve kindness for what she did. She'd worked for the enemy for months, and had possibly pushed up Chronos' resurrection by centuries. Her age isn't an excuse. Hazel could have run away, she could have stopped Chronos sooner, she could have done something. How can Percy and Annabeth look at her without raging? How can they stare her way as though she's done something wondrous, when really she's ruined their lives? She feels like choking, the guilt welling up in her chest and threatening to subsume her. She winces angrily. "Don't you guys get it? I basically brought Chronos back. Me collapsing the cavern didn't do anything in the grand scheme of things. I'm the reason he came back so early. I'm the reason demigods have nearly died out." "Hazel, Chronos was going to rise anyway," Percy soothes, his pretty green eyes softening. "You delayed him, you slowed him down, that was enough. And yeah, we're in a shitty situation right now, but that's because of a multitude of other reasons. You have nothing to do with it." She chokes out and covers her mouth with her hand, shivering violently. "I did." "It's all right, Hazel," Percy assures her, stroking her hair. "You did what needed to be done." "I don't know why I did it," Hazel admits in a tiny voice, the enormity of what she'd done for Chronos, the aftermath of her actions, finally catching hold. And along with it comes the fear of facing her own sins, fear of her own actions coming to haunt her. She's held this in for a long time. "If I'd stopped him sooner—" "By stopping him when you did, you saved that generation of demigods," Annabeth points out, patting Hazel's knee and smiling. "Do you realize that, if demigods had been wiped out then, we wouldn't be here now and we certainly wouldn't be safe? The demigods in those times, your times, paved the way for us to be where we are. New Rome wouldn't exist, neither would the bunkers." Hazel shakes her head vehemently, but despite herself she thinks about it, and the weight that's settled over her chest seems to uncoil a little. In a tiny voice she asks, "You truly think that?" "Of course," Annabeth says confidently. "There's one thing I don't get, Hazel," Percy butts in. Annabeth casts him a questioning look. "I was thinking." "I thought I could hear the cogs whirring," Annabeth grins. Percy shoves her aside before continuing. "You told me that bringing back the dead needs a sacrifice, a life for a life." "Yes," Hazel agrees. She feels her blood run cold. "You don't think with how weak I was feeling." Annabeth's face contorts into something resembling unrestrained, ugly rage. "Prometheus, that slimy rat. He told me, Mother, that if we helped, we'd get to go to a better place." Hazel feels sick. He knew we were going to die anyway. Percy slams his hand against the rocks. Fuck. Annabeth is so shaken, she doesn't even tell him to mind his language. Hazel presses her hands against her mouth and tries not to hyperventilate. She squeezes her eyes shut and tries to breathe, but a light touch from Annabeth brings her back. "This only proves that the Titans were scum," she says, voice hard and edged with something lethal. "And it really does prove that you saved the world." "You're a hero," Percy says reverently. Hazel stills. She's never been called that before, she's never felt like one before. She knows what heroes are supposed to look like. They are supposed to look intelligent, strong, brave, calm in the face of danger, tall, beautiful. Hazel is none of those things. She is small, thin, and nothing about her is really that special. She isn't a hero, she's far from it. "I'm a hero," she gets out, her voice trembling. "1,000,000%, Percy says, ruffling her hair again. He says it with a kind of reassuring certainty. and the gesture is so friendly and familiar she bursts into tears. "Oh, Hazel," Annabeth whispers through an indulgent smile, drawing Hazel closer to her. She rests Hazel's head against her shoulders, winds an arm around her waist, and rocks her back and forth, making small, soothing noises. And suddenly Hazel is transported back to her first day of school in New Orleans, a day where she'd cried just as much as she is now, only it had been her mom to gather up in her kind, warm, soft arms and whisper that everything was going to be just fine. She misses her mother back when she'd been in her right mind, because Marie Levesque really had been a good woman once. She misses the days when her biggest worry was the stuck-up girls from the next school over. She misses the grassy paths and the clear blue skies around her house. She misses her mother tucking her into bed every night with a kiss on her forehead. She misses playing around with Sammy in their tiny little backyard, every day finding something new to do. Once they'd spend an hour looking for a shell for a slug. They'd spend an hour doing nothing but try to make a slug a snail. She misses Sammy with every single bit of her. She misses him so much it hurts to think about him. "You're so brave," Annabeth tells her, while Percy wipes the tears from her cheeks with his thumb. Hazel isn't really all that comfortable with physical contact, but coming from Percy and Annabeth, it feels like a warm hug from the family she never got to have, and it triggers another round of sobbing. She soaked Annabeth's t-shirt through, but the other girl doesn't complain once. She merely breathes deeply into Hazel's hair, making Hazel unconsciously mimic her and calm down automatically. She sighs. She stays there, buried in Annabeth and Percy, who has rested his hand on Hazel's other shoulder comfortingly. She breathes in the smell of the fresh forest air and something that oddly feels oceanic, and she's pretty sure she whispers a thank you before her eyes flutter shut and she falls into a deep, dreamless sleep. "Are you sure you're okay enough for this?" Percy asks Annabeth doubtfully as she sheds her hoodie and tightens her ponytail. "What?" she demands at once, the skin around her eyes tightening. "I'm better at hand-to-hand than you are, if this is you going soft." "You haven't slept all night," Percy objects. "I just don't want to hurt you, hell, that came out wrong." Her eyes flash. "I'll kick your ass." "You can kick my ass after getting some sleep," Percy beseeches. "I'm on your side." "I don't need sleep," Annabeth snaps. "I need to hit something." "So I'm your punching bag." She shrugs, if that's what you want to call it. It's insane to think that just about an hour ago, she was holding Hazel and comforting her in a way Percy can only describe as mother-like. She'd been soft, sweet, in a way he hadn't imagined her capable of being, and something about the whole thing had felt incredibly warm and intimate. It had made Percy long for memories with his family he'd thought had long been forgotten. He'd carried Hazel down to her bed and tucked her in. Only the sight of the sleeping demigod had roused the old hardcore Annabeth. She dragged him to their usual training spot and, well, here they are. Percy glares at her. "Fine." He unsheathes his sword and throws it to the side. "Let's go then, you're all talk anyway, whoa." He stumbles backward, only just managing to miss her first swing, a sharp punch directed right at his nose. She sent it with so much force that he can feel the rush of air and hear the light whistle from it, too. That had been too close. "Do rules mean nothing to you?" Percy screeches, regaining his footing quickly and whirling around to face her with a glare. "I mean." Annabeth offers him neither sympathy nor respite. Her fists come flying towards him again, followed by a vicious kick that would have gotten him in the gut if he hadn't moved away in him. Percy is forced into a defensive position as Annabeth works the anger out of her system, throwing blows at him ceaselessly. He ducks left and right, skids to the side, somersaults forward, glides backward. No, he's not yielding. He's long past the point of running from a fight. As much as it seems like it, Annabeth doesn't have limitless energy. Percy's learned after many matches with her that tiring her out is his best bet, but only if she doesn't realize what his plan is, because she is more than capable of knocking him out with a single blow. Percy begins to fight back when he can, blocking her punches, sweeping his legs under hers and forcing her to jump up. He's aiming to keep her moving, never let her rest, and sure enough, after a while, he notices that there's the slightest pause between each movement she makes. Unfortunately, he also gets distracted by the sleek muscles in her arms and ends up getting jabbed in the nose. He grunts, annoyed at himself, and retaliates by sending a spray of water into her eyes. Annabeth shrieks in surprise and stops in her tracks, wiping her face. "Cheater," she growls, her lips pouted in disgust. "You didn't care to specify any rules," Percy comments pettily, immediately regretting opening his big fat mouth at all when she adopts a terrifying smirk and slaps her Yankees cap onto her head. He curses, then claps a hand over his mouth. He needs to be quiet if he's going to hope to catch her making a sound. A shift in the air alerts him to her first strike, a kick to his torso that he deflects easily. He sends a sheet of water in her general direction in the hopes of knocking her cap away, but she must have already beaten a hasty retreat out of range because she still remains unseen. "Have you worked yourself back to sanity?" Percy asks the empty air, turning around in a circle as he wipes the blood from his nose into the back of his wrist. His nose is stinging, pain shooting right up his sinuses into almost every part of his face, and his eyes might be watering, but he doesn't care. "No," she hisses from behind him, and Percy manages to duck before she can land a punch. He grabs her legs and she goes down with a yelp, shimmering back into existence as he rips the cap from her head, but Percy's victory is short-lived, because she immediately retaliates by kicking him squarely in the shoulder. "Who are you even mad at?" he demands, "and why are you taking it out on me?" "Kronos," she says bitterly, scrambling back to her feet. "Prometheus. Everyone, everything, I just need this, okay? Don't pretend like you don't." He does. Annabeth might be working fury from her bloodstream, but Percy's trying to rid himself of the fear. In his time alone, he realizes he'd become detached from all the deaths he'd seen during the war, and Hazel's story had been kind of a wake-up call for him. That the Titans were still out there, they were still dangerous. They'd been planning this for a long time, and they would stop at nothing, not even hesitating, let a young girl die for their schemes to get what they desired. It terrifies him. He's lived this long, he doesn't know how, but he can't stand the thought of dying at Kronos' hands, not after all the Titan has done. The fight is helping. Percy definitely does feel lighter, but he isn't going to admit it to her, not when she's grinning at his nosebleed. She could at least pretend to be tired, but her shoulders are rising and falling only slightly more forcefully than before. "You're being stupid," he begins, cutting his own recoup short and using the brief moment of pause to flip forward, bringing his leg up in a kick as he lands. Annabeth manages to evade, but only just, and he can tell by the surprise that flits across her face that she hadn't been expecting it to be that close either. That seems to do it. He's never seen Annabeth lose control before, but it's a sight to behold. She's rough, abandoning all finesse and instead favoring brute strength and a relentless, careless drive that takes Percy a second to match. She's wild and rushed, like a storm personified, and he almost can't keep up with her. He gets drawn into the match before he knows it, ducking and jabbing and flipping around, never allowed a moment to rest, and he knows that the only way for him to win is to bring the fight back into his territory, but he also doesn't want this to end. "Why are you so mad?" he pants. "Because Percy." Annabeth aims a punch that he bats aside with his forearm. "Prometheus manipulated Hazel's mom, who manipulated Hazel, and the gods didn't do anything. They sent Hazel to Asphodel for saving their asses, and they didn't warn anyone about just how serious the situation was. She sidesteps Percy's kick. They made demigods fight for them over and over, and it makes me think, what if what we're doing is pointless?" "It's not pointless," Percy says, though he's uncertain, and by the way Annabeth's eyebrows quirk upward, she can tell too. It's not that Percy isn't angry, because he really is. It had taken a lot of restraint to stop himself blowing up at Hazel's story, a story doubly horrifying when he reminds himself that it isn't just some fable. Hazel had actually lived like that. It had sent shivers down his spine to know that the Titans had been planning Kronos' rise all those decades ago, and poor Hazel had been caught in the crossfire, forced to do the Titans' bidding under false promises from her mother. He wants to hate Marie Levesque too, but at the end of the day she was just a mortal, and a frustrated mortal at that. Pluto had promised her a life where she could live comfortably, a life for her and her daughter where she was rich and happy, and she'd believed him. And then obviously when that hadn't worked out, she'd grown bitter, and so when Prometheus had offered revenge, of course she'd taken it. Of course she had. It makes him angry and terribly sad, because there are the gods and the Titans, and there are demigods and monsters and mortals in between. At least demigods can see the world as it really is. Mortals can be fickle, easily manipulated, and are ultimately just pawns on the board for the gods and Titans to play around with as they see fit. The Titans, they lure mortals in with materials, proffer money and power in exchange for their services. Percy remembers fully well how it is in New York, where there are Titan-hired mercenaries patrolling the rooftops, where monsters roam freely among mortals, and thinks that a world with the gods in charge surely can't be worse than this. But the gods are shitty in their own way. They go a different route, sleeping with mortals to further their lineage, but then they turn a blind eye to their children until the time is right, if at all. They seduce mortals under the guise of love, and then they leave. It's almost worse in some ways than what the Titans do. Percy absently wonders if his mother had been a victim of these falsehoods. Had Poseidon proposed marriage to her in that dingy little cabin in Montauk? Had he sworn to make Sally his queen? He'd certainly lied to leave her easily enough. His mother had scarcely mentioned his birth father, but she always gave him the same answer whenever he asked. Lost at sea. Percy snorts. What a joke. Maybe Annabeth is right, but if we give up fighting, we'll have nothing left, Annabeth says, sounding defeated, exhaling so forcefully the curls that have fallen into her face lift up a little. I know. She shakes her arms and falls right back into a fighting stance. That's is why, let's just fight. He nods. Despite the apparent distress in her voice, Annabeth moves as sharply as ever, attacking him with precise jabs that Percy has to work hard to deflect. Lupa had once told Percy that he was a bundle of natural instincts. It could prove to be his greatest strength as long as he kept his head about him. His body had been small back then, soft with childhood and his mom's incredible cooking. His frame hadn't been made for fighting, but he'd worked hard for it anyway. Percy had learned hand-to-hand combat the hard way, fighting Lupa's pack of wolves, and in time, Lupa herself, until he grew skilled at trusting his intuition and the art of knowing when to use his head in a fight. Every inch of his body is screaming at him to speed up. Annabeth's eyes are narrowed in concentration, and the way she fights ensures that there isn't a single wasted movement. Percy's body wants to go faster, but in his mind he knows he needs to slow it down, make it his fight. Their battle slowly turns into something resembling a complex dance. Neither of them manage to land a real blow, choosing instead to deflect and dodge, and it's fun. Annabeth huffs out a laugh when Percy kicks close enough to graze the hair on top of her head. Percy snorts aloud when she kickflips off the ground. It's obvious that Annabeth's been taught finesse. Her body is smaller than his, and she is crazy flexible, ducking into an actual split to avoid his next stab. At this point, she's just trying to show off. Percy won't be left behind. Years of fighting have made him quick enough to evade, lithe enough to deflect, and strong enough to destroy, and right now he's targeting the self-assured grin splitting across her face. Things get interesting when Percy pushes close enough to land a solid punch to her stomach. Annabeth wheezes, and Percy momentarily feels a pang of guilt before he remembers his smarting shoulder and bleeding nose. Annabeth uses their closeness to lift her knee into his chin, but Percy jerks his head back at the last minute, dancing backward and allowing her a moment to touch her lips tentatively. He swings a wild and uncoordinated swipe, and Annabeth dodges. Then, Percy! The shock of the voice renders him motionless, and then suddenly he's on the ground and he's dazed, and the side of his head is throbbing, hot and painful, and he wonders if he's been possessed, and he wonders if whatever had possessed him has gotten control of his limbs. But then Annabeth's face appears right above his. She's wide-eyed in her guilt as she apologizes profusely over and over, which is when Percy realizes that it had been her kick that has him sprawled on the ground like this. Ow, he remembers, touching the side of his head. I'm so sorry, Annabeth wails. I thought you'd dodge. I was going to, it's just, I heard this voice. He waits, clutching his head, but the voice is gone. Annabeth raises an eyebrow at him and flicks a clump of mud at him. I'm beginning to think you just don't like to admit when you've lost. But I didn't lose, Percy says haughtily, closing his eyes to listen for the voice again, but they fly open when Annabeth jumps up and tackles him to the ground with a battle cry. He loses his balance and they both tumble to the ground in an awkward pile of limbs. Sore loser, she yells, digging his fingers into Percy's side with a screech of laughter. Fake winner, Percy gasps out between bursts of laughter, hooking his legs around her waist and rolling so she ends up pinned to the ground, struggling and wheezing with giggles. Only a sore loser would take a loss this bad, she tuts, smug even though she's literally eating dirt. Just admit I won fair and square. Never, Percy says. I told you I heard a voice. He makes a surprised noise when Annabeth flips herself over and spits grass into his face. Yug. Just admit you lost, she says calmly, enjoyment clear in her voice, then her expression sobers. Also, you're getting pretty heavy. You need to lose some weight. She gasps as Percy presses down harder. See, holy shit, this is getting out of control. Percy only smiles. I need to do what? You're crushing me, Annabeth gasps. Seriously, I can't breathe. Percy takes pity on her and rolls off of her, and after a brief pause, Annabeth shifts herself into a sitting position. Percy barely gets any warning before she twists towards him and tries to shove him into the dirt, but Percy somersaults out of the way just in time. Annabeth goes for a headlock, but he squirms himself out of it, and after a shamefully short scuffle, they both find themselves spread-eagle in the grass, breathing hard. Did you really think I would fall for that? Percy asks. I was kind of hoping. Annabeth's admission is broken by a violent cough. She kicks her foot at his ankles. It was a better idea than making up stories about voices. And as if on cue, Percy, you okay? Grover, he gasps aloud, finally feeling the open empathy link in him. Annabeth's jaw drops open in understanding. She kneels down next to him, pushing her sweat-wet hair from her forehead and mouths ask him where he is. "Where are you?" Percy thinks. "Somewhere under Nevada," Grover says urgently. "But I've got news. Tyson's been going to get us food and he ran into some monsters," they said. Percy lets the discourse fade. Confusion flows in because he knows this can't be right. What Grover's saying can't be possible. But his head is pounding and his face stings and he really can't think it through right now. Then it occurs to him that he is possibly not in his right mind, that maybe this is nothing more than the manifestation of a blow to the head. "Grover," he asks. Grover stops. "Yes." "Am I dreaming?" His voice is full of pity when he responds with, "No, Percy, I'm sorry." Percy pales as Grover speaks. "So this is real, and you're sure?" "Why would monsters lie?" "Yeah," Percy relents, "but this means—" "I know it doesn't make sense." "Annabeth's going to freak out," Percy says, his heart stuttering. "She's right next to me." "I know," Grover says, "but whatever you guys decide to do, just be careful and keep her safe." Annabeth tends lose all sense of judgment when it's Luke. "Yeah," Percy thinks bitterly, "I know, I'll do what I can." "Good luck," Grover says, "keep me updated." "You too, take care, see you soon." "See you." Percy blinks rapidly to clear his head, which is still hurting, as he tries to make sense of Grover's words. He hates what he's just heard, and he knows Annabeth's going to start hoping again, and he isn't sure what's going on anymore. Annabeth places a hand on his knee, and everything flees from his mind. "Is everything okay?" she asks tentatively. "Is Grover okay?" "Yeah," Percy wants to lie, but he can't, because whether he likes it or not, this is vital information that he needs to share. "What'd he say?" Percy swallows. "Well, remember how I told Tyson to keep an eye out for Luke?" She nods. Already her eyes are shining with barely concealed joy, and he doesn't like the ugly feeling that rises in his chest at the sight. "Well, Grover says Tyson talked to some monsters," Percy continues, "and they told him that there's someone matching Luke's description, blonde hair, blue eyes, scar down his cheek." "Where is he?" Annabeth breathes impatiently, her hands curling into his jeans. "Percy, did they say?" He nods, swallowing again. "Where?" "Othries," Percy says, incredulous even as the words spill from his mouth. "Othries, and they said he's holding up the sky." Leo holds up his hand, equal parts disbelieving and flat-out gobsmacked. "So let me get this straight," he says. "Luke is being held hostage on Othries." "Yes," Annabeth says with conviction. "Unless it's a trap," Percy murmurs under his breath, and Leo has to give him credit for being ballsy enough to actually say what the rest of them are all surely thinking. He's more agitated than Leo's ever seen, brows pinched together, mouth curled in a sneer, eyes judging. Annabeth scoffs, peering at him as though he's been afflicted by a serious mental illness. "Yeah, Percy, because he's faking holding up the fucking sky, sorry, Hazel, for fun." "I'm just saying we should be careful," Percy counters. "We need to think about this and not make any rash decisions. You could be right and he really is being held hostage, but he could just as easily be luring you down to Othries. At the very least, he's bait." "You have to admit it's a little suspicious." "Bait," Piper agrees. "I mean, his track record isn't exactly reliable. You spent years after the war looking for him, and now he just shows up on a silver platter. And he's been doing weird shit, meeting titans, you remember what May said," Percy adds, pressing his hand over Piper's shoulder in gratitude. We're just asking you to think about it." "I'm asking you to think about it too," Annabeth says, throwing her hands in the air agitatedly. She looks at Silena, who is curled up at Beckendorf's side. "You remember Luke probably better than anyone else here. He was never the type to betray us." Everyone turns to Silena, who turns pink in the neck, the collective attention. "I mean, he was really nice to me when he found me. He brought me back to Bunker 10 and all that, promised to help me if I ever needed anything." "I'm with Percy on this," Beckendorf rumbles at once. Silena lifts her arm to hit him in the side, but Beckendorf bats her hand away as she swings without even looking at it. In retaliation, Silena swings her elbow back in preparation for a jab, but she ends up hitting Jason in the chin, making him squawk in protest. Piper begins to chortle without even trying to help, and Leo grins because damn, he loves his strange little family. "See?" Annabeth crows, ignoring the commotion altogether. I bet he was blackmailed by the Titans, or something, maybe in exchange for helping them he had to do something." So he's half a criminal at best, Piper says, frowning, and at the same time Percy jeers. What could he possibly have accomplished, even if he was being blackmailed? What could the Titans have threatened him with that would force him to switch sides? They were going to kill every single demigod they found anyway. Don't be naive, Annabeth. That excuse would make sense only if Thalia were still alive. Leo glances quickly at Jason, who is frowning at Ivliv's. Piper presses her arm against his, possibly to offer some comfort. I don't want to overstep, Percy interjects. You already are, Annabeth snaps. Oof, Leo thinks sympathetically, but Percy doesn't falter. Piper's right, you can't keep making excuses for him. It's not an excuse, Annabeth says hotly, her shoulders fixed in a hard, unyielding line. Look, it's a gut feeling, okay, and I've never been wrong before. You were wrong about me, Percy responds with similar ire. Leo's respect for the son of Poseidon skyrockets. Leo's never once yelled at Annabeth, and he never would. Maybe you should trust my gut feeling, too, or trust Piper, who knows you best. I'm telling you you're wrong, Annabeth says bluntly, crossing her arms and clenching her jaw. Leo's never seen her like this before. Despite her faults, Annabeth's never struck him as someone who could be this unreasonable, but apparently she saves this side of her solely for matters regarding Luke Castellan. She looks around the group for support, sighing when nobody speaks up. She massages her knuckles like she's deciding who to punch first. Leo would say something, only he doesn't feel like it's his place to do so. He'd never really known Luke, to be honest, other than the fact that the bloke was tall and smart and good-looking in ways that Leo could only hope to be. The son of Hermes had not been unlike Jason in appearance, with sandy hair and eyes like clear skies, although to be fair, Jason exudes this aura of calmness and stability, whereas Luke had just been unsettling. Leo's pretty close to Annabeth now, but Luke and Thalia and Annabeth had very much been the big three of the bunkers back then. Thalia, the presumed hero of the prophecy, Luke with his rugged good looks and exceptional swordsmanship skills, and Annabeth with her intimidating aura and unbeatable smarts. They were like the most popular kids in school, and Leo had wanted nothing more than to be a part of them. Piper had managed to get on Annabeth's good side early on, but Leo always got the feeling that he pissed her off. Thalia laughed off all his attempts at passive flirting, and Luke, well, Leo had actively avoided Luke. Something about him had just felt off. At age 19, Luke had been the envy of most of the demigods in the bunkers. He was renowned for being the best swordsman of the age, and yet he never smiled, never made an effort to teach the kids, never showed any real dedication to their cause. The only task he carried out on the regular was retrieving demigods on scouting missions, a task he didn't need to do at all because there had been far more satyrs in the days before the war who were ready and willing to search for demigods. It hadn't really been a shock to Leo when Luke disappeared during the war, and surprise, surprise, most of the demigods Luke had scouted, save for Silena and a few others, jumped ship too. It hadn't affected him that deeply. In fact, with Luke gone and Annabeth elected as acting leader, he found himself getting closer to her, enjoying her biting wit and dry sense of humor. Leo isn't good at reading people, and therefore it had come as no surprise to him when his first impression had turned out to be completely wrong. Some of it wasn't too far off. Annabeth can be a bit prideful at times, and she's sharp as a tack, but she's also kind and helpful in all ways. Always ready to share a bit of wisdom when she thinks someone could use it, which had been kind of a relief, because Leo is pretty prone to making himself look like a total buffoon around people who intimidate him, and he doesn't want to do it in front of a Hogwarts founder. For the last time, I'm not Rowan a Ravenclaw, Annabeth had shrieked at him. He has always preferred to be around people who challenged him in different ways. Piper had expanded his emotional intelligence, often grabbing him just to talk about what he's feeling. Jason had pushed his physical strength. He was prone to challenging him to a foot race or even for the occasional sparring match. Annabeth challenges Leo intellectually. Leo still remembers the two of them sitting on the floor of the bunker in front of the hearth in the dead of winter, poring over various scrolls as they tried to figure out how best to train Leo as a fire user. They would discuss principles of physics for hours on end. Leo would go on and on about mechanics while Annabeth elaborated more on architecture. He liked her far better than he had when Luke had been around, and he could tell everyone else did as well. And after the first hard year had passed and Annabeth had really settled into her role, he'd figured she had grown used to living without him, too. And so he had assumed Annabeth had put two and two together, especially since their quest to make Castellan's home. But suddenly he remembers Annabeth's bottom lip trembling almost nonstop during her first few months as leader of the bunkers. She had lost her two best friends to the war, albeit in very different ways, and she was all alone. It makes sense that she still believes in Luke. He'd been all she had for years and years, and more than anything else she probably wants him to be on their side because she wants him back. Leo can relate to that. He'd give anything to catch a glimpse of his mother in the flesh again, to turn back time just to see her smile at him. It really is too bad the facts speak of Luke's treachery. Leo watches Annabeth close her eyes and calm her shaking hands and, well, he'd always suspected she'd had a bit of a crush on Luke, but for the first time he wonders if those feelings were deeper. Percy clenches his fists. Maybe he's gassed too. Look, Annabeth says finally, gazing around the hearth at their little gathering. I know you have your doubts about him, I get it, but this is something important to me. I'd hate myself forever if I didn't at least check it out. We get it, Piper cuts in. Really, we do. We all lost people we thought we knew to the Titans. But this is Luke, Annabeth insists. I know him better than anyone. Annabeth, Percy tries, his voice deep and soothing. It'll be a scouting mission, nothing more, Annabeth says, talking over him effortlessly. If we sense anything amiss, I'll stand down and you can quote me on it. But I have to try, I have to. She bites her lip and looks right at Percy. And if you don't want to help me, I'll do it alone. Annabeth, Percy says again, physically reeling backward as his face takes on this expression of intense shock and hurt. Annabeth seems to know that she's hurt him. Leo sees her eyes flicker regretfully, but she doesn't stand down. I mean it. Piper looks quickly at Jason, and there's no way you'll change your mind. None, Annabeth crosses her arms. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm being unreasonable, but I'm not forcing you. Like I said, I can do it alone. You can't go alone, Piper says, exasperated. I'm coming with you. So am I, Percy adds immediately, glaring at Annabeth like he's expecting her to counter, but she only nods and sends him a tiny smile. I can come, Frank says hesitantly, raising his hand. He and Hazel had been so silent that Leo had almost forgotten they were there. He glances at Hazel, expecting to see some amount of confusion, but someone must have caught her up on the Annabeth-Luke backstory, because she looks unfazed by all the information. I know my way around Othries, Frank continues, looking uncomfortable. They sent me to scout the mountain a lot when I was in New Rome, and I'd like to help you. He looks around at their circle awkwardly. You guys gave us a place to stay without a second thought. I want to repay you in any way I can. That's perfect, Percy enthuses. Frank can turn into an animal and tell us everything we need to know. We probably don't need to get too close to Othries at all. Annabeth nods at this, though her brows are furrowed together in mild displeasure. 4 of us, that'll work, but you're sure about leaving Hazel here? We don't travel with more than one big 3 child at once. They attract too many monsters. Frank hesitates at this. Oh. Hazel sits forward and squeezes his hand. I'll be okay. You should go. It sounds like you'll be a pretty valuable asset. You don't worry about her, Frank, Beckendorf assures, reaching over to ruffle Hazel's hair. We'll keep her safe. Wait, I want Hazel, Leo says quickly. He claps his mouth over his hands, his ears flaming when he realizes what he's just said. Frank shoots him a dirty look. Not like that. It's just if I ever need to go get the dragon. The dragon, Annabeth raises her eyebrows. What about the spheres? We're on schedule, Beckendorf answers, nodding at Leo. Leo's almost done with his section, and then it's a matter of asking Lou or Maya to fuse it with mine. Leo doesn't need to be here for that, and based on the results, I can start testing it out. I'll need Hazel with me if I want to get back quick, Leo says adamantly, resolutely ignoring the way Frank's eyebrows pluck in surprise. She can sense bronze, and she's seen the dragon before. Annabeth shrugs. If you're confident about the spheres, then it's fine by me. Hazel, do you have any objections? Leo turns to Hazel, expecting the worst, but although she is fanning her face the way she does when she's flustered, she doesn't look altogether displeased. I'm okay with it. Okay, if Hazel's willing, take her with you. You can grab someone else too, but no more than 4 people. And you can't take Jason, it's too big a risk. Annabeth rubs her fingers over her eyebrow. Anything else? So I'm stuck here, Jason asks. Not fun now, is it? Percy leers. Annabeth stands. Okay, we have a plan of action now, so let's stick to it. Everyone, keep the info about Luke to yourselves. We'll leave in 2 days at first light. The meeting breaks off fairly quickly after that, ending with Annabeth stalking off in the direction of the beds, Percy staring uncertainly behind her. The rest of them share uneasy looks before heading off in separate directions, Percy with Frank, Silena with Beckendorf, and Piper with Jason. Hazel lingers by the hearth, her fingers stretched out towards the flames, but just as Leo opens her mouth to speak, she walks away. The next 2 days pass by in a blur of work. As always, the days kind of blend together for Leo, and he only realizes it's the day the others are due to leave when Piper drags him aside. "Keep an eye on Jason for me," she whispers into his ear as she hugs him, "and I hope you find the dragon, and also I hope you talk to Hazel." "Shut up," Leo hisses through his teeth, because Frank is lingering close by, going over the stuff in his backpack with Hazel hovers around him, going over a checklist. Piper bounds over to Jason and gives him a kiss that Leo doesn't feel comfortable watching, so he looks away, but unfortunately his gaze lands back on Hazel, who meets his eyes and turns quickly back to the piece of paper in her hands. Piper drags Jason over by the hand and grins at him. "Do I look ready to kick some monster ass?" "Wearing that," Leo teases. "Yeah, why? What's wrong with it?" Piper looks down at herself, pulling her shirt to inspect it. "It's clean." "You're wearing all black," Leo reminds her. "You're going to be so easy to spot in the sky. We'll be so far up on the Pegasi that we'll look like birds from a distance. And anyway, I can't just wear white. What happens when we reach Othries and every monster within 100 miles sees my bright-ass shirt climbing the mountain? Take some extra clothes. Who's got the time to change clothes every day?" "You still could have put some thought into it," Leo says, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "Your siblings would probably disown you." "Oh, did you want me to break out the Gucci?" Piper snaps, though her lips are twitching. "Well, my bad, I didn't realize there was a dress code." "Piper," Jason sighs. Leo grins, but kicks Jason in the shin when he and Piper start kissing again. Piper shrugs like she can't help it and pokes Leo in the tummy. "See me off, please." "Sure," Leo relents, allowing Piper to lead him and Jason to the bunker doors, where Percy and Annabeth are already waiting, heads bent together in a silent exchange. Annabeth quickly outlines their mode of travel. They'll go on foot until the edge of the forest, after which they'll travel by Pegasus. Percy grins and fist bumps Leo and reminds him that the dragon will, 100%, be in Colorado. "Percy, you said it had wings," Leo grins. "I bet it flew off somewhere." "If you find it in Colorado, you owe me," Percy replies adamantly, "but I guess tracking it is Hazel's problem now." "What is my problem?" Hazel asks, walking up hand in hand with Frank, who looks positively giddy at the contact. "The dragon," Percy says. "Ah," Hazel says in a monotone. She glances quickly at Leo and then away. Next to Leo, Piper waggles her eyebrows. "Are we ready to go?" Annabeth asks, placing her hands on her hips. Dressed all in black, with a small blade strapped to every limb, she looks like a super spy. "Yeah," Piper nods, pressing her lips to Jason's before waking to Annabeth's side. "Just a second," Frank says quickly. "Can I talk to Leo?" "Huh?" Leo squeaks. He's never had a one-on-one conversation with the dude, and in all his time here Frank's mostly spent his time pretending Leo doesn't exist, but you wouldn't think it by the way he easily grabs Leo's shoulder like they're best friends, leading him a couple of steps from the group. Says Leo, stunned into total inaction. He notices Hazel is watching them carefully. "I just wanted to ask you a favor," Frank says gruffly, his expression letting Leo know that he wouldn't be doing this if he could help it. "If you go on that quest for the dragon." "You don't want me to take Hazel," Leo guesses, his heart plummeting straight down to the soles of his shoes. "That's cool, I guess I can bring Jason." "What? No," Frank says, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "She doesn't mind going with you, and you're right, you need her if you want to find the dragon. I just want you to be careful with her." "Because of the flashbacks." "Because of everything," Frank snaps, frowning. "Just when she's slipping into a flashback, grab her hand tightly to snap her out of it. If she's already in one, which happens when she sleeps sometimes, just let it play out. Just take care of her, okay?" Leo blinks. "I mean, yeah, of course, you have my word." He holds out a hand that Frank doesn't shake, so he continues the motion, lifting his arm up to run through his hair. "Look, man, I like Hazel. She's a cool girl, and I know how much you care about her. I'll keep her safe." Frank studies him intently, but there's a kind of sadness in his eyes that Leo doesn't understand. "I know you like her," he says. "Why do you think I asked you, of all people, to keep an eye on her?" He walks away before Leo can respond. Hazel sidles up to him at once and clasps his hand tightly, even throwing her arms around his shoulders in a quick embrace that has Frank blushing an unflattering shade of pink. Dazed, Leo walks back to the circle, where Piper gives Jason one last hug. "Stay safe, come back soon," Jason murmurs into her hair. Piper nods, but over her shoulder Jason throws Percy a solemn look, and Percy responds by nodding, raising a hand like it's okay, I've got this. See you guys, Annabeth says. Leo, don't burn the place down while I'm gone. Please don't, Frank echoes. Hazel giggles like they're sharing an inside joke. See you, Percy says, waving and grinning. See you, Piper says, winking at Leo and blowing a kiss to Jason dramatically. Hazel looks dejected as Frank pulls away from her. Is there anything we can do while we're here? Pray we come back safe, Annabeth says grimly, and possibly with Luke. Leo notices Piper and Percy both roll their eyes at this. Jason, who's due on patrol, leaves with Hazel, but Leo walks with the rest to the cave's main entrance, where he stops at the doorway, gazing into the gray landscape outside. The cheer from before seems to die down, the way it always does whenever any one of them heads out of the bunker and into the real world, where the monsters are many and out for their blood. In the dim sunset, all four of them look almost comically ninja-like, and Leo wants to make a joke about their attire to lighten the mood, but he feels like there's a brick in his stomach, and an awful feeling settles into his gut. Suddenly, every part of him doesn't want them to go, and he gets the feeling that nothing is going to be the same after this. It's not just that he's worried about some of his closest friends walking right into a trap, it's something deeper. Every bit of demigod blood in him is screaming for him to stop them, and judging by the grim look on Percy and Piper's faces, he isn't alone in his fears. Stay safe, he says, though his voice wobbles. We will, says Percy, clapping him hard on the back, though his eyes quickly stray back to Annabeth. Good luck on your quest, too. You take care, too, Piper says, giving him a hug. Keep an eye on Jason for me until you leave. Hopefully I'll be back by then. Annabeth winks at him. Good luck hunting your dragon. Even Frank steps forward and offers Leo the firm handshake he denied him before, even though he doesn't look too friendly. Take care of Hazel, he says quietly, and then almost as an afterthought he adds, and you stay alive, too. Aw, I knew you'd come around eventually, Leo grins, and that seems to do the trick. Everyone breaks out into exasperated smiles and eye rolls. Well, Annabeth says, her smile fading into something grim and determined, we'll see you. Yeah, Leo says, see you soon. The sickening feeling in his gut intensifies. Leo tries for a smile, waving as Frank, Percy, Annabeth, and Piper turn around, consult Annabeth's compass, and break out into a jog. Piper turns one last time, smiling a little, and Leo waves harder. Something about the moment feels special. Something about the moment feels final. Leo stands there alone, bathed in the mist of the morning, and waves at them until their dark figures blend into the trees. Hazel spends a lot of her time in the bunker moping. It's kind of fun because Jason's in a similar state and two's company, as Frank would say. She can tell he misses Piper, though sometimes a shadow of a different kind of gloom passes over his expression, so quick that she rarely spots it. She wonders if it's about the prophecy and the upcoming war. Percy briefed her about the whole thing and Jason's status now as probably hero of the prophecy, and she doesn't envy him one bit. She spends a lot of time with Beckendorf, who insists she call him Charles, which Silena informs her is a high honor. Hazel likes Charles, who tends to understand a lot of her struggles in the past, even though she has to kind of twist her stories to make them seem more modern. Hanging around Charles has only one drawback, and that is the fact that Leo's always nearby. His workbench is right by Charles, and he spends a half his time poring over his work, long fingers always in motion, deftly twisting over some wires or cutting a sheet of bronze or hammering away at something or the other. The rest of his time Leo utilizes by cracking some of the worst jokes she's ever heard in both her lifetimes and handing out smaller-sized tacos that he can whip up in like 5 minutes flat. Sometimes he sings, too, a fairly catchy song about pina coladas and rainy weather. She likes watching them interact. Charles and Leo, though half-brothers, are far from close in appearance. Charles is built like a bull, with shoulders as wide as twice her waist. His hands are huge, large enough to grip a basketball with one hand, but his fingers are nimble and delicate with the ability to fix, which Hazel thinks is a wonderful quality to have. Leo's frame is far more slight, closer to Hazel's than Charles's. His skin is a warm brown and his hair is a striking shade of dark brown close to Hazel's own skin tone. His curls are long enough to fall into his eyes, and he keeps having to push them behind his ears with a quick swipe of his hands with long fingers that are constantly in motion, putting something together, taking it apart, tapping on his desk in unintelligible rhythms as he thinks. He and Charles have that in common, this overwhelming passion to build that keeps them constantly innovating, inventing, figuring out something new. You're either utterly crazy or utterly brilliant, Hazel says fervently as she watches Leo experiment with an arrow that doubles as a grappling hook. Leo yanks a wire and sends another mad grin her way. Trust me, he tells her seriously, it's a little bit of both. When he tries to shoot the arrow, it lodges itself a centimeter from Beckendorf's hand. He yelps and stumbles backward into a line of newly forged shields. Leo, he shouts, you're fired. Leo's answer is a wild laugh that echoes through the cave. The worst part is now that Frank isn't around, Leo begins to act around her the same way he acts around everyone else, like he's been holding himself back. And she finds herself relaxing more around him too, though she is intensely aware of the piece of firewood tucked carefully into a secret pocket in her jacket. Annabeth hadn't batted an eyelid when Hazel had requested a smaller pocket hidden in the inside of the cloth and had stitched one up for her in no time. And so, invariably, she ends up spending a lot of time with Leo, whether she means to or not, and finds at once that it is infinitely easier to be around him without Frank nearby, and it makes her feel terribly guilty, like she's cheating on him or something. At the same time, though, she finds that she genuinely finds Leo funny. She can't help giggling at his puns sometimes, and Leo will always make it a point to look over at her and grin with all his teeth, and it makes butterflies of all shapes and sizes erupt in the pit of her stomach. They're almost friends, she thinks, and it's a relief. Running into him in the passages isn't uncomfortable anymore, and she feels comfortable enough to smile at him when she sees him and wave at him when their eyes meet. There are times she just has to raise her hand slightly, and it's like she's yanked on a lever with how quickly he moves to wave back, almost like he feels the pull. It's a something. A lot of what Leo does is so Sammy that it makes her chest sing and ache in alternate and very confusing intervals. When Leo is working for real, he's focused beyond belief. His brows pinch together and his hands are sure and quick. Most surprisingly, he works in total silence, which is equal parts unbelievable and amusing because he rarely shuts up otherwise. Leo cracks jokes like he has something to prove. It makes him popular in the bunker and a big hit among the younger kids, but Hazel had been around Sammy long enough for her to recognize that Leo act is just that, an act. When he's not being loose and carefree for the benefit of everyone else, Leo seems solemn and almost sad at times, and she wants very, very badly to ask him why, but doing so would be rude, not when they aren't even real friends. She spends a lot of time by herself during the night time, thinking about her past and lapsing into quiet flashbacks. Frank had always been there for before to bring her out of a vision, but Hazel finds that letting the scene play out, however long it might take, allows her to wake without assistance and without any kind of commotion. She'd always thought of the flashbacks as a curse, but maybe, she thinks, maybe they're a blessing. Maybe she can see everyone from before and learn from them. Over the course of the days, she sees her mother, the mean white girls at her school, the cave where she pulled up the coffin, and the memory of her bringing it down. She experiences the memories multiple times, some even twice in a row, until she knows the exact sequence of events by heart. She doesn't see Sammy again. She hasn't seen him since the time she and Leo were waiting outside the bunker for Frank and the others, and she misses him terribly. She wants to see Sammy again, even if she has to re-experience all the times the two of them were excluded from the rest of the school. One night she wakes from a different kind of dream. She takes a second to remember it, and when she does, a tingle runs down her spine. She has to find Leo. She spots him with Jason at the hearth, sharing a plate of tacos and rubbing his eyes, and makes a beeline for him. Jason notices her first. Hey, couldn't sleep. No, Hazel says, I had a dream. I couldn't seem to fall asleep either, Jason admits. He needs a warm body next to him, Leo explains, but he declined my offer to cuddle. And thank the gods I did, you didn't shut up all night. Jason smiles at him sweetly. Who were you talking to? Myself, says Leo without hesitation. Jason doesn't bat an eyelid. Was it a meaningful conversation? Extremely, says Leo. Held a whole debate and everything. I really got to hear both sides of the story. Jason snorts. At least I was lucky enough for it to have been only sleep-talking this time. Leo frowns lightly. What are you saying? I'm saying you snore, Jason says, chuckling. I do not snore. You don't just snore, you bray like a donkey with a sword buried in its ass, Jason says ruthlessly. To Hazel he informs, when I first joined the bunkers, my bed was pretty far from Leo's, but I could hear him like he was right next to me. He doesn't snore when he takes the potion, but I swear to God I'll never miss that sound again. Stop embarrassing me, Leo whines. I've been told my snoring is cute. By who, your mom? Jason smirks. No, by yours, Leo fires back at once. My mom's stone deaf, Jason dismisses easily. Your mom's stone dead, Leo retaliates, and then they both grin at each other. Hazel stares between them cluelessly and thinks that she will never, ever understand boys. So bad nightmare, Jason asks, turning back to her. Kinda, Hazel answers, shrugging. It was more confusing than scary, to be honest. Join the club, Leo groans, dragging his hand down his face. This damn dragon. What? Hazel asks, seating herself on a cushion and staring at him. You had a dream about the dragon, too. Too? Jason asks, interested. Leo doesn't notice. I just saw it roar, but it was weird. It looked right at me. And its eyes lit up, Hazel guesses. Red. How'd you know that? Leo demands, mouth agape. Jason offers her a taco and she nibbles on it. I had a similar dream, she confides, if not the exact same one. Were you in a forest? Yeah, Leo gushes, with a river running through it. Oh no, he blanches. White River Forest in Colorado. Percy's going to be so smug. Is that the point, though? Jason says, amused. Leo, you have a real light. And we both had the same dream. That's got to be a good sign, Leo says, nodding at Hazel. I think this is our best shot. We should leave, like, tomorrow. What if the dragon moves again? Is that allowed? Hazel wonders. What about the spheres? I'll ask Beckendorf in the morning, but I think he should be able to take care of it. He stands up and paces. Jason, you'll be fine, right? Leave me some tacos and I'll be set, Jason smiles. He looks almost relieved. Leo gazes at her earnestly. Hazel, this could be it. I've been dreaming about the dragon for months and I've wanted to build one ever since I saw the plans in 9, but I just want to make sure we could wait until Frank and the others are back. Are you okay with this? Are you in? Gazing into his eyes, she can't find a reason to refuse him. Yes, she nods, I'm in. Percy is beginning to resent the hope that seems to have taken up permanent residence in Annabeth. She seems to be walking on clouds the entire time. Percy notices her gaze always fixed ahead, her mouth pressed into a thin line of determination, like she's willing Luke to show up in front of them, miraculously good again. And then they'll both live happily ever after, he thinks bitterly, stabbing a leaf with his sword so savagely that Piper jumps. Her expression melts quickly into one of understanding, though, and Percy feels a surge of gratitude because Piper, like him, is mostly on this quest to make sure Annabeth doesn't do anything stupid, like run up to Luke and kiss him. It takes a lot of effort to push the image from his mind. He must look terrifying, because Frank takes one look at his face and scoots away, poking his spear into the fire. Annabeth sits on Frank's other side, patching up a tear in her hoodie and humming softly. Does this mean I'm on dinner duty again? Percy grumbles. As long as it's not Annabeth, Piper says. Annabeth sits bolt upright. I'm not that bad. You once made those weird burgers from rabbit meat, and I'm a vegetarian, Piper recalls with a very realistic shudder. You nearly killed me. I was 15, Annabeth groans, and we just met. I didn't know you were a vegetarian. That wasn't the only problem with it. Well, sue me, I didn't know the meat was raw, okay. It looked brown on the outside. How was I to know I had to check in the middle? Piper snorts and stands up. I'm going to get more firewood. Sure, Annabeth says absently, still glaring, though her attention is back on the clothes in her hands. Cool, Piper looks at Percy. Perce, you coming? Yes, he says, grateful for something to do and glad he won't have to look at Annabeth's face anymore, which, now that she's not mad at Piper anymore, is bright with anticipation again. They walk past where the Pegasi are resting for the night. Percy lets Blackjack nuzzle his neck and Piper feeds Guido a piece of apple. There's plenty of firewood nearby, but Piper leads him further away, only stopping when they reach the gurgling little brook where they'd washed up earlier. She sits on a rock and Percy follows suit. She must have come this far to make sure they wouldn't be heard. Piper, Percy acknowledges solemnly with a nod of his head. Percy, she says, drawing out the word in a mockery of his own tone, and he rolls his eyes, reaches his hand out to a nearby branch, and flings a shoddily formed ball of leaves straight at her face in retaliation. So what did you want to talk about? He asks, in a voice that comes out sounding thread and querulous, the sort of very old person might make. Piper looks at him incredulously for a second before bursting into laughter, sharp barks of delighted, playful surprise. I'm cold, Percy whines in protest, and luckily enough Piper shakes her head in amusement, letting the matter drop, but there's still a slightly mischievous glitter to her eyes that makes it clear that she's definitely going to be relaying this story to the others when they rejoin them at the camp. You sounded like this old teacher Leo and I had, Mrs. Dodds, Piper wheezes, and Percy's indignation melts at the sight of her wiping actual tears from her eyes, and the admittedly hilarious memory of the sound that had just escaped his throat makes him laugh a little too. "It was your idea to drag me away from the fire," he says, mostly just to make a point, because it's one of those nights where no one in their right mind would spend the night outside unless it was necessary. Then again, he reflects, it's not like they have much of a choice. Piper giggles again and Percy shoves at her, but she sobers quickly after that, biting her lips as though thinking hard. "I hate this whole situation," she confesses after a second, looking his way worriedly. Annabeth isn't being herself. "You're telling me?" Percy brings up his hand and the water follows his fingers, covering all his scars and filling him with a sense of cool, refreshing relief. He'd spent the 2 days before departing on the quest trying to get Annabeth to see reason, but she hadn't budged. She hadn't even been willing to listen. Percy had given up after a point, mostly because he could tell Annabeth was going to yell at him if he pushed the matter anymore. It was the first time he'd really felt angry at her. Even the times when he'd just got to 9, when she'd treated him like an outcast, seemed trivial in comparison. "What do you think?" Piper asks. "About Luke, I mean." "I don't trust him," Percy says bluntly. "Like you said, even if he was being blackmailed all this time, it doesn't automatically pardon him for everything he's done." "Exactly," she agrees, rubbing at her lips with her fingers. "That's the thing, it's so fucking obvious and Annabeth is turning a blind eye. It's not like her. She's the most logical, level-headed person I know, but when it comes to Luke, well." Percy exhales, feeling for a brief moment the magic in his blood heat up in him, filling in all his gaps and keeping him connected to the water around him. It feels unreal, pulsing from his fingertips in a shimmering, invisible force that seems to touch every single drop, bend it to his will. "People in love do stupid things," Percy says, and the water trickles back down to the stream with a plop. Piper gazes at him with something resembling pity. "Did she say that?" she asks. "Yeah," Percy admits, and Piper whistles lowly. I get why she's so attached to Luke, but I think she's holding onto someone who doesn't even exist anymore." "Oh, she's doing that for sure," Piper agrees easily, bending down and sticking her hand into the water. She shivers. "I'm not going to pretend to know everything that goes on in that big brain of hers. She could love Luke as a sister or as a friend, but she was definitely crushing on him, pretty hard, I might add." "Figured as much," Percy replies, exhaling, and now her feelings for him are clouding her judgment. Piper nods. In the breeze that alleviates the silence settling between them, Percy goes back to studying the water, and Piper braids and unbraids a section of her hair absent-mindedly. "You had to have seen her to understand," she says quietly. "She hero-worshipped the dude, and well, I'll admit it, he was pretty hot if you like the mysterious aura thing, but he was a great swordsman, and he did genuinely seem to like Annabeth, in what way I don't know, but he and Annabeth and Thalia, they were tight dude. He acted a little suspicious and off at times, especially after he failed his quest, but if there was one thing I was sure of, it was that he wouldn't leave Annabeth or Thalia." Percy hums. Annabeth must have thought that too. "It broke her a little," Piper admits. "She'd hold it in, but she would cry at night alone when she thought I was asleep. You know her, she doesn't accept help easily. She'd probably think I was pitying her." "Yeah," Percy agrees, remembering Annabeth telling him how hard it had been for her. "I don't think you could have done much else." "I get it," Piper says. "I do, we're all here for a reason. We all left family or family left us. I don't think I know a single demigod in the bunkers who hasn't gone through some kind of hardship. And in Annabeth's case, she's definitely been through more than most, which is saying something. I think with Thalia gone, with her dad estranged from her, I think she's poured every ounce of love and hope and trust in Luke. Maybe she did it unconsciously, but more than anything she wants to believe he isn't evil because she loves him, and it isn't going to end well." "It'll break her all over again," Percy realizes, going cold all over. "Yeah," Piper agrees. She pinches her nose. "Gods, when he left, I was kind of happy, which might make me a shitty friend, but he just seemed so toxic, and she was blind to all the weird shit he was pulling." She kicks at a pebble kind of helplessly. "I just assumed she was over Luke. Especially after our last quest," he adds. "The pile of evidence against him is pretty extensive." "I don't know if you know this," she informs him. Her eyes are tiny slits. "A long time ago, before I joined the bunkers, Luke went on this quest to get a golden apple from the Garden of the Hesperides. Anyone who eats the apple is granted good fortune and immense strength. We meant for Thalia to have it. But Luke failed. Yeah, I don't think he meant to do it on purpose, but that's the quest that gave him his scar." She traces a finger down the side of her face. The guardian of the tree, a dragon, gave it to him, but after that, Luke refused to go on any more quests. He even said no to Annabeth when she got her first quest to lead a team through the labyrinth, but he began to take a lot of scouting missions, which was suspicious because we had satyrs back then to do just that. Here's the catch, Piper pauses. There are a few exceptions, but most of the demigods he brought back defected during the war. Shit, Percy bursts out, so he was probably working with the Titans for a long time. You heard May? Piper nods. He was meeting up with Prometheus during his so-called missions. He met his father and didn't tell anyone, and shit like that is a big deal, especially because these were times when demigods were lucky to be claimed at all. The gods were too weak to worry about us. He wasn't in the bunkers when Thalia and Annabeth and Grover were on their quest, Percy remembers. But he showed up at his mom's place right after and met Prometheus again. And gave him something. Piper bites her bottom lip. I was kind of hoping he was being threatened by the Titans, to be honest, for Annabeth's sake, but there's no way he's innocent, Percy. She is watching him with a steady gaze, no trace of humor on her face. Maybe she knows what it's going to cost if they don't watch out for Annabeth, even if she doesn't want them to. Maybe she wants Percy to understand what might be coming next. Either way, it gives him the push he needs to finally verbalize the questions that have been niggling at the back of his mind ever since Annabeth told him about Luke. Do you think, he takes a breath, do you think she'll choose him over us if it comes to that? Piper looks miserable. I don't know, and usually with Annabeth I know what she's going to do. That's why this scares me so much. Her feelings for Luke are a total unknown. I mean, if he turns out to be evil, I still don't think she'll have the heart to give up on him, you know. Percy can't find any words, so he just nods mute. It's okay, Piper whispers, very evidently trying to convince herself. It's Annabeth, she'll be fine. And if it's a trap? Piper shrugs. You're supposed to be more comforting than that, Percy whines. But why do you think he's being forced to hold up the sky in the first place anyway? Are we sure he's being forced? Piper questions, raising her shoulders and eyebrows at the same time. Annabeth's got a point about this, though nobody would do it willingly, would they? Percy shrugs. Piper shakes her head, confused. If I'm being optimistic about it, I'd say Luke changed his mind about the Titans. Maybe they found out and decided to punish him. And if you're being pessimistic, Percy dares. She takes a breath. Whatever happens, we've just got to protect Annabeth. What are you thinking? All kinds of things, she admits, and none of them are good. Questing with Hazel is just about as awkward as Leo had expected it to be. They take the labyrinth, which makes sense, because Hazel's the underground genius, and they'll get to Colorado faster this way. Problem is Leo has to use his fire to light the way, which results in him walking through the paths like a normal person, while Hazel practically ends up hugging the walls like a total nut. How about we take a break on the surface for a while, he suggests, just to offer her some fresh air and more room to get away from him. Hazel pauses and stares up at the ceiling. Sure, we're pretty close to a town, we can walk overland the rest of the way. I hope they have a Chipotle, Leo groans. Dutifully, Hazel leads them up the next path to the surface. They emerge in what must be a thicket of woods on the outskirts of the town, and luckily there's nobody around, because Leo literally pops out of the ground and walks into a tree. Hazel stifles a smile as she clambers from the entrance, but otherwise offers nothing more. She waves a hand, and a thin layer of soil rolls over the gaping hole in the ground, effectively hiding the tunnel from sight. They make their way to the main town in silence, and it sucks because Leo's ADHD is acting up and he really wants to say something. Anything to dispel this oppressive air of awkwardness hanging over their heads. He's disappointed. Hazel had seemed to warm up to him a little with Frank gone, but now it looks like she's fallen back into her old habits of avoiding him as much as possible. And sure, Leo's nursing a teeny crush on her and Hazel is gorgeous, but the attitude, it's kind of a turn-off, especially since Leo has done nothing to make her uncomfortable as far as he's aware, other than using fire, and that was only because it had been necessary. So he bites his tongue and trudges on ahead. The town is the kind Annabeth would approve a supply run to. It's secluded about 3/4 of the way to Colorado and gives off the vibe that only old people live there, but it's got a Walmart and a mechanic's store and all the essentials. Easy to steal from. When Leo and Hazel pass the fire station, they're hailed over by a fireman with a big bushy mustache. They freeze, but the officer only asks them if they're new in town. Just passing through, Leo says, grinning. He knows he can be annoying, but Piper had once told him he could be charming if he didn't go off on one of his usual rambles, and so he keeps his explanation short and sweet. We're on a backpacking trip before college. We figured it was our last chance to explore the country before losing our minds to mechanical engineering. The man's eyes soften. My son is studying to be a chemical engineer, and all I get when he takes the time to FaceTime me is complaining, "You kids have fun." And then he points them to the town's Chipotle. Hazel grabs his arm. "Leo, do you think we should get some supplies from the grocery store first?" Leo stares at her. It's the first time she's voluntarily talked to him without being prompted this entire time. Hazel's eyes turn confused, and he quickly schools his face into polite interest again and takes a second to take a steadying breath as he realizes that, oh, she's asking his opinion like it matters to her. He says helpfully. "Yes." "Food first?" he asks, wondering if she's going to start a fight, but Hazel only nods easily. Leo can't help the grin that splits across his face. He practically runs down the street, talking so fast his lips begin to hurt. He's craving a burrito so bad he completely forgets he's supposed to be mad at Hazel. "Oh man, Hazel, you gotta try a burrito. Have you ever had one? Oh, and I'll buy you a quesadilla. You haven't lived till you have cheese running all over my face." "Sounds unhygienic," says Hazel. "And what exactly do you mean by you'll buy me one? We don't have any money." Leo looks at her hopefully. "Do you think you can bring up a few dollars from the bank down under?" He taps the ground with his foot. "No," says Hazel immediately, looking scandalized that he's even suggested it. "Fine," he shrugs, "we'll use the mist." Leo inhales deeply when they get to the Chipotle. "Smells like cheap Mexican food. It's calling to me." Hazel lets out a giggle at this, and Leo can't help laughing back, inordinately pleased at having gotten something out of her other than fear and discomfort. She meets his gaze now, looking up at him through eyelashes that seem to catch the sunlight and make her eyes shine. Her lips quirk up to the point where it has to be qualified as a real smile, and in his distraction Leo notices too late that he's walked right past the food joint and he has to double back, and Hazel's tiny smile then blossoms into an outright grin that makes his cheeks hurt when he attempts to mirror it. He pushes the door open. The place is empty. Leo wants to cry at his good luck. No waiting in line to order, no waiting for his order to be called out. There's a middle-aged woman with thinning hair manning the register. Leo stalks up to her confidently. "Leo," Hazel whispers. "Don't worry, I'm good at the mist," Leo tells her under his breath. To the lady behind the counter, he says brightly, "Good afternoon to you, ma'am." "Leo, it's not going to work," Hazel says urgently, grabbing his arm and yanking, and Leo would be thrilled at the contact if only it weren't for the fact that she was totally blowing their cover. He jerks himself free, gazes the lady right in the eye, and snaps his fingers. "Could you get us 2 burritos with white rice, black beans, chicken, some of the spicy salsa, cheese, guac, and why not some lettuce too?" he says generously. "Also 2 large Cokes, and you don't need to worry about the payment, we've already paid." The woman blinks. Leo blinks. "You haven't paid me jack, boy," she says, a terrible smile stretching across her face, and it's only then that Leo notices the single eye in the center of her forehead. "Shit, fuck," he says. "Leo, let's go," Hazel yells, dragging his arm, and this time Leo goes willingly. He's caught between laughing and crying. All he'd wanted was a burrito. Of course their escape is unsuccessful. With a roar, the Lady Cyclops grabs the entire cash register and throws it at the door. It sails over their heads and slams against the door with an almighty bang, and they stop in their tracks. Leo's chest constricts painfully. He can't die in a Chipotle he didn't even eat in. That's just cruel. They turn to face the Cyclops just as she bears down on them, snarling. Leo grabs a hammer from his tool belt and swings wildly. Hazel unsheathes her sword. "I could smell the demigod blood the moment you entered this town," the Cyclops snarls. "But we practically bathed ourselves in Axe," Leo complains. "You mean we went through all that for nothing?" Hazel makes to stab the Cyclops. She casts Leo an infuriated look. "Why are you talking to it?" "It's a thing I do," Leo explains. "You gotta distract them to defeat them." Whoa. He jumps and rolls over the closest table as the Cyclops strikes with her huge, hairy arms. How had Leo not noticed before? Oh gods, and roars again. Her Chipotle apron now hangs off her shoulder. "Who's distracted now?" Hazel demands as she rolls under the Cyclops' legs and jabs at its ankle. The monster roars. She sounds ridiculously like Annabeth as she orders, "Less talking, more fighting." Leo chucks his hammer at the Cyclops' face and immediately withdraws another one. "Look, I have a plan. Distract, then deviate." What? Hazel shrieks, rolling away as the Cyclops tries to stomp her flat. Basically, you distract it first, and then when I say go, I'll distract it and you break through the window, Leo shouts. How is that deviating? I couldn't think of another word starting with D. Leo thinks hard and then extracts 2 vials of kerosene from his tool belt. Hazel sticks close to the monster, keeping its attention on her by stabbing with her sword and occasionally yelling out taunts like, "Your attack's at disappointing," which Leo figures must be the 1930s version of dissing. Leo runs in a big circle around the Cyclops, spilling the liquid over everything. When he's done, he throws another vial at the back of the monster's head, where it shatters. Kerosene spills down her back. Smell that? Leo crows, partly because the kerosene really does take over everything else. Then he sends a fireball at the monster. The Cyclops' entire back goes up in flames. She bellows out something unholy. Leo makes a dash for the closest window. "Hazel, where are you?" he screams because she's just standing there motionless, watching the flaming monster right around the store, almost cartoon-like. Leo isn't going to lie, it's some of his best work. The place is ablaze, most of the damage done by his fire, the flames having turned a lot of the furniture into nothing more than charred versions of their former selves. But Hazel's put in some work, too, carving slashes into the floor and the monster's flesh. He'd love to stick around to watch, but Hazel, I doused the entire store in kerosene. She's going to hit some soon, and he trails off as the Cyclops stumbles into a chair and sets it on fire. Hazel gets the hint and runs for him. Leo extracts another hammer and smashes through the window, tumbling into a bush and onto the pavement. Hazel jumps through like a goddamn gazelle and sprints right past him, turning around to scream at him to keep up. Cyclopes are fireproof, she won't be down for long. Don't I know it? Leo howls, running hard to catch up with her. They run through the tiny little town, smelling of smoke and oil and making passersby stare. They dodge the police station and don't stop running until they get back to the forest where they'd come from. Hazel collapses onto the ground, wheezing and clutching her stomach. "That was horrible," she pants. "Let's never do that again." Seconded, Leo agrees easily, falling next to her and rolling onto his back. He gulps the air, heaving embarrassingly in an effort to catch his breath. He almost wants to laugh. "We should have hit the Walmart first." "I hate you," Hazel deadpans, and they both begin to laugh a bit hysterically. Leo forgets to breathe all over again and begins to choke, which only makes Hazel lose it again. She's pretty when she laughs, and her eyes sparkle like gold coins. Belatedly, Leo wonders if he was the only one who heard his heart stop and then restart at an unnatural rate. Finally, he calms down. Hazel lies on her back, her arms spread wide at her sides. She smiles up at the sun, and Leo's breath catches. She sits up with difficulty and opens her backpack, producing an entire box of granola bars, followed by some fruit, a bottle of mouthwash, her water bottle, and a blanket. "Damn, did you enchant that with an undetectable extension charm like Hermione?" Leo jokes, but Hazel only stares at him blankly. "What the hell are you, Mary Poppins?" he tries, but when her emotionless expression morphs into something like mild concern for his health, he sighs out a "never mind." "It's lucky we still have some food left because that of yours was the worst," she tells him solemnly, and Leo snorts. "It was the best plan," he says. "It worked, didn't it?" "Next time, save the explanation and just scream fire," she says, grinning. "It would save time, don't you think?" She's smiling, but Leo's mind has stuttered to a halt. He remembers chucking the fire at the monster's face, and Hazel hadn't even flinched, not even when the Cyclops went around setting the entire outlet up in flames. She'd even stood and watched in admiration as the flames crept up the monster's back. "Hazel," he says slowly, and she turns to him, smiling still. "You're afraid of fire." She freezes, the smile slides off her face, and her gaze drops away from his before coming back up again, but they trace the outline of his body rather than him. "No," she says, "no, I'm not." Hazel feels like a colossal fool. She swallows thickly as she awaits the inevitable return of her thoughts. They seem to have migrated somewhere south of her brain and don't seem to be coming back anytime soon. She can't believe she'd given herself, and thus, Frank, so easily. More than that, she feels like horrible for lying. It had been a bad idea to begin with, and she's quite surprised it had held up for this long, but guilt consumes her as Leo shakes his head at her, his expression full of disgust and hurt. She understands why he's angry, but she hadn't quite counted on him looking this sad about it. He looks dismal, gut-wrenched. He can't quite meet her eyes. There's a knot-sized ball of shame caught in her throat, and it takes her a few coughs for her to be able to clear it away and speak. I'm sorry, she says, lacing her fingers together and staring at them. I didn't mean to hurt you by it, it's just. Just what? Leo asks, raising his eyebrows at her. Just what? I mean, forgive me, but I thought that it was because of your supposed fear of fire. He rolls his eyes, that you were, avoiding me the way you were, even though you basically made it a point to rub it in that it was only me you were taking such drastic measures to snub, and I let it go. I gave you space and I didn't overstep any lines, even though it kind of really hurt that you seemed to hate me so much without any real reason. Oh, Hazel thinks, and it's as though a stone has settled in her belly. And don't even get me started on Frank, Leo goes on agitatedly. He's perfectly fine to everyone else, nice even, but he hates my guts for no reason. Hazel winces because even though she understands where Frank is coming from and it isn't her place to explain, she does have to agree that he'd been overly unfriendly to Leo. She knows why this is, of course. Frank lashes out when he's afraid, and she knows that Leo's very existence rattles him. It doesn't excuse his behavior, though, and Hazel hadn't done anything to stop him, which only makes her feel worse. She tries to tell herself that she had been so focused on keeping Frank and the firewood safe that it hadn't even occurred to her that Leo might have been affected by her admittedly dreadful behavior. Only she cannot deny the truth to herself just to make herself feel better for much longer. She's been sidestepping Leo for entirely selfish reasons, and she'd be lying to herself if she said she hadn't noticed how hard Leo had tried to make her feel welcome at Bunker 9, and how his face would face every time she rejected his friendly invitations. Frank, at least he has a legitimate excuse. Hazel's only defense is that Leo looks exactly like her old friend, Flame Crush, to the point where it is eerie. Leaving Sammy behind, against her will though it might have been, is still one of the biggest regrets of her life. She'd thought of him constantly even in her new home. And often, when she'd been on the verge of passing out in the act of dragging Chrono's tomb to the surface, it had been the memory of Sammy's wide, guileless smile that had kept her going. She'd evaded Leo because she isn't sure anymore. Maybe she's scared that there isn't a legitimate connection between him and Sammy after all. Maybe she's scared that there is. After all, she is Frank now, and she is happy, genuinely, honestly, sincerely happy with him. Frank makes her feel loved in a way she hasn't felt in a long, long time, but the fact remains that Sammy had been the first person to make her feel like she was really needed. He'd been her best friend, her first friend, her support system, her confidant. He would make her laugh when she cried about the mean kids in school, sneak her chocolates in class, and walk her back home every day. Hazel had loved him in whatever meager way she could. She hadn't wanted to kiss him or anything, for God's sakes, she'd been 10 years old, but she had known with unflinching certainty that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. He would say it often, too, to make her blush, stuff like, "Hazel, you look pretty in that white dress. You're going to have to wear it all the time when we're married." And Hazel would respond with something like, "I'll wear whatever I like and you won't say a word because you know you'd be lucky to have me as a wife in the first place." Then they would both laugh and race to the courtyard. Sammy made her feel like a real person where, with her mother, she felt largely used, a conduit between the earth and the overworld. Sammy hadn't cared about her powers. He thought her all the more amazing for them, in fact, and he hadn't touched a single gemstone when she told him not to. His only question was if she would take him with her when she made a fortune off the gold and diamonds and bought a huge mansion in the big city. She loved Sammy. She still does in a way, even though it's been 70 years and he is probably long gone. But she does care for Frank, even if she isn't quite sure if the intensity of her feelings can be considered love. And Leo is a painful reminder of all that she has lost. "Hazel," Leo snaps, grabbing her hand tightly. His mouth is still turned downward in disapproval, but his brows are knit together in concern. "Hazel, stay with me." Hazel blinks rapidly as the world comes into focus around her, and she realizes she'd been on the verge of slipping into a flashback. She exhales shakily. "Thanks." Leo releases her hand and nods. She gazes at him. Sammy had always told her to be brave. Maybe it's time to take that step. "Leo, I'm sorry," she says, mustering up every last drop of courage and sincerity in her. "I really didn't mean to hurt you. I was being thoughtless and selfish, and it was wrong of me, and it wasn't fair to you at all." She takes a breath. "I avoided you because you remind me of someone from my past." The anger slowly drains from his eyes. "Oh. His name was Sammy." She watches him closely. "Sammy Valdez, do you know him?" His eyes widen and he runs a hand through his hair. "Yeah, the name's yeah, he was my bisabuelo, my great-granddad. But Hazel, what?" She sighs, her lips trembling. Here it is, here is the connection she's been losing her mind over. Leo had said was, Sammy is dead. Leo isn't his reincarnation, he's his descendant. Sammy had moved on from her, started a family, had kids, grandkids, she doesn't know what to think. She's happy for him, of course. It wouldn't have been right for him to waste his life away wondering about her. She hadn't expected him to, and she had never wanted him to do that, but still. Do you promise to make me chicken roasts every day when we're married, Hazel? When we're married, I'll keep all the chicken roasts for myself and make you eat broccoli. But I hate broccoli. Well, you'd better start liking it, because that's all you're going to get when we're husband and wife. Don't cry, Leo says, suddenly stricken. I'm not, Hazel says, bamboozled, before touching under her eyes and finding that, in fact, she is crying, and with quite some force behind it, too. Oh. Did he mean a lot to you? Leo asks quietly, his fingers twitching as though he wants to hold her hand, but he doesn't move. He was my friend, Hazel says shortly, unable to bring herself to lie again, blinking the tears away and sniffing loudly. Friend is really watering down all the different things Sammy was to her, but something in Leo's expression cracks and she gets the feeling he understands. That's why I kept catching you looking at me, he accuses, realization dawning on him. His eyes grow wide and he lets out a stunned bark of laughter. You were trying to figure out how we were related. Or if you were a reincarnation, Hazel admits, and Leo smiles. If it helps, you weren't wrong. Everyone would call me Sammy Light when I was a kid, he says. Apparently we looked the same, we pulled the same pranks, talked the same. It's uncanny, Hazel agrees fervently, and Leo laughs again. I'll have to take your word for it. He stares at her intently for a second. He wasn't just a friend to you, was he? No, she confesses, squeezing her eyes shut. She shakes her head so fast she gets a little dizzy. Tears drip onto her faded gray jeans. He was everything to me, Leo, and I had to leave him behind. Leo is silent for a minute, drumming his fingers against his knee. I'm sorry, Hazel. She shrugs, tugging at the frayed end of her sleeve. It's okay. It's never easy to lose someone you love. Leo looks at her quickly and then fixes his gaze on the treetops. But is that why you avoided me? Because the same things you felt about Sammy, did you feel them about me too? He says it lightly, like he doesn't really care, but it's worded carefully, and Hazel senses a great deal of weight behind them. Her face heats up in embarrassment at the implication, but she takes a moment to think about it, really think about it. She loves Sammy, but it is a faded love for the boy she had lost at best. There is no way for her to get those times back, and to be honest, she isn't sure she really wants to. She has Frank, and he is all she needs. She doesn't feel the same way about Leo, and that is for sure. She feels a bond for sure. She would love to put this awkwardness behind them and learn to become his friend, because she can tell, judging by the way he is around Piper and Jason, that he really is a wonderful person to have at your side. It isn't like that, she tells him with equal caution. She doesn't want to hurt him any more than she already has. I was just confused, I suppose, but it wasn't like that. I'm sorry, I mean Frank. Leo nods like he'd been expecting it. He grins, but Hazel spots the flash of disappointment flicker behind it. So are you two dating? He asks with what looks to be nothing more than true curiosity, until she sees his smile straining to remain in place in an effort to make him appear earnest, almost desperate for her to believe him. Hazel feels a pang and thinks belatedly that he's a far better actor than she'd originally taken him for, but she doesn't say it aloud. Yes, she says with certainty, then she blanches. Well, we're somewhere there, I think. Why was it not obvious? This makes Leo laugh aloud. To be honest, it really wasn't. That's why I thought Frank hated me. You know, that day we met I couldn't stop staring at you, and he definitely noticed. You what? Hazel can't believe her ears. When? All the time, Leo laughs, shaking his head in disbelief at the same time. I thought you noticed too. I definitely didn't, she assures him faintly. I didn't mean to, Leo defends lightly, placing his arms behind him on the ground and leaning against them. I'm just awkward around people I like. I flirt badly. I'm weird like that, but if I ever made you uncomfortable, I really am sorry, and hey, he nods at her. Now that I know you're with Frank, I promise you won't hear of this again. You never made me uncomfortable, she assures him. And as for Frank, well, forgive me, Frank, she thinks, grasping around in her pocket for the little package and clenching it tightly in her fist. He's the one who's afraid of fire, not me. It's kind of a sore subject with him. That's the real reason I lied. I just didn't want anyone to ask him any questions. Gods, Leo exhales and pinches the bridge of his nose. I totally get that. I just wish you guys had told me. Like I said, you didn't want people butting in your business. I get that, and it's not like you knew me well enough to say. He shakes his head. I feel like I've been judging you both really unfairly now. Damn. I mean, we gave you a reason to, so it's mostly on us. She thinks about it, me. But still, he chuckles a little incredulously. I can't believe it. I really thought he had a crush on you and was trying to intimidate me or something. We're in a relationship, or at least I'd like to be, she confirms, even though her ears heat up even as she says it. But I guess we never really talked about it before. I mean, he kissed me. Her voice goes all high-pitched and Leo shakes with laughter, but I'm not very comfortable with, I don't know. I can't be like how Jason and Piper are with each other. So sickeningly touchy-feely and adorable that it makes you half want to puke and half want to put them away in a box and keep them forever, Leo asks with a grim kind of understanding, and Hazel chokes out a laugh. Yes, exactly, she agrees. Leo's mouth starts to curve back into a grin, and Hazel barrels on without thinking, spurred on by his smile. I wish I could be like that with Frank, to show him how much I really care, but we never talked about our romantic status much, and I'm scared I'll say something stupid and mess it up. And she really, truly doesn't want to mess it up. She recalls all their interactions over the past months, and it is full of magic and wide eyes and soft words and gentle touches, as they've journeyed through plains and cities and forests and even the skies. She remembers holding his hand as they relax by a pond under the clear blue sky, and the memory reminds her of just how much she appreciates and likes Frank, reminds her of all the hopes she has for their budding relationship. There are times she sometimes thinks that one day, Frank is going to grow tired of waiting for her to adjust, and it makes her heart clench tightly. But then she remembers all their late-night talks, how Frank had wanted to know everything about her powers and her past, which only makes the fact that she'd withheld her time with Sammy even more of a stab in the back for him. Frank had first found Hazel trying her hardest to unearth a path to New Rome. He'd been separated from his group while on a scouting mission, and he very easily could have ignored her, but instead of leaving her to her own devices, he'd offered to help. They'd been two demigods who just wanted to get home, but over time they'd found it in each other. She'd grown to trust him more than anyone, and so she had been worried about revealing her past to him. Frank and Hazel differed in just about every aspect there was, and she'd been terrified to see how he'd react when he found out that the one thing they did have in common, the very fact that they were both alive, wasn't entirely true. But he hadn't dumped her to the side of the road like yesterday's trash. He'd been shocked, but once that had worn off, he had wanted to know everything about her and her magic. He'd been awed by her capabilities and had assured her that just as Kronos had nearly made her commit a grave error, she was also capable of doing incredibly good deeds with her powers. Her powers were not inherently evil simply because Hazel was a good person, he'd explained. They were simply a part of her, and she could use them as a tool to do good in the world. And he told her about his own life, about his kind mother and stern grandmother. He told her about how his own life dangled precariously between the living and the dead. And then he'd entrusted her with the piece of wood that his very life depended on, displaying an extraordinary faith in her that she still isn't sure she deserves. He never crossed any lines with her. He never asked her overly intrusive questions, always changing the topic whenever they got close to something that made her uncomfortable. And he was always so respectful of her and her emotions, his offering to wait for her to become adjusted to physical contact, and the idea of dating someone only proved it. And she wants to date him so badly. She wants him to know that she will be there for him the same way he's always been there for her as a friend and a pillar of constant support. But she isn't bold. She isn't used to being asked about her feelings, and she's even less used to acting on them. Hey, Leo murmurs softly. Gently he places his hand on her knee, making sure his fingers don't touch the bare skin exposed through the rips of the jeans. I'm no son of Aphrodite, but I think you should really be honest with him and talk about all this stuff you just told me. He'll understand. He's waited for you this long. He'll probably be overjoyed if you say you want to date him. Be honest, she echoes. I don't know Leo. I mean, I haven't even told him about Sammy. Well, maybe you should, he encourages gently. Like I said, he'll understand that you had a past that he wasn't a part of. You hadn't even met him then. You weren't even in the same time period. He can't get jealous about that. I've wanted to tell him for so long, she says desperately, but I could never really find a good time, and the longer I want without saying anything, the harder it became to say something. I'd prepared to just forget about Sammy, but then... Leo guesses. You threw a wrench in my plans, she says, and Leo chuckles. He shoots her a glare that she can tell is fake because there is no real heat behind it. I'm a mechanic. It's my job to use wrenches, not stick them in places they don't belong. Leo taps his fingers against his knee again in a random pattern. But I'm sorry if I ever acted shitty to you, even though in my defense, you were acting so oddly that I just felt the need to try and calm you down with bad jokes and puns to overcompensate. Does that mean you think I'm odd too? The question slips out before she can stop herself and makes her sound so insecure that she ducks her head, ashamed. Leo tilts his head at her, surprised, but there's something like a smile playing at the edges of his lips. It is small, but definitely there, even as he considers the question is a surprising amount of dedication. "Well, there's something about you for sure," he says finally, mouth pulled into a friendly grin, and so she decides it's a compliment. "You know, I'm glad we had this talk. You're a really cool girl, Hazel. Frank's a lucky guy, and so was Sammy." "Oh," she says, startled and pleased all at once. "Thank you, and I really am sorry about." No, it's cool, I got it," says Leo quickly, looking like he's forcing a smile. "Don't worry about it." She bites her lip, squeezing her eyes shut. "Leo." "It doesn't mean we still can't be friends," Leo soldiers on, seemingly determined to keep talking. "I can the Spock to your Kirk, the Scully to your Mulder, the Sam to your Frodo. The pain to my butt," Hazel suggests, and then she claps her hands over her mouth at once. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry," she apologizes, but her heart lurches in a kind of painfully relieved when she sees how hard he is laughing. "Now you're getting it," he says approvingly. "I knew we'd rub off on you eventually. Come on, let me teach you more bad words for you to scare Frank when we get back." "Not a chance," she admonishes. "You Leo Valdez are a horrible influence." "I'm sure I am," he says with a kind of unconvincing hurt, but she can't help noticing that Leo looks tired, now that his anger from before has faded. He rolls his shoulders back as though they're sore from the fight from earlier, and Hazel finally allows herself to relax too. Her arms and legs are a little sore from all the walking, and there's a faint buzzing in her ears that can't be normal. She needs to sleep. Leo is bent over his backpack, searching for something. A moment later, he resurfaces, holding out half-eaten packet of colorful sweets that Hazel recognizes as being the ones he'd been chewing on during the journey. He proffers it to Hazel. "No, thank you," she says politely. The sweets are all the colors and shaped like little bears. They remind her of Frank. Leo's face falls. Hazel takes one. "Thank you," she says. "They're just gummy bears," Leo shrugs. "No big deal." "No, thank you for listening to me," she clarifies, still disarmed and flustered by his sudden praise from earlier. Nobody has ever called her cool before. "I'm glad too, and I really would like to be your friend." "Like how you were friends with my bisabulo," Leo banters, waggling his eyebrows. Then he groans and buries his face in his hands. "See what I mean about the flirting when I'm nervous? Just ignore me." "All right, if you insist," Hazel says, amused. She finally musters up the courage to pat him lightly on the knee. "You know, I thought you were a lot like Sammy, but now that I've talked to you I can tell the differences." "What are they?" "Well, for one, his flirty lines were far smoother than yours," she replies cheekily, and Leo plays along, gasping dramatically and placing an affronted hand over his heart. "All the ladies love Leo," he informs her sniffly, "and technically, since you liked Sammy, that's a win for me. Bisabulo got game." She doesn't recognize the phrase, but she gleans the meaning of it well enough and giggles behind her palms. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but it was just me he managed to charm. The other girls in school called him Hammy Sammy." "I don't know what that means and I don't want to," Leo says firmly, though his eyes dance merrily. "But I don't believe you. I mean," he gestures to his face, "look at this perfection." "Sublime," Hazel agrees. "And I've seen pictures of my bisabuela. Damn, they made a hot couple." Leo nods appreciatively before freezing. "Shit, I'm sorry." "No, it's fine," she reassures him quickly, leaning forward. "In fact, tell me more if you don't mind. I'd like to know about Sammy's family, your family." He stares at her. "Really?" "Of course." "Well," Leo gazes upwards again. "I don't remember meeting him, of course, but he was still alive when I was a baby. Our family used to meet back then a lot for holidays, Christmas and New Year and stuff." He smiles a little sadly. "My mother always said she was his favorite of all his grandkids. Did you know he taught her Morse code?" "I didn't know Sammy knew Morse code," she admits, sitting forward excitedly. "What else?" "Well, I'll tell you how I started getting called Sammy Light, one Christmas." She listens to him talk, and as he goes on the sadness melts from his face. Hazel listens attentively, drinking in his words like water on a hot day as the sun sinks towards the horizon surrounded by a medley of purples. It's a beautiful sight, but she relaxes, unable to focus on anything but his voice. He begins to describe his family in more detail, imitating his Aunt Rosa's severe expressions and his cousin's temper tantrums until Hazel is in fits of laughter. The flashback overtakes her senses effortlessly. She barely realizes what's happened. In the dream, Hazel sees her old house. Only the doors and windows are thrown open, clearly displaying that it's vacant. Hazel is about to step inside when she notices a lone figure kneeling in the backyard. She makes her way towards him, and of course it's Sammy, running his fingers through the grass they'd spent so many days playing around in. Hazel aches for him, reaching her hand towards him, but it passes right through him, and she bites her lip in frustration. His entire body trembles, and Hazel stifles a gasp when she realizes he's crying. She's never seen Sammy cry, not even when Mrs. Lear whipped out her wooden ruler and hit him on the back of his hand 20 times. Hazel cries, too, translucent tears that drip into the soil. Sammy doesn't cry. Sammy shouldn't cry, not for her. She wants to touch him. She wants to reach him, give him a hug, tell him it will be okay in the future, but she can't say a word, so she just stands beside him in silence. After a while, Sammy wipes his eyes and gets to his feet. The whites of his eyes are bloodshot and puffy, like he hasn't been sleeping. Suddenly, his gaze is drawn to something small and glittering at her, Ghost Hazel's feet. Hazel follows his line of sight. They both gasp as one. It's a diamond, pure white and sparkling in the sunlight, but how? Hazel had definitely not been careless enough to leave one behind, and it's impossible for it to have appeared now, triggered by her presence even as a shade. "Don't take it, Sammy," she moans, even as Sammy bends and picks it up, gazing at it reverently. He looks around as if more diamonds will appear. "I'll keep this for you until we meet again," he says aloud, and Hazel lets loose an enormous sob at the sound of his voice. Till then, Hazel. She doesn't want to leave, she doesn't want to leave. "Sammy," she calls, but he just turns around and walks away. "No," she whispers, sensing more than seeing the flashback beginning to wear away. She doesn't want to wake up, she wants to see Sammy again, talk to him, apologize. Against her will, she feels herself waking up. It feels warm, oddly, too warm. Hazel opens her eyes to a world on fire. 9 Big Macs, Annabeth tells the girl behind the counter cheerily, but 2 without cheese. How much is that? She waits a second, snapping her fingers loudly over the sound of the girl's deadpan response. "There you go." "Wow, exact change, thank you. Please wait for your order," the girl says, smiling blankly as she accepts the $1 bill Annabeth hands to her. "Thanks for visiting McDonald's." Annabeth beams as they pick up their order and stalk right out the front door, calm as you please. Frank jogs up behind her, heaving a sigh of relief. "I can't believe you pulled that off," he whispers, ever though there's nobody around them close enough to hear. Annabeth grins and waggles her fingers in response. "Anything's possible when you can manipulate the mist," she says. "You're going to have to teach me," Frank replies, half in awe. "I mean, I used to have to transform into some kind of wild animal to get people out of stores just so we could get what we need." Annabeth can't help laughing. "What animal did you use?" "A goose most of the time," Frank admits. Annabeth laughs again. "Terrifying," she says. "If you lived in Canada, you'd understand," he says, grimacing. "So, back to camp." "Back to camp," Annabeth confirms. They've set up a makeshift campsite in an abandoned barn for now, where Percy and Piper are tending to the horses. The two of them have been awfully chummy lately, and Annabeth isn't jealous or anything, of course not, but she can't help thinking that they're up to something. She's caught them conversing silently while they're on their Pegasi, and they stop talking every time she gets close enough. Recently, it feels like they roll their eyes at her every time she opens her mouth. Their little group feels very much like a Percy and Piper versus Annabeth situation, with Frank refusing to take sides. It's pissing her off a little, well, maybe a lot. She knows Percy and Piper aren't fully convinced about Luke. They probably think she's being delusional or something. Annabeth clenches her jaw. She knows they mean well, but they don't know a damn thing, and she isn't being delusional. Just, is it so wrong to hope for the best in people? Annabeth, are you okay?" Frank asks worriedly, and she starts, smoothing her features over at once with what she hopes is a confident smile. "Fine," she says, "just a little nervous. I mean, we're almost to California." It isn't a total lie, so Frank seems to believe it readily. He nods earnestly. "I understand, but as long as we keep our heads, I think we'll be okay." "I think so too," Annabeth says approvingly. She likes Frank. He seems like a gentle, quiet soul despite being built with the solidness of a tree trunk. He seems to have a good head on his shoulders, and he's a skilled warrior. He'd proved it during the surprise monster attack that had occurred the day before. He seems like he'd get along with just about anyone except perhaps Leo, which is kind of weird, and there's just something about him that makes her trust him at once. She's intrigued by the dichotomy of him as a whole. He's big-boned, yet he hunches like he doesn't want to stand out. Powerful but gentle, imposing in stature but gentle. Maybe it's the earnest look in his eyes, or maybe it's the fact that when he smiles, his cheeks lift and turn his face Momo-shaped. He's cute in the sense that she'd like to hug him and pat him on top of the head. Annabeth has the gut feeling he can rally a crowd without even trying. He and Hazel complement each other nicely. "Do you want to walk?" Frank asks once they're alone. "I could transform into an eagle or something and get us back faster." "You could," Annabeth says, biting her lip, "but I'd rather walk back if you don't mind." "Not at all," he says, sounding kind of relieved. "I'm not that great a flyer yet, to be honest." They walk side by side, Annabeth's eyes searching the horizon. Somewhere beyond those clouds is Mount Othrys, where Luke is. She surmises that it must be just under a week since they first rode out from Nine. She is glad to have the Pegasi, even though the vast expanse of sky scares her a little. It just makes her feel so exposed. "Annabeth," Frank says abruptly, his gaze fixed on the gravel beneath their feet. "I want to talk to you about something."
"Shoot."
"What do you think about the balances of power and weakness?" he asks hesitantly. It makes her pause. Where is this coming from? She wonders aloud. Frank colors a little, but he shakes his head like he doesn't want to talk about it, and so she relents, falling into step with him again. "Well, it depends," she says thoughtfully. "What kind of weaknesses are we talking about? Is it physical, emotional?" "You could call it an Achilles heel," Frank says quietly. Annabeth hesitates. "Well, that's something to think about, isn't it? I mean, on one hand, you're practically undefeatable, but on the other..." "You could lose everything in one go," Frank completely quietly. "If you were facing a problem like that, what would you do?" "Me?" Annabeth thinks about it. "I don't know, Frank, really. I mean, you're asking me. I'm pretty unremarkable." "What?" He positively boggles at her. "But you're leader of camp, and you're so strong and fast and smart." "Damn it," she jokes. "I was going for wise." She smiles when he chokes out a laugh. "All of those things I had to build up myself, you know. I wasn't born this way, maybe with the exception of the smart bit. I don't have cool powers like the rest of you." She lowers her voice a tad as she admits what she's always been resentful of, what she's never admitted aloud to anyone else. "Truth be told, I used to get pretty jealous sometimes." "Oh," he says, and she looks up to find him staring at his own arms guiltily. "It's okay," she tells him, a burst of fondness rushing through her. "It's just that I'm surrounded by all of you superhumans with your flashy skills, and I'm like, damn, and the only magic I have doesn't really come from me." She slaps her palm against her Yankees cap and tries for a joke. "But I'm cool with how I am. I try to tell myself none of you incompetents would survive if it wasn't for me." "That's true from what I've heard around the bunker," Frank smiles. "So if you ask me, I'm a little biased," she admits. "I know I should choose the path to survival, but there's the circumstances to think of too. If you put a gun to my head right now, I'd consider the shithole we're in, and I might say screw the risk and choose to be invulnerable, even if it means I could die if my weakness is found. But I guess you'll just have to keep your strengths close and your weaknesses closer." She smiles at her own semi-joke. Frank moistens his lips. And if you were in such a situation already." She stares at him. Frank certainly is powerful. He's strong, a gift from his father, and he is blessed with the power to shapeshift, a gift from his mother. She racks her brains as an old legend, something from Leo's pile of scrolls, takes shape in her mind. "Frank, what would you do?" His eyes are pleading. A light breeze circles them, making her curls fly, and Frank's short, cropped hair ruffles slightly. She spots the barn house and considers, as she hefts the bag from McDonald's in her arms. She dreams that she is on the edge of the river Styx, about to jump in. She emerges invulnerable, invincible, but with a weakness that could get her killed. All the laws of mortality mean nothing now, and a blow aimed at the right spot could be fatal. What would she do? "I'd tell someone," she decides, thinking inexplicably of Percy and surprising herself in the process. "And I'd trust them to keep my weakness safe." "Okay," he says, relaxing. "Okay. A burden is carried easier if it's shared." "You are wise," he marvels, and she laughs, noting that he sounds a good deal happier than before. Annabeth kicks open the door to the barn, watching in amusement as Piper and Percy leap to their feet and draw their weapons. They relax when they see her, though, and Percy immediately makes grabby hands at the parcel in her arms. Frank goes out back to give the Pegasi the sugar cubes they'd stolen from the grocery store, while Annabeth tosses Piper and Percy 2 burgers each. "I could probably eat more than 2, Percy admits sullenly, his stomach snarling like a starving tiger, but he brightens when Annabeth takes out the 9th burger and tosses it to him. "I knew this would happen, so I bought one extra," she informs a smirking Piper. Frank comes back from outside and Annabeth hands him his no-cheese burgers. Over in the corner, Percy is making noises that Annabeth believes should be outlawed. They are practically obscene at this point, making the hair on her arms curl. "Shut up, idiot," she orders, sitting down. "Don't you have manners?" "Yeah, were you born in a barn?" Piper says gleefully around a mouthful of burger, gesturing around them. Percy guffaws. "Are you sure you don't want a bite of cheese?" Percy asks Frank, holding his burger out to Frank in a startling display of generosity. Annabeth has learned the hard way that Percy's first loyalty is to his stomach. "I told you many, many times," Frank says like he's soothing a toddler, "I'm lactose intolerant." Percy shrugs and shoves the remainder of his burger into his mouth. Annabeth hasn't seen a python swallow its food whole, but it can't look too different. She's caught between awe and disgust as she watches him swallow. "I think it's worth it," Percy says, licking his fingers. Annabeth tosses the napkins at him, wrinkling her nose. "Yeah, but bad things happen when I eat cheese," Frank says sagely, making Piper snort with laughter. Then he takes a bite of his burger and collapses to the floor. Leo hates his life. He'd been doing okay, kind of. Sure, Hazel had kind of turned him down, but she'd been really nice about it, and truth be told, Leo's glad that he'd decided to shoot his shot and figure out if there was anything there for her, too. At least now he knows where they both stand. And Leo genuinely thinks he'll enjoy being her friend. He cackles a little under his breath as he imagines teaching her all the swear words he knows, in both English and Spanish. He can't wait to see Frank's face when Hazel turns up after this quest and begins cussing like a rapper. Hazel's half asleep right now, caught in a flashback. Leo can tell by how her lips are moving, like she's talking to someone. Also, she'd slid into a deep sleep right in the middle of their conversation. So yeah, there's that. As per Frank's advice, he's left her alone, covering her with his blanket and sitting back, chewing on his gummy bears. He smiles at her as she mutters something unintelligible. Sue him, okay? He's still allowed to think she's cute, and it'll probably take some time for him to be able to look at her without his ribs catching and pulling inwards with a little hitch. He looks away from her and at the trees that surround them, taking in a deep, shuddering breath of cold air. He's always liked the outdoors, even though he's in the habit of burning it up whenever he steps foot outside 9. Over the days he and Hazel had spent in traipsing through the tapestry dust and stifling, endless corridors of the labyrinth, he's found he misses the cold, wet smell of the forest surrounding the bunker. He wonders what it must have been like for Hazel and Frank to spend every night under the stars. He gets that Hazel and Frank have history, Hazel and Sammy even more so, but he still feels like shit. The past few days with her in close quarters had felt oddly like an interminable experiment in waiting for her to finally see him as someone she could possibly grow to like, maybe even love. And it's not going to happen, and Leo is just angry at himself for thinking that it could have. It just feels like he's waited for years, believing that love could be around the corner just as certainly as he could die unexpectedly. His life could change for the better or the worse without him even getting to have a say. It is so weird to him that his future at once is so unsure, and yet also fixed, in a way, fixed in the form of prophecies and whatnot. Like it or not, Leo's fate is going to come true in whatever way possible. Everything in his life that's transpired so far has been meant to happen that way, the way Annabeth always says. Leo had always privately ridiculed those shoddy rationalizations. Surely she was just trying to convince herself that everything would be okay. And yet now he snorts at himself as he wonders that maybe Hazel rejecting him was meant to happen. It's kind of freeing in a way. Maybe Leo would learn something from it. Maybe he would rise from this disappointment and mild heartbreak like a phoenix from the ashes. It's a long shot, but it makes him feel better. He huddles up in his blanket and remembers Piper telling him everyone here loves you just fine, and then he thinks about why he's been waiting for love so hard when he already has so much around him. He's going to be okay. Leo glares balefully up at the purpling sky, slowly drawing breath back into his lungs, before brushing himself off and going about sprucing up what had already been a woefully inadequate camp. He kicks away the little stones littering the site, sets up a tripwire attached to a bell to warn him of anything approaching, and sets both bedrolls on the nearly cleared camp ground. As the last of the violet light disappears behind the trees, Leo gets up and stretches, heating his palms and rubbing them over his arms to stop himself shivering down to his bones. He lays Hazel against a tiny outcropping of rock near where the area they've chosen for their campsite, then clomps around collecting whatever bits of firewood he can in an effort to warm himself up. Leo grabs a handful of dry leaves, places them carefully on the pile of wood, and sets them on fire with a casual flick of his finger. The fire could attract unwanted attention, but it's a risk they're going to have to take if they want to survive the night without getting frostbite, and plus its cess give them the vision they need in the face of the fading light. He takes off his jacket and pins it to the ground right in front of the fire with several rocks. He sticks his hands right in the middle of the flames once they're high enough to reach his knees, exhaling with relief as the heat eases the numbness in his hands and resonated all the way up his shoulders. He shifts Hazel a little closer to the fire. Hazel makes a tiny snorting sound. He shoves an entire peach into his mouth with minimal decorum. Hazel would be wrinkling her nose in disgust at him if she were awake, and yawns widely and unhurriedly. He knows he shouldn't sleep, but he feels relaxed and happy, which is something he'd never thought he'd be after being unable to eat some authentic fast food. His thoughts, which had been unable to switch themselves off before, have not settled into a calming buzz. Leo leans against the rocks and closes his eyes. He must pass out from sheer exhaustion, but he is woken scarcely an hour later, roused by the sound of footsteps. They're many in number and give Leo the impression that they're being caused by someone or something heavy. His breaths are shallow. He sucks in air, summoning strength, and says, "I know you're there." His face pulls into a grimace at his own wavering voice. In the silence, it sounds as raucous as metal clangs. His warning bell goes off. Leo throws himself on it at once, cutting off the sound. He casts a furtive look around him, his heart thundering in his chest. With one hand he shakes Hazel's shoulder. To hell with Frank's flashbacks 101 advice. Leo's sure he'd rather have Hazel alive, even if she has been rattled by whatever memory has taken her this time. "Hazel, wake up," he says, voice low and cautious. Leo should really be grabbing her and making a run for it, but he isn't sure he can carry her. The footsteps get closer. Leo breathes hard, his attention on the fire crackling merrily in front of him. His heart is doing its level best to leap right out of his throat, beating in uneven thumps and thundering in his chest. He summons a fireball in his left palm and stands up, praying to all the gods he remembers that please let it be a wild animal, please let it be a wild animal. Of course it fucking isn't. Leo gazes with horror as a monster's face breaks through the foliage right above him. It's the Cyclops from Chipotle. She must have tracked the smell of the goddamn axe, and she looks at him, nose scrunched up and single eye narrowed at him even as Leo's face smooths out in dawning comprehension and dread. He throws the fireball into her eye. She falls back, letting out an unearthly yell, and too late he notices the arms reaching out from behind him, aiming to grab a still sleeping Hazel. Leo whirls around, hands help up at the ready in defense, and bellows in rage, grabbing a bronze hammer from his belt and chucking it as hard as he can. The hand withdraws on contact with the weapon as though burned, and Leo uses the opportunity to shoot a blast of fire from both palms in a wide circle around him, effectively keeping the monsters at bay for now. "Hazel, wake up!" Leo screams, throwing another vial of petrol at one of the Cyclopes and sending a burst of flames right after impact. He uses the distraction to kneel down beside her again, thinking screw delicacy and shaking her so roughly her head lolls around. "What?" she says groggily, sitting up. Leo almost sobs with relief. "We have to run," he shrieks into her face, so loudly she yelps and falls over, rolling over the ground. She gets to her knees, dazed, looking around them as though noticing the ring of fire for the first time. "What on earth, Leo?" she screams at him, flying to pick up the handkerchief that's fallen from the pocket of her jacket. "I knew I said I wasn't afraid of fire, but you didn't need to take that as an excuse to turn this place into hell." "Look," Leo yells back, pointing through the flames at the monsters. She squints at them and her eyes widen. She must recognize the Cyclops from Chipotle just as well as he had. "She brought 2 others, Leo howls, shooting more fire from his palms and offering her his hand. "Do you remember where the entrance to the labyrinth is?" She nods. "Yes, it's not far, but..." "Here's the plan." He pulls her to her feet and begins pulling out tools from his belt, celestial bronze screwdrivers, wrenches, even a power drill that he hadn't meant to withdraw, and makes him choke back a laugh. "Aim for their eyes. You go for one, I'll go for another, and I'll blast fire at the third. When they're distracted, I'll douse the flames, and then we have to run." He gathers several wrenches in his arms. "Be ready to open the entrance." Hazel picks up a screwdriver. "Got it." "Now," he yells. He aims for one of the smaller male Cyclopes and nabs him in the shoulder. He curses and aims again, this time getting him in the nose. "Come on," he howls at himself, and luckily his next throw sends the wrench sinking into the monster's giant eye. Hazel, who might have been waiting for him to hit his targets, lands a bullseye on hers in the next second. Leo throws another vial at the third one, Miss Chipotle herself, and sends a wall of fire in her direction, so scorching even Hazel, who is standing behind him, stumbles back, eyes wide. "Run!" he screeches at her, grabbing her hand and yanking her along behind him. "We're close," Hazel pants, "just over." She stops in her tracks so abruptly that Leo nearly falls over. He turns back around to see her, twisting her arm from his grasp and checking her pockets frantically. Leo, I have to go back." "What?" Leo shrieks in a pitch so high he'll be forever denying it afterward. That's suicide. Only Hazel is already running back the way they'd come, leaving Leo no choice but to curse violently and pelt after her. The Cyclopes break through the circle of the fire just as Hazel approaches it, heedless of the blaze threatening to burn her. She takes 2 steps and the fire explodes, and a shockwave of pure heat buffets them both back. Leo lifts an arm to shield Hazel, a searing pain shooting up his shoulder, snatching the air from his lungs. The fire he'd caused is alive now, alive with a roar just like the storm where his mom died. He watches the fire devour the ground, turning the earth beneath them to heat in a rush of quickening gold. The flames pull together, spluttering and spreading and sweeping across the ground, further and further and faster, combining with each other all the way along. The fire at their campsite rises taller than Leo, still alive and feeding on the thick, oppressive air around them. It roars and flares up, spitting sparks and spiraling into a column as high as the bunker walls. Leo staggers back, overwhelmed at the heat and the light. Without even stopping to slow down, Hazel cuts down one Cyclops in the throat with the sword. Leo screams and focuses on the wall of fire at their campsite, clenching his fists to bring it down. Hazel takes a huge leap through the roaring inferno, which barely misses the tips of her hair, and vanishes out of his sight, leaving Leo to withdraw his hammer and bring it down on the knee of another Cyclops, puncturing a hole that begins to immediately spill sand. "You aren't going to get away this time, fire user," Miss Chipotle shouts at him. Leo throws a screwdriver into her open mouth and then another, causing her to choke. Ducking under her arm, which is as thick and strong as a battering ram, Leo rams the tip of his hammer into her heart. He doesn't wait for her to die, instead darting after Hazel, several extremely cutting insults on the tip of his tongue that die at once when he sees her sobbing, tearing through the grass and fallen leaves. Leo shakes his head in sharp jerks that rattle his entire body. His hearing struggles to adjust to the roar of the flames eating up everything around them, cracking through brittle wood. He can hear Hazel breathing hard, her whole body racked by violent shivers, and he can hear the sound of his own shuddering breaths. They sound almost arrhythmic, broken only by coughs and smoke-filled gasps. "What are you doing?" he shouts, but it is faint against the chatter of burning wood, and Hazel doesn't hear him. "What did you lose?" He slams himself down next to her and begins to run his hands through the grass in wide, sweeping motions, like windshield wipers on cars. He smushes his hands into what had been their fireplace, but now is little more than a neat pile of ash and debris, still unsure of what he's even looking for, but it must be pretty important if Hazel's crying so hard over it. After a few moments, he finds a bundle of plastic that is half lit. The fire has torn through the several tightly wrapped layers of bubble wrap and cloth to reach whatever is inside. Leo pats away the flames and holds out the bundle questioningly. "Hazel." No sooner has he held up the bundle than she's ripped it from his hands, cradled it to her chest, and burst into another fit of hot, boiling tears. "Oh, Frank," she chokes, her face in her knees. "Frank." Slowly, she extracts what looks like a nub of wood from the plastic. It can't be bigger than his thumb. It's scorched on one side. Leo's head begins to spin. He knows his fire legends. It's the first thing he'd looked up when he'd come to the bunkers. It had been a good thing he'd been arrived at 6 first, because the place was practically a library. Leo hadn't needed to look far. He looks around at the leaves, at the grass, burnt black. He stares at the firewood again, and it's fucking with his head. He remembers something, a Greek prince whose life was tied to a piece of wood that his mother hid away, but later threw into the fire as punishment for killing his family. Leo gazes at Hazel, horrified. If he's right, and he must be, it's the only thing that makes sense. It would mean that Frank isn't just afraid of fire. It would mean he's got every right in the world to choose to live in darkness forever. "Oh," he breathes, then fuck. Annabeth can see Authries looming up ahead in the twilight when Percy calls for a rest. Part of her wants to keep going, but then she casts a sideways glance at Frank, poor Frank, who is bent over the side of pork pie like he's going to puke, and agrees readily. They touch down not too far from the foot of the mountain. The Pegasi fly off again, possibly sensing the stench of monsters in the air, and Piper douses them all in perfume that should keep them safe for the night. Annabeth and Percy nod at each other, doing a quick sweep of the R and finding it mercifully empty of enemies, and return to their makeshift hideout, where Piper is trying to get a small fire going. The flame springs to life and Frank inches away, terrified, clutching at his throat. Annabeth immediately reaches out to him, her chest clenching in sympathy, but Percy gets there first. He wraps an arm around his shoulder and hands him a bottle of water, says something calmly that makes Frank relax a little. "Maybe we shouldn't have moved him," Piper whispers, glancing his way worriedly. "We didn't have a choice," Annabeth mumbles back, leaning against a sharp rock that cuts into the small of her back. "Two monsters had already found us by then. More would have shown up eventually." They sit in silence for a while. Piper withdraws several little containers of dairy-free yogurt and hands her one of the spoons she must have taken from 9, and oh, what Annabeth wouldn't do to go back. After a few minutes of frantically shoving food into his mouth, Frank says quietly, "You know what happened, don't you?" He says it as a statement, not a question, and it's directed at Annabeth. She flushes under Percy's laser gaze. "Yes." "Do you know who it is?" Frank asks. "Is this about Perry the platypus?" Percy butts in. "You know, the guy you asked me about back at 9. "Periclymnus," Frank mutters. Piper snorts out a laugh and kicks Percy in the arm. "It's not him," Annabeth tells him. She looks at the burning wood. "It was a prince called Meleager." Everyone waits, even Frank, who really should know what's up. Annabeth sighs. He was a prince in Caledon, and his life was tied to a piece of firewood. "What?" Percy asks, horrified. "What does that even mean?" Piper leans away from their little circle. "What firewood?" "It was given to my mother when I was born," Frank says, squeezing his eyes shut. "By my dad." "Mars," Percy breathes. "Frank," Annabeth says slowly, "if this is too hard for you." "No, I want to do this." He squares his shoulders, gripping his spoon so tightly it begins to bend. "Hazel was strong enough to tell you the truth about herself, so I will too. Besides," he smiles at Annabeth a little sadly, "I was told that sharing a burden is better than carrying it alone." "Wise words," Percy whispers, catching on quickly and bumping his knee against hers. Frank nods. "You were right about that, and about my weakness too." His breath comes out shuddering. "I've told Percy this, but I'm a legacy of Poseidon as well as a son of Mars. My mother and grandmother were descendants of Periclymnus." "The Argonaut," Annabeth recalls. "That's where you get your shape-shifting powers from." Frank nods miserably. "Because I'm lucky enough," he makes air quotes and scoffs, "to be a demigod and a legacy, blessed with Mars' strength and my shape-shifting powers. It was foretold that I wouldn't live long. My life has been tied to a piece of firewood ever since my birth. Mars told my mother that it was a blessing, not a curse." He makes a face, easy for him to say. "Where is it now?" Piper asks. "With Hazel," Frank says, eyes wide with worry, "and she's with Leo." Annabeth smacks her hand against her forehead in realization. "Of course, Leo's a fire user. No wonder you've been avoiding him like the damn plague." Frank hangs his head. "I didn't mean for it to be so obvious, but he scares me more than anything, and I thought I'd seen the worst the night monsters attacked my—" He can't finish, choosing instead to run his hands through his hair. "And what if something happened to Hazel?" "Frank, you being okay right now is proof that Hazel must be too, and she's probably got the death stick," Percy says soothingly. "Then, it's okay if I call it that, right?" "Feel free," Frank says desolately, makes it sound cooler than it is. "She'll be fine with Leo," Piper says soothingly, but Frank only looks more worried at this. "Look, I know Leo can seem like he doesn't really care about anything, but now that he's learned to control his powers, he's really careful with it." Piper lifts up her sleeve and reveals a faded discoloration in her arm, burned into her arm. Annabeth realizes with a jolt. He knows more than anyone how dangerous fire can be. I don't know," Frank says. "It's not easy for me. I mean, you saw how it was. The smallest spark and I could die, and it's terrifying." "We'll keep the firewood safe," Annabeth says. "After Leo got to the bunkers, we had the Hecate half-bloods fireproof pretty much anything flammable. I mean, I'm sorry, Frank, but your problem isn't one that we can solve right now, so we just need to work on how we can possibly prevent anything bad from happening to you." "How will that help now?" he asks agitatedly. "Hazel's far away, and if something happens again—" "You're going to have to trust that she'll keep the death stick safe," Percy says lightly. "You do trust her, don't you?" "Of course I do." Frank stares at him like he's grown a second head. "Why do you think I gave it to her? I literally trust her with my life." Percy holds up his hands. Okay, I'm just saying you've been doing it all this time. Some situations can't be avoided, and maybe that's the kind of thing Hazel had to face that caused the death stick to burn, but you're still alive. He pauses as though for dramatic effect, so she must have held it together somehow. There's no way for us to know what happened right now, Piper adds, slipping a bit of charm speak into her voice. Annabeth shoots her a sharp look, but Frank relaxes a little, so she keeps her mouth shut. But we can focus on what's going on with us right now. There isn't another choice, really. It's out of your hands. Frank exhales weakly and accepts the water Percy hands to him. I guess you're right. Annabeth leans back, pursing her lips. So when you asked me about the curse of Achilles, I was asking that as someone who is in a similar situation, he says with a bitter little smile. And I get what you meant, but I'd give up these powers in a second if I could get a chance to be like you. The word still sticks with her long after their campfire has gone out. Annabeth can't seem to sleep, half consumed by Frank's tale. The other merely seems to be chanting Luke's name. She sits up in her sleeping bag and scoots a little further away from the sleeping figures of Piper and Frank, towards where Percy is keeping watch. His back is turned to her, but she must have made some noise when she moved, because he doesn't seem at all surprised when she elbows him lightly in the side. He looks back at her, face tilted over his shoulder. Except his jaw is a little tight and there are tiny worry lines etched into his forehead. He looks unabashedly open and vulnerable, like he was thinking about something agonizing. Hi, he says tensely. Annabeth fishes 2 apples from her backpack and chucks one into his lap before settling comfortably at his side, sitting with her legs crossed underneath her. She leans against her arms, staring ahead, intensely aware of how stiff and straight Percy's back is. His posture oddly reminds her of her dad's before he was due to attend an important meeting, or Thalia's the night the war began. His posture is a far cry from hers, which is weird in and of itself, because he's usually far and away the more casual of the two. Hey, despite how somber the mood is, her belly fills up with crackling warmth just at being next to him. It is annoying as hell, and although she'll never ever admit it aloud, the sensation is also strangely pleasing. Over the past week or so, she has found that his body molds easily to her own, and despite never meaning for it to happen, they find each other, even in sleep. Annabeth wakes every morning with her frame half entangled in his, making it impossible for one of them to wake up without disturbing the other. It feels so nice, it's almost worth the smug glances Piper throws her way. Let me guess you can't wait for us to leave. Percy doesn't meet her eyes, his voice is a little too self-righteous for her tastes. She bristles, understanding quickly the reason for his bad mood. I wish you'd trust me a little more, she tells him angrily, unconsciously tracing her fingers over Luke's name embedded into her dagger. You and Piper, you're acting like I'm crazy. That's not what we think. Percy turns his head to look her dead in the face, and Annabeth's breath catches at the emotion threatening to spill over in his eyes. We're just worried about you, Annabeth. You care about Luke too much. Too much? Annabeth rolls her eyes. Sorry, I wasn't aware that I had to care about people in limited amounts. Too much to be able to see reason, he continues, his voice somewhere between a groan and a growl, and she flinches. And that doesn't mean I'm calling you dumb. You're the smartest person we know. But he trails off, and it's only when he crosses his arms around his knees that she realizes he's shaking. I just want you to be prepared for the worst-case scenario if it happens. But you love him, he says pointedly dispassionate, and she swallows thickly at how her own words are being used against her now. She glares at him, but Percy doesn't shrink away. Instead, he reaches out towards her, grabbing her forearm. There's some fear in his eyes, not directed at her. It's a dread and a distress she can't place, but then it fades away into determination and a hard resolve, like everything he knows is being written in this moment. It makes Annabeth feel like she should sit down and shut up for a while. Percy is clearly intent on explaining himself. She doesn't pull her hand away, even though she is, admittedly, a little miffed that his gall to just grab her arm in the middle of their argument and making her forget everything she'd wanted to say. His hand is warm, grip strong, though not so tight as to make her feel shackled by it. Where is this coming from? She asks. He squeezes her fingers lightly and sighs. I dunno, just a bad feeling, maybe it's nothing. No, Annabeth looks at her shoes. No, I get it. I just don't want anything bad to happen to you because, well, Percy's lips slant into a bitter smile. You love him, and I can't invalidate your feelings towards him, whatever they may be. All I'm asking is for you to remember what he's done to you. He's right, though she doesn't want to admit it, and besides, she can't be mad at him when he's like this, all forlorn and curled in over himself, looking at her like that with those damn eyes. She lets her body sag a little, shoulder pressed tightly against his. Okay. Percy. The breath leaves her in a sharp exhale when she feels Percy reach back and their fingers brush. Her fingertips tingle as he explores them cautiously and a little awkwardly, running a finger over the bones of her hand like he is reading them and memorizing the messages they contain. It reminds her of when she and Thalia and Luke got stuck in an underground lair belonging to Cyclops, and how they'd had to run their hands over each other's faces, as though visualizing how their features took shape. The memory is a fond one and makes her chest throb and ache a little, her ribs feeling too tight around the rest of her organs. In a quick movement, almost like he's been steeling himself to do it this entire time, Percy leans over and gives her a hug. Annabeth freezes for a second, but he's still holding on, and so she slowly lifts her arms up to circle his back. He's warm. Something deep in her chest springs to life, something that spreads through every nerve in her body and makes her feel both alert and sated at once. It occurs to her that even though they touch all the time, touches ranging from friendly to teasing to comforting, they haven't ever touched like this. The hug feels different, like he's trying to tell her something he doesn't have the courage to say out loud. He releases her. Annabeth wants to ask what the hell that had been all about. Percy looks a little stunned, a light frown marring his forehead as though something is paining him. Still, though, he nods in thought, biting his lip and staring at the fire, which has decreased in height considerably. He grabs some of the firewood they'd collected and leans forward purposefully to position the first log. His movements are quick, practiced, and Annabeth watches him carefully as he leans back, his eyes wide as the flames spring to life once again. He grabs another piece of wood, and she can't help but think that there is something innocent and endearing in the way he holds it. As though he's scared of getting burnt, even though he's got the ocean running through him just as surely as blood, which Leo says makes him nearly immune to fire. His long, slender fingers wrapped gracefully around the wood, his arm almost rigid, held far from the rest of him. Annabeth runs a hand down her face with the thoughtful tip of her finger, wondering what is that's made him look simultaneously both relieved and terrified. Once the fire is crackling joyfully in the hearth again, swallowing up the logs, the red and gold lights lick at the sharpness of his cheekbones like flames. Annabeth stares, mesmerized by the shadows playing across the angles of his face, but then he turns to her and she jerks back, red-cheeked, and the moment is lost. "You know I trust you, Annabeth," he says in a voice so soft it feels intimate, sitting back and sweeping his head in an up and down movement. Annabeth flushes under the earnest intensity of his gaze and wonders if it's in her best interest to start pretending she's asleep before Percy starts saying anything else stupid and kind. But yeah, she knows he trusts her probably more than he's ever allowed himself to trust in anyone before, but hearing him say it so honestly speeds her heartbeat tenfold. She's proud, she knows, to have earned his trust, to have done something that has led to her rising in his esteem. "I told you about my mom, about..." His gaze is meaningful, and she understands it to mean Bianca and Nico. "Of course I trust you." "I trust you too," she admits, so easily that it surprises her. Annabeth knows herself, knows she has built walls around herself. It is rare for her to truly trust people enough to share so much of herself, and it is even rarer for her to admit it aloud. Percy looks glad, he smiles. "So that means you'll be careful for whatever comes tomorrow." "I'll be careful," she promises, and he nods, accepting her word in any case. "But I also want you to know that I usually know what I'm doing, okay? And I want you to remember that for whatever comes and trust me, even if you don't really want to." He shakes his head. "Okay, Annabeth." After a brief moment of silence, he asks, "What did Frank mean about the curse of Achilles?" It takes her a second to recall the conversation. "Oh, before he told us about his curse, he asked me if I would take up the curse of Achilles if I had the chance and the choice." "And what did you say?" "I told him I'd take it," Annabeth says, shrugging. "Mostly because I'm so ordinary amount you freaky beasts, but now that I know about Frank, it seems like a stupid risk to take." "You aren't ordinary," Percy says, sounding horrified that she could ever think such a thing. "You know what I mean," she laughs. "I don't have any special powers like the rest of you. Growing up with Thalia gave me a lot of insecurities." "But you can turn invisible," he replies. "That's the magical item, not me." Annabeth feels for her cap in her pocket. "It's fine, though," she changes the subject. "What would you do, though, if you had the chance to bathe in the Styx?" He snorts. "I'd never do it. I'll take a million tiny paper cuts over the one killing blow any day, thanks." "Percy," she scolds, "you did not just call your gigantic scar from my pedis a paper cut." "Doesn't even hurt at all now," he boasts. She smiles at him when he looks away and turns back into the forest. Her heart is beginning to race again. Tomorrow she is going to see Luke again. Tomorrow, she has the chance to get all the answers she's been craving for like air ever since Luke vanished without so much a single hint of his plans. Tomorrow, she will finally find out what has been going on. Tomorrow, she gets to see Luke again. She turns around a little, nudging Percy in the arm as she does so, and he gets the hint at once, turning away from her and leaning against her with a tiny sigh as she does the same. Annabeth can feel the small of his back pressed up against hers, and she smiles. She can't wait for tomorrow. We're close, Hazel tells Leo quietly, opening her eyes. Leo nods mutely, clearly lost in thought. Hazel feels numb. Her heart is still hammering in her chest, and her hand is still circled around the little packet, even though the plastic is half melted away, charred black from the flames. Frank's firewood, it's so small now, and it had already been ridiculously tiny to begin with. Her heart runs cold at the thought of somewhere, Frank suffering the consequences of her mindlessness. What if he'd been in a battle? What if she'd gotten him killed? He'd given her one job, and she's failed at it miserably. The incident seems to have just solidified what Frank's been telling her all along. That fire is dangerous, that it burns and destroys and kills. Hazel remembers seeing in the underworld a young girl who had died in a fire, and she has to swallow back her own vomit as she recalls flesh peeled back to reveal pale bone. Fire is terrifying. And Leo is fire in a human body, and even though he's warm and playful and funny and lively, she can't help but think that he is dangerous as well. Still though, she can't blame Leo, despite half of her wanting to. By admitting that she wasn't really afraid of fire, she'd basically given him the signal to go ahead and use it, and in the end he hadn't known about Frank. He'd just been trying to keep her safe. He'd saved her life even back at the fast food joint. And it wasn't his fault that Hazel had dropped the bundle in the first place. She can't believe she'd been so stupid. Sometime during their talk, she'd opened up the secret pouch in her pocket to feel for the packet in the hopes that it would give her strength. Annabeth had secured the pocket with a button for this very reason. Why hadn't Hazel used it? She hopes Frank is okay. She hopes she hasn't ruined everything. She'd gotten the stick out of the fire in time. She can only hope it had been enough to save him. It is hard, though, to shake off the guilt and worry coursing through her like the strongest of currents. Leo had tried to calm her down, but there had been something awfully meaningful in his gaze, and she had known then. She had known that Leo had figured it out somehow, and she hates herself for giving Frank's secret away. She panics. What if Frank really is dead because of her? She doesn't want Frank to die. Thinking about it makes her head hurt. If we're close, we should surface soon, Leo says quietly. She knows he's looking at her, but she can't bring herself to meet his gaze for fear of what she might find there. Sadness, pity, she doesn't know, she doesn't want to find out. Hazel nods once, then closes her eyes, reaching out through her consciousness around and above her, trying to locate the large hunk of metal she's been tracking since the accident. She finds it fairly easily. She nods at Leo, sensing a path that leads to the surface and turning to take it. The forest is beautiful. That's her first thought as she bends the soil outwards, opening up a hole large enough for them to clamber through. It is so beautiful, with fresh green trees, golden sunlight filtering down to reach them, and the sound of a river bubbling and gushing all around them. A squirrel scurries from her as she stands up, brushing the soil particles from her clothes. The forest is so beautiful. The tree trunks are a dark, rich brown that is close to the color of her own skin. They look so solid and steel, and yet they would be so easy to burn. She shudders slightly, shaking her limbs loosely and focusing on the fresh air. They'd camped in the labyrinth following the incident, and Leo hadn't complained. He's grinning now, though, as he takes in the scenery around him. He must have missed the overworld. "You're sure it's here?" he asks her. She nods, points in the direction where she feels the hunk of metal. She can't feel that it is the dragon, exactly. It's more of this pull she feels towards a metal of that quality and quantity. It's definitely celestial bronze, so what else could it be other than the automaton Leo is so desperately seeking? Hazel leads the way through the woods, relying on her senses more than sight as the night fast approaches. Leo doesn't light his fire even though it would help right now, would help him to see, might even keep away wild animals, but he's obviously worried about her reaction, and Hazel's too much of a mess to say anything, so they continue in silence, Leo tripping over brambles and cursing under his breath. They scour their neck of the woods until Leo calls for a break. "We'll have better luck in the morning," he says gently, and she can't refute that. The sky is darker now, almost black, and it's impossible to see further than a few feet away in the shadowy moonlight. They settle down next to a tiny stream that must lead to the main river. Leo trips a little when he tries to wash his face and ends up soaking his shoes, and he lets out a gasped curse that makes her want to laugh for some weird, unfathomable reason. as she recalls an image of Frank tripping his way through the forest in about a dozen different ways, finally losing his head entirely and hitting the vines with his bow. "Are you cold?" she asks. "I am a very healthy," his teeth chatter, "icicle." She can hear him rustling in his bag, and she wants to tell him to use the fire. The words are on the tip of her tongue, all she has to do is speak. Leo pulls out his sleeping bag, and her mouth clicks shut. She volunteers first watch, and she can tell Leo wants to say something, but he must decide against it, because he just wriggles into his sleeping bag and turns his back to her. After a while, though, he whispers, "I'm going to sleep now." Hazel, taking this to mean good night, doesn't stir, until he says again, a little louder, "I'm going to sleep now." When his declaration is met, yet again with silence, Leo turns around. "Hazel, are you awake?" Hazel glares at him. Leo repeats, his voice shaking with laughter, "I'm going to sleep." In a flash, she grabs a fallen branch and whacks him on the side of the head with it. "So do it then." "Would you chill?" Leo says, affronted, but she sees the gleam of his teeth when he smiles, and something in her feels calmer now, and she knows that annoying her endlessly had been his own roundabout way of cheering her up. "Good night," he says, "for real though." "Good night," she responds, and she hides her smile in the crook of his elbow, a feeling she can't quite name blooming in her chest. True to his word, Leo knocks out right away after that exchange. She can hear the sound of his slow, steady breathing. She pulls her jacket around herself, feeling for Frank's parcel from the outside, and huddles a little closer to Leo despite herself. He's a furnace emanating heat, making her entire body tingle, as though she's entered fire-warmed chambers after being in a snowstorm. She sighs a little, trying not to close her eyes. She doesn't know how long it's been when she jerks awake, alerted by the sound of something shifting among the trees around them. Hazel's heart jumps to her throat and she reaches out for Leo's shoulder, shaking it as hard as she can manage without moving too much. Leo sits upright, his eyes crazed. Hazel holds a finger to her lips just in time. "What happened?" he whispers. "Did you find the dragon?" "No," Hazel says back, trying not to let panic overwhelm all her senses. "Something's here, I can't see what it is, use your fire." "But..." "Use it," she pleads, as a twig snaps right behind them. Leo's hands ignite in flames and he whirls around, standing up at the same time, brandishing his palms like two torches. The forest threatens to swallow them up in shadow, but Leo stands strong, peering into the darkness, as Hazel feels her panic subside. Then she feels something else, something tingling and familiar and close, so close. How did she let it get so close? "Leo," she whispers, tugging at his sleeve and pointing. She can barely hear herself speak. "There." At first the thing looks like just a shape in her peripheral vision, and she almost passes it off as a very, very broad bear, until it moves. Startled, Leo jumps about a foot in the air, leg flailing out in a very poor imitation of a kick. He lands in a shaky fighting stance, fists raised as though letting the attacker know he'll be going down swinging. Hazel feels a violent shudder pass through her entire body. Her hands are cold and her throat feels tight with fear, and her heart launches a little explosion in her chest. Leo increases the intensity of the flames just by a little, but it's enough. Enough for them to finally spot the rippling bronze scales passing in and out of the light. Enough for them to notice the two glowing ruby eyes gleaming at them from between two trees. "Oh," Leo says faintly. "We didn't find the dragon," Hazel says, biting her own tongue to keep screaming, or, even worse, passing out. "It found us." They dismount from the Pegasi about 2 miles from Othries. Frank recognizes the forests from above and assures them he can lead them on foot from here. Percy's a bit worried about his mental state since everything, but he looks better today, which is good. Truth be told, he's more worried about Annabeth. Her jaw is clenched as they watch the Pegasi fly away into the purple evening sky, and she stalks away right after Frank without a word. Piper and Percy exchange nervous looks, but there's nothing for him to do except place a hand on his sheathed sword and follow. It grows dark, but Frank seems to know where he's going, taking them down what looks like the darkest, least trodden part of the trees. Percy keeps an eye on the wisps of Annabeth's blonde hair, catching the last few rays of daylight, and almost walks into a tree. Finally, when the moon is high in the sky and the stars are glittering, Frank holds out a hand. "We're close to the Garden of the Hesperides," he whispers. "Be quiet, we don't want to wake the dragon, but from the edge of the forest you still should be able to see the mountain peak." He takes a breath. "I'll check it out first." Annabeth nods. Frank transforms into a small green snake, Percy tries to track him through the grass and fails, managing to spot him again only when he turns back into a human and creeps to a tree that Percy realizes is at the edge of the forest. Frank flattens himself against the tree, crouches down, and looks up at what Percy presumes is the mountain. He beckons the rest forward. Annabeth puts on her cap and vanishes, leaving Percy and Piper to scurry behind her, backs bent low. Percy takes position at a tree next to Frank's, and Piper chooses another a few away from his. Annabeth appears behind the tree just in front of his, and he can see her chest heaving in anticipation as she gazes outside. There isn't any time to process much of the creaking, looming castle peeking between the hills, no more than a few miles away. Othries, Percy recognizes the black bricks like it had been yesterday. The fort had built itself up from the extensive rubble to the height it is at today, gaining strength from the death of Thalia and the fall of the gods. Percy gazes at it warily. The towers are all dark wood and stone and retreating shadows. He stares at one of the openings in the stones of the building, but the darkness around denies him any insight. Leaves crunch under his feet as he drops to his knees, and he watches the light from the moon slip through the canopy above them. He gazes at the halo of Annabeth's hair, momentarily mesmerized. Percy looks up at the mountain and his heart drops to his feet. Ice fills his lungs, momentarily shocking the breath from him. There's someone there, someone distinctly human, kneeling, his back hunched over as he strains under the weight of what looks like an entire storm on his shoulders. Lightning flashes. The clouds swirl around the point like a tornado. It is so repulsively sky that Percy finds himself taking a step back, trembling. He can't help but feel pity for the poor soul stuck shouldering the burden. He is too far away to catch a glimpse of his features, but he'd bet good money on the guy having blonde hair and blue eyes, a scar down his left cheek. Annabeth is vibrating with excitement. She turns to the rest of them, her eyes shining even in the dark. Something in him dims at the sight of her, so happy to see Luke, but he swallows it down and looks back at Luke. "It's him," Annabeth whispers, face lit up. "Grover was right, we have to go help him." Piper shakes her head. "I dunno, what if it's a trap?" "There's no way any of us can get us the mountain," Frank adds quietly. "There's the dragon." He points to the scaly reptile wound around a tree at the base of the mountain. The fruit on the tree glints with a holy shine, golden apples. "We'd need a distraction to fool the dragon," he continues, "and something that big and flashy would only alert monsters, or maybe even titans, to our presence." "We can't just leave him here," Annabeth says furiously, jabbing a finger in Luke's direction. "He's in pain." "Unless you have a plan," Percy says. "I have a plan," Annabeth refutes defiantly. "Well, a third of a plan." "Then no," Percy snaps back, despite a third of a plan being usually what he works with most of the time. "We aren't taking any risks." "Annabeth, if there's no way we can get up the mountain unseen," Piper begins, and Annabeth gasps. "Unseen," she says in a thrilled voice. "Unseen, I can go up there with my invisibility cap." She waves it in front of her face to prove it. "No," Percy says at once, his throat dry. This is exactly what he'd feared. "No, it's too dangerous." "Percy, I can handle it," she says desperately. Gods, he can't see her like this. He can't. He turns away. "Percy has a point," Piper begins, but Annabeth glares at her. "Don't you dare try charm speak," she hisses, and Piper withdraws, her head bent. "Annabeth, if something happens, you'll be alone up there," Frank reasons, breathing hard. "I don't think it's worth the risk." "It's Luke," Annabeth says urgently. "Luke." "No," Percy says again. "Annabeth, you said you would be careful." "And I will be," she insists, leaning forward a little. Percy's already dreading what this speech is setting itself up for. "I'll just go as far as I can. I won't take off the cap. I won't say anything. I'll just see if he's real, that it's not a trap." She gazes at him. "Please, you know I have to do this." "You said you wouldn't be rash," Percy snarls at her, unable to stand it. Annabeth recoils, but her gaze only hardens with a steel that hadn't been there before. "And you said you'd trust me." She looks at him severely and then turns to Piper and Frank in turn. "Do you trust me?" "Damn it, Annabeth, you can't play that card," Piper says weakly, running a hand through her hair and letting loose a shaky laugh. Frank only looks at Percy. Annabeth's face is set in that characteristic stubborn glower that she usually adopts right before diving headfirst into an argument. Percy hardens his chin, channeling the same pig-headedness he uses against Leo when he's trying to beg for another helping of tacos. Annabeth's eyes flash, flickering with a fierce fire, looking ready to burst, and Percy counters with a glare he'd learned after watching Lupa and her wolves for months on end. For a fleeting moment, he considers knocking her out and dragging her back to 9 by force. Annabeth's gaze cuts a hole through his head as though saying, "Why won't you trust me?" And Percy clenches his fist, because he has an answer for why he doesn't want to trust her at all right now, and he's sure she won't like it. He can't hold eye contact and ends up giving in, letting loose a sigh and sagging his shoulders in defeat. Annabeth shifts, she knows she's won. "I'll be back soon," she says, her gaze lingering on him with something like an apology. She hands him her backpack, and her fingers linger like she's loath to let go. "See you." She vanishes into the night and out of sight. Piper lets out a low groan. Percy sinks to the ground, shaking all over, and trepidation makes his palms slick. He can't help but feel that he's made a terrible, terrible mistake. Annabeth creeps out of the forest, keeping her back bent. She skirts as far away from the dragon as she can. It's a beady-eyed beast, long enough to curl itself around the tree 3 times. This is the dragon that had given Luke his scar. She wonders how he feels about being a prisoner so close to the monster that had nearly taken his life. The dragon lifts its head when Annabeth clambers atop the first rock. She freezes, slowing her breaths, her heart thudding against her ribs like a damn drum, but the dragon only closes its eyes again. The road to the peak of the mountain, where Luke is a path littered with spiky rocks that could impale her if she takes a wrong step. Annabeth uses both her hands and feet to climb, stopping every few minutes to adjust the cap tighter on her head. If she's seen, it's game over. An image of Percy flashes across her eyes, one eyebrow arched skeptically as she made her case for Luke. She remembers how she'd left him, silent but for the taunting echoes of his disapproval, and she wonders what he is thinking right now. It kind of sucks that her last memory of him is their argument, his eyes the same color as the dark waves that batter the shore, his features struggling to convey shock, anger, and a little bit of what the fuck all at once. She thinks inexplicably of the hug that he had drawn him into the night before. It was one of those can't tell where you end and I begin, face and neck, super intimate hugs that warmed Annabeth down to her bones and quite honestly took her breath away. She's not sure what that hug was meant to convey, and she'd never gotten the chance to ask him afterwards. She kind of wishes she had. He's surely pissed as hell at her now, but he doesn't get it. He won't ever get it. This is something she has to do, and somewhere in her she'd known she would end up doing it alone. She can handle herself. Annabeth's trained herself over the years to act smart. She makes plans, and she makes backup plans. She is skilled enough to track prey in the midst of a gale, and she is strong enough to cripple a whole army with a few well-placed scouts and brave soldiers. She's going to be just fine. The trek to the top is arduous, but Annabeth doesn't stop. She is careful in her steps, aligning her breaths to her motions to minimize noise. She doesn't know how long it's been since she started, an hour, more. She finally gets to the top of the mountain, where she has to put in extra effort just to stay upright. The winds buffet around her, threatening to send her flying back down the mountain, and surely her to death should she lose her footing. She places an arm on top of her cap to keep it where it is and focuses on take small, sure steps forward. Closer and closer and closer, until she can make out the figure carrying the sky in the eye of the storm. It is a good thing the winds are howling, because a broken sob shakes itself loose from her open mouth. She drops to her haunches and quickly shoves a hand over her lips, hoping he didn't hear, but it doesn't matter. It's Luke. It's Luke. He looks pale, haggard. His arms strain in their awkward position as they try to alleviate some of the burden from his back, and what a burden it is. The sky for real, twisting in a terrible spiral right above their heads. This is where Atlas had been doomed to bear the heavens forever, but why is Luke here? She itches to wipe the grime from his face. His eyes are squeezed shut, bloodstains caked all over his face and body. She takes a step backward, intending to call for the others. Somehow, she doesn't care about revealing their positions if it means they can get Luke back. "Who's there?" Luke gasps from behind her, his voice thin with strain. "Is it you, Atlas? Here to taunt me again?" He's gasping by the end of it. Annabeth's voice is caught in her throat. She should go back and get the others. Luke isn't going anywhere. She needs to be smart here. She turns and begins to walk away, her pulse thundering in her ears. "On a bait?" Luke asks, and she whirls around, stricken. There's no way, it's impossible." "Please?" Luke is sobbing, dry heaving. It's a pitiful sight, and something in her heart twinges painfully. He had always been the strongest person she knew, her hero. Someone begging like this couldn't possibly be evil. "Annabeth, if it's you, please, please." He breaks down, coughing and crying loudly into the electric air. Annabeth is crying too. "Luke," she gasps, taking off her cap. He nearly loses his grip at the sight of her. Annabeth." There's a streak of gray in his hair, his eyes are sunken. "Annabeth, you came." The rawness of it, his gasping breath at the end of her name, it's painful to hear. She watches Luke swallow, feeling her own throat tightening in sympathy, and a tiny shiver of realization travels up her spine as it hits her that even though she'd been around Luke for nearly a decade before he'd left, she still hadn't known how vulnerable he could look and sound, and she'd loved him like family. "You came for me," he starts, but then he trails off like words are failing him. After a long second, he continues, hesitant. "Even though everything, you came, Annabeth." His voice catches on her name again, and he cuts himself off. "I came," she says, wiping her eyes and reaching out for his face. "I'm here to get you out of here. I'm not alone. We can come and take you back to where it's safe." "Safe," Luke repeats like he hasn't heard the word before. "Annabeth, I am why back." With a pained cry, Luke's knees buckle. He sinks further into the ground, blood pooling at his legs as the load threatens to crush him and Annabeth. Annabeth moves without a second thought. "What is she doing?" Piper groans into her fist. She's being pretty loud, given the circumstances, but Percy can't really fault her. He has greater causes for alarm. Piper whines as she peers back up at the mountain, continuing to wear the length of the ground with her sneakers without breaking stride. Percy's own jaw is tight, but he feels a twinge of sympathy. He knows Piper hates that they've had to stay behind. Now that Annabeth is gone, Percy remembers all the things she'd told him before during their first real conversation about Luke. She'd given him the impression that she'd known and accepted that Luke was lost for good, and even after they'd embarked on this quest to get him back, she'd assured him that she would be careful. He wonders now if she'd really meant any of it, or if she'd only been saying all that for his benefit to get him off her back. He glares at her distant figure, trying to imagine the exact moments of her rare confessions, and he longs to go back to those nights, to look into her eyes if only just to confirm that she'd been lying to him all along. So often the time they'd spent together had been veiled with something else, and so maybe she had not revealed true honesty on all fronts. Piper lets out an almost theatrical gasp as they watch Annabeth take off her cap and kneel down next to Luke. The line of Annabeth's back is straight and Percy stares, willing her to turn around and speak face to face about these things running through his head. He wants to yell at her and scream that he hadn't believed her one bit when she'd spouted all that crap. He just wanted to believe she would do the right thing. Frank's stunned into total silence. Percy's gone utterly still. The shit feeling in his gut intensifies until, unable to bear it, he takes the support of a nearby tree. "No," he whispers, "no. In the moment Luke crumbles and Annabeth darts forward to shoulder the sky herself, Piper throws her entire weight over Percy, keeping him pinned to the ground, her elbow digging into the small of his back. She'd guessed right. Percy's writhing, clawing at the soil, trying to get to Annabeth. He closes his eyes, but the only thing that appears in the blank space of his own mind is Annabeth's windswept figure walking away from him as he stretches his arms out, wanting nothing more than to follow her. He might be crying, but he isn't sure, but all he can think is a chorus of no, no, no as Luke rolls away from Annabeth, who is crumbling under the weight of the sky, her hair turning into a color alloyed with iron in the rays from the moon. Luke gets to his feet unsteadily, and Percy watches in mute horror as he holds his sword in front of her. Percy imagines the cold metal pressing against his own throat, running along the curve of his veins, tracing the rivulets of blood trailing down his throat. "No," he whispers, attempting to throw Piper off his back, but she's holding fast, sobbing. Frank stares at them both, seemingly frozen. "Percy, no," Piper says. "No, we can't go up there, we'd get captured too." "It's Annabeth," Percy roars, "to hell with their cover, it's probably been blown already. This is all a massive trap anyway. We have to go, she'd do the same for us." He is so angry, he doesn't know who it's directed at. Part of it is for Luke, just because he's clearly poisoned of mind and beyond redemption in his eyes. Part of it is for Piper for holding him back. Part of it is for Annabeth for fucking going. Most of it is for himself, for letting Annabeth go in the first place. Most of it is for Annabeth, who is evidently so in love with Luke that she has decided him worthy of throwing her own damn plan right out the window. She must have been unable to endure the pain he was going through. She must love him a lot, far more than Percy and Piper and any of them had guessed. "She'd want us to get the fuck away," Piper screams, grabbing him by the collar as he tries to turn away. She grabs his arm in a vice grip. "Percy, please, I'm so sorry, but please." Percy struggles even as half of him is slowly submitting to her charm-spoken command. He has to get to Annabeth. He could shake Piper off easily if he wanted to, but then he makes the mistake of looking at her, and all he can think of is Jason telling him to her from harm. He curses and rips his arm away, but she grabs him around the waist. "Frank," she grunts, and at the sound of his name, the other boy seems to come to life again. He tackles Percy into the dirt and sits on top of him. "I'm so sorry," he says brokenly, but Piper's right. "We can get him," Percy yells, trying to buck Frank off of him. "It's just Luke up there, we can take him." Hit by a brainwave, Percy headbutts Frank, who rolls off him in surprise. His skull throbbing with pain, Percy ducks under Piper, staggering towards the clearing. He'll get Annabeth back even if he doesn't have help. A blur of silver crashes into him and he slams to the ground, hitting his head against a root half buried in the soil. He tries to bring up a shield of water and fails, blinking dazedly as figures bathed in moonlight materialize around them, melting from the shadows as though they'd been born from them. Percy unclasps a knife from his calf and throws it at the nearest girl, who deflects it with her own knife easily. She whistles and 2 hunting wolves appear at her side, followed by 2 other girls who hold Frank and Piper with their hands behind them. Refusing for this to be the end, Percy snarls and charges at the leader, who sidesteps him and chops him in the back of the neck neatly. Percy's chin hits the soil and he spits out blood and mud. He flips around, but the girl is faster, ducking under his kick and withdrawing a bow from nowhere, slamming it into his abdomen. Percy gasps for air. "She's on our side," Piper yells to Percy, wriggling herself free. To the girl she pleads, "Zoe, please. With all of us together we might have a chance. That's Annabeth up there." The girl called Zoe merely scoffs. Well, then the daughter of Athena has acted very foolishly indeed. "Don't call her dumb," Percy growls, attempting to stand, but Zoe just pushes him back down, so easily it's pathetic. She gazes at him for a long moment, almost in disappointment. Percy can imagine what a pretty picture he must paint. His cheek feels swollen and he tastes blood in his mouth. Everyone stills as thunder booms from the mountain, a metalling, grating noise that fills him and grates against his ears. Percy climbs to his feet just as the echoes fade into a distant cacophony, and he looks around him, listening to the slow breaths releasing, gasping, and close. The girls are nothing more that shifts in the shadows, clothed in black and brown, with only a hint of silver that gleams in the moon to give away the presence of their weapons. "Zoe, please," Piper begs, and Percy spots tears dripping off her chin. Like Percy said, it's just Luke up there if we're fast enough. "We're wasting time right now," Frank says. "Please, whoever you are, please help." "No," says Zoe bluntly. Percy grabs his sword and scoffs, heading off towards Annabeth again. "Coward," he spits at Zoe with scorn, and for a second he thinks she doesn't hear, but a flickered glance in his direction, contemptuous, confirms she has. Percy speeds up, running for the opening in the trees and waiting for it to swallow him whole, but then with an inhuman speed, she's in front of him in a flash, grabbing him by collar and kneeing him in the gut. Percy groans, falling down. "Coward," she spits in his ear. "I am no coward, you imbecile. I will not lead my hunters to a suicide mission." "It's just one guy," Percy hisses at her, attempting to clamber to his feet. He shakes the last of the bright lights blooming like daises in his vision and darts forward towards her, and even though the other girls surge forward as one to meet him, Zoe waves them off with a flick of her palms and spins to face him alone. Percy swings his sword with purpose, and it catches as the tip scrapes across her arm as she ducks away. She doesn't make a sound, like the wound doesn't even register to her, and she doesn't attack him back at once, giving him a second to adjust his grip and find his balance. Crackling from the mountain fills his ears, volume rising, and Piper is shouting at him no, at Zoe. She elbows her captor in the gut and is immediately overtaken by 2 more. Frank turns his arm into a large wing, the girl holding him back gasps, and then she is saying something in a different tongue, voice at once guttural and lilting. The trees around Frank come to life, branches whacking him all over his body and caging his crumpled form, and Piper screams. Blue lightning bursts from the sky, and when Percy looks towards the mountain he sees Annabeth's body broken and her head hanging. Zoe chooses then to strike, the circlet in her hair glinting like they're made of mirrors, and the light from it is reflected in his sword, turning the bronze into dappled silver. He blinks, thrown by how fast she materializes in front of him, and before he can process anything she's lunged at him with a force that could plow through solid rock, and she lets out a cry like an angry hawk as Percy leaps back, hitting the ground on all his limbs and then spinning wide. His fall sends up a cloud of dirt, and through it he spies her moonlit eyes latched with his, her teeth bared in a snarl of the cornered. A growl fills his throat as he turns to her, swaying. He deflects her first blow from a shining silver knife as they collide in a swirl of metals, but she rolls about his feet and slashes at his calf, not too damaging a blow, but enough to make a tassel of blood trickle down his leg. It stings as Percy lunges, sword point first and ready to pierce through her, but she twirls out of the way, and his weapon rams into the tree she'd been baiting him to. The force jars his whole arm. He blinks sweat from his eyes as Zoe knocks the sword out of his hand, and then holds her own knife at his throat. Percy lies there, spread-eagle, feeling the defeat's bite spread across his body, steady and pulsing over the din of the storm beyond them. Please, he says again, the words sped up after the flood of motion, and his voice breaks. Please, it's just Luke. It is not, Zoe snarls, dragging Percy to the edge of the forest and grabbing his chin with her hands. With enough force to break his neck, she turns his face towards the mountaintop, where two figures are gathered beside Annabeth's slight frame. 2. One of them is very obviously Luke, the bastard, Percy thinks viciously, struggling to get his arms free from Zoe. He's going to kill Luke. Any inhibition about killing him he'd once had because of Annabeth's attachment to him is long gone now. He's going to kill him. The other silhouette is vast. He towers over Luke, arms like tree trunks and a chest that could probably deflect bullets. Percy falters without meaning to. Zoe looks down at him, her nose wrinkled as though he is something repulsive. That is the Titan Atlas, Zoe says with disdain, holding on to him with a grip stronger than iron cuffs. General of the Titans, and trust me when I say none of us are in any shape to defeat him. He has Annabeth, Percy repeats, bringing his knee up to Zoe's chin and grazing it as she leans backward, eyes wide. She narrows them almost at once. I'm not leaving without Annabeth, Percy tells her. I don't care what you do to me, I'm not leaving. Percy, Piper cries. Zoe, please, we can't leave her here. Percy can sense the charm-speak laced in every syllable, but Zoe ignores her. You don't care what I do to you, She snaps her fingers. Phoebe, bring the potion. Another girl steps forward, holding a vial of golden liquid. Zoe thrusts it to him. Drink it. It will restore your strength. If you are insistent on dying, you might as well go into it in one piece. No, Percy, Piper whispers, as he takes the vial and sniffs it experimentally. He grins and lets the liquid spill into the ground. Nice try, he says. What was it? Antelope urine, Zoe replies promptly, but we got what we wanted anyway. Good night, demigod. What he begins, realization dawning on him too quickly. Piper's eyes focus on something behind him, and he turns, frantic, but still too slow to sense the attack, too late to move away. Something hard smashes into his head with the force of 1,000 trucks. It sends a fire down the length of his back and ignites a pain in his chest, but he thinks he hears Annabeth's voice, calling for him, calling for help, and he needs to get to her. Damn, someone breathes, but the words are faint under the tide of blood rushing through him, and there is so much noise in his head he cannot think, and his heart struggles to find a place to beat in the chaos, and his mind is filled with the deafening sound of Annabeth's call. He stops the girl's next strike with a shield of water that appears around him in a protective bubble, almost by instinct. His energy bursts through him, raw and wild, and there are gasps around him, followed by Piper's low moan now that he's well and truly given himself away. But he doesn't care, not anymore, because saving Annabeth's life is priority, more important than saving himself. She saved him in so many ways, and every time she does it, it sent a small handful of guilt down his gullet, and this is when he needs to prove to her that he can save her, too. He can't bite back the cry that leaves him when Zoe breaks through the weakening barrier, kicking him in his aching ribs and sending him sliding backwards. Percy breathes in the air that bursts to life in his lungs and studies the shadows sliding in his direction and catches the foot that rises above him. For a moment, there is nothing but sweat under his palms, then the tension jerks at his shoulders and drags him against the wet grass as the huge weight wins, tipping down. The crash comes as a relief, and he lets go, lets the pain and fire fill his dazed mind as he curls in on himself. Percy's breath catches and he has to move, but his arms and legs are now pinned, and he smells blood in the air, blood and smoke that must really be the pain. Zoe's face appears, grudging in her respect, her hard, pitying stare cutting through him, and her voice sounds like a ringing verdict. You fight well, demigod, and you very evidently care for your lost friend, but there is nothing you can do. His nails scrape the soil. Zoe drones, subdue him. And then a cloth is pressed to his nose and mouth. A faint pink smoke curls into his nostrils, but there is already a calmness spreading through his mind and chest. Percy jerks away, but his body feels feeble, and maybe this is a nightmare. Percy deserves worse than nightmares for failing Annabeth. His eyes sting from the smoke, so he lets them slip shut, and he lies there senseless. Annabeth tries to focus on breathing. Holding up the sky hurts. It hurts like a bitch. Every muscle in her body screams in the purest agony. Her blood alternates between boiling and freezing point. Tears squeeze from her shut eyelids. The screeching sound echoing in her ears fills her mind until there are no thoughts, just the yell of a billion crying voices and the rush of scorching air. It hurts so much, it hurts so much, but it still doesn't come close to the hurt she'd felt when Luke had held his sword in front of her chest, a razor-thin line dividing her torso in half, the point ready to cut. Luke had been smirking, possibly at how her stupid heart still belonged to him, even after everything. Somewhere in the depths of her consciousness, Annabeth thinks she hears Percy's scream. It wakes her like a splash of icy water to the space, and the smoke that has rapidly been consuming her mind, clouding and asphyxiating it, clears up at the thought of him. His voice sounds clear, tainted with anger and panic, but still clear. She can see him now, eyes crackling with power as he tries to get to her. Maybe they've been attacked too, and the sudden thought makes her gasp in fear. Her eyes flutter open. She needs to get to him. Percy, she needs him. She needs to get to him before her arms turn to dust. Stabs of pain rack her body with every breath, but she clings to it. She needs air more than ever now that her lungs feel like burst balloons. She tries to shift, but her legs still feel trapped. She glances at the forest's edge again, where Percy is. He is so close. She winces as she inhales particularly painfully and fights the urge to cough, the urge to choke. Her arms want to reach out, but they cannot move from where they hold up the clouds. There is a crack and Annabeth chokes on a cry as lightning and thunder revolve around her. Flashing so brightly she is forced to squeeze her eyes shut. The skin between her shoulder blades is weighed down, so heated from the strain it is as though it has been exposed to an open flame. She bites her tongue so hard she draws blood, fighting the urge to collapse entirely. Her ribs feel broken, her chest is quivering. Pain bursts through her skull and she thinks she says something, a cry for help and Percy's name maybe in Greek, because surely the garbled words that spill from her cannot be English. They curl in her throat before sliding free, and she hopes Percy can hear, but the plea is lost in the humming energy from the sky. She can't move, she can't breathe, she can't even think, which had always given her comfort before. Her mind feels like a goddamn void, and she's stunned by the nothingness that comes from feeling a pain so potent it drives every other thought away. Her ears ring in the silence, and no matter how much she strains, she can barely see anything. The blindness and the agony from her limbs leave her paralyzed, and she wonders if this is some kind of magic, if her senses have been destroyed entirely. But no, she can smell the electricity in the air, laced with the metallic tang of blood. And she can feel the pain, exploding all over her body in spurts, one by one in a chain reaction that never stops, only goes round and round and round. A laugh booms in front of her, ringing in her ears and getting closer. "Luke, you really predicted it." "Thank you, Lord General," says Luke, his voice thin and reedy and pleased. Annabeth closes her eyes shut and imagines ripping his vocal cords out. "General, Lord," Annabeth chances a look upwards and gazes into the Titan Atlas's face, which is scarred beyond belief and twisted in a sneering joy. "You were very easy to fool, daughter of Athena," Atlas mocks, approaching her with a long, loping stride, his lips peeled back in a scornful smile. He crouches down to meet her at eye level. "Luke had told me you were smart, but it was very easy to lure you here, very easy indeed." "Eat shit," Annabeth hisses with her what feels like her last bones of defiance, and she musters enough saliva in her mouth to spit in the Titan's face. Atlas wipes it away, his lips curled into a snarl. "You should know your weaknesses, girl. It's just a pity we know it better than you." "You," she gasps for breath as her shoulder twists painfully. "I won't be here for long." Atlas throws his head back and laughs, a sound that carries all the way down the mountain. "Do you mean your friends?" He leers at her, teeth bared in a menacing grin. "The daughter of Aphrodite, the son of Mars, or—" He leans forward like they're sharing a private secret, and Annabeth wants to move away, disgusted by the proximity, but she's tied to the spot. "Or the son of Poseidon you tried so valiantly to hide." He sniggers, and Annabeth's heart stops. "Oh yes, we're very well informed of the goings-on at your little camp," Atlas continues, laughing out loud at her expression. Annabeth feels like her heart, made of glass, is being shattered into a trillion tiny pieces. "Even though we might not be able to get in, but all in good time, wouldn't you say?" He stands up again. "The mole in the bunkers, of course." Even though Annabeth had been so careful, even though Percy had barely used his powers, which would have been a dead giveaway in a fight, and even when he had, they'd made sure to leave no survivors. She recalls her own instructions at the Equinox meeting, her strict orders for Percy's parentage to be kept a secret. Someone's violated it. Does that mean the traitor is one of the core members of the bunkers, people Annabeth's known and trusted for years and years? Or could the traitor be someone from Bunker 9? Annabeth had been stupid enough to reveal his identity in front of everyone, something she's absolutely hating herself for doing now. News could have spread easily. Butch could have told his siblings via their telepathy. Travis could have mentioned it while passing a message to another bunker. The mole could literally be anyone. Or maybe there isn't a mole at all, she thinks feverishly. She could possibly be the most delusional, gullible idiot on the planet, but Percy had mentioned that he hadn't been able to kill the Minotaur during their confrontation, ages and ages ago, that had led Percy to the bunkers in the first place. Maybe the Minotaur had been the one to report it to Kronos. Maybe there is no mole, maybe Atlas is just bluffing, hoping she'll lose her head in trying to figure out who is betraying her. He always did know her inside out. "I'm surprised you didn't weed the person out already," the Titan says, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "You're vile," she hisses, and her eyes fill with tears. Atlas laughs and stands, turning to Luke. "Luke, keep an eye on her. She trusts you. Try to get out what you can," Atlas says. Annabeth lets out a tiny scoff. "But my lord," Luke interjects, "she surely won't tell me anything after this." "Well, she was stupid enough to try and save you, wasn't she?" Atlas bellows, and Annabeth burns with humiliation. She'll crack under the pressure soon enough. Luke must nod because Atlas grunts in approval. Annabeth hears him teleport off the mountain, and then it is just her and Luke. She can't meet his eyes. She's so full of disgust and hate and rage and sadness and shame. Shame that cuts deeply into every bone in her body and sits back to watch her scream. "It's best if you cooperate and tell us everything," Luke says in a low voice. I can get him to spare you if you do." Contempt wells up in her in the form of tears that slide down her face and drip onto the black rocks. "Never," she gets out through gritted teeth. "My friends would have rescued by now if they wanted to," Luke completes, and despite her better judgment, Annabeth looks towards the forest where Percy must be hiding, waiting for a moment to strike. Right. Luke's voice is dripping in pity. "It's time to face the facts, Annabeth. You're on the wrong side. You need to think about whether you want to fight an enemy you can't beat, because if you do, you're going to die for it." He pauses. "I'll come and see you tomorrow." Through the whiteness of her vision and the pain stealing her air, she slurs, "Don't bother." Luke doesn't answer. It takes her a minute, teeth clenched, nostrils flaring, every shift causing stars to burst in her arm for her to lift her head, and she chokes out a sob when she finds the spot he'd been occupying empty. It leaves her hollow. Her eyes swivel back to the forest, and she wills for a miracle. Her tongue thickens in his mouth. Heat soaks into the back of her shirt, makes the fabric hot. Every passing second her knees threaten to buckle and she staggers. Her legs fold under him and she sinks further to the dirt that she can't even see. Sounds from around her feel muffled as though she's underwater. The black is returning, a ring around the white and closing fast until the dark has flooded the world and she's choking on it, flailing. Her lungs are heavy, filling with too much air and not yet enough. She waits and waits and waits until she's choking out sobs and trying to calm her shaking knees. It takes her a long time to figure that Percy and Piper and Frank have realized they can't do this on their own and have probably gone to get help. It takes still longer for her to accept that Luke is right. Nobody is coming for her anytime soon. She shudders, and then the cocoon of hope she'd been nursing deep within her collapses, in time with her agonized cry. She is alone. Hello. Chapter 4, I Have Climbed the Hills of View 1. Notes. It's been a couple of months, but she's finally here. Some things you need to remember as you read. Age-wise, it's Jason, Annabeth, Percy, Frank, Piper, Leo, Hazel. Hazel is 18 plus in this fic. I've attempted to go a bit into detail about Frank's culture and heritage in this chapter. I've also given him a slightly different Chinese name. I might get details wrong, so please feel free to tell me about it. I will be adding a notes on Frank doc similar to Hazel's doc at the end of Chapter 3 Part 2. Annabeth had thought she'd known pain, but she's never quite felt anything like this before. She's been shunned by her own father. She's never known her mother. She's lost her closest friends, one to death and the other to the enemy. She's been through a war, and then when they'd been defeated, she'd had to build them back up to a point where they weren't quite on the verge of extinction anymore. She's broken her ankle, her arm, several her ribs many times over. Nothing compares to the pain of holding to the sky. Her mouth is parched, her limbs have lost all feeling, her arms are raised at her sides to alleviate some of the pain from her shoulders, and her legs quake beneath her. It burns like a bitch. Annabeth spends most of her time trying to go to her happy place, which back when she'd only just fled from home had usually been her local library, where she would bury herself underneath a couple of blankets with a couple of great books to amuse her. These days, though, she thinks of her friends a lot. Piper nagging at her to eat something. Jason trying to calm Piper. Leo inevitably setting something on fire. Beckendorf offering to stay up with her on lonely nights just to entertain her with an interesting conversation. Silena, scrubbing shampoo into her hair with the strength of 100 angry mothers. Malcolm, resting his head on her shoulders while discussing the Parthenon in its prime. Frank and Hazel, confiding in her their secrets and comforting her in the process. Grover always there for her to lean against, the only friendship from the old days to have survived this far. Percy. The problem with thinking about Percy is that it makes everything ache even more, only this ache starts right from the heart. She can't quite shake the feeling of his accusing gaze boring into her back as she'd walked away from him that night, and she hates that they'd fought. She hates that she'd used the "do you trust me" card just to get what she wanted, knowing fully well that Percy did trust her. She hates that she'd gone to Luke, throwing aside both her wits and her instincts, disregarding all the giant red flags that popped up whenever Luke emerged in her head, which had, admittedly, been often. Things obviously haven't worked out the way she'd hoped, and now she's stuck here and the fault lies with her. If only she was a better leader, a better person, more skilled, then she wouldn't have put herself in this position. Annabeth isn't sure how much time has passed. It feels like seconds, or minutes, or days, or months, or years. Time has no meaning where she is. She isn't quite sure when one day ends and the next begins. She supposes she sleeps somehow, if of course one can count her squeezing her eyes shut and allowing her very soul to slip away just to the edge of no return as sleeping. Luke shows up every few hours to give her food and water. The first few times she made it a point to spit it right back at his feet, because despite everything, Annabeth still got some pride left, damn it, and she will not allow him to come that close. It's only when she hears her stomach growling even over the sound of the thunder that she allows him to feed her, albeit reluctantly, figuring that her best chance at survival also involved sustenance. She treats his casual presence with a wary acceptance. She won't be any use to Percy if he shows up to rescue her, and all he finds of her is her corpse. That's all that's keeping her going, really. The thought of Percy and Piper and Frank possibly, surely out there, gathering reinforcements to get her the fuck out of here, it keeps her going. It keeps her alive. Another thing about being trapped is that it's given her infinite time to think, and so Annabeth spends hour after hour after hour cursing her own damn self. She can't believe she'd been so stupid. She'd lost her head, she'd lost her mind. She doesn't know what it is about Luke, what it is about him that makes her completely lose whatever decent sense of judgment she'd been born with. Athena, if the goddess were around, would be disappointed in her. Her siblings would probably disown her, and her friends had been right to worry about her after all. She doesn't deserve to be a leader. She's clearly got some deep issues about Luke that needs resolving, issues that are interfering with the rational side of her brain. And with him showing up to visit her every day, those issues are proving to be hard to erase. Luke doesn't say anything to her. Despite Atlas' instructions to grill her for information, he seems to know that it'll take a lot more than the stupid sky to break her, and so he doesn't even try. He brings her water and food in the form of dry bread with a bit of peanut butter scraped on top, and then he just sits some distance away from her so all that she sees is his slightly drooping back if she tilts her head a little upwards. She doesn't know what to think of him anymore. Luke, she knows now, has never been anything he said he was. He pretended to be on their side for months, maybe years. Him being here and baiting her to hold the sky was a cheap, underhanded tactic she hadn't believed him capable of using, mostly because she still can't quite reconcile the new Luke with the memory of him that still lingers in the dark, forgotten trenches of her brain. The old Luke, though, had loved her. She is as sure of this as she is of the fact that the new Luke had never loved her at all. And it's a conflicting thought for sure, filling her with remorse and hatred for him, and for herself, for allowing him to manipulate her so. Sometimes their eyes meet. Luke's are blue and open and vulnerable, the same way they'd always been, and it fills her up to the throat with pure, unadulterated nausea. Because there is something in his gaze, something Annabeth remembers from all her years with him, and she feels disgusted at him, at herself, at all the poor souls Luke has duped through the years. Luke could always inspire loyalty. He had even won Annabeth's once. She will never make that mistake again. She wants him here. She wants him to leave her the fuck alone. But she can't speak. Even if she wanted to, she can't. Speaking means extra effort focused on another part of her body that isn't wholly dedicated to lifting the sky, and it seems like an awful waste of energy. The silence is killing her, though. She has so much to say to Luke, starting with why and ending with why. Why is he here? Why is he with the Titans? Why did he trick her? Why is he coming to her every day? Why is he still treating her with some kindness, even now, when she knows that she means nothing to him? And so one day, when he's knelt at her side and breaking off pieces of bread for her, she chokes out the question. Why is? Her voice comes out in a rough, dirty rasp. She hasn't used it in what feels like ages, and despite the water he's just tipped down her throat, her insides feel hot and dry. And yet Luke nods like he'd been expecting her to ask and sighs heavily, frowning like he's really thinking about it. And Annabeth watches him. His skin is paler than it once had been, gaunt eyes framed below by black circles as though he hasn't been sleeping. He's thin and bony, possibly from the strain of holding up the sky before her, and there are new scars running up and down his arms. His new sword, the one he'd held to her heart once he'd fucking saved him, is sheathed at his side. Half steel and half bronze, she notes with a mixture of interest and disgust. Of course the Titans would make weapons that could force mortals into submission, too. There wasn't a choice, Luke says after a loaded moment of eye contact. He sweeps his hair out of his eyes, hair that is streaked with a misty gray color, mingling with his usual sandy strands. Annabeth knows her own hair is turning that same shade. She can see wisps of it falling over her forehead and face, and she tries to blow it away, failing until Luke takes pity on her and tucks the lock behind her ears. The contact, the tenderness in his fingers, makes her shiver. "There's always," she begins. Luke must understand what she means to say, but he only snorts. "I took the path I thought was best for me," he says. "For us, you know I'm supposed to be out here recruiting you, right?" She huffs in derision. Luke sighs. "That's why I'm not bothering to, but I meant what I said before, Annabeth. You need to think about which side you want to be on. And if you join me," here he meets her eyes again and she shrinks away, teeth bared in a snarl, "it can be us again, just like how you've always wanted, us against the world." Annabeth wants to sob. That is what she'd wanted, even though she'd never said it to him out loud. It's what she's always wanted, deep down inside her for years. But it was never just us two, she says, and her eyes well up with tears. Or did you forget who you killed? She watches in satisfaction as Luke recoils, and maybe she's just a terrible person, but she feels glad to see him in pain. His eyes flash just once, harsh gold light cutting through the blue for a split second, and she squints in surprise. Maybe it was just a reflection from the lightning. Luke stands, discarding the bread, and turns to leave. "You killed her," the world come out between coughs, but she knows he can hear every word. "You're killing me and I hate you," she spits with her last bit of strength. She's crying, she hadn't even realized it, but there's water dripping down her chin. "I used to pray," she whispers shakily. Her heart feels just about ready to implode in on itself. "That you were alive, now I think that death would have been better." He pauses once on the way down, but doesn't look back, not even when she bursts into boiling tears and sobs that rack her entire body. Annabeth had thought she'd known pain, but she's never quite felt anything like this before. "Let's finish this quick," Jason says, sweeping into the room with a dramatic flair that he usually saved for Senate meetings back in New Rome. He's hoping the quicker he can finish this off, the more efficient and businesslike he'll seem. It doesn't work, not even in the slightest. Everyone else is there, lounging about the hearth and chattering, and they look up when he makes his entrance and greet him with casual haze. Even Clarice is there, who glares at him with less venom than usual. She seems like she wants to be out of the meeting as fast as possible. It strikes Jason as odd until he remembers that she's left Chris back in Bunker 5 to be here, and Jason looks around to confirm his theory. Pollux isn't here as well, which means he must still be in 5, tending to him. "Everyone, listen up," Jason orders, trying for a stern Annabeth-y tone that is meant to grab the attention of the whole room, but only a select few look up. It's only when Piper hisses shhhh with a little charm speak sprinkled in that everyone stops talking and turns their way expectantly. Jason takes a couple of deep breaths, trying his best to structure his thoughts into something resembling coherency. His throat feels too small now for all the thoughts clogged in his brain, and he tries to think of what Annabeth would do. It hadn't really ever been discussed among them about what to do, who would take over if Annabeth ever died, but Piper and Percy had both looked to him at once to handle this meeting, and Jason hadn't felt right refusing, even though he hates doing this. Annabeth's loss has left a gaping hole in his life, and he knows she believed in him, but everything he's trying to do here feels like a shot in the dark. It's like back when they were reeling from their defeat and the shock of losing Thalia in the war. He's starting at square one all over again, only this time there's no Annabeth to pick up the slack. So he begins. "Where's Annabeth?" Malcolm asks at once. "Can't believe she's late when she's usually the one being all anal about punctuality," Clarice grunts, crossing her arms. "Shut up," Piper snaps. "What's your problem, Barbie?" Clarice shoots back, her nose turning upwards in distaste. "Sure, it's perfectly fine for all of you to disregard the rules when it's Little Miss Perfect breaking them, but when it's me." "Annabeth isn't late," Jason takes a breath. That's what we're meeting about. She's been taken." His announcement is received by silence. Everyone looks around, stunned, and Jason doesn't blame them. It's how he'd reacted to the news when Piper, Percy, and Frank had come back alone, clothed in silver-lined jackets and flanked by hunting wolves. No Annabeth in sight. He can feel the temperature in the room dip as morale changes. The enchanted fire turns a deep gray. "Taken," whispers Malcolm, visibly shaken. He's Annabeth's closest sibling, her favorite sibling, alike in all aspects except their mortal parentage. He'd apparently arrived in 6 a year or so after Annabeth had, and she'd spent months in 6 teaching him Greek and swordplay. Even after the war, Malcolm makes it a point to visit 9 to celebrate Annabeth's birthday, and it occurs to Jason now that July has passed in the commotion. Annabeth is 20 now, and so is he. 1 year to go for the day of reckoning. 1 year to go before the prophecy is fulfilled, finally. Everyone is silent as Piper explains the quest, and its atrocious ending in brief. Travis and Connor exchange dark looks when she's done speaking, just as they'd done every time Luke's name had been mentioned. They look furious, disgusted. They'd worshipped Luke as an older brother when he'd been around, Jason knows, and it reminds him that Luke hadn't just left Annabeth behind when he'd chosen Kronos over the gods. He'd left behind friends and family, too. "Well shit," says Clarice after a while. "The princess fucked up." Malcolm bristles. "She was manipulated." "She allowed herself to be manipulated," Clarice scoffs. "Who the hell would trust Luke after all he's done?" "Same way you're trusting Chris by not chucking him out of 5, Travis spits. Apparently Clarice has struck a nerve with her comment, and for the first time Jason wonders if Annabeth hadn't been alone in hoping Luke was somehow still miraculously on their side. The only problem is Travis seems to have triggered Clarice right back, and as if on cue she rises from her seat, towering over the rest. "Wanna say that again, runt?" she jeers, baring her teeth, but nothing can hide the shakiness in her voice. Travis grits his teeth and makes to stand too, but Connor yanks him back down, hissing that she's not worth it, something that Michael Yu agrees with vocally and loudly, causing the daughter of Area to turn on him in a flash. "Everyone sit down," Piper butts in, not even bothering to hide her charm speak this time, and both Clarice and Michael's asses hit the floor so fast they'll have sore butt cheeks for weeks. Luke isn't the point here. If anything, this only proves our suspicions that he's left us permanently. Our main objective now is getting Annabeth back. It's been about 4 days since we've left her. "And why'd you leave her?" Malcolm demands, rounding on Piper even as a teary bee tries to hold him back. "You couldn't charm speak her into staying. And what about Percy, the big strong Titan killer son of Poseidon extraordinaire?" "Yeah, where is Prissy?" Clarice demands, nodding. Jason bites his tongue, because he doesn't want to say that Percy's in mourning, which sounds stupid but happens to be exactly what he's doing. Percy's been near mute and furious ever since Zoe and the hunters had deposited him back on the doorsteps of Bunker 9 after the disastrous quest. Apparently the escort back to camp had been necessary, seeing that Percy had tried to escape and go back to Authries no less than 11 times since they'd left Annabeth. Jason knows he'd been close to her, but now he's beginning to wonder if their connection had run deeper than friendship, on Percy's part at least. And Jason isn't one to judge. After all, isn't he preparing each day to go fight Creos just to prevent Piper from meeting that same fate, that same foe? "Percy's back at 9, Piper says uncomfortably after a brief pause. "And Malcolm, you know that when I'm on a quest, I try to use my charm speak only on monsters." And she gulps as though she's trying not to sob. "I tried, okay, I tried. And Annabeth resisted me as she always does, and she got mad at me and she wouldn't listen to us." She looks at him pleadingly. "Please, you have to believe me, you know Annabeth." "We tried everything." Percy did too. He went off on everyone and attacked the hunters just for a chance to get to Annabeth, so don't you dare go blaming him. "But you," Malcolm starts. "You think I didn't try everything in my power to get her to see reason?" Piper demands, her eyes full of tears, but her voice comes out sharp as a knife. "You think you're the only one who cares about her? You think I didn't spend the entire 4 days journey back just killing myself for not doing something more?" Her words ring throughout the bunker, echoing off the walls. She hasn't used a lick of charm speak, but everyone suddenly looks very small. Lacey glares at Malcolm, who pinches his brows together and shrinks back. "I'm sorry," he whispers, deflating, "and I know you didn't just ditch her, it's just—" "I know," Piper says back, wiping at her eyes. She looks up gratefully when Jason squeezes her hand. "I'd be as mad if I was in your position, but you have to know there was no way we could have done anything. Atlas was there," and she shudders slightly. "Look, we can't dwell on the past. Zoe's hunters are going back to Authries and we'll have an update soon, and when we do, we're going to get Annabeth back." She looks at Jason, who starts in surprise. He'd totally forgotten he was the one who was supposed to be handling the meeting. Yeah," he agrees, cringing at the slight wobble in his voice. but I think with her gone, we need everyone to be on high alert. There's about a year now until I turn 21, so he winces as the entire group turns to him with sympathetic eyes. I think we need to tell everyone about the war, that it's coming soon, and we need to be on high alert. He takes a breath, holding up his hand to ward off any questions, and pulls a chain from his pocket, a silver one with a scythe charm on the end. He watches their faces carefully. Everyone looks predictably and realistically confused. Selena frowns and Clarice nods grimly, but nobody offers an opinion. Jason and Piper had debated far too much on the matter, and he knows that Annabeth had wanted to keep a lot of this information a secret, and for good reason too. But Jason doesn't know what to do, okay? He needs help, and he can't see any of their core group being a turncoat. These are the people who accepted him into their home and treated him with the same respect they had done Thalia. Grover had admitted even that they could have been followed during their quest to find the prophecy, and that the monsters could have discovered about Ella that way. Jason wants to believe that's the case, and even if there is a spy in the bunker, they'll find the traitor easier with more people looking. To be honest, he's fucking terrified. This is a call that he's been forced to take now that the prophecy's due date is nigh and Annabeth is gone. He's so scared because it's one thing if he fucks up on a quest and gets himself into trouble, but another thing entirely if their position is compromised, if someone on their side is hurt because of his rash decisions. He's not Annabeth, he's struggling, and even though he feels Piper's comforting presence pressing into his side, he can't help but think that he doesn't deserve her unfounded confidence in him. This is something Annabeth took off of an enemy demigod that ambushed her and Percy in the woods a while ago, he explains. We think all enemy demigods have one. Chris had one too, Clarice confirms, bringing an identical necklace from her backpack. We had Maya take a look at it and got nothing. If it's a communication device, it's a shitty one. My theory is that we need to say a special phrase to activate it, or maybe it's been disabled since the enemy knows we have it, Jason says. But we tested it out on a supply run. We had Nissa not hide her scent on purpose so that she could attract monsters. And when they came, Nissa showed them the charm and they left her alone. You're kidding, Will gasps, that's so useful. It is, Piper agrees. I wore it once. A Dracena made small talk with me. Horrifying, says Lacey. What'd she ask you? Which shade of lipstick went best with her scales? And she asked you, of all people. Okay, Jason interjects. Piper shoots him a sheepish look and presses her shoulder against his in a silent apology. The point is, we've probably got to keep an eye out for these. Where, Maya asks carefully, in the bunkers. The implication is obvious. Everyone stirs uneasily, looking around at each other with suddenly fearful eyes. Jason gulps. He hopes he isn't doing the wrong thing. Outside, we spot one of these and we know what's up, but also in the bunkers, too, he agrees, wincing. I mean, the demigod Percy and Annabeth apprehended seem to imply that Chris was attempting to get into the bunkers based on information he was getting from someone on the inside. What are you suggesting? Clara says loudly, effectively allowing the skeptics to stare at her in open suspicion. Selena places her arm on her shoulder and whispers in her ear to hush her. I'm just saying we need to be careful, Jason says in what he hopes is a placating manner. Well, since Chris has gone batshit crazy and is probably losing his mind as we speak again, says Clarice in a voice trembling with rage, maybe this spy just isn't doing their job right. And you said you found my compass when you found Chris, right? He was clearly using that. It was an older model, one of the first prototypes 9 put out. So maybe your information on the supposed spy is bullshit. That's a good point, Malcolm agrees, nodding at Clarice as Selena hugs her, cooing quietly in her ear. Maybe I'm being way too optimistic here, but maybe there isn't a spy. I mean, nobody's found our location yet. Maybe they stole our compasses during the war. Clarice just assumed hers was gone in the chaos of the retreat, right? And even if they're tracking our location a different way, we've shored our defenses anyway. He looks at Maya imploringly, who nods. More glamour charms added to every main entrance, passwords and blood magic triggered spells at every side entrance. Anyone who doesn't know the password should veer further and further away to the nearest monster donut outlet, she says, and Jason nods, thinking. You could be right, Malcolm, Piper says, and I don't want there to be a spy any more than you do. I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but we're not saying you need to start distrusting everyone, she adds, just that we need to be careful about what information goes to whom. This is a worst-case scenario, Beckendorf says, nodding, and somehow the words some so sensible coming from his mouth. It won't hurt to be a little vigilant. I hope there isn't a spy, though, Selena says, looking disturbed, and Jason nods in agreement. So why do you want to tell everyone about the changed prophecy? Will asks. Won't that just make it harder for us to figure out who the spy is? And won't they just tell the Titans? That'll just make it worse for everyone, but mostly you, he finishes, looking at Jason uncomfortably. You've always had a target on your back, but it'll be even worse if they find out. We considered that. Jason and Piper exchange a glance. But the prophecy is going to happen whether we like it or not, and it's best if we all go in prepared. We won't tell everyone about the prophecy itself. That stays with us. We'll say that we've gotten information that the Titans are planning to strike soon, that Kronos will be back to full power by next year. We'll begin preparations for war, and about them putting a bounty on my head, I can't avoid it. If the Titans come, let them. His voice has grown stronger and stronger with every word, and his final dare sounds strong, even to his own ears. The other demigods clench their jaws and nod in apparent agreement. Clarice in particular looks ready to fight. Piper raises a brow at him, impressed. Hear, hear, says Katie unexpectedly. I think that's best, you guys. Everyone deserves to know what they're walking into. More lies just cause more confusion, and this way we have more time for this to sink in. Some things we keep just between us, though, Piper says. We gotta keep quiet about the prophecy's origins, the stuff about Ella and the Sibylline books. And Percy's parentage, too. He's our trump card. He isn't the child of the prophecy, and the longer we keep his identity a secret, the longer the Titans will be in the dark, too. I mean, it's bad enough that every Titan and their mom knows about Jason. Gia B asks, flabbergasted, not catching the joke. Let's not jinx anything, shall we? Piper grunts. I don't want to deal with the goddess of the goddamn earth showing up. It would be so easy to bury us all alive. A bunch of people look up at the roof, as though expecting it to collapse. Well, that's all from us, Jason says bracingly. Will, any updates on a new oracle? None, says Will dejectedly. I mean, we're talking about one mortal in millions here. Unless someone in 9 wants to build an oracle-o-meter. I'll get right on it, Beckendorf grunts sarcastically. The spheres come first, Jason reminds him. Updates on that. We're working on magically fusing the parts together, Beckendorf says. We've had Lou working on it, but Maya's coming back with us to help. Once that's done, we just need to power it up with magic and begin tests. If all goes well, we'll have our first sphere, the control sphere, and we'll work on making smaller ones for each of us here. Ones that'll respond to our magical signatures and work accordingly. Finally, some good news, Connor mutters, and Jason agrees fervently in his mind. When are the hunters due back? Malcolm asks. It's still Zoe who's in charge, right? Yeah, says Piper with a grimace. And then you'll go to get Annabeth, he asks desperately, looking at Jason, and Jason sighs and hates the world, wanting desperately, if only for a few minutes, to go back to the days when he was just the son of Jupiter and not, possibly, the child of the prophecy, not the one people are now turning to for instructions, for hope. It's not his thing, it's never been his thing. He hates that he's just expected to be the leader just because he's the son of Zeus. Just because his dad is the king of the gods doesn't mean Jason is cut out for the role of king of anything. He hadn't liked it back when he was being groomed for Praetor with Reyna, and he doesn't like it any better now, even though this is temporary. But this is Annabeth they're talking about. Annabeth who stood up for them all when they desperately were looking for someone to cling to. Annabeth who's been there for him ever since the moment Thalia breathed her last. He has to bring her home, and if he has to lead the mission to do it, well, so be it. Of course we'll go, he assures Malcolm, who smiles a little in satisfaction. Piper squeezes the inside of his elbow and smiles up at him, proud. So here's our agenda once we're out of here, she says, detaching from him and clapping her hands together. Everyone holds a bunker meeting as soon as we get back to tell everyone about the changed prophecy. Maya, Beckendorf, and Leo, when he's back, will work on the spheres and send regular updates. Lacey, we're going by your info that Mitchell is close to finalizing the mixture for Greek fire, and Grover updates us on his progress regularly through Percy. The minute the hunters return, we'll go get Annabeth back without fail, and we keep our eyes peeled for any suspicious activity, or better yet, anyone with a scythe charm. She nods at the end of her speech, pleased. Anything I missed? You missed getting ready for the war in general, Katie says. We're gonna need more weapons from 9, which means more supply runs, and maybe we should do the shuffling thing we did for training last time. Have seniors from each bunker hold sparring sessions. We're in August, so it must be less than a year away now. Oh yes, it's rare to catch Piper off guard, but she seems to be stunned. Yeah, 1 year. 1 year, Jason agrees, glaring at his feet to avoid the sympathetic, pitying glances sent in his direction. 1 year and there's still Krios and Kronos and every other Titan in the world to deal with. 1 year, but will he still be around then? Percy doesn't mean to trip the old woman in his bid to run from the monster, but of course it happens anyway. And then, because the world is funny that way, Frank bumps into him, leaving the two of them just sprawled across this poor lady, and there's a brief moment of silence during which the entire store stares at them, even the staff member who is actually the monster who is supposed to be chasing them. And then the old lady starts beating Percy with her cane. "Fuck," Percy screeches as she nails him in the eye. Frank scrambles out of the way of his flailing arms just in time, but he goes in the direction of the gobsmacked Impausa, who finally comes to her senses, snarling. Frank trips over in his haste to turn around as Percy shields his face from the mortal woman, who is now screaming for security and calling him all kinds of offensive names, such as insolent brat and sexual assaulting hoodlum. "Fuck," Percy grunts, finally rolling away to safety and grabbing Frank from where he's collapsed into the cereal rack. They break through a window just as the security guards arrive on the scene. Percy withdraws his sword and swipes at the monster to the sound of more screams, and he's angry. He wanted to get Annabeth the drawing pencils she likes best, for when she's back, of course, and the damn Impausa had ruined everything. He's stronger than the monster, and the old woman's causing a wonderful distraction. He kicks at the Impausa, but before he can make the killing blow, though, Frank grabs his hand and yanks him along in his quest to get away as fast and loudly as possible. He's yelling to the security that they're innocent and to grab the Impausa, but of course the mortals don't care. Percy swears and sheathes his sword, and then he zips his bags shut. There are a couple of bottles of disinfectant threatening to spill over, and Percy isn't going to be the one to tell the Apollo kids that he's lost the medicines. Frank doesn't let go of him until they're deep in the woods. He collapses, panting. His load is far heftier than Percy's. "That was reckless," he admonishes. There were too many mortals around, Percy. What were you thinking? What if they'd taken a video? We can't afford to have our names plastered on wanted signs. We're targeted enough as it is. "I know," Percy says shortly, rubbing his shoe against the grass, and something in his tone makes Frank fall silent. He must have really screwed up if even soft-tempered Frank is criticizing him, Percy thinks angrily. And somewhere he knows that he had acted thoughtlessly in revealing his weapon. For a scary moment he'd even been tempted to use his water powers, and that would have been bad. It's just that he feels so fucking useless these days, unhinged in a way. But he can't stop himself. His powers feel looser, more inclined to burst from him against his will. There's a boiling energy ever present in him, lurking just under his skin, fucking with his head. On his last supply run with Piper, he'd even attacked an unsuspecting monster first instead of making a tactical retreat, something Piper had berated him for repeatedly for days on end, even though she'd been nice enough to keep the details of the trip secret from the rest of 9. Even still, it had been a while before he'd been allowed to go on a supply run again, and well, he's fucked it up again. He just doesn't want to lose again. He needs to do better. If he'd acted faster with Zoe back then, he might have been able to get Annabeth back. Frank sighs, then scoots over to where Percy's glaring at a nearby rock. "I know what it's like to feel helpless," he says quietly, and Percy flushes at how transparent he's evidently been. "When my mom left our house to New Rome, it was the worst thing for me, you know. All I could do was..." "Wait," Percy agrees, sagging a little. "Yeah," Frank says. He traces his finger in the fallen leaves, circling them in a pattern Percy's eyes can't trace. "It was horrible, and by then I was used to her leaving on duty, you know." Noticing Percy's questioning look, he explains, "She was in the Canadian Army, active duty in Afghanistan. That's how she got Mars's attention." Percy swallows thickly. "I can't imagine she was fighting 2 wars at once." "She was on a break when she got the call from New Rome," Frank tells him, blinking quickly in a manner Percy recognizes as one he uses himself to keep the tears at bay. "And I don't know, every time Mom left home before that I knew she'd come back. But this time felt different. I think I must have known even then." "That's the worst," Percy says sincerely. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," Frank stops drawing in the ground. "It's how she would have wanted to go, and I'm proud to have a mom who fought to keep both sides of her world safe." He sighs. "My point here is that I kind of knew, while I was waiting for news of my mom, that it was a lost cause." He places a hand on Percy's shoulder. "It isn't the same for you. Annabeth is alive, and the hunters will be back soon with news, and then you can go get her back and everything will be back to normal." "I know she isn't dead," Percy says, a bitter taste filling his mouth. He clenches his fists. "Luke won't let that happen. She's too valuable. This is their sick, sadistic way of trying to break her for information." Frank purses his lips. "She won't breathe a word." "I know, but the longer I'm stuck here, waiting," Percy grits his teeth. The thought of Annabeth giving away their location or other sensitive secrets like the very existence of Percy and Hazel has never even crossed his mind. Annabeth will hold up the sky. She's the strongest person he knows. but the longer we're waiting, the longer she's stuck there, with Luke. Frank turns away from him. Haven't you wondered about that? About what? How it all happened, Frank mutters uncomfortably. Grover finds out about Luke, tells you, you tell Annabeth. A setup, Percy says, nodding, and a pretty elaborate one at that. Someone must have fed the information to Grover knowing it would eventually reach Annabeth, knowing she would stop at nothing to investigate the matter further. He's thought about it before, but it doesn't make sense. Even if it was a spy, nobody would really have knowledge about Annabeth's deepest feelings about Luke unless they were reading her mind somehow. The only people who really knew are the people closest to Annabeth, closest to Percy, and that's impossible. Maybe a child of Hypnos, he thinks, but discards the idea at once. The only child of Hypnos he's met is Clovis, who had spent most of his time during the council meet passed out. If his siblings are anything like him, well, they probably don't stay awake long enough to pass on any useful information. It's a cause for worry for sure, but it isn't Percy's biggest problem right now. Jason's got plans to expose the spy, or at least put them on their guard. Percy isn't sure if it'll work, but he just wants to get his ass back to California and save Annabeth. He feels like a possessive bastard for even thinking it, but he needs to get her away from Luke as soon as humanly possible. Just the idea that Luke is probably questioning her about their camp makes Percy sick. I hope the hunters come back soon, he admits quietly, even though he wants to hit Zoe in the face most of the time she's around. They will be, says Frank confidently, pulling himself to his feet and offering a hand to Percy. He gestures at their backpacks, which are lying on their sides, thrown away haphazardly as though not full of necessary items for the bunker. Let's get back before. There's a crashing through the trees, and the Impausa from before makes a reappearance. She's discarded her disguise save for the ugly green apron. Her skin is pure white, her mouth is frothing, and her fingernails have curled into claws. Before the monster thinks of coming to find us, Frank finishes with a whine. He pulls out his quiver from his backpack, rolling away with it in his arms as the monster lunges at him. Percy flips himself upright and draws his sword, slashing as the Impausa turns on him. He parries her claws away, grunting in surprise at the effort it takes. In her human form, the Impausa had looked like a normal mortal girl, with dark skin and curly hair. She'd smiled at Percy in the store and then tried to behead him. He slashes again, frowning as the sword slips a little between his fingers. This is the 5th sword he's had Shane make for him, but nothing really seems to fit him. All the Hephaestus demigods clamor to make him weapons now. They've made it a competition at this point, as though Percy's just an extremely picky customer that they're trying their best to please. The Impausa dodges his blow with surprising agility and ducks quickly to avoid Frank's arrow. I must admit it was surprising to smell you here, she hisses, leering at Percy. That deodorant you're using must be wearing off, little demigod. The fuck does that mean? Percy grumbles under his breath, adjusting his grip on his sword and rolling out of the way as she lunges again. It means I expected you'd still be hanging around California, she grins, and Percy stiffens. Don't listen to her, Perce, Frank says at once, sending 2 arrows in quick succession. The Impausa deflects them easily and turns to Percy again, fangs bared. I smelled you all the way back near Othries, little demigod, she sneers. I've been tracking you ever since. I haven't smelled a scent like yours in 1,000 years. She smiles, inhaling deeply. It's such a creepy sight that even Frank wrinkles his nose and lowers his bow a little. Smells like. Smells like nothing, Frank insists, discarding his bow and drawing his sword. He charges at the monster, who is forced to engage for a while as Percy regains his wits. She meets his gaze and he shudders, her eyes glinting red. Aren't you going to ask about your puny friend? The female who got captured, all the monsters know about it. She shakes her wrist mockingly. She's wearing a bracelet and Percy barely catches a hint of it as it winks in the light, but his breath catches. A scythe charm. Percy grits his teeth. Shut up. Oh, that got a reaction. She pushes Frank aside, jumping atop his back as he stumbles, and her body twists as she leaps at Percy, claws bared and mouth wide open in a snarl. Percy catches the blow with this sword, bringing them face to face. She's all alone, the Impausa croons. I'll admit she put up a fight for a while, but Luke won her over easily enough. She cackles, a wild sound that makes Percy's knees tremble. Oh, it will be fun when we storm your silly little camp with her at the head. Annabeth would never, Percy growls back, lifting his leg to her exposed chest and kicking as hard as he can. The monster skids away from him, arms akimbo, and Frank grabs her by the neck and holds his spatha right at her throat. What do you know about Annabeth? he orders, and Percy sees him concentrate as he turns his forearms into that of a bear's, thick and hairy and impossibly strong. The Impousa's eyes widen as she notes the added pressure, and she squirms in his grasp, mouth still resolutely kept shut. Percy approaches her. Answer him. Or what? She sneers. It would be very easy to kill you, Percy assures her, hefting his sword over his shoulder. Would it now? The monster grins, and with a sideways glance at Frank, her hair bursts into flame. Frank drops her so fast even she isn't expecting it. She hits the floor with a thud and crawls to all fours, hissing in victory as she notes the fear in Frank's eyes. At once the severity of the situation hits Percy. He's got to keep Frank safe. He doesn't hesitate in bringing his sword down on her body, but she rolls away with shocking speed. Percy plants himself between her and Frank, but when she comes back up to her feet, she's grinning like she knows what he's trying to do. "I," says Frank from behind him, gazing at the Impousa's volcanic hair in horror. "Don't move, Frank," Percy says. "Yes, don't move, Frank," says the Impousa in a terrible imitation of his voice, but before Percy can do anything, she rushes towards him. Percy moves to intercept her. She's fast, and Percy only just manages to get to her in time, thrusting at her torso with his sword and forcing her to switch direction to avoid him. She hisses, ducking his next strike and getting in close to him, forcing Percy to go on the defensive. He uses his free hand to throw in surprise punches, but the Impousa seems adept at weaponless combat, and she grabs his hand and flips him to the ground. Percy brings his legs up to kick, and she jumps over them, landing so hard on his right hand that he screams. Her skin is boiling, and she presses until the sword clatters out of his palm. In that split second, she abandons him and charges at Frank, who's only just managed to stand again. She pounces, leaping high into the air and landing behind him. She ducks his punch and twists her arm around his neck from behind, cackling. Frank whimpers at the contact. The flames lick at his hair. Percy doesn't think. Without even bothering to grab his sword, he roars and stamps on the ground, sending tremors running up and down the area. Frank and the Impousa both stumble, separating, and Percy conjures a burst of water from the air. He sends it rushing with the force of a waterfall at the Impousa, and she's still too stunned from the quake to notice. The torrent sends her flying into a nearby tree, dousing her flames, and Percy commands the water to curl around her in a giant fist, slipping over her mouth and nostrils to prevent her from breathing. Percy clenches his fist, the water responds and begins to squeeze. The Impousa releases a gurgling screech, her eyes widening in realization as she looks at Percy. He can't leave her alive. "Now, Frank," Percy yells. Frank scoops up his own sword and charges towards the Impousa. A blur of silver, a knife cleaves through the Impousa's neck, and Frank stops short as she turns to dust. Percy releases the water, already feeling a little embarrassed at his outburst and a little tired from the release of energy. There's a yelp as the water hits the ground. "Oh," says Frank dumbly, as he stares at the sopping figure. Zoe straightens and glares at Percy. "I have a bone to pick with you, son of Poseidon," she says with disdain, "but fortunately for you, there are far more pressing matters at hand." She gestures with her hands, and two wolves come sprinting through the forest, steps light like butterfly wings and utterly soundless. "Is it Annabeth?" Percy demands at once. "Come," Zoe says, ignoring his plea. "Lead me to this bunker of yours, and I will tell you." Frank must be the only one in the bunker who doesn't enjoy hanging out by the hearth. He stands a little off to the side as the other senior campers, sans Jason, all linger by the fire as Zoe rips Percy apart with a kind of sadistic pleasure Frank wouldn't really expect to see from anyone other than Octavian. "He was careless," Zoe tells Piper sternly, who turns slightly to glare at Percy, who throws his arms up in the air in annoyance. "It is not in our best interests to reveal his identity. I assumed you knew this." Piper doesn't seem to be taking well to her tone. "We know, Zoe, we aren't idiots." "Well, since he is being so brash in public, I assumed you must have given him different orders," Zoe says, with an innocent air that fools no one. "Forgive me if I'm wrong." Piper grits her teeth. He knows not to use his powers, but if he did, he must have thought there was no other way. She squares her jaw. "I trust Percy's judgment." "He was protecting me from an Impousa," Frank cuts in. With flaming hair, he meets Piper's gaze for a split second and knows she understands, because the hard lines of her shoulders soften somewhat. "And we killed her anyway," Percy grumbles, looking like a sulky teenager. "Not like the secret's out, so maybe you could calm your tits, Zoe." Percy, that's not the point, Piper sighs, as Zoe flares up in anger and screeches, I will not calm my anything, you insect. He's right, we did kill the Impausa, Frank admits, so it's no harm done in the end. You did not kill it, Zoe says, turning her cold, haughty gaze on him. It's a lot of effort to remain standing. I did. Only because I trapped it first, Percy explodes angrily. Frank would have had it even if you didn't decide to stick your nose into our fight. You were barely trapping it, Zoe dismisses calmly, tossing her head so that her braid goes flying like a thick piece of rope. In the firelight, even Frank has to admit she looks impressive. She is tall and regal, oddly like Raina in both features and demeanor. She has hair just one shade darker than Piper's, and something about her aura and the way she carries herself has a timeless quality about it. Not with those weapons anyway, Zoe says, casting an amused glance at Percy's sword, and Frank winces as everyone else flares up. Excuse me, Silena trills as though she can't believe what she's just heard. What's wrong with our weapons? I suppose you think you can do better then, Beckendorf rumbles, glaring at Zoe so hard that even Frank trembles. Beckendorf is so imposing in his air and physique he's bigger than Frank, but he is a gentle soul, especially with Hazel. Frank's never once seen him mad, but he supposes insulting the Hephaestus kid's hard work must have done it. He looks terrifying, and Frank wonders how Zoe isn't crumbling to pieces at the sight. Zoe, says Piper sharply, you aren't allowed to just come in here and insult us. If you came here for a reason, you might as well tell us and be on your way. Zoe scoffs but relents. I have news, as promised, about Annabeth. This gets everyone's attention. Percy bounces to his feet at once. Tell us. Wait, Piper calls quickly, biting her lip. Jason and Travis aren't back yet. Could we postpone the meeting until they're back? She gazes sorrowfully around their little circle. I'm sorry, they should be back within the hour. She glances at Percy, and something in her gaze goes stronger, like she's daring him to argue. Percy seems to be struggling to find words, but eventually gives in. Fine, he grumps, throwing himself onto a cushion and crossing his arms. I am in agreement with this as well, Zoe says. If you will excuse me, I want to check up on Bunker 8. Zoe, they'll be back within an hour, Piper reminds her. And so will I, says Zoe bossily. She adjusts her bow over her back, and it really a magnificent weapon, Frank thinks, despite himself, enviously. It's not a common make, it's completely silver with intricate patterns carved into the metal, wolves and deer and the moon, symbols sacred to Artemis. Frank's fingers itch for just one use. She nods at Piper, ignores Percy's glower, and takes off towards a nearby passage without another word. Percy heads in the direction of the showers the moment she's gone, saying something about wanting to cleanse himself of Zoe's poisonous presence. Piper gives him a look that says we'll be talking later, young man, before sighing and collapsing to the cushions. Beckendorf still looks insulted by Zoe's jibe about the workmanship of his weapons, and Silena is comforting him, rubbing his hand and kissing his cheek until he has to smile. It makes Frank feel lonely, so he leaves too. He finds himself on the mountaintop where he and Percy had their first real heart-to-heart. He likes the place. It makes him feel a little reckless, if that makes any sense at all. Kind of like he's playing with death a little as he walks along the edge of the cliff. One strong gust of wind could send him off the mountain, but it won't kill him. No, what's going to kill him is his little piece of firewood, which happens to be in close proximity to Leo. Frank can't pretend the thought doesn't scare him out of his own goddamn mind. After all, he'd nearly died a few days before, which means the firewood had been exposed to some kind of flame. Maybe it hadn't been Leo's, but Frank's got a sinking feeling that it had. He sighs, sitting down on the rock and grabbing a sharper pebble. Slowly, painstakingly, he carves out the Chinese characters for Zhang into the stone Chinese letter, the way his grandmother had taught him. Then he writes his first name Chinese letter, which roughly translates to righteous brightness, and then he writes down in English, Phi. It's what his mother had always called him, and it feels softer somehow than both his other, more official, given names. When it's quiet like now, Frank can close his eyes and remember his mother telling him, you can be anything, Phi. You can be anything and everything. He wishes he could be a time traveler. He'd give anything to hear her say those words to him again. Hell, he'd give anything to hear his grandmother scream at them both right after. Have I taught you nothing? I did not raise you to use nicknames. He has a perfectly good Chinese name. His grandmother had always been a traditional woman. She never called Frank or Emily by their Western names, always making it a point of referring to him as Phi. Once, when he was 6 years old, he tried calling his grandmother Grammy like he's seen one of his classmates do, and Emily had had to restrain her from giving him what she said would be a good beating that would eventually build the boy's character. He had never liked his grandmother growing up. She was strict, cold, nothing like his mother. Now, Oh, comes a voice from behind him, and Frank turns around to see Piper standing at the mouth of the passage, looking a little bewildered. I had no idea anyone was up here, she says a little sheepishly, approaching him. Mind if I join you? Not at all, Frank says back, surprised and a little nervous. He hasn't really interacted with Piper one-on-one, even though she seems like a really nice person. And even though he's very much a one girl for him forever thank you very much kind of guy, and Hazel is very much it for him, he has to admit that Piper is beautiful even now, when she looks slightly harried and windswept, and her eyes are a little sunken from lack of sleep. Why'd you come up here? He asks her. You know, everyone's driving me up the wall at the moment, she says, sitting next to him. I just wanted some time alone. Oh, Frank says, moving to stand. If you want, I could leave. Oh no, it's fine, she rushes to assure him. Stay, please. Okay, Frank settles back down again, pleased. He isn't really expecting her to talk. After all, she'd come up here for some peace and quiet, but she nods at the Chinese characters he's scratched into the rocks in front of him and smiles. What does that say? She asks. Oh, it's my name, he says. My last name, he points at the Zhang, and this one is my official given name in Chinese, and this is what my mom called me. Fi, she says quietly. Means bright, Frank says, or brightness. It's so cool that you know how to write in your native tongue, she says a little enviously. Yeah, Frank stutters. I mean, kind of. My grandmom drilled it into me, but I never took her seriously. I would shirk my lessons and stuff. I've forgotten a lot. He gazes at the characters a little sadly and remembers his grandmother's severe, wrinkled face looming above him as he painstakingly scratched the letters into his notebook. She'd always been a teacher of the tough love school, but she had loved Frank, and she had loved Emily, too, even if she wasn't programmed to show it the way Frank understood. But he sees it now, how his grandmother would climb the stairs to his room with her weak knees to leave a meal outside his door every single day for nearly 2 months after his mother died. How, on his birthday, she'd never fail to make him sweet Nyan Gao, his favorite dish. How she'd let him watch cartoons like Avatar and American Dragon, Jake Long even though she sniffed at the Asian representation in the shows, and how, on windy winter nights, she'd make them both zongzi and tell him stories of Emily as a child. He misses her, he really does, even though she'd been naggy and strict and a real pain in the ass. He misses his home. He hates the way he'd left it, burning down to chars of black, under attack from a battalion of monsters that arrived in the night time. Frank's grandmother had forced him to flee, and he'd watched the house burn down from a safe distance. He'd returned in the morning, disguised as an eagle, to find his childhood home collapsed into piles of wood and ash, half-melted artifacts from his grandmother's collection strewn about. He hadn't been able to find anything remotely whole to remember her by. He hadn't even been able to grab his mother's picture. He hadn't been able to find his grandmother's body, either. He knows she was gifted with the same abilities he was, though her age prevented her from using them easily. After Frank's mother passed, his grandmother had turned into his tutor, his teacher. She told him how to visualize the beast he wanted to become, how to experience collapsing and bending all of his cells, reforming into a different shape, a different species. Emily had always told him that he could be anything, but Frank's grandmother had truly made it possible. It had been left to her to explain the lore of their family, and so the story behind his firewood, as well. After his first mishap with the stick, she'd painstakingly wrapped it up in layers of plastic and cloth with shaking hands, and made him promise to keep it safe long before he could fully glean the full implications of the curse. That's cool, Piper says, jarring him out of his reverie. I think my granddad probably knew the Native American languages, but my dad doesn't, and neither do I. She gazes a little sadly at the sky. Must be nice to have something to hold on to from your old life. A culture and a heritage and a language you can remember your grandmom by. Something to go back to. Yeah, says Frank, a little choked, because she's right, and it makes him feel even more regretful to have forgotten all his old lessons. In the life he's been living, it's been hard to really focus on the Chinese part of him. It's been all about the Roman. He wonders if his grandmother were around to see him now, would she approve? Surely not. Kind of hate it sometimes, Piper divulges like she's reading his mind. How little I know about my own culture. I remember so little of the Cherokee legends my dad told me, and I bet he's forgotten them now too. On the days I let myself think about it, it makes me really sad. I feel like I have no roots sometimes. She traces down her own nose with a finger. I keep wondering about what it must be like to be a regular mortal going to college. Would I still care about this stuff? Or would I be concerned with, I dunno, clothes and boys and TV shows like the rest of the world? We'll never know, Frank says pensively. I mean, sometimes I really hate how we're being forced to live, but I think that without all this madness we'd never have met anyone. You wouldn't have met Jason. I wouldn't have met Hazel. He flushes slightly as Piper turns her glittering eyes on him. She smiles in typical man-playing Cupid fashion. Yeah, you and Hazel. Kinda. Frank can feel his cheeks heating like an oven. He hates how his face can't hide a goddamn thing. I mean, I don't know, we never really talked about it. About what? Piper sits up straight, eyes wide. Wait, are you two dating? I should be offended by how surprised you look, he says, snorting at the panic on her expression. But I guess we weren't really going out of our way to show it, unlike some people. He shoots her a pointed look that makes her laugh. I mean, so we've kissed, once, but she got really freaked out about it afterwards, and so I told her I could wait. I mean, she blushes every time she sees the slightest bit of PDA from other couples. I've noticed that, Piper grins. Jason and I stick to hand-holding whenever she's around now. I feel like we'll taint her if we do anything else. Did you really try that hard, though? Frank laughs into his hands, a habit he might have picked up from Hazel. Relax, I doubt she minds. Plus, she's really cute when she gets all flustered. Oh, look at how gone you are for her, Piper teases, patting him on the shoulder. I really like her, he admits, managing to keep his smile down. But I can't even imagine the culture shock of being in this time. I get that she's been brought up conservative, and so I'll wait while she gets used to the idea of us in public. It's the least I can do, you know. Piper smiles at him. What? He asks. Nothing, she says, still smiling. Just that that's very sweet of you, and I don't think you have anything to worry about when it comes to the bond you guys share. Yeah, he rubs the end of his sleeve between his fingers. I miss her. She'll be back soon. I wish I could have been there with her, Frank admits. Then maybe. The accident wouldn't have happened, Piper guesses. Are you worried about her being near Leo? A little, he admits. I mean, he's literally fire in a person. There are other fears, too, that he chooses not to divulge. Leo might have flames running through his bloodstream, but even otherwise, he's the opposite of Frank in every way possible. He's small, with browner skin and wild hair. He's a chef, Frank recalls, with shame the night he tried to roast some chicken for Hazel to disastrous results, and he's a builder, good with his hands. Frank's got chubby, pudgy fingers that can barely fold a piece of paper properly. He'd hated the crafts classes in his school, where the teacher would teach them all to make paper boats and hats and cranes and whatnot. Frank had never understood finer arts like that. He can't make anything delicate and functional and beautiful the way Leo can. And he's seen Hazel watching Leo. Tiny looks here and there. Leo's even caught her at it too sometimes, which makes it worse. Frank can tell Hazel is avoiding the other boy for his sake, and he'd never wanted that, not really. But he can't ignore the stab of jealousy that pricks his chest whenever he catches Hazel studying Leo whenever she thinks he isn't looking. He wants to hate Leo. He really, really does. But even Frank can't deny that Leo is interesting and funny, and people are drawn to him the same way they're drawn to the hearth down in the bunker. Leo is lively and warm and vibrant and constantly in motion. Frank isn't like that. He isn't fun, not the way Leo is. He's kind of terrified Hazel will return from the quest having forgotten about Frank altogether. But there's no way he can tell Piper all this. She's Leo's best friend. There's no way she won't take his side in this, even though Frank might well be being totally ridiculous about the whole thing. Well, Piper says in a measured voice, I'm sure there's an explanation for what happened. But Leo, he's worked a lot to control the fire. I'm sure it isn't what you think. Maybe not, Frank allows. Don't judge him too harshly, she advises comfortingly. He's a lot. I used to think he was annoying when I first met him. He's loud and sometimes borderline crass, but it's just because he uses humor like a defense, and sometimes it always doesn't come out in the nicest ways. Underneath all that, though, I think you guys might have a lot in common. Frank nods, remembering how Leo had tried to help Hazel during that one flashback. Maybe one of the things they have in common is their feelings for her, he thinks, and frowns. Wanna head down, Piper suggests after a while. Maybe Jason and Zoe will be back, and we can finally get somewhere on the whole Annabeth situation. Yeah, Frank stands and offers a hand to Piper, which she takes with a grateful little smile. Percy's probably losing his mind. I mean, so am I, Piper admits, brushing the gravel from her pants. I just hide it better. I hope we get her back, Frank says. I hope she's all right, because Annabeth had been a friend to him and offered him honest opinions that he'd needed to hear. He respects her for her intelligence, her wisdom, she corrected him, and her strength. And he can see just how much her absence is affecting the rest of Bunker 9. Everyone's on edge. There's less laughter, more sobriety in the day-to-day conversations. The threat of another war seems realer than ever now that their leader has been taken. What's that? Piper asks suddenly. She's paused mid-stretch, squinting at the sky as something descends upon them with frightening speed, something winged and metallic. Stymphalian birds, Frank asks, knocking an arrow at once and taking aim. Piper gasps and places her arm over his, forcing it down. No, she gasps as the shape grows larger. Frank tries to make out what it could possibly be, but all he can see is the glint of bronze from the creature's wings. Wait, though. There's someone on the thing, he realizes with alarm. Two figures, screaming at the top of their voices and waving at them. Oh my gods, he whispers. Shitting fuck, says Piper in disbelief, laughing like she can't stop. He fucking did it. That asshole went and found the fucking dragon. There's quite a bit of chaos as everyone goes around moving everything. Percy and Jason end up dragging the beds, creating a small square of them as opposed to the two long lines they'd been arranged in earlier. Everyone else is gathering their things and dumping them elsewhere, all the while gazing up at the rooftop, where the dragon pokes its scaly head into the bunker through the leafy ceiling, gazing around in interest. Leo and Hazel, who had slid from the dragon to the ground via Beckendorf's grappling hook, are now surrounded by a gaggle of Leo's siblings and Austin, who is checking them for injuries. While Austin is providing some professional fussing, though the others are just fussing over them in general, asking about where they'd found the dragon. Colorado, you bastard, are you happy now? Leo howls at a smug Percy, and whether he was naming it Festus, Leo responds with pride, and Festus the dragon snorts smoke gleefully in response, and why the hell he'd bought so much bread and butter back with him. I was thinking we could grow some garlic and mince it and mix it with the butter, and then we'd have garlic butter, and then we could toast it with the bread and have garlic bread, Leo explains enthusiastically to a chorus of scoffs and boos. Idiot, Piper grouses, heaving as she pushes the beds around all over again because apparently Percy and Jason hadn't been neat enough. Why didn't you just raid an Olive Garden and get us garlic breadsticks? But why have boring all ready-made garlic bread when Leo lifts a loaf of whole wheat, when you can turn any bread into garlic bread? I hate you, Piper gasps. It's kind of like magic, don't you think? Leo nods at Maya like they're sharing some kind of inside secret. No, it's not, says Maya. Booze, you whore. Excuse me. It's a reference, Leo yelps, from Mean Girls. Oh my gods, y'all are fucking illiterate in pop culture. We should have a movie night. Or you could help, Jason responds. But then who'll make the garlic butter? Leo asks, holding a hand to his heart, but he wanders over to them anyway and begins to haul over the pillows and blankets. Where's Annabeth? He asks, and Percy stiffens unconsciously, turning away to where Hazel and Frank are speaking quietly while taking the latest supplies to the kitchen. Frank keeps one hand at the center of her back like he needs to touch her, and she leans into his broad palms, smiling softly. Percy doesn't know why, but his heart aches with what feels an awful lot like yearning. Jason fills Leo in on what happened to Annabeth. Leo drops the pillows, hangs his head, and doesn't move for a few long moments. So what now? He asks, crossing his arms, watching as the Demeter demigods wave their arms, forcing the vines and branches that make up the roof to retreat. Festus the dragon breathes steam in pleasure and extends more of its long neck inside. Zoe should be back soon with an update, and we go from there, Piper answers, seemingly unable to stop herself from smiling at the cheers that ensue when Festus lifts off into the sky and begins to make preparations for landing. I should be up there, Leo says suddenly. Jace, fly me to him. Jason grumbles but grabs Leo under the armpits like he's a child and shoots upward. Percy watches, awestruck, as he flies them up to the dragon's level and safely deposits Leo on Festus's back. He hovers around them, directing them downwards into the cleared area like a traffic policeman of the skies. Festus just manages to fit into the space allotted, although he does have to bring his neck around a little towards his tail to make sure he doesn't block the tunnel that leads to Bunker 1. He lands to great fanfare, and all the Hephaestus demigods rush towards him immediately. A thorough checkup is performed, and the dragon is pronounced a fine specimen, made of high-quality and durable bronze, even if his circuits have gone a little haywire from age. Easily fixed, Leo says, sliding off Festus's neck and patting his enormous snout. He's so hilariously small compared to the automaton that his entire hand is smaller than the dragon's nostril, but Festus doesn't seem to mind. He opens his mouth and makes a series of high-pitched clicking noises like he's a squirrel. It's at this point that Zoe runs out of the tunnel that Festus is camping out in front of. She stops so shortly it's kind of funny, and her expression takes on one of absolute bewilderment. What on earth is going here? She demands authoritatively, leaping gracefully over Festus's tail and joining Piper and Percy. I was barely gone for an hour. Leo found the dragon, Piper says, like this should be enough of an explanation. Zoe only looks more confused at this. Now that you're here, Percy says quickly, before they can go even further off track, can you please tell us about your news, about Annabeth? Very well, Zoe says, as Piper nods, hailing over Jason and Leo with a wave of her hand. Leo grabs Beckendorf, Silena, and Travis as Percy yells for Frank and Hazel. They convene in the infirmary, which is empty and mercifully quiet and far enough from the action for them to discuss the plan uninterrupted. Everyone sits down on the beds except for Zoe, who remains standing in front of them. The silver from her clothes catches the light from the braziers and turn it a shimmering gold. As you all know, my hunters and I have been scouting the area around the peak for the previous few days, Zoe begins. As far as we can see, there are not many monsters around the route you took. You were the one to suggest this, were you not? She says, nodding at Frank, who nods. There are 3 other alternate routes to the peak. One is climbing the cliff itself, but traveling via sea brings new horrors, and do not interrupt me, son of Poseidon, for Percy's opened his mouth, ready to argue. You will find that your father's domain has been taken over by Oceanus and now houses horrors you cannot even begin to dream of. What is the other route? Silena asks. Frank has to extricate his hand from Hazel's to raise it. The only other route to Atlas's peak, as far as I know, goes far too close to Othries. It's not worth the risk. The son of Mars is right, Zoe agrees, nodding in appreciation, which leaves us with the same path you followed last, but this will lead us close to Ladon. That's the dragon, Piper asks, and Leo perks up. Yes, says Zoe with a hint of regret. He is the guardian of the tree and will not let anyone near. Not even my wolves could get close to the mountain without Ladon interfering, but he is both a curse and a blessing. My hunters report minimal guards nearby. Since Ladon's only goal is to protect the tree, he does not distinguish between friend and foe. He will attack all who come near. The dragon is definitely a problem, Piper says, biting her lip. Annabeth only managed to get by because of her cap. What about underground, suggests Hazel. I could easily find a path for us. They'll be expecting us through the labyrinth, though, Leo points out. Underground is monster territory, and who knows what they're festering under Othries. Could we take the Pegasi and Tempest and drop down? We could even use the storm as a cover, Jason says hopefully, but Frank is already shaking his head. You must remember what it's like there, he says. You'll be blown right out of the sky. Beckendorf frowns. Sounds like you don't have much of a choice here. Besides, getting to the mountain peak is only half the problem, Zoe says severely. You are aware of the true nature of Atlas's curse, yes. When nobody answers, she exhales through her nostrils in annoyance. The one who carries the burden of the sky must be someone willing to take it, she says, gazing at them all in turn, which means we must find someone to receive the sky from Annabeth if we are to have any chance at rescuing her. Something sour emerges in the back of Percy's throat. So Annabeth really had wanted to save Luke. She'd taken the sky out of the kindness of her own heart. I am assuming nobody is volunteering, Zoe says sarcastically, raising a haughty eyebrow that strikes every single one of Percy's nerves. He's opening his mouth to say something stupid like I'll do it when Piper's fingers curl into his shoulder. She shoots him a warning look like she's seen right through him before addressing Zoe. What if we could trick someone into taking the burden back, like Luke, or even a random monster? Sounds good, Percy says at once. I'm in. It's pretty much guaranteed that there's going to be a fight up there, right? Piper continues, and Zoe nods. I say we grab Luke, charm speak him into taking back the sky, and let him finish what he started. That's easier said than done, Jason says. With all the hunters and a couple of us, we can do it, Piper says confidently. Agreed, Percy seconds. So when do we leave? Zoe turns to him and looks at him as though he's spoken another language. We are not going anywhere, or perhaps I should say you will not be leaving this bunker. I am not opposed to the daughter of Aphrodite joining me, or the son of Mars, or even the son of Jupiter. She inclines her head at Jason. But you know, I will not allow you on this quest. What? Percy feels as though she stabbed him in the gut and is now twisting the knife. Why? You want a list? Zoe scoffs like he's brain-addled and holds up a hand, counting on her fingers. You're brash, you don't follow orders, you attacked my hunters. You were practically holding us captive, Percy argues furiously, shooting to his feet. And you fought right back, you hypocrite, you literally drugged me. We only did so because you left us no choice, Zoe shoots back, squaring her shoulders and glaring. And besides, you're reckless. If this is about the fucking Impausa. Only partially, you used your powers near Authries as well. An unnecessary and extremely dangerous risk given that you were in the literal heart of Titan territory. Again, I only used the water because you attacked me, Percy snarls. And the Impausa, I was protecting Frank. She would have died anyway, with or without you butting in. Thanks for nothing, by the way, and nothing would have happened. It is this careless attitude that will get us all killed, Zoe hisses at him. How sure are you that you were not followed by another monster? That the Impausa did not call for backup? As far as we know, your identity and parentage is still a secret, and if you have any sense at all, you will understand how imperative it is for our side to keep it so. Fine, Percy relents, gritting his teeth. I promise I won't use my fucking powers. I won't get in your way, just let me on the quest. I'm not finished, she says maddeningly, crossing her arms. You are too close to this mission, son of Poseidon, too emotionally invested. To save Annabeth, you would give up the world, and that is very dangerous for the rest of us. Suddenly feeling like he's been stripped bare, and with everyone gazing at him both curiously and sympathetically, Percy swallows. It's not like that, he croaks. It is exactly as I said, and you know it, Zoe says ruthlessly. What if we reach the site and something goes wrong and we are forced to retreat to save our lives? What if we have to abandon the mission temporarily? She gazes at him, cold and hard like ice. Could you comply with those orders? Percy says, although his resolve is melting through the floor at the thought of it. He can't leave Annabeth behind again. He can't, he won't. It won't come to that. And if it does, she shakes her head, something like pity flitting across her face. We can never be too careful in delicate situations such as these. I like to know who I am going into battle with, Percy Jackson, and I know of you, Titan Slayer. I have quite a few young Romans in my ranks who saw the battle with their own eyes. I know you are one of the strongest warriors here, but there's no doubt in my mind that you would give up your life and the rest of ours just to save your friend. Loyalty is an admirable trait, to be sure, but I will not have it be our doom. I won't do that, Percy says weakly, but he can't even believe himself. He squeezes his fists. I do not trust you, son of Poseidon, and so I will not jeopardize the mission by allowing you to be a part of it. She turns away like she's done with him. I am willing to partner with any of the rest of you, however. It's so unfair that Percy wants to throw an honest-to-God tantrum, but Zoe will probably just make fun of him, so he takes a breath and bites his tongue. He takes a step towards her, trying for a calmer tone. Zoe, I swear. No, she snaps at him, whirling in his direction, her eyes hard and flashing. No, Percy Jackson, and I'm not changing my mind on the matter. We will fulfill our mission without you, and you're going to have to accept that the world does not revolve around you. Her lips curve into a sardonic smile. You might want to find a hobby while you wait. Zoe, that was uncalled for, Piper snaps, but Percy's already moving. He gets right in front of Zoe, they're almost nose to nose. To her credit, she doesn't even flinch, even though the hair on his arms is standing up in response to the crackle of power that has materialized around him. Screw you, Percy tells her quietly. I'm going on this quest and you can't stop me. I'd like to see you try, she growls back, but there's an edge to her voice that screams of certain victory. It takes a lot of effort to hold his arms back from reaching out and punching her in the face, but Percy forces the surge of strength back down before he turns away from her insufferably smug expression and stalks out of the room without looking back. After what feels like an eternity of silence, Luke begins to talk. He still can barely seem to look at her, but he talks about his day, about all his days. He speaks to her like she's the old friend she is and not the enemy he's meant to be torturing for information, and sometimes he speaks as though talking to himself. Their one-sided conversations stay light and casual as Luke recounts training sessions and his interactions with his new army. He doesn't give anything away about their plans or strategies, and he is understandably tight-lipped about the spy in the bunkers, but it's more than she'd ever expected from him. And then one day he asks, so, how is everyone in the bunkers doing? Annabeth is so shocked by this she looks up, and she finds Luke gazing at her steadily, his eyes shining with an emotion she's too exhausted to place. Whatever it is, though, it is sincere. She doesn't answer. Luke sighs and turns away again. I should have expected that, huh? He rubs a hand over his knee. This isn't a ploy to get information, Annabeth. We already have enough, save for the locations of the bunker entrances. The old compass prototypes went to shit long ago, and you've set up your defenses well. Even I couldn't find it, though not for lack of trying. The image of Luke at one of their barriers, placing a bloodied hand on the wall and trying to guess the password, makes Annabeth feel dizzy. She hangs her head and he chuckles, but it sounds empty and sad. I just want to know how everyone is doing. Travis and Connor and Cecil Julia Alice, he sighs, glancing at her over his shoulder. They were my siblings, Annabeth. You don't need to look at me like that. I'm still allowed to care. Annabeth can barely feel her facial muscles, but she tries to channel disbelief as best as she can, because no, Luke isn't allowed to ask about the people he fucking betrayed. He isn't allowed to ask about Travis and Connor, who hero-worshipped him the same way Annabeth did. He taught them to fight with a sword. He taught a majority of their army, really. He'd been loved as an older sibling, respected as a teacher, and renowned for his skill. Many of the younger demigods would watch Luke spar and whisper, how can anyone get better than him? The Titans don't stand a chance. His leaving had broken their morale and spirit, and here he is, acting like he still has the right to care about the people he tossed aside like they meant nothing to him. Anger gives her a new energy. She grunts, getting a better grip on her limbs. She evens her breathing and even lifts her head high enough to catch his attention. It's a small victory, but glaring at him with all she's worth makes her feel good, really good. Luke sighs at her, indulgent and perhaps even a little fond, which only enrages her further. He has no right to be looking at her like he knows her at all anymore. She's lived without him, she's done most of her growing up without him. He doesn't know her anymore. He gave up the right to know her the moment he decided to betray her. And Annabeth's given up so much for him. Hell, she's here, isn't she? She was the stupid one who still believed him to be good at his core, still the Luke who would save her the best parts of his dinner, still the Luke who handed her his knife and told her he would take care of her. Better yet, he told her he would teach her to take care of herself. Maybe she needed this, she thinks bitterly. Maybe she needed to see Luke like this. Maybe she was meant to be used by Luke like this so she could finally understand that he is irretrievable, irredeemable. Luke turns to face her fully. His hair's a little longer than he used to keep it, and it flops into his eyes, whipping around in the wind. It makes him look older, more distinguished. Luke had always been handsome. Annabeth had spent a considerable portion of the time at the bunkers fending off the children of Aphrodite, who would bombard her with questions about Luke's relationship status. The scar running down his left cheek has faded into white, a scar given by the dragon still guarding the tree at the foot of the mountain. That quest, the quest Luke had undertaken to get a golden apple from the garden of the Hesperides, that had been when everything had changed for him somehow. He'd grown grim in the wake of that disaster, and she and Thalia had assumed he was angry he had failed, but only now she sees his attitude for what it truly had been, a deep-rooted bitterness directed right at the gods. It annoys her that she doesn't know what happened on that quest to make him shift from the boy she once knew to the man he is now. In a flash, Annabeth realizes he is studying her the same way she's scanning him now. She wonders how pathetic she must look to him, trapped under a weight she can't carry for much longer, thinner and dirtier than she's ever been. How immature she must seem to him, the puppet master who is still dictating her every move, who still knows her so well even as she struggles to find something left in him to hold on to. I'm sorry it had to be this way, he says then, and to her shock he seems truthful. He sounds genuinely distressed that they are on opposite sides, and for a split second she wonders if seeing her like this in this circumstance is paining him as much as it is killing her to see him on the wrong side. She pushes the thought away from her mind at once. She isn't going to do this. She isn't going to fall into his trap and turn into some hapless captive whose judgment gets clouded under the influence of Stockholm Syndrome. After I left, Luke says, inching towards her slightly as though afraid of going unheard, I thought about bringing you with me. I thought about it a lot. I thought it could be like us before we found the bunkers, before I met. He swallows and doesn't complete the sentence. And I still do regret that I had to leave you behind. She looks away, the dryness in her throat overwhelming. She can't tell him how many times she'd wanted to run from the bunkers after the war, how many times she'd wanted to run from her responsibilities and find him so that they could roam the country together, just like the old days. And I still think you and I could change the world, he says, and some light shines through his face. Haven't you seen Annabeth? You must have. You must know all the mistakes the gods have made. They glorify only themselves, shove aside anyone who dares threaten their rule. They're incorrigible, Annabeth, and they were never going to change. The worst part is that he's not entirely wrong on some level. The gods have been known to wipe out anyone who they see as even a minor threat, and Annabeth has on occasion thought about what the world would be like if she were in charge. Which might be selfish, but it's an indulgence she allows herself once in a while to cheer herself up. She dreams of a perfect world with beautiful buildings, a world where her father loves her again, her parents are together, Thalia is alive, and Luke is back by her side. But a perfect world where everyone is happy, that just isn't possible. It wasn't possible with the gods, and it will never, ever be possible with the Titans. He tilts his head to stare at something in the distance, the black castle Annabeth senses, even though she doesn't have the strength to look at it herself. The Titans, they have promised justice for the oppressed, the overlooked, justice and freedom for those of us who just wanted to live simply. The gods have ruined so much, Annabeth. They ruin all our lives, force us to fight for them when they offer nothing in return. They curse mortals who have done nothing to them. At this point his gaze grows hard, and Annabeth's mind flies immediately to May Castellan, and they show no respect for us, their children, who keep their precious flame burning. They toss us aside, they toss the minor gods aside. There's no end to their tyranny, he spits, suddenly irate. It isn't some kind of sick joke, Annabeth realizes then. He really thinks he can change the world with the Titans at the helm. Doesn't he know? Can't he see that his very presence is a threat to Kronos? Can't he see that he will be cast off at the first opportunity? The Titans have used him so much already, hell, they even used him as bait just to get to her. Doesn't he see? How can he not see it? He's contradicting himself. The demigods are, for sure, what keeps the flame alive, but that includes him, and all the other demigods he's recruited to the Titans' side. His continued existence will always be a threat to Kronos, because of the very fact that the blood that runs through him is that of a god and not a Titan or monster. And if Kronos ever succeeds in his goal to wipe out the demigods opposing him, he will surely turn on his own side. There's no question of it. The Titans will seek to wipe demigod blood off the map altogether. How can Luke, one of the smartest people she knows, not be able to see something so obvious? Briefly she wonders if he's been enchanted, but no, he seems to be fully present, which means that either he's been deluded into thinking what he wants is possible, and he really, truly does believe the nonsense he's spouting. And even though he's right about the gods being kind of crappy with respect to the minor gods, Hades, Hestia, and the demigods, any world is better than what Kronos probably has planned for his reign. Can't you see, Annabeth? Luke says softly. She doesn't see, she won't. Annabeth will never, ever throw in her lot with the Titans. She has new friends she trusts now, new people to fight for. People like Piper and Jason and Leo and Frank and Hazel and Beckendorf and Silena and Malcolm. People like Percy. She is fighting on the side of the gods, not because they are ideal rulers, but because while they may not be perfect, they are far sight better than the Titans, who will no doubt create nothing but darkness, chaos, and bloodshed. The gods are her blood, and Luke's too, however hard he might try to deny it, and their revival means her survival. Annabeth isn't going to die at the hands of the slimy, shady, bully Titans who will surely turn the world into something corrupt and unrecognizable. No, she's going to fight with every last drop of blood left in her, and if she goes down, she's going to do it swinging. Join us, Luke tells her, leaning forward, so close that she can see the silent plea in his eyes. Join us and you can make the world how you wanted it. The so-called flame of the West, it's rotten to its core. With your intelligence, you don't deserve to be hanging onto the threads of the gods. You deserve better, you deserve to start the world anew. You could build all you want, temples and monuments to the Lord of the new golden age. He stares at her, gaze wide and open and hopeful and oh so blue. Isn't that what you want? With difficulty, she lifts her head again and tries to muster every bit of disdain in her. Go to Tartarus, she hisses. His expression crumples, like a sandcastle falling apart under the onslaught of the rough ocean. I knew you'd say that, he says. I knew, and yet I had to try. He stares up at the castle again. I told them that's what you'd say. Traitor, she spits, tears welling up in her eyes. Everything you say is a lie. I wasn't lying, Annabeth, he says with something like pity. I wasn't lying about any of it. And even though you might think I don't care about you anymore, well, you're wrong about that. I really do think we'd be better together, and it sucks so much that we have to be like this now. But you've chosen your path and I've chosen mine, and if we have to do battle, so be it. He comes closer to her. I'm not going to give up on my beliefs the same way you're standing by yours. You can't hate me for fighting for what I'm choosing to stand for, Annabeth, because you're doing the same thing. He touches her face softly and tenderly, and suddenly she is transported back to the day they met, and she is nothing more than a child, cold and lost and lonely, wanting nothing more than someone to believe in. You're still family, Annabeth, Luke whispers in a broken voice. You're still my little sister, and I probably shouldn't, but I still care about you. She chokes back a sob. She wants to get away from his touch that is so soft and warm and so achingly familiar, but she can't move. Luke shifts so he's beside her. Annabeth doesn't dare turn around to watch him, but suddenly the weight she's carrying feels a little lighter and her legs regain some feeling. She chances a glance at him, and there he is, kneeling right beside her, gritting his teeth as he holds up the sky alongside her, as if their conversation had been moot, as though it's as he's always said it would be. Us against the world, right, Annabeth? You don't turn your back on family, Annabeth thinks, and something inside her shatters. She doesn't say anything. Neither does he, but for a while after that, he still stays by her side, holding up all the burdens from her weary shoulders, the way he'd always promised he would do. They find Percy outside, demolishing a boulder. Jason watches for a while, wondering if he should go do something, like offer himself as a sparring partner, but he can see the way Percy's eyes are glowing even though he's quite a few meters away, and Jason doesn't think he's quite in the mood to get his ass kicked. Piper and Leo settle down in the shadow of a large tree without even bothering to call Percy over. Piper waves her hand like, let him be, and Leo just looks terrified as Percy summons a jet of water that cleaves a quarter of the rock right off. How was the council meeting? Leo asks, and Jason starts, having forgotten about it entirely. He shrugs as if to respond unruly as usual and lowers himself to the grass next to Piper, who smiles and winds her arm around his waist, resting her head against his shoulder. Jason sighs at her touch. There's something so warm about Piper that makes him feel really soothed and safe, and even though he's only been away from her for an hour or so, his body leans into hers like they've been apart for a century, which might sound incredibly cheesy, but it's true nevertheless. How's Clarice doing? After Chris, Piper clarifies, and Jason sighs a little. Not good, he admits, because Chris has shown no signs of improving even with Pollux and Clovis working on keeping his fits at bay almost around the clock. He wonders what it must be like for Clarice to watch him drive himself to near death with lunacy, and then he watches Percy release several shards of ice into a nearby tree, and wonders what it must be like to lose someone he cares so much about, not to death, but to something like an incurable madness or capture. Well, he kind of knows what it's like. There had been Thalia, but there's also Piper, only he isn't going to lose Piper, not if he can help it. He's been so busy with the meetings and worrying about Nine and Annabeth that he's almost had no time to even dwell on the nightmares, which still feature him in Creos in the starring and opposing roles. Where sleep had been a rare commodity before, now he's almost bored by it because he knows what he's going to see. And sure, the sound of Creos' grating laugh still makes shivers run down his spine, but now he knows with a kind of grim clarity exactly what he's got to do. It takes surprisingly little effort to school his mind into accepting that things might end up so well for him. His instincts have been screaming that the prophecy doesn't refer to him, and there's only one reason that could be. He's got to accept the fact that he could die. He's got to accept the fact that he's going to break Piper's heart, but there's no way out of the prophecy they've been given. It's him or her, and it isn't going to be her. He'd like to handle the Creos situation as soon as possible, but with Annabeth gone, he can't find it in himself to abandon Nine. And this is Annabeth he's talking about. If she could hold on for the rest of them after the war, so can he. Piper must sense that he doesn't feel like talking, so she just presses her lips against his chin and squeezes his hand to let him know she's there if he ever wants to vent. It makes him feel worse because he can't tell her this. Anything but this. Suo, spill the deets about Festus, Piper tells Leo, nudging him in the side. How the hell did you find him? Well, me and Hazel were camped out in the night in the forest, Leo explains, perking up. Hazel was on watch, and then, right when I was falling asleep, you know that moment when you feel you're going to sleep but you're not awake, like that second re-8 before you fall into the best damn sleep of your life. Says Jason, yes. Well, I was right there when Hazel suddenly woke me up and told me to use my fire to see. And so I did, and then bam, there he was. Leo points dramatically at what Jason assumes must be the dragon in his head, but really he just draws everyone's attention to Percy again, who notices them all staring and snaps. What? There he was, Leo says, his eyes going all dreamy and glazed. He was beautiful. He started breathing fire at us and we had to fucking run for it. He burned my sleeping bag. Fire, Piper asks, sitting up. Was that what caused? Leo glances at her warily. No, he says carefully, that was something else. Oh, says Piper. What, says Jason. Nothing, they say simultaneously, and then shoot each other amused looks. Fine, says Jason a tad frustratedly, but it's hard to keep pouting when Piper leans forward to kiss him. Keep your secrets. Anyway, says Leo pointedly, so there we are running through the forest and it's pitch black, yeah. And then Hazel's like, let's split up, and I'm like, are you batshit crazy, woman? But Hazel figures the dragon has some vendetta against her in particular because they're both connected by the bronze. That's how she was tracking it in the first place, right? And she says she's gonna go underground and run ahead and try to make some kind of trap for it to fall in. So basically I was the bait. He takes a breath and goes on. So I didn't really say yes, but I didn't say no either, and so she just took that as the okay, and then she opens this hole in the ground and just drops down, and I literally almost died on the spot. But she screams at me to keep running, so I do, and the dragon's gaining on me and basically spitting sparks and lighting everything on fire. And I swear I must have been running for half an hour, and at this point I'm thinking I really should have joined in on more sparring sessions, because my stamina ain't what it used to be, and I was like, damn, maybe I'm just getting old. Leo, Piper says. Too off track, Leo notes both Jason and Piper's expression and nods. Too off track, got it. So I'm running and slowly losing my will to live, and then suddenly I feel this rumble beneath me, and so my dumb ass is like, hey, let's climb a tree. And I do that, and the dragon stops right under the branch I'm on and opening his mouth to literally light my butt on fire. Which wouldn't have worked because I'm fireproof, but you get the point. Leo grins, although I've been told I have a hot ass. Literally nobody has said that, Jason says incredulously just as Piper scoffs. Your ass is bony, do some squats. Wow, says Leo, you call yourselves my friends, that hurts guys if I'm being honest. Wow, says Piper, you call yourself an honest human being. Wow, says Jason. Oh, Whittle Jason couldn't think of a comeback, Leo coos. Whittle Jason is cute, Piper says, kissing him. Do I have to remind you that I'm taller than you both? Jason cuts in, but he holds up his hands in surrender when they both turn on him, mouths already opening to respond with insults. Height has always been a sore subject for them, especially Piper, who had mourned for a whole 2 weeks when Leo finally hit his rather anticlimactic growth spurt and finally edged her out height-wise. Finish the damn story, Leo, Piper grumbles, leaning against Jason again. I swear to God, never write a book ever. Honestly, if we're ever put in the position where you have to send me a message, just don't. You'll never get to the point. Leo glares at her. Just for that, I will be narrating the rest of my extremely exhilarating and thrilling story to Jason, and Jason alone. You're dead to me, McLean. Choke, says Piper. Jason, did you hear something? Leo asks, feigning ignorance even as Piper gets in his face and begins to make silly faces. I just heard this weird farting sound, oof, for Piper has just stuck her finger into his abdomen. Finish the story, you're cretin, she says, grinning. Gremlin, says Leo. Goblin. Orc. Troll. Oh, says Leo with interest. Are we just gonna go naming all the races in Lord of the Rings now? That's the one with the hobbits, Jason recognizes. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, Piper says at once, laughing. To Isengard, Leo finishes, he and Piper high-five. We still got it, man. Please just finish the story, Jason begs. For you, Jason, I'll do it, says Leo generously, fluttering his eyelashes at him. Where'd I stop? When you start, Piper grins. You climbed the tree, Jason informs him. Yeah, so I climbed the tree, Leo says. And the dragon's getting ready to fry the entire forest, probably. But then all of a sudden the entire ground literally collapses beneath only the dragon. It's the most bizarre fucking thing I've ever seen. There's just this dragon-shaped impression in the ground, and then Hazel pops up out of nowhere and summons a blanket of soil to encase the dragon up until about the neck. Leo draws a line across his own. And the dragon's freaking out, head blowing fire and shit at us, but then Hazel points at it and its ruby eyes turn and go all dim, and that's pretty much how we met. Leo grins. Pretty cool, huh? Moderately cool, Piper agrees. So how'd you repaired it after? Well, it was easier since it was deactivated, Leo says. Hazel unearthed it, damn, it really was a mess. She worked on getting him all nice and clean again on the outside, and I tried whatever I could with his circuitry. We discovered he had wings and attached those correctly, and then we woke him up again. He grins. He was in a much better mood after he realized he was partially fixed. Why Festus, though? Piper wonders aloud. It means happy in Latin, Jason tells her. I think it's cute. Well, he looked really happy when I saw that he had working wings again, and it looked like he was grinning, so I asked Hazel for a translation, says Leo, going a little pink around the neck, and it really fit him. Only you'd name a dragon happy, you doofus, Piper says, ruffling his hair fondly. I kinda love it, though. Yeah, Leo says, grinning at his hands. Me too. Anything else interesting happen? Jason asks. Other than your sudden craving for garlic bread, man, I worry for you sometimes. Well, says Leo. I smell tea, Piper yelps, sitting up straight. Spill. I kinda told Hazel I like her, Leo says in a rush, and Jason starts in surprise. He'd known that Leo was crushing on the daughter of Pluto a little, well, to be honest. He'd been oblivious to it all, and Piper had told him of her suspicions, but he hadn't thought his feelings were strong enough for him to actually act on them, and he hadn't expected Leo to even have the balls to act on them if that were the case. But she has a thing going on with Frank, Leo continues, shrugging like it's not a big deal, but Jason can see that he's hurting a little. I know, he just told me, Piper moans. I mean, I was right about them not dating yet, but he said he really wanted to date her, but he was being respectful and waiting for her to get used to the idea of it. It was so cute. What'd you tell him? Jason asks. To go for it, Piper says, although at the same time I was making a mental note to tell Leo to back off. I didn't think you'd actually take my advice this soon. It was good advice, Leo allows. It was good advice for you, Piper agrees, but it would have been bad for Frank and Hazel if it had gone differently, which I feel guilty about a little. They're so sweet and I don't want to ruin what they have, but you come first. She pats Leo's arm. You're my first best friend. What does that make me? Jason asks. You're my first boyfriend, Piper says, kissing him quickly. Not even second best friend, Jason wheedles. Piper snorts, no, that's Annabeth. Wow, says Jason, no, just wow. Please don't even try to pull that crap with me, Piper says lightly. Leo's your first best friend too, and Annabeth's your second, or maybe even Percy, you two are weirdly alike. Annabeth's more like a sister, and I'd always thought you'd be my second best friend, Jason says, sticking his tongue out at her. At least you were, until this betrayal. I'm revoking your second best friend card and giving it to Percy. They watch Percy go at it for a while. He really is a sight to behold, Jason thinks offhandedly. He's sweating and his hair is flying, and he spins around causing minor destruction to the plants in his path like he's a human whirlpool. He reminds me of Thalia a little, Piper says suddenly, her eyes tracking his movements. She used to have these moments too. Annabeth and Luke would deal with her, Leo remembers. She'd just suddenly get really stressed out and need a release. She'd make these storms. Jason remembers his sister had been more temperamental than he and so more prone to emotional outbursts. She'd always needed some time away from everyone else to just let go of some of her power, which she'd told him had the same effect as having a good cry. He doesn't really remember doing that himself much, except for one time after Thalia's death, when he'd been so distressed he'd accidentally caused a small hurricane. He'd never even tried to pull stuff like that in New Rome either, where he'd always felt like he was being watched by the older centurions and legacies, who were probably wondering if his leadership skills would match up to his prowess in combat. He'd felt like he was put under the microscope with every move he made and every decision he stood for, even as a centurion, and he'd always known he was a prime candidate for praetor alongside Reyna. But where Reyna was built for the role the same way as Annabeth, Jason wasn't comfortable taking charge. He was happy being Reyna's right-hand man, her go-to whenever she needed a second opinion. Screaming out orders, not his thing. Being at the helm took all of his patience and energy and effort, and in the end, captured only a shadow of whatever he was trying to produce. He likes it better with the Greeks in that sense, because the moment he'd told Annabeth he wanted nothing to do with leadership, she'd understood his reservations and never once bugged him about it again. Leadership in the bunkers was decided based on age and experience, but not necessarily forced on the demigods that fit the bill on paper. Malcolm, Annabeth's younger brother, had been elected unanimously by Bunker 6 at the young age of 15, when it had been decided that Annabeth would act as the overall head and operate from 9. Jason knows that a lot of the demigods had probably expected him to stand up and fill Thalia's shoes, but Jason hadn't wanted to. He just never felt comfortable assuming a position of power just because of his father. But still, he does miss New Rome. He misses the real sense of closeness and community with respect to the entire Roman army. The bunkers are homely, but they are spread too far apart, and plus, the demigods in each bunker differ like night and day. Demigods in the 12th Legion weren't divided based on parentage. They were segregated based on the heroics they'd achieved to get to New Rome. Jason, who had been brought to New Rome at age 6 by Lupa, had been adopted by a legacy of the 5th cohort upon his arrival. He'd met a whole variety of people there, children of most all the Roman gods, and a whole host of legacies, too. He wonders what's happened to them now. Are they still trying to stay strong as a unit, or have they divided themselves up to stay safe like the Greeks have done? It's so weird how he feels equally a part of both camps. Everyone around him, including Piper and Leo, probably think of him as a full-fledged Greek now, and even though he's given up on trying to correct people, he still feels a little annoyed when people refer to him as the son of Zeus and not Jupiter. He's Roman in some ways and Greek in others. He sees and appreciates the advantages and drawbacks of both sides. He just wishes there was a way he could be in both places at once. And he has ideas, he does, but they won't come anywhere near fruition during this war. Maybe after, if there is an after, if he gets to the after. He's startled out of his thoughts as Percy stumbles him way towards them and throws himself down at the ground near their feet. He rolls over onto his back, spreads his arms out on either side of him, and says passionately, "Fuck Zoe." "I would, but she's got that celibate thing going on," Leo responds at once with a lewd grin. Piper hits him on the head. "The hunters hate love, right?" Percy recalls. "Well, it makes sense for Zoe. 2,000 years with nobody who loves her. No wonder she's so fucking crabby." "Harsh," Piper interjects, eyebrows raised. "She deserves it," Percy says in a stony voice. "She's being so unfair." Jason nods in sympathy, and Leo pats Percy's foot consolingly, but Piper disentangles herself from Jason and crawls over to Percy's prone figure so she can stare him in the face. "Is she being unreasonable, though?" she inquires. Yeah, she is," Percy says, turning to look at Piper as though she's lost her mind. "She's clearly got some personal vendetta against boys, which is why she isn't letting me on the quest." "She said she'd let any of the others come, though," says Piper shrewdly. Percy, who must have forgotten that particular detail, wrinkles his nose and turns away. "Aren't you too old to be throwing a fit about this?" Piper's voice cuts calm and clear through the stifling air. She sits down cross-legged across from him, bringing out catoptris in one hand and a wet rag in the other, and begins to polish the blade. Jason shoots her a look like, "I hope you know what you're doing because I'm not getting involved," and Leo looks similarly worried that Percy might lose his temper and freeze them in a block of ice or something. "I am not having a fit," Percy says into his knees. "I'm having a curl up in a tiny ball." "Ah, dignity, where art thou?" Piper says pompously, sounding quite like Zoe as she says it, and it's enough to draw a puff of laughter out of Percy. "Look, you know I have to go," he tells her, sitting up. "It doesn't matter if you're going too, Jason. I don't care about the stupid Big Three rule, and I'm not too emotional to think straight. I don't care what stupid Zoe Nightshade says." "Percy," says Piper. "I'm the one who let this happen. I could have stopped Annabeth, and I didn't. If anyone shouldn't be going, it's Zoe. She fucking got in the way of us last time. What if it happens again? What if she decides, oh, it's too risky, let's turn back, or something equally stupid or cowardly, just because she feels like it? What if?" "Percy," says Piper sharply, looking up at him with flashing eyes. "Look, I understand you're angry. I would be too. In fact, I kind of am. But Zoe's lived 100 years, she's got experience, and you're not going to get on her good side by arguing with her every chance you get and badmouthing her behind her back." She twists her lips, sitting back and folding her arms. "And maybe she's got a point about you not being in the right state of mind right now." Jason and Leo flinch in tandem, and Percy glares at her, then glares harder when it doesn't seem to affect her in the slightest. His glint in his eyes is almost wolf-like. He must have picked up more than just the art of battle from Lupa. "You sure you aren't a secret huntress? You seem to be pretty friendly with Zoe before, and now you're defending her." "Don't act like a child, Perce," says Piper, quick as a whip, with a quick roll of her eyes. Possible she'd been expecting some kind of immature response. Even Jason has to admit it's not up to Percy's usual standard. Percy's frown flickers a little as though he knows the remark had been a little uncalled for, mostly because he's aimed below the belt, which isn't like him. "It's just so unfair," he bursts out, seemingly unable to help himself. "She's so obsessed with doing things her way, I don't even think she cares about Annabeth at all." Piper and Leo exchange a look. "That's not true," says Piper. "Zoe and Annabeth always kind of got along, even though Thalia hated her, and the hunters were a great asset to us during the war." "Zoe tried to recruit Annabeth," Leo chimes in unexpectedly, and the three of them look over at him in surprise. "I didn't know that," Piper says, sounding a little hurt and a little confused. She looks quickly at Jason, and he shakes his head nonplussed. "It was during the war," Leo says. "I overheard them talking. I doubt even Annabeth remembers. But yeah, I guess Zoe figured we'd win the war or something. She was talking about what an honor it would be to train under Artemis again, and Annabeth agreed. Then Zoe said she'd make a good hunter and asked her if she'd consider joining." "And then what?" Percy looks as though he's been kicked in the head. "Annabeth just laughed it off and refused," Leo shrugs. "Don't ask me why, because she didn't say, but Zoe took it well enough. She just said it was a shame, and then she told her there would always be a place for her if she ever changed her mind. But so yeah, she doesn't hate Annabeth at all." "Great," says Percy, smiling bitterly and ripping out a tuft of grass from the ground. "Just great." "Percy," says Piper. He snaps his gaze upwards to meet hers. "I know what you're going to say, and yeah, it's fine. I don't have any right to feel betrayed or anything. I mean, I only got here a couple months ago, it's okay." "You're not okay," Piper says easily, astutely, and Jason watches her and thinks fervently that whoever painted children of Aphrodite as airheaded bimbos likely had never met one in their lives. And it's not just because of losing Annabeth, it's something else, something deeper. She lifts an eyebrow when Percy doesn't reply. "Look, you don't have to tell me, but it's clearly bothering you, whatever it is, so you need to get it out of your system, you need to deal with it before you do anything else. I don't think Zoe will even consider you otherwise." She tilts her head, frowning a little as she scrapes from dried blood from her knife with the cloth. "You may think you're fine." "I am fine," Percy gets out through gritted teeth. "You're not," Piper rebuts calmly. "You've been a mess. You go off alone, snap at your friends whenever they try to help you, and bringing you back from the brink each time, well, it's getting tiring, honestly." She fixes him with a cool, unnerving gaze. "Maybe all this stuff worked when you were on your own. Maybe bottling up every bit of frustration you had at yourself worked for you then. But you're part of us now, and you're going to have to play by our rules once in a while, especially if you want something in return, like being a part of this quest. Look, we all know what you're capable of," she continues, and here her voice grows softer, sympathetic, and Percy bites his lip in evident frustration. "We all know you're strong and smart and reliable and you care for Annabeth, but Zoe doesn't know that and she isn't going to listen to us. She's making her judgments based on what she sees, and do you know what she probably thinks of you?" Jason bites his lip and Percy doesn't answer because he surely knows what she means. Zoe has only seen Percy angrily disemboweling the training dummies, trying to escape from her during the quest, and being reckless. She doesn't trust men anyway, and his recent behavior probably hasn't been doing much to improve her already dirt-poor opinions of his gender. Percy groans, Piper grins in victory. "Okay, so I've been an idiot," Percy allows, and Piper discards her dagger in favor of clapping loudly. "But what do? I have to go on this quest, Piper, and if Zoe doesn't let me come, I'll do it myself." "Yes, you made that pretty clear," Piper snorts. "Look, Perce, being a hero doesn't mean you have to be independent." She raises her eyebrows at him. "I believe that strength can come from others as well as ourselves. I'd like to think I'm a hero because I need everyone else here just as much as they need me." "I get that," Percy relents. "After years and years of being alone, I like the idea, even. But this doesn't have anything to do with me trying to be a hero. I have to save Annabeth." "Yes, but why?" Piper prods, leaning forward. "Look, I'm Annabeth's best friend. I care about her just as much as you do. But you don't see me freaking out. I know she's going to hold on. I know she's going to be waiting for us, and I know we're going to get her back." She plays with the end of her shoelaces. "Look, you can trust me, you know that, right? I'll bring her back." "It has to be me," Percy bites at his lip, closing his eyes in frustration. "It's not because I don't trust you, it's just I can't just." He sighs. "It has to be me." She frowns. Okay, I'm not going to push you, but you've gotta get it under control, dude." "I will," Percy says confidently. Then he bursts out, "I can't fail again." Jason stills. "What?" "I dunno." Percy scrubs his hand into his face, smushing his nose. His ears are crimson. I can't afford to lose anyone else, not because of me, not this time." Jason feels a lump in his throat because, well, can't they all relate to that? Jason's lost his mom and his sister and countless friends on both warfronts, and now the Titans are threatening to take Piper. He knows, perhaps too well, what it feels like to have everything ripped from you and you're just left there without being able to do anything about it. Leo and Piper's face are contorted into similar expressions of grief and understanding. Percy sighs, slow and shuddering. Jason knows he's lost his mom, but there's something else there too. Someone else he's lost, some deep-seated regret that he's let slip about a couple of times, but there isn't enough information to piece it all together. Whatever it is, that's why Percy's losing his head over Annabeth. Jason's seen their friendship blossom into something new and wonderful and hopeful, and it's been clear to everyone from the get-go that the two are connected in some inexplicable way that is visible to only the two of them. Their bond is one of mutual trust and commitment that exists only between the two of them, and despite their near-constant sniping at each other, they do share a natural camaraderie. Of course, Percy's out of his mind with worry. They all are, but Jason suspects that Percy feels something deeper for Annabeth, possibly because of how he'd had to really earn her trust and respect before she'd opened up to him. "Talk to Zoe," Jason finds himself saying. "Tell her what you told us." Percy snorts sarcastically. "You heard her. She isn't changing her mind, and if I go begging, she'll probably think even less of me than she already does." He glares at his shoes. "But I don't give a shit. I meant what I said. I'll do something, follow you or take blackjack, but I have to do this." Jason shoots a look at Piper, who's biting her lip. "You aren't going to back down on this, are you?" he asks Percy, who shakes his head slowly, frowning. After you stormed out of the meeting, the rest of us decided that Jason and I would go with Zoe to Authry's, Piper tells Percy, glancing quickly at Jason. We figured that even if you couldn't go, we could make sure we got the job done in your stead. Whoa, says Percy, looking between the two of them. You guys, that's really nice of you, but… Annabeth's our friend too, Piper smiles and Jason nods, swallowing down the discomfort he feels. He has to get Annabeth back for sure, but he's got his own motives, one that he isn't going to share. We leave day after tomorrow at first light, Piper tells Percy. Okay, Percy says, sitting up straight, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. And maybe you could go on a supply run somewhere close, Jason says slowly, grinning at Piper knowingly. If we ran into you, it would be purely a coincidence, and maybe we'd attract some monsters on the way. And if you managed to help us get out of a sticky situation, Zoe would be in your debt, Piper adds. It would, Percy agrees, now grinning openly. And if I asked you guys to marry me on the spot, what would you say? No, say Jason and Piper together. Leo snorts. But even if we accidentally cross paths, even if I help you out a little, it still wouldn't mean Zoe would let me join you, Percy points out. It wouldn't, Jason agrees, but we've got a day to think about it. Let's make a plan. Frank hadn't been sure what to expect when, after their meeting with Zoe, Hazel had grabbed his hand before he could join Leo, Piper, and Jason, and led him silently back to the bunker proper, where most of the excitement had died down. I want to tell you something, she'd said. I need to tell you something. Okay, Frank replied, his heart dropping right to his feet. Hazel looked agitated, jittery. She was playing with her fingers the same way Leo did. This is it, Frank had thought. She's figured out Leo's a better match for her, and she's going to break up with me. He looked at her beseechingly. Oh gods, he likes her so much, and he doesn't want this to be the end. And then Hazel had opened her mouth and started talking. She'd spoken of her old life, and how she'd had no friend except for this one kid Sammy, who she might have been a little in love with at some point. She'd gone on to explain that Leo and Sammy looked scarily alike, and they'd even shared the same last name, which was the real reason why she'd initially lied to everyone about her pyrophobia. She'd wanted to avoid Leo as much as possible because she was scared of what she might find out about Sammy, and she'd acted out of panic. During the quest, though, Leo ended up figuring out that she was lying, and she'd finally found out the truth about their connection. Here she stops and looks up at Frank sorrowfully. I'm so sorry, she says, clasping her hands together. I know I should have told you about Sammy, but I still don't know if there's a name for what we were, and I liked you so much, and I didn't want to ruin anything. And then the more I waited, the harder it became to say something, and she sighs. I don't know, I never expected things to happen like this. It feels like such a mess. A mess? This is a mess that Frank, who had been expecting a breakup speech, would gladly lie in. He can't stop himself from blurting out, so you aren't leaving me for Leo. Leaving you for Leo, Hazel looks aghast. Why would I ever do that? Because, Frank shrugs and stares at his shoes, realizing that she'd only just debunked all his theories about the two of them, and so he'd sound stupid if he said anything. But you seem to like him, and it was never my intention to make you feel uncomfortable, or to make you hold yourself back around him. I don't want you to feel obligated to hate him because of me. Frank, Hazel says, reaching out to grasp one of his hands in both of hers. Even with both hands, though, she can barely encompass Frank's huge fist, but she massages it lightly, trying to get it to open. I don't know, he says, feeling his whole body sag. I don't know what I thought. You don't have to hate him just because I'm not comfortable being around him because of, well, you know. Hazel extracts the parcel from the pocket of her jeans with a grimace. Gods, and you have every right to feel that way. She hands him the packet. It's hastily tied with the remaining bits of plastic, but still Frank can spot the blackish parts from whatever fire had melted it. He unwraps it with trembling fingers, takes one look at the tiny nub of wood left, and wraps it up again. He feels sick. He's clearly lucky to be alive. 1 second more and he could have died. He lets that sink in. He could have died. If it hadn't been for Hazel. I'm so sorry, she tells him, her lower lip trembling. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Frank says, still stuck in a daze. The wood, it's smaller than his thumb now. How is Frank supposed to keep it safe when it could catch fire just being in the vicinity of the tiniest spark, the smallest of embers? You keep it, Hazel says. I don't trust myself for the time being. What? No, says Frank desperately. Carrying that damned piece of wood is like holding something of immense weight. It gives him so much stress that he just doesn't want to deal with right now. And besides, he'd given it to Hazel because he trusted her. And he still does. Despite whatever had happened, she'd still saved it. She'd saved him. But was the fire Leo's? He asks, despite himself. Hazel bites her lip, and that's all the answer he needs. Anger rises in him, hot and fierce, and the only thing that keeps it down is Hazel's calming presence right next to him. He has to remind himself, as he takes several deep breaths, that Leo doesn't know his whole sob story, and if he'd figured out about Hazel's lie, he'd have no real reason to hold himself back. He shouldn't blame Leo, but thing is that it's easy to. He's Frank's opposite, his antithesis, and Hazel seems to like him even though she's only been with him on that one quest. Frank hates that he's jealous. He doesn't control her. She's free to like or dislike whoever she wants. But Leo being Leo, it makes Frank nervous, and the nervousness makes him annoyed because he's a goddamn son of Mars. He isn't supposed to be scared of anything. He's supposed to be brave. He makes his decision and takes the parcel from Hazel, closing his fist around it in an effort to squeeze the fear from him. Hazel's face falls for a split second, and Frank wonders if carrying his burden had meant as much to her as it had to him, but then she squares her shoulders and the look is gone. "Don't blame Leo," she says quietly. "It was my fault. Leo was trying to keep some monsters away, and I must have dropped it without realizing." "It's fine," he says, swallowing down the wall of envy that rises unconsciously in his chest. "Thank you, you got it back. You kept me alive." "I'm sorry." "I don't want to talk about it right now," Frank says, gesturing around at the bunker. "It's too public, but I don't blame you." "You should," Hazel says, bending her head and running a hand through her curls. Her fingers get stuck halfway through, caught on a twig, and she shakes her hair free in a gesture both amusing and endearing. She gazes at the skylight. "Leo, he knows something. He suspects, at least, about you. I didn't confirm anything, but I didn't deny it either, which could have been potentially bad." Frank takes a breath. "That's okay. Piper and Percy and Annabeth know, too," I had to explain. "Like I said, I trust them." He trusts Leo a little less, but he doesn't want to say anything in front of Hazel. "You were saying about Sammy," he says, in an effort to change the topic to something comparatively less painful. "Yeah, well, he and Leo are basically twins," Hazel says with a small laugh. Frank has to stifle a groan. He's sick of hearing her laugh about Leo like they've been friends all their lives. "But I want you to know, you being awkward around him didn't influence my own actions." She takes a breath, during which Frank curses himself for being the bigger person only several minutes ago. He'd be perfectly fine with Hazel hating Leo now. "It wasn't because of you that I was avoiding him. I did that because I was too scared to face, well, everything I've hiding from all these years," she says with a wry little shrug. "I had so much guilt about leaving Sammy." "Not like you had a choice in leaving him," Frank cuts in. "Yes, but I don't know. I could have left him a note, something. And in the flashback I saw he looked so stunned to see my empty house." She sighs. "I thought about him every day when I was under that damn mountain, doing the Titan's dirty work." "Oh," says Frank numbly, "then, if you still feel something for Sammy, that's okay. I mean, that's history and I'd feel about messing with that, to be honest with you. And Leo." Hazel shakes her head, smiling fondly. "Frank, while I might have been in love with Sammy back then, he's my past. And he moved on, he had a wife and kids and grandkids and great-grandkids." She nods at the cave entrance from which Leo, Piper, Jason, and Percy have just emerged. Piper, Jason, and Percy have bent their heads together, clearly engaged in a serious discussion, but Leo spots them looking and grins at Hazel, pretends to shoot her with a finger gun. Hazel responds with a small smile and a wave that makes Frank's chest clench a little in jealousy. "So," he says, partly just to get her attention back on him, "Sammy is my past," Hazel says firmly, "and he'll always be a part of me, and I'll always miss him, but I've moved on like he did." Frank swallows, "But Leo." "But Leo nothing," Hazel says firmly. "I don't like him like that, and I don't think I ever will, and he knows that too." "He knows that?" Frank's heart speeds up. Did you?" "He asked me," Hazel admits, dropping her gaze, "if I felt anything for him, not very explicitly, but where are you going?" "He's right there," Frank says, trying to wriggle out of her grasp. "Let me at him." "Frank," she laughs, "he didn't act inappropriately at all. In fact, he's the one who told me to come and tell you everything." Frank stops struggling. "He what?" "He was very encouraging," Hazel says, turning him so that they stand only about a foot apart, facing each other. Frank gulps at the proximity. "He caught me in my lie, and so I told him about Sammy. Then he asked about us, our relationship status." She blushes. "Piper asked me too," Frank says. "Leo said it wasn't obvious that we were together," she tells him earnestly. "He told me to be honest with you, which is why I was thinking." Thinking what? Frank says distractedly, watching Leo scaling the dragon's neck and extracting a rag from his belt. He isn't sure whether to be mad that Leo had tried to make a move on Hazel, or grateful that he'd got her to open up to Frank. Plus, why would Leo do it in the first place? He'd stand a better chance if Frank were out of the picture. Frank feels a little guilty. He's been grossly unfair, he knows. Seems like Leo's been nothing but good to Hazel, and Frank hasn't even apologized for being a dick to him when he'd found Leo trying to revive her. The sight had just enraged him. He hadn't been himself, but that isn't an excuse to be an asshole. Thinking that maybe I think I've been being a little too careful, Hazel continues, and Frank jerks back to the present. I think I'm ready, Frank. I think we should date for real. All thoughts of Leo and Sammy and his goddamn deathstick fly from his mind. What? I'd love for you to be my boyfriend, Frank. She bites her lip. If you're willing, that is. Willing? Frank exclaims. Yes, Hazel. Yeah, for sure. Gods, yes. I've wanted you to be my girlfriend since, well, forever. Hazel grins, wild and free, and then she's throwing herself into his arms and he's catching her as their lips crash in what is partly a kiss but mostly a collision. And he's holding her up and she's smiling, leaning her forehead against his, and Frank thinks it's the happiest he's ever been in his life. At least until Piper notices and begins to cheer. Jason and Percy follow suit, and soon the entire bunker is whooping and cheering and whistling at them, and oh gods, Frank's face is going to explode. He sets Hazel down, laughing a little as she covers her face with her hands and hangs her head in mortification. Gods, this is so humiliating. This is worse than the kiss cam event that you told me about. Maybe we don't need to be that public with it yet, Frank says, putting an arm around her and grinning because he can. We can go at whatever pace you think is good. She parts her fingers to look at him. I'd like that. May too. She removes her hands to lace her fingers through his. I'm really happy, Frank. Same, he says stupidly. He can't stop smiling. He feels like he's going to burst from joy. Wanna go to the mountaintop? I wanna hear more about your quest. I would be amenable, she says, squeezing his hand and smiling. I have so much to tell you. Great, says Frank. Like actual important stuff too, she admits, though she's grinning. Don't give me that look. What look? Like you're not even the slightest bit interested. He pulls her into a quick hug. I'm very interested. I just want to be with you alone right now. We can talk about whatever you want. That sounds doable, she giggles. So let's go, he says. They head towards the tunnel to a loud wolf whistle from Piper. Frank flips her off when Hazel isn't looking, grinning when Piper gives him a double thumbs up in response. They pass Leo on their way out. He smiles at them both, looking just as pleased for them as everyone else, but when Frank turns back to look at him as they exit the bunker, he spots a glimmer of sadness in the other boy's eyes that hadn't been there before. Percy hangs out by the tomatoes. He picks one up and examines it. It's red. He puts it back down. An old woman wrinkles her nose as she passes him, and Percy has to stifle a groan. She must be like the 10th person to react to the admittedly overwhelming smell of about 5 different brands of deodorant that Leo had taken great delight in exhausting on his person. Aside from Leo, Frank, Hazel, Silena, Beckendorf, and Travis, who know his real motives, everyone had just assumed he was going on a monster raid and wished him good luck. It had been Jason who had come up with the plan of accidentally running into them at a nearby town. The idea was that they would so conveniently leave some select items behind, things that they'd have to pick up at their usual supply run spot. Piper said they'd lead a monster to him for him to defeat heroically, and if that failed, well, she assured him that it would be hard for Zoe to refuse Percy if he caused a scene in the supermarket, although Percy privately thought that Zoe was not above kicking him in the nuts in front of a dozen or so mortals. He's got his own plan B, though. Zoe can reject him all he wants. He's going to Authry's with or without her help. He'll follow their tracks if he has to. Hell, he'll risk taking a fucking bus if it means he gets there on time. He isn't going to let some stupid huntress stop him. He adjusts his sword against his belt consciously, frowning as his fingers brush the hilt. These days, increasingly, he's felt nothing but discomfort and annoyance every time he uses his sword. It doesn't fit him, nothing has ever seemed to his utter chagrin. Even Lupa had admitted that none of the weapons he'd used ever suited him. When he was on the run, Percy would be forced to discard a sword once every few months simply because he was never satisfied with anything. Maybe he's just being too choosy. He grips the hilt, twisting it in his palm, trying to get a feel for the weapon as he examines a particularly bulbous bell pepper. He wonders what the mortals see when they look at his sword, perhaps a metal ruler, or maybe a needle. It must be something impressively inconspicuous if he isn't getting any weird looks for it. When the next mortal passes him by, a middle-aged man who actually coughs in the presence of the cloud of deodorant, Percy quickly snaps his fingers. The man stops in his tracks, looking confused, and Percy looks around quickly to make sure he's alone. He grabs the man's phone from his back pocket to check the time. It's just past 8, which means Piper, Jason, and Zoe are probably close now. Percy had left the night before, of course, ignoring the smug look on Zoe's face as he promised to be back with more bronze for Leo. Well, he thinks now, smirking, she won't be laughing at him again. He walks a few paces backward away from the man, then snaps his fingers and jogs forward. He taps the man on the shoulder and flashes his most charming smile. "Excuse me, sir," he says cheerily. "This fell out of your pocket." "Oh," says the man, taken aback as he checks his pockets. He smiles as he accepts the phone, nodding as he assesses Percy again as though rethinking his original opinion of him. "Thanks, kid, good on you." "It's no problem, I'm glad to help," Percy assures him as he walks away. "Have a good day." "You too," says the man with a small smile as he turns away. Percy goes back to examining the produce. He senses more than sees his friends and Zoe enter the store. Well, that's not exactly, he hears them first. At first he doesn't know what he's hearing. It sounds like an awful lot of commotion at the front entrance, followed by a gust of wind that sends Percy staggering several steps backward. That can only be Jason, he thinks wildly. Perhaps he's signaling to Percy that they're here. At the sight of them, though, all of Percy's smart-aleck lines die in his throat. Piper's collided with the display of canned corn. That must have been the crash he'd heard upon their arrival, and both Jason and Zoe are bent over, gasping for breath. The three of them are covered in mud and leaves. Zoe's got a new cut down the side of her cheek that definitely hadn't been there before. A staff member is helping Piper up. The poor security guard is blinking at them dumbly. He only looks half awake. Percy sympathizes. "What the hell happened?" he asks, crossing over to Jason and rubbing his back. "You guys look like death." At the sound of his voice, Zoe snaps her head up in shock, and God's the look on her face is worth every second of his sleepless night yesterday spent trying not to fall out of the tree. Her expression goes from mild confusion to totally flabbergasted to horribly furious in the span of about 2 seconds, and before she's even straightened up, she's shaking her head and saying, "No, no, no." "What?" Percy demands, even though he's ruining the plan by giving in to the shit-eating grin that has been threatening to take over his face ever since she came in. "I'm here on a supply run, but I was followed by a monster. I was hoping to ambush him and take his weapon." Zoe takes one look at the disapproving mortals around them and gazes at him witheringly. "How big of an idiot do you take me for? There are no other monsters here." She points accusingly at Piper, then Jason. "You planned this." "No, we didn't," wheezes Jason, finally standing upright and rubbing his lower back. "It's a coincidence," Percy insists. "I must admit I'm glad to see you, though." "Of course you are, you sock," Zoe spits. "Zoe," Percy holds an offended hand to his heart. "That wounds me." "It was meant to," she snaps. How dare you slither in when I explicitly withheld permission." "Sorry, I must have missed the memo that said you were the boss of me," Percy quips back, delighting in the rage that flits through her eyes. Piper, who had been helping the poor sap of a store worker reconstruct the tower of tin cans, hobbles over to them. "Look, Zoe, whether this was planned or not." "Of course it was planned," Zoe says hotly. "We need all the help we're going to get, if that thing comes after us in here." "We should have some time," Jason says nervously, glancing at the closed doors. "It isn't going to follow us in here, is it?" "What is?" Percy asks, looking at the cut on Zoe's cheek again, and for once even she looks nervous. "Let's not jinx it," she advises. "In my experience." She doesn't finish. In fact, it's probably more accurate to say that she doesn't get to finish, because halfway through her sentence something large and golden busts through the doors, swishing its enormous tail and snarling. It stares right at Percy, and no joke, he nearly pees his pants. "Run," he begins to say, only he turns around to find the others fucking hightailing it away from the monster, darting past screaming mortals and making for the back exit. He runs after Jason and Piper. Zoe's bolted to a different aisle, but quickly changes directions when the monster gives chase. Luckily for him and unluckily for the other two, the beast doesn't follow Percy, instead deciding that 2 demigod treats are better than 1. Percy is caught between terror and an awful desire to laugh as Jason hurls a bunch of curse words at him as he bolts away, the last of which goes something like, "Come back here and face it like a man, you slimy bastard." Percy collapses in the cereal aisle, where he runs into a disgruntled and highly harried Zoe, who has climbed atop the shelf and is taking aim. "What the hell is that?" Percy screeches at her. Zoe lets the arrow fly, but it must not hit the mark, because she hisses in annoyance and jumps down next to him, making only the smallest sound as she lands. "Haven't you figured it out by now?" she says, glaring at him like he's the one who called it there, knocking another arrow. Close to, Percy sees the intricate carvings in the silver of her bow, leaves and vines etched into the gleaming metal. It matches well with the delicate circlet on her head, a silver tiara that looks oddly like a crown of pure silver brambles and twigs woven into her dark locks. Percy hates to admit it, but both her weapon and her diadem lend her an immense aura, one that, coupled with her posh manners and stately posture, gives him the impression that he's in the presence of royalty. And she is striking to look at, with her alabaster skin and dark brown hair and eyes. Sometimes, if he squints, he can see what Piper had told him was the aura of the hunter's immortality flickering around her, though it always dies quickly. "What?" Zoe snaps, and Percy takes a step backward, realizing too late that he'd been staring at her and that her face is now purple from rage. "Nothing," he says, and then he repeats it when she casts him a dirty look. "Boys," she says, grabbing him by the sleeve of his shirt as though he's too dirty to make direct contact with, "imbeciles." "Name one imbecilic thing I've done today," Percy grunts, hurrying behind her and trying to grasp his sword properly. Up ahead, the monster's humongous tail has toppled over entire shelves of produce, trapping several hapless mortals underneath the mess. Percy and Zoe helps them out and they flee without even the smallest word of thanks. "One imbecilic thing," Zoe snarls at him as they make their way to the battle. Percy can hear Piper yelling, but not Jason, which is only slightly worrisome. "One imbecilic thing. How about how you following us here just to be part of this quest, even and especially when I forbade you from accompanying us? I would say that's pretty imbecilic, wouldn't you?" Her voice has gotten higher and higher as she's gone on, and so loud that Percy's sure the monster is going to think it's a mating call or something. "I left the bunker before you did," Percy points out in what must be the worst attempt at placation, though he does cower slightly at the look she gives him as he says it. "I didn't follow you. If anything, you followed me." "How dare you?" Zoe spits. "I didn't do anything wrong." "You and your friends planned this," she hisses at him. "You planned this diversion to lead the quest this way, where you could conveniently hop on board, and well, to that I say no, Percy Jackson. The world doesn't revolve around you and you aren't always going to get your way, if you think you can just waltz into my quest that I planned." "Fine," Percy bites back, clenching his fist. "Fine, you get your way, okay? I won't interfere anymore. Just let's defeat this monster and get that over with." He glares at her and she bites her lip, clearly shocked at his change in mood. Finally, though, she nods. "What is that thing, by the way?" he asks as they run towards the monster. Percy can just glimpse the golden crown of fur as it jumps upward, but he's seen enough to know that whatever they're dealing with here isn't your run-of-the-mill, easy-to-kill monster. This thing feels deadly. "The Nemean lion," Zoe says with distaste as she loses another arrow. Percy watches the lion's golden tail swish some way in front of them. Piper's perched atop an aisle, swinging with Jason's spear as the man himself lies on the marble, knocked out cold. There's a brick some way away from him, dislodged from a hole in the way that the lion must have caused. It must have hit Jason on the head. "Great," Percy says, surveying the scene. "Nothing about this is great," Zoe snaps. Percy dodges another chunk of shrapnel. "I was being sarcastic." "This is not the time for sarcasm," she snaps back just as Piper screeches, "Percy, you fucking ditching son of a bitch." "The fuck did I do?" Percy demands as the lion turns on them. Zoe's arrow glances right off its hide, but she's quick enough to scale a nearby shelf just in time, whereas Percy is forced to flee. "Fuck," he wheezes, sprinting down the aisle and making a sharp turn at the next one, where he reaches Piper in time for her to body slam him into the floor. "Fuck," Percy wheezes, "Pipes, you're heavy." "Serves you right," she grunts, clambering off of him and hauling him up. Percy winces as behind him, the lion roars. "We need a plan," Piper pants, "to defeat it." "Where are we going to get one of those from?" Percy yelps back at her as he climbs the shelf. "In case you hadn't noticed, we're missing an Annabeth who would probably have about 5 plans on hand right about now." "Well, make one," Piper snaps. "We all know you aren't as stupid as you look." "He looks pretty stupid," Zoe agrees from atop an adjacent shelf. "Fuck off," Percy gets to his feet and tries not to look down. I'm thinking. "Make it quick," Piper says, standing up beside him and casting a worried look in the direction of Jason's prone form. Once the lion realizes he can't get at us, he might go after Jace. Why the hell am I the one who has to plan everything? Percy yells. You spent so much time with Annabeth, Piper howls back. Some of her brains must have rubbed off on you. If you all can shut up, it doesn't have any weak points. Zoe throws her hunting knife and scowls when it bounces right off the monster's hide. Our best chance is running. There's no way we can outrun it, Piper says, unless Percy can call us the Pegasi. We still have to get outside for that, though, Zoe points out. Until then, we're stuck. No weak points, Percy thinks, and then he remembers Annabeth. He remembers them talking and crying together and thinking, as he watched her fall asleep on his shoulder, that everybody has a weak point, even cold-looking daughters of Athena who appear to know it all. The lion roars. Percy stares down its gullet, at the raw, pink flesh inside its jaws. It comes to him all at once. Cover me, he screeches, darting back in the direction he'd come. The fuck, Piper screeches. If you're ditching me again, Percy, I swear to all the gods. I have a plan. Well, what is it? Zoe calls. I'm going to shove a box of muesli down its throat, Percy yells. He reaches the cereal aisle and jumps to the ground, landing awkwardly. But Piper and Zoe are doing a fine job of distracting the lion. Piper's jabbing at its eyes with ivlivs, and Zoe is shooting arrow after arrow at its snout, forcing it to bat the projectiles away with its paw like some overgrown house cat. Percy grabs everything he can, even piling it up in an overturned shopping cart just to be safe. Box after box of muesli goes into the cart, followed by boxes of the other boring cereals with no flavor and extra fiber. Then he charges forward, cart in front of him, stopping at a good pitching distance away. You were serious about the muesli, Piper screams. What the fuck did you think? Percy yells, arming himself with a box as the lion turns to him. I thought you'd get something useful, Piper howls back. This is going to work, he assures her. So now our fates rest in the hands of an idiot with a cereal obsession, Zoe murmurs, staring up at the ceiling as though willing it to collapse on her. Fantastic. And here I was thinking you didn't get sarcasm, Percy smirks, and then he throws his sword. It sails through the air, hitting the lion in the rear end and clattering to the floor without even making so much as a scratch. The good thing, though, is that the lion turns and growls at him. Good kitty, says Percy, just a bit wider. We're going to die, Zoe says. Amen to that, sister, Piper agrees. Come on, Percy coaxes, and he's honestly terrified he's just going to get eaten. The lion is facing him fully now and is close enough to pounce. Come on, kitty, just a little wider. By some grace of the gods, then it happens. The Nemean lion unhinges its enormous jaw and roars, and Percy lets out a highly embarrassing victory scree as he sends a whole box of cereal right down its throat. The lion chokes, and then Percy throws another box, and then another, whooping like he's shooting hoops at a school basketball game. Zoe, he yells, for the huntress is just stood there, gobsmacked. He grins. Some help would be great. She unfreezes, sprinting on the shelves to him and landing at his side. She takes aim and sends 3 arrows into the thing's mouth in quick succession. The touch of the enchanted silver must do it, and the lion collapses, choking and gagging and crumbling into dust, until it's left behind nothing more than a square piece of golden fur the same size as the superstore's floor tiles. Zoe glances at it with distaste. Take it, she says, it is yours. You made the killing shot, he says, watching as Piper jumps from the shelf and makes a beeline for Jason. You came up with the idea, Zoe almost smiles, and as much as I'm half in disbelief, it was a good one. Oh, says Percy, well, okay. He picks up the pelt. It's heavier than he expected and soft to the touch, and unfolds in his hands like a cape. Experimentally, he concentrates and snaps his fingers, and it turns into a hideously garish Letterman jacket. Seriously, he tells Zoe, I won't be able to walk around wearing this. Every mortal I pass will get blinded. People will upload pictures of me onto the internet and I'll be ridiculed. I'll be called Bling Jackson. I do not want to know what that means, Zoe says. It means I won't be caught dead wearing this, he tells her. Don't be ridiculous, she replies sharply. You saw what it could do. No weapon will be able to touch you if you wear that. Percy tries it on. He feels ridiculous with it draped over his shoulders, and his doubts are only confirmed when Piper shows up with a bleary-eyed Jason hanging on her back, who blinks hazily at Percy and whispers, Am I dreaming? Piper bites her lips. Is that Troy Bolton, go Wildcats? I hate you, Percy says, shrugging the damn thing off at once. Fuck off. I mean, we should get going, Piper agrees. The mortals who fled here probably called the police, and I don't want to stick around to find out what other kinds of monsters show up. Zoe nods. We should get moving. She glances at him as though daring him to speak. Well, he says with false nonchalance, his mind already putting his plan B into action. When they leave, he'll have to follow them from a safe distance. I guess I'll be seeing you. Good luck with your quest. She stops him. Percy, you are going to follow us anyway, aren't you? She doesn't phrase it like a question. Probably, Percy admits. Gods, you're the worst, Zoe admits. But I do owe you my life, or at least a favor. I suppose you might as well come along. Not for the first time, Frank wonders what exactly possessed him to do this. This being carting Leo and Hazel across the country to get more of the godforsaken pure metal that Leo hadn't stopped going on and on about until Frank's brain nearly exploded from the information overload. The gist is that Leo was in dire need of more pure metals for the all-important Archimedes spheres, and of course he'd needed Hazel to get them. And god damn it if Frank was going to let the two of them go gallivanting all over the country again. Which brings him to the present hour. Frank's in giant eagle form, Leo and Hazel clinging onto his back and talking in quiet voices. Frank strains to hear them but can't really make much out of their conversation with the wind roaring in his ears, so he flies on, feeling like he might just be petty enough to swing Leo off of his back and attribute it to the turbulent weather. He knows he doesn't have any reason to be jealous of Leo anymore, now that Hazel's explained everything, now that they're dating for real. Which is a whole miracle, to be honest. Frank had been prepared for things to go at whatever pace she was comfortable with, of course, but part of him had always wondered just how long he'd have to wait. What if Hazel found someone better suited to her? What if she stopped liking him? He now knows that those fears had been unfounded. Back in the bunker, after their extremely public kiss, Hazel had told him in private that she'd been wanting to kiss him for a while, that she liked him very, very much, and she'd been building up the courage to tell him, but the final push into his arms had been thanks to Leo, who had encouraged her to talk to Frank about their relationship. Which makes things all the more confusing, because how the hell is Frank supposed to hate Leo now? The still fearful part of him insists that Leo has an ulterior motive. According to Hazel, the son of Hephaestus had kind of implied that he liked her after all. But the rest of Frank, the rational, level-headed part, is now consumed with a gut-wrenching guilt. If what Hazel says is true, and it must be because why would she lie? That means that despite Hazel turning him down, Leo had encouraged her to act on her feeling and be honest with Frank. Which means that Frank has a lot he owes Leo for, and a lot to apologize for too. Frank isn't a bad person, okay? He's never been the type to put himself out there with other people, and he doesn't know where he stands with Leo, and he's still a little jealous about his connection with Hazel, even though he trusts her and knows that her feelings for the son of Hephaestus don't go deeper than friendship. It's just the fire and the whole thing with Sammy and everything. And maybe one day he and Leo will be great friends, and he'll tell his grandchildren the story of the eccentric firebender as they gather around his armchair on a cold winter night. But today Frank supposes he can give in to his feelings of pettiness, if only just for a little while. He focuses in front of him, sharpening his vision until his gaze pierces through the clouds. In giant eagle form, Frank feels 10 times more powerful than he does as a human. He feels broad and strong and magnificent as he cuts through the clouds. There comes a certain elating sensation with changing into different kinds of animals. Frank had felt unnaturally terrorized the first time he transformed into a guinea pig, and even though the eagle had been his first true successful shapeshift, he doesn't think he'll ever grow used to the feeling that comes along with the transformation. He can still remember his grandmother's proud, and yet fleeting smile the first time he had turned without a hitch, and he remembers Hazel's face, too, the first time she'd seen him do it. Eyes wide with wonder, her jaw dropped and her lips tugging into a joyful laugh. He had never felt so proud of his ability before. It's cold up in the skies and Frank is consumed with the feeling of his wings slicing through the chilly winds. He's always loved the slow transition from the sweltering summer to the icy hush of winter. It's his favorite kind of weather, the cold autumnal air permeating through the down covering his form. Frank's grandmother used to begin brewing all kinds of herbal medicines at this time, knowing fully well how cold winters in Canada would get and foreseeing clearly the inevitable spread of scratchy throats and runny noses that would grip Frank's poor immune system in a vice grip. The weather brings back other fond memories, too, waking up in whatever forest they were camped out in with Hazel curled up beside him and snoring softly through her nostrils. Frank had made it a habit, by that point, to turn into a deer or something else innocent enough to be able to roam the area freely, sucking in the clear air in deep, refreshing breaths. In the colder months, there had even been fog. retreating around the edges of the trees but never dissipating fully as though lurking in wait, and Frank had simply spent the morning hours slowly letting the dew from the undergrowth permeate into his clothes and soak him to the skin. Frank had liked New Rome the same way he likes Bunker 9. Being around people is always a new experience, and it always gives him this sense of purpose and importance, but sometimes most of the time, he wishes he could go back to the quiet days where it was just him and Hazel trying to make sense of the world together. After a while longer of silent flying, even Hazel and Leo have stopped their giggling. Frank feels a soft hand patting the side of his neck, and he turns his head ever so slightly to fix his gaze on Hazel, who's leaning towards him with that elated, giddy look on her face she always gets when they're flying. Frank wants to smile, but he can't, so he lets out a high-pitched scream instead. It must surprise Leo, because Frank feels him jump a little. Hazel grins wider. Her hair, tied back into a ponytail, puffs behind her head, giving her a very frizzy halo. "Land in that range over there," she yells, pointing at a jagged bit of mountain sticking out of the ground. "Please, let's land on flat land," Leo begs from somewhere out of Frank's sight. "I didn't come here to mountaineer." "Mountains are the best for cover," Hazel explains, "and it's easier for Frank to land on a rock rather than having to crash through the treetops." "If you make me rappel down a cliff," Leo says, but his next words turn into a yelp as Frank dives downward. "This is the best part," Hazel shrieks, and Frank thinks vindictively, "Ha." He lands in the middle of a rock formation. Hazel clambers off quite easily and helps Leo down, and then Frank shifts back into human form, smiling at Hazel gratefully when she reaches out to grasp his arm in support. Frank's always a little unsteady on his feet after spending a lot of time in a different form. Leo potters around, humming under his breath and twirling a screwdriver between his fingers. Frank leans against a boulder and munches on an apple as Hazel kneels, placing her palm on the ground to get a good reading. "I feel something," she says eventually, "downhill that way." "Something?" Leo asks. "It's definitely metal," Hazel bites her lip, "but it feels like it's already near or even on the surface, which is a bit weird." "Let's go check it out," Frank says, even as Leo splutters, "You promised no rappelling." "There won't be," Hazel says, rolling her eyes, which turns out to be a lie, because they soon come across a tricky bit of rock in their path. Frank turns into a mountain goat and jumps down, and Hazel leaps off right behind him, summoning a slab of stone to catch her. She lands, rolling, and bounds to her feet. Frank turns back into human. "That was pretty cool." "That felt pretty cool too," Hazel gushes, her eyes sparkling. "Ever since the training, I feel like all this stuff comes more naturally to me." And Frank feels a pang of guilt, because she's right. Hazel's so casually powerful that it had never occurred to Frank that she might need training to really hone her skills, and she really had needed Percy and Jason to help her, given that she'd never really had the chance to work and train and spar with her real equals before. She could have had the opportunity at New Rome, but Frank had instead dragged her all over the country to find Percy, the fake minor god. It's so weird thinking of Hazel in New Rome for some reason, but it also makes his heart squeeze a little. New Rome had once been a place where demigods and legacies could live in peace. Some even had the chance to settle down and start a family, and although his future is very much up in the air, he knows he wants to end up living a peaceful life, maybe one day. Talk about getting ahead of himself, Frank clears his throat, coloring spectacularly at the confused look Hazel shoots him. He shakes his head and she smiles at him. Jesus, he wants to spend so much time with her so badly. "As much as I hate to interrupt the praise party down there," Leo interrupts dryly from above them, "could you look away from each other long enough to toss me a rope?" Frank and Hazel jerk away from each other at once. Hazel begins to rifle in her backpack for the rope and Frank looks away, his entire body tingling. After their first kiss, which seems so long ago now, he tried so hard not to push for any kind of PDA in case he made her uncomfortable, but in the time that had passed it seems as though he'd forgotten just how pretty and full her lips were, and now he can't stop staring at them. He feels kind of guilty about it, but he's also allowed to want to kiss his girlfriend, right? He looks up at Leo almost despite himself, but rather than appearing distressed, Leo's eyes gleam his way rather knowingly before flashing back to Hazel as she throws one end of the rope to him. "For someone who swears he'll never go climbing around in mountains again, I sure end up jumping off of cliffs a lot," he says, tying the rope around his waist and winding the other end around a jagged stone, and Frank lets out a startled laugh that Leo responds with a pleased grin. Once Leo gets to their level, Hazel takes pity on him and leads them down a less steep path. It takes them a little longer to get to the edge of the woods, and it's almost nightfall when they do. Frank's debating calling for them to set up camp for the night, but Hazel seems intent on moving forward, insisting that the gold is fairly close to the surface. It's a heartening thought, and Frank trusts her judgment, and he trusts it still when Hazel leads them partway around the mountain until the moon is high in the night sky. Leo has no such loyalty. At one point he put his foot down and refuses to budge. "I'm but tired," he complains. "Can't this wait for a while?" "It's not much farther," Hazel says, only her brows are pinched together in confusion. "It's definitely celestial bronze, but it feels pretty much like it's on the surface. It makes no sense. And it doesn't feel like it's completely pure either. So bizarre." "Are you tracking another automaton?" Leo yelps. "No," Hazel refutes quickly. "At least I don't think so." "Hazel, you're tired," Frank says gently. "You're losing your concentration, see?" He points at her feet where a few glittering gemstones have risen to the surface. Hazel scowls at them, hanging her head. She taps her foot and several of the gems sink back down. "You've been leaving a trail of them," Leo adds helpfully. "I have not," says Hazel at once. "Have too," Leo says, pointing at the ground behind them, "only there's nothing." "The fuck," says Leo. "Ha," says Hazel smugly. "Liar." "That doesn't make sense," Leo protests. With a quick sideways glance at Frank, who understands the warning for what it is and nods, he lights a ball of flame in his palm and shines it onto the ground. "They were 100% there." "Maybe they weren't," says Hazel mutinously. "Maybe your mind is playing tricks on you." "No, they were there. I saw some too." "Sorry," Frank interrupts, shrugging apologetically at the betrayed glance she gives him. "But maybe they went back under." "Or someone picked them up," Leo says in a very stereotypical horror storyteller voice, and he places his blazing hand right under his chin for the full effect. He ends up looking as though he's standing in a lampshade, and Frank wants to laugh at the absurdity of his theory, only just then they hear a rustle from behind them. They all freeze. Leo extinguishes the fire at once. "Maybe it's the wind," he whispers, even though it's been perfectly still so far. The rustle sounds again, this time closer and far more aggressive. Hazel slips her hand into Frank's. "Hazel, find a path into the mountain," Frank orders. Hazel nods. She's so close that her hair brushes against his chin. "Found one. There's a cave not too high up. I'll collapse it." "Fuck," Leo groans quietly. "On my count," Frank says in a low tone, "we run for it." Hazel and Leo nod. Hazel grabs him with her free hand, and Frank would feel jealous if he weren't so bloody terrified. Plus, he knows Leo can't be using his fire now. They'll just draw more attention, and Hazel's their only navigator. 3, 2, 1, Frank whispers, and they fucking flee. Part of him had hoped that they'd been overthinking it. Maybe they hadn't been followed. Maybe there had been a bit of wind in that particular tree. Maybe. Of course they aren't that lucky. The thing that's pursuing them takes off at the same time they do, crashing through the undergrowth with a deafening crash that makes him actually whimper, something he'd be embarrassed about if he hadn't seen Leo biting down on his own shirt in an effort to keep from screaming. Hazel is panting, each of her arms grasped in Frank and Leo's. All her previous confusion has evaporated, and she weaves through the trees like she was born for American Ninja Warrior, Forest Edition. Frank can't help feeling a burst of admiration as she says, "Jump," and all three of them leap through the air over a fallen tree, still linked in a chain. He imagines seeing what Hazel does, endless passages and tunnels under the earth, hidden from them by a layer of soil and rock, and his head spins, the way it always does when he thinks about anything Hazel-related. She's still leaving a trail of riches behind them, stuff the average mortal would die for. Gold and diamonds and rubies and sapphires sprout at his feet even as he runs, and Frank tries to avoid them as best he can. Leo must remember Hazel's warning too, because he makes it a point to step around them with a great deal of meticulousness. After a couple of minutes, Frank notices that their predator is acting strangely. The noises behind them speed up and then pause abruptly at irregular intervals. The monster is stopping, for some reason, and it's giving them the lead they need. He's not complaining, but he can't help but wonder at how weird it is. Next to him, Leo's frowning. He must have noticed too. Hazel removes her hand from Leo's. Almost unconsciously, Frank reaches out for him, grabbing his elbow and dragging him along without missing a step. Leo wheezes out a thanks, his face pale as the sound of pursuit intensify from the path they'd just trodden on. Hazel uses her free arm to remove a boulder from their path. She sends it flying down the road as easily as a bowling ball. The monster behind them makes a harumphing noise, clearly not expecting this new obstacle, and Hazel uses the opportunity to clamber through the rocks, clearing up a path that moves steadily uphill towards a small opening in the base of the mountain. Frank pants as he vaults past Hazel. He turns into a bear and pushes a couple of boulders that block the entrance to the cave. Leo curses as he stumbles, but he waits at the entrance of the cave for Hazel to pass through first. She slips through with a grateful glance at Frank, and Leo follows her. Frank turns back into human form and goes last, his throat going dry at the sound of the approaching sound. He doesn't dare look behind him. "Quick, Hazel!" Leo gasps, and Hazel brings her arms toward her abdomen as though yanking on an invisible pulley. Rocks fall from above, blocking the cave opening just as a bit of the monster's long snout rounds a column of stone and turns in their direction. Frank stumbles as the ceiling shakes and watches as the outside world slowly vanishes from view, shrouding them in a thick, oppressive darkness. Every day, for hours on end, Luke holds up the sky with her, and Annabeth doesn't know what to make of it. For the first few days, she's convinced it's a tactic to manipulate her into thinking that she owes him. Luke knows how seriously she takes her debts. But as before, he doesn't attempt to wrangle information from her rusty brain. He just shows up with a bottle of water and some food and feeds her the way one would do a small child. And when he's done, he just sighs like he's bracing himself and then slips underneath the sky to help her with the load, if only just for a portion of the day. Half of her wants to scream herself hoarse at him until he never shows himself again. The other half of her, well, it is immensely grateful, and the former half hates the latter for this weakness. Because Luke's got to be up to something. Surely he's expecting something in return for this kindness, because there's no way that this gesture is not double-edged. She refuses to consider the alternative, that he is doing this for her of his own volition. It's impossible. Only a fool would do it. And yet she finds herself wondering, hoping, despite herself, that maybe the choice really is his. That he maybe isn't as deep into Chrono's twisted ideals as he appears. She glances at him out of the corner of her eye through a haze of red. He's panting as he lifts his head to survey the clouds. Annabeth isn't sure how he does it, or if there's some secret Titan message etched into the sky that she can't read, but Luke groans a little, glancing her way and meeting her gaze in a gesture of what Annabeth has come to understand means, "I'll see you tomorrow." Same time, same place, she thinks bitterly, like they're two love-struck teenagers slipping around their parents. "I'll be here, waiting." Luke gives her a nod, crouching lower and lower until his shoulders are free from the burden. Annabeth grunts as the full weight is transferred to her once more. At first she'd assumed Luke might have been putting on a show to gain her trust. No, Luke's face is greasy from sweat and the weight feels heavier than before. He picks up the empty water bottle at her feet, looking up into her eyes for a split second, and something flashes behind his expression, something that is there and then gone in the space of about a second. It's pain, Annabeth realized, and again it occurs to her that maybe Luke doesn't enjoy seeing her in this position as much as she dislikes actually being in it. And before she can stop herself, she croaks out, "Why?" Luke stops and turns back to her, the wind whipping his hair into a frenzy. Lightning flashes and turn his eyes pure white. "Why what?" he asks carefully. "Why I'm doing this. I told you, Annabeth. Even if you clearly don't believe me, you're still family to me." He trails off when he sees her shaking her head. "Then what?" Annabeth gulps a mouthful of air before speaking. "Why are you on his side?" Luke is silent, so is she, but that is not her choice. Even the smallest of movements feel taxing, and she isn't going to waste her words when she's finally got him stupefied. He sighs, and she can see in his stiff posture that his next words are laced with frustration. "It's complicated, Annabeth. You won't understand." He turns to leave. Annabeth panics. Every step away means she's losing what could be her only chance to understand what went wrong all those years ago, and she can't let it slip from her grasp, not now. "Met May," she gasps out, and the effort makes her double over. It must take her a couple of minutes at least for her to regain whatever control over her nerves she has left, but when she manages to look up, Luke is still standing there, his mouth curled into a snarl. The plastic bottle has been crushed in his fist. Annabeth would be terrified if she hadn't known that she can't possibly feel any more pain than what she's going through right now. She's only seen him like this once before, that one time when they were still living on the streets, when they'd been forced to go to May's to get Thalia some medicine. Thalia and Annabeth had been sat at the very dining table where May had spouted the true prophecy only a few months prior. Gosh, it feels like a lifetime ago. Luke had gone further into the house. There had been screaming, Annabeth remembers, hating the fuzzy quality of her memories. And then Luke had emerged from the room with a face like thunder. He dragged Thalia and Annabeth from the house, cursing all the while, and vowed never to return to the cursed place. He'd broken that vow, Annabeth knows, and he'd met his father that night too, he just hadn't told them. Why did you go there? Luke asks her tightly, coming closer. His face is white, and with a start Annabeth realizes what this means. He doesn't know about the prophecy. He doesn't know about the prophecy even though he knows about Percy, which means that their spy isn't in the know, and here she feels her heart lift for the first time in so long, and it means that the spy isn't in their core group. Hope blossoms in her chest like a sprout breaking through snow after a long, cold winter. Why did you? Annabeth counters, and Luke scoffs, shaking his head and staring upwards. Should have known she'd blab, he says, sneering. Senile old woman, should have just killed her when I had the chance. And Annabeth knows he means it. She's seen May in full cursadorical mode. She can't imagine what it must have been like for Luke, growing up alone with a mentally unstable mother who was probably predicting his future a couple of times a day. He'd probably had to cook and clean and educate himself the same way Annabeth had. And May's prophecies hadn't been even remotely pleasant to listen to. No wonder Luke had run away. But May, poor sweet May, who had been cursed against her will, she hadn't had any control over her actions. And she loved Luke. She loved him enough to see him even in Percy, who looks like Luke the same way a piece of paper looks like a lion, which is to say, not at all. The thought of Luke running a sword through his own mother sends a chill through her, and there's nothing but rage and hate etched across his expression, nothing to suggest that he hadn't meant what he said. Whatever bit of faith she'd had in his moral compass sinks through the rocks beneath her feet. If Luke is so full of hate that he would have killed his own mother, and if this is something he's been carrying with him for so long, then perhaps Annabeth had never known him at all. What did she tell you? Luke demands, and Annabeth doesn't answer. She lifts her head long enough to shoot him a scathing look and then drops it again. Footsteps come closer and closer until he's right in front of her, and then he lowers himself into a cross-legged seating position, bending his head to look at her. You don't know what it was like, he says angrily. You were too young to understand. Too young? Oh, how dare he. Annabeth lets out a tiny snort of derision. She might not understand what it had been like to live in the same house as someone predicting her horrible, horrible future, but she does know what it is like to feel alone in a world where nothing makes sense. The monsters had come for her time and time again, and her father had turned his back on her. For the longest time she had felt pathetic and weak and unloved, and she'd taken all that love and glued it to Luke and Thalia, and he knows this. He knows that she must understand. You don't, Luke says roughly, like he's reading her mind. You don't know what it was like. Her just telling me all the time how I was going to die. My blood on white and gold tiles, yeah, you heard that right, he adds in response to her tiny gasp of shock. White and gold, very godly, don't you think? Not, she begins, but he cuts her off. Not true, can't be real, he laughs hollowly. Well, it is. Hermes told me himself that night we went to get Thalia her medicine. His voice cracks on her name, but he recovers quickly. I'm sure my mother told you. Well, I went into her room to get some painkillers when, well, look who had come to visit. He sounds like he's gritting his teeth. Dear old dad, who had never shown his face while I was losing my mind in that house, who hadn't given me one sign that he even existed. And he expected me to just hug it out, he snorts. Fat fucking chance. I told him to get the fuck away from me. To which he responded, and I quote, that he stayed away from me because he didn't want to mess with my destiny, that it was hard for him to use his mortal form, but he risked it once in a while to check up on us. On her. His lip curls in derision. Annabeth looks up. Luke is staring right at her with a gaze so steady she gulps. What destiny? Luke continues bitterly. The one where I die on Olympus by a god's hand. He shakes his head. That's when I decided that I wasn't going to sit around and wait for my inevitable death. I wasn't going to stand by and watch the gods turn their backs on innocent kids, because I was a kid, Annabeth. I was 6 years old when my own mother told me I was going to die, and she told me every day since. His voice rises until he's yelling at the sky as though daring Zeus to appear. My mother was sick, she was cursed, and I was alone, and what did the almighty gods do? Nothing, he roars, and Annabeth chokes, feeling her chest clench painfully. Do you know how many lives the gods have ruined? Do you know how much carnage they've caused? He points at the black castle in a fury. Every single demigod in there is one who hasn't been claimed by the gods. By their so-called parents, and we don't even want love, we just want to be acknowledged. The gods, they expect us to just believe in them because our faith makes them stronger, but they don't give a shit about us beyond that. They just use us like we're nothing more than pawns on their goddamn chessboard, and when they do decide to show up, it's always for their own personal gain. Fuck the gods, he growls. And fuck Hermes. Do you know that he had the gall to say he loved me? That he was doing everything for my own good. He didn't give a shit that I was going to die, he just wanted me to love him, because all he needed from me was something to satisfy his god-sized ego. He's breathing heavily, chest moving up and down, exhaling raggedly as though he's run a mile. Annabeth can't bear to look at him. As much as it hurts to hear, she can tell by the strain in his voice that he feels every word he's saying right down to his core. It's the most genuine she's ever heard him speak, she thinks, and this very fact lends itself to the idea that he'd been putting up a farce the entire time she'd known him. And if he'd lied about this, the very driving force that had kept him going all the years in the bunkers, what else had he lied about? Had he even cared for Thalia at all? Had he ever cared for her? At this point, Luke lets out a loose laugh and buries his head in his hands. "You've always had a knack for making me say things I never wanted to," he says derisively, "even though I'm pretty sure you might have put it together already, especially since you visited my mother." He sighs, and Annabeth swallows thickly. The weight on her shoulders now feels infinitely lighter than the heavy, heavy stone that seems to have settles right over her heart. Between the two, she can't breathe, and she feels as though her ribs are going to crack open, and she wishes she was incapable of feeling at all. She can sense that Luke is getting ready to speak, and she doesn't want to know anything, but at the same time she does, and really, she probably can't afford for her mind to be at war with itself, not right now as her heart is cracking into tiny little pieces. "I don't know why I'm telling you this," Luke says, in a tone both amused and bitter. "Gods." "Don't tell me," then she wants to spit out, but she can't seem to find the words, and Luke must take her silence for consent, because then he says, "Do you remember when you and Grover and Thalia went on the quest for the bolt?" "Don't say it," Annabeth thinks desperately, her eyes blossoming with tears. "Don't." She's been thinking about it ever since May's, and Luke is right, she does know what happened, even if she might not want to admit it to anyone, least of all herself. "I was on a scouting mission," Luke says quietly. "Grover mentioned during his last mission that he'd felt the presence of a demigod who would grow up to be strong. I was supposed to bring that demigod back from New York." Annabeth remembers. She told Percy this, too. Grover had mentioned it in passing ages and ages and ages ago. Annabeth couldn't have been more than 8 years old, and later she just forgot. But she does recall Luke leaving on that mission, and her heart stutters. Luke had left the bunker refusing help from the satyrs. He'd gone all alone, he'd gone on foot. He'd attributed his delay in returning to the dangers along the way, but clearly that wasn't true. "I can see you fitting the pieces together," Luke says, and it makes her sick at how knowing he sounds. "You know what happened. I didn't go to New York, not immediately at least. I went home first, I marked it." With his blood, he doesn't say, but Annabeth has to choke back a mouthful of vomit. Of course. That had been why his house had still carried traces of magic. Luke had turned it into a magical hotspot by leaving his blood behind, blood that carried magic that would be enough for any monster or titan to pick out even in a large city. "I meant to leave immediately, but I picked the wrong day. My father was there, visiting again." Luke's voice is a bitter sneer. "He acted happy to see me, said he was sorry, tried to buy my allegiance with more useless gifts." Here he stares at her. "Winged converse, do you remember?" Annabeth's stomach plummets. "You do," says Luke. He almost sounds regretful when he adds, "That was one of the harder things I've had to do." "Liar," Annabeth chokes in a dry sob. "Liar." "Please, Annabeth, give me some credit. I never said I was proud of everything I did." He quells her rising protest with a single look, but it was necessary. Necessary? Annabeth wonders, so in shock she's numb from it. Necessary, was it, to have those cursed shoes planted in Thalia's pack, knowing she would be the only one able to use them? And Thalia had been so happy, so proud. All three of them, in fact, had considered it a stroke of unusually good luck, a blessing from Zeus. And then those shoes had nearly dragged Thalia into Tartarus, just as Luke had wanted, apparently, and Annabeth shudders just to think about it. They might have lost both the bolt and Thalia to the underworld that day. "But that means, you," she says in a ragged voice, "you stole the bolt." "I did," he says coldly, not even bothering to deny it. "That's the real reason I had to go to New York after all." Of course, Annabeth's gut twists like someone stabbed her. Of course he hadn't gone to bring a demigod. If anything, he'd probably recruited the poor kid. "But like Grover said, there was a demigod though," Luke says, as though he can see right into her mind's eye. "And a powerful one too. He must have been on a field trip or something. I saw him at the Empire State Building." He sighs at her with something like pity. "Haven't you ever wondered who called the monsters to the son of Poseidon's house? He'd been living peacefully with his mom for years without being detected. His mom was smart, using her own mortal scent to hide his demigod one. How do you think the monsters found him? Haven't you ever wondered, hasn't he?" At this point, Annabeth chokes and shakes her head, as though trying to rid herself of what Luke's just said. Percy, she thinks, gods, Percy. Percy, whose entire demigod journey had started the minute his mother died. He could have had some more time with her. He could have had that one last weekend with her if it hadn't been for. She can't look at Luke without rage coursing through her every vein. She's suddenly filled with a rage so great she's sure that if she had been free, she would have a knife at his throat. She wants to scream and cry and hurt him. She wants to throw him into fire and watch him burn the same way he's watching her go to pieces right now. Her throat is itchy and her hands are raw from chipping at the skies, and she can't take any more. She wants to hurt him the same way he's hurt her, the same way he's hurt all her friends in Percy's case, without him even knowing just how deep the deception has run. I bet you were wondering about how we knew about him in the first place, when we told you about him the night you were taken, Luke continues, and something in his voice suggests he's smug. But the truth is, I've known about him for a long time. I just assumed he was a son of Zeus, not Poseidon. The Minotaur reported that the family had been killed since he knew he'd be sent right back to Tartarus if he told the truth, that the demigod was missing. And to give credit where credit is due, your friend did a sublime job of laying low in the years afterward. My suspicions about his being alive were confirmed only when he reached the bunkers. He nods at Annabeth as though thanking her, and she grits her teeth, although we should have realized sooner that no normal demigod could have thwarted Ipetus. Well, back to New York, Zeus was so weak he didn't even sense me taking the bolt. Luke lets out a puff of air that might be a laugh. He'd kept it on display, even the arrogance. Well, you know what happened after that. Luke glances at her quickly. You, Thalia, and Grover assumed Hades stole the bolt. Prometheus made sure your bags were switched when you went to the Lotus Hotel, and I followed you to the underworld. I stole the Helm of Darkness. Annabeth lets out a low groan. So that had what the mystery helmet had been, the shiny one May had seen pass to Prometheus's hands, and planted the shoes in Thalia's bag. Kronos cursed them to be drawn to him. He was hoping to use Thalia to awaken. He was angry at us for failing, but giving him the bolt was a victory. He exhales slow and deep. I gave the helm to Prometheus. He transported me back to the bunker, and I was back far before you had even emerged from the underworld. He is silent for a while, gazing pensively at the distant castle. Annabeth wants to cry. Her entire body is shaking like it's on the verge of implosion. Why are you telling me this? She sobs. I don't know, Luke admits. Maybe because this way I can finally let go. Some part of me has always hated how I left you. I know how you like your debts paid, Annabeth. You don't care for gold, you like information, because the more you have, the easier you can figure out weak links. Maybe telling you this will come back to bite me in the ass one day, but this way I don't owe you anything. She snarls, he smiles, amused. But maybe you owe me now, he says, tilting his head non-committally. What do you think, Annabeth? Is me bearing my soul good enough to convince you to join us? Not a chance in hell, she bites out, but Luke only smirks lightly like he'd been expecting it. Well, at least this way we're both free of debt, he says calmly. But I want you to think about whose side you want to really be on, Annabeth. Deep down, you know I'm right about the gods, and my methods were merely a means to a better end. And when your friends come, he shoots her a loaded look. And when they come and get you, you have my permission to tell them everything I've told you. He smiles. We could use the support. Choke, Annabeth snaps, feeling almost like her old self as the anger lifts her shoulders high. Thalia would hate you. This makes him freeze, but when she looks up, Luke's carefully constructed mask has fallen back into place. It is the same expression he'd shown at the bunker for years. If Thalia were alive, she'd be on my side, he says lightly. You don't know her half as well as you thought you did, the same as me. The words hit home. Annabeth ducks her head down to hide the tears. She might be good at putting up a front, but Luke has always known her weak points. She fucking hates it. Luke examines her with something like pity. I'll see you tomorrow, Annabeth, he says, and begins his descent down the mountain. Finding out he'd been knocked out by a brick and not the lion itself had been a little humiliating, to say the least. It's not even like the others care about it, because they very obviously don't. Percy had made a couple of brick puns after Jason had come to, but he'd gotten bored quickly. Piper had simply cooed over and pressed swift kisses to the bump jutting embarrassingly from his forehead, and Zoe hadn't given a single shit. Still, Jason feels shaken by the encounter, and not just because of how scary the monster had been. Him getting hit in the head by a goddamn brick, it's a wake-up call, reminds him just how insanely mortal he is. And if he couldn't beat the lion, how the fuck is he supposed to stand a chance against Krios? He feels weak, inadequate. In the 5 or so years that have passed since his last encounter with the Titan, Jason does feel like he's grown stronger. Still, he could be better. He could have gotten over his lighting block a while ago. He could have saved time. He should have been training every single damn day, and now he curses at himself for his laxness. Across from him, Piper is unfurling their sleeping bags, laying them in a triangle around the makeshift fireplace, with Jason and her side by side. Percy and Zoe aren't back yet. Percy from collecting firewood and Zoe from wherever. She just announced that she was going to hunt and darted off into the trees, hunt for what exactly Jason has no clue about, especially since they'd stolen several packs of Doritos from the supermarket for dinner. Piper wipes her forehead, Jason rises to help her, but his head spins as soon as he tries to stand. She waves him away good-naturedly. She's nearly done, he sees, and feels a little better when she lights up the pile of twigs and settles down by his side. I always feel like I'm betraying Leo every time I use a lighter, she jokes, pocketing it. It just feels wrong somehow. Jason nods and smiles. It feels like he's seen Leo set just about everything on fire all their lives: trees, clothes, parchment, and even on one memorable occasion, Drew's hair. Jason's grown so used to sitting with Piper and Leo every evening as they debrief their day's work that even though he's glad to have some time alone with Piper, he misses the son of Hephaestus a lot. He doesn't know how much time he'll allow himself with them before he has to face his fight, but he's at the point where he wants to spend every waking moment with the people he loves. He sighs, leaning back against his arms and staring up at whatever slivers of dark blue he can catch through the trees. It's a cloudy, moonless night. Jason tracks the movement of a looming gray cloud as it passes northwards. As a child, Jason had discovered his flying ability simply because he tried to get a piece of a cloud to prove Raina wrong. She had sat her science lessons in the Legacy School in New Rome before him, and had been preaching to him about how clouds were water, Jason not cotton candy. And well, even though he discovered later that Raina was right, Jason had always wondered if the clouds would respond to his powers and solidify if he tried to sit on them and float away. It's a secret wish he'd harbored long ago, back when he had been assumed to be the child of the prophecy, and it's a thought that still pops up in his mind once in a while. He might have done it too, when they lost the war and the going got tough, but Piper. Always down to Piper, isn't it? Even for an orphan demigod, Jason can confidently say he loves a lot of people. He loves Leo, his first friend who seemed to understand what it was like for him to hold so much destructive power in the palm of his hand. Leo never ever treated him like he was anything special, which was a stark contrast to the near reverence with which the demigods of New Rome regarded him. There, Jason had been expected to lead armies and win battles. He hadn't been given a choice. It had been his duty because of his parentage, his birthright. But in the bunkers, Leo had just given him one unimpressed look and asked him to put out the fire Leo had caused in the kitchen. When Jason had complied, Leo had clapped him on the shoulder and said that it was nice to have a personal fan around. Then he'd laughed, a cackling sound that suggested that Jason was going to be in for a lot of similar bad jokes, but surprisingly, he'd found he was okay with that. Jason loves Annabeth. Annabeth, who had been family to him since the moment Thalia died. She's lent him a shoulder to cry on or grasp for support on so many occasions that Jason knows for certain that he wouldn't have survived without her. In looks alone, Annabeth looks more like a sister to him than Thalia ever had, and it fills Jason with guilt even to think it, but it's beginning to feel that way too. She's not perfect. She and Jason had been in a silent feud for years. But he knows her now, and he can see in her eyes on occasion how much she cares for him, and he gets a rush of warmth in his belly because he knows that these days, Annabeth doesn't truly give herself to a lot of people. She's got friends, of course, and has earned everyone's respect, but there are only a handful of people who can really say they know her, and Jason is one of them. It makes him happy, and it makes him proud to know that Annabeth trusts him enough to hold a part of her, the part of her that, like him, still holds a candle for the sister they had both lost. Jason had loved Thalia. His memories of her from their childhood are vague, blurry. He sees a flash of her blue eyes as she hugged him in the walls of their whitewashed apartment, and he remembers being hoisted up into her arms, rocked to sleep as their mother laughed with her friends as they drank in the hallway. Thalia confessed later that she even fed him his little kitty meals and changed his diapers, often having to sacrifice school on the days Jason was inclined to throw a tantrum. She was more of a mother to him than Beryl Grace ever was. He remembers the night they ran. There was lightning and thunder and a terrible, terrible storm. Jason remembers Thalia crying over their mother's broken body and then grabbing his hand. "We have to run, Jace," she'd said, and Jason had taken one look into her tear-stained face and nodded, not fully understanding what was going on. And so they'd run, out of the apartment and out of the city and into the woods. The storm raged on. Jason remembers flinching at the claps of thunder that seemed to echo loudly in his skull, and Thalia swallowing as the winds threatened to lift her off her feet. Funny how even then, Jason hadn't much been bothered by the winds, while Thalia didn't even so much as glance sideways at the lightning tearing up the sky. And then the rains and a gale so strong it had thrown them both off their feet. Jason remembers gasping, longing for air even in the midst of a windstorm, and knowing only one thing, that letting go of his sister's hand would mean the end for them both. It had been the first awakening of his powers. In the center of the thunderstorm, with the winds whipping his hair into a frenzy, Jason had suddenly been able to see. The winds responded to his breathing, going calmer and slower when they reached him, and Jason had stood up, trembling, barefooted, and crying. He'd taken one step, and then another, running and running through the darkness as the winds bent around him, taking a detour to avoid his body before continuing to rage behind him. He'd collapsed hours later and woken up to Lupa licking his wounds and Thalia's purple zip-up jacket clutched in one hand. They'd been separated sometime during the storm. Jason had believed her dead until they ran into each other on a quest 8 years later. Jason had been 14. Thalia had been 15. They'd quite literally run into each other en route to Mount Othries. Thalia had been on a quest to retrieve a golden apple from the Garden of the Hesperides, and Jason had been on a scouting mission. They'd knocked each other to the ground, then vaulted to their feet and brandished their weapons. Jason had raked his eyes across her face, taking in her narrowed eyes and raven hair, and thought, wait. Realization hit Thalia first. She dropped her weapon and staggered forward, cupping his face in her hands and tracing a finger over the scar on his upper lip. You're alive, she'd breathed. Jason, and then they'd cried in each other's arms for hours. The quest was forgotten, so was the scouting mission. Jason regaled Thalia with stories of Lupa bringing him to New Rome, which Thalia had been unaware even existed, and Thalia had told him the tales of her times with Annabeth and Luke, and then the bunkers. It hadn't hit Jason until Reyna and Gwen pointed it out in New Rome that Thalia's being alive meant that Jason was off the hook. He wasn't the child of the prophecy, but he didn't even care. He would suffer 100 prophecy scares if it meant he could be with Thalia again. Leaving New Rome was in the end a no-brainer. Jason loved Thalia with all his heart, and he'd been ecstatic to have her back in his life again. She was exactly as he'd remembered, headstrong, brave, and powerful. Thalia barreled headfirst into situations where Jason would ordinarily hang back, but she'd drag him along for the ride anyway. She'd made her home his. She'd taught him to be free and loud and unapologetically himself again. She'd made him feel like home. Losing her had been like a kick in his heart. Jason aches for her every day when he uses Ivlivs, when he catches the fond, sisterly look Annabeth gets sometimes when he collapses next to her post-training and whines for someone to bring him water. It sucks how little time he got with Thalia, how much more he could have said and done if only they'd had longer, but he loves her still, remembers her sacrifice with every breath he takes, and smiles a little every time he uses her lightning techniques in battle. Jason had once loved Reyna. If Leo had been his first true friend in the bunkers, Reyna had been his first friend, period. She'd helped him navigate through New Rome, find his footing, and sometimes make him lose it when they were sparring. She'd been his equal both intellectually and physically, showing no restraint on either front. While many at Camp Jupiter grew afraid of facing him in a fight as Jason's powers blossomed, Reyna showed no hesitation in whacking him into submission, and often disarmed him in the most humiliating of manners with great glee. She'd believed in him when he hadn't believed in himself, and her faith in him was so strong and unshakable that it terrified him sometimes, because Jason wasn't that guy. He could never be that guy who could stand next to her as praetor and lead New Rome without crumbling into himself under the weight of the crippling doubt of his own skills and abilities and decisions. Which sucked, because that was the very job he was being trained for, and everyone knew it. Jason's ideas during war games, even the bad ones, were treated as law by most of the cohort when he was barely 13. And even though Reyna, his best friend, never showed any restraint in terms of criticizing him when he chose the wrong strategy, Jason found in his deepest crevices a growing resentment for everyone in New Rome, simply because all of them, even Reyna, expected so bloody much of him, and he hated it. And he hated the bitterness he felt towards them, and he felt guilty too, because how could he be so selfish? These were the people who had taken him in as a child, trained him and clothed him and fed him and loved him. All they asked in return was his service, that he protect them and lead them so that they might survive another day, the same as they had done for him. So why did Jason spend most of his nights convincing himself not to run away? He'd only voiced the thought out loud once, after a meeting where Martin, the praetor then, had announced he would be standing down. Jason had been 2 years shy of 16, which meant that the prophecy hadn't come true yet, and he'd definitely been too young to be praetor, but his name had been thrown into the list of the nominations anyway. He had been petrified. He was still so young, younger than most of the legacies and about half of the demigod population. So why? Why was he being considered for the role, and what if he won the election? You need to trust yourself more, Reyna had said placatingly as he threw himself next to her and buried his head in his hands. She'd been polishing a dagger. Your name wouldn't be brought up if you weren't capable. It's not even about that, Jason had snapped. What if I don't want to be a fucking praetor? What if I don't want to lead? They know I'm the child of the prophecy, which they won't shut up about, by the way, but oh, let's add more pressure onto Jason's shoulders. He can take it. That way, when he's off fighting Kronos or whichever titan of the day that might kill him, he can at least die maybe, leaving a whole army in disarray because everyone glorified him so much, so hard, and placed him on a pedestal he can't live up to just because he's Jupiter's kid. Jason grabbed a rock and chucks it into a tree with a groan of frustration. From the heavens, a single clap of thunder sounded. Everyone's making me out to be someone I'm not, someone I never can be. You want me to be this golden leader boy who does no wrong and never loses, but I can. He pointed at a stunned, wide-eyed Reyna. You beat me every day. and everyone expects me to hold my own against a titan. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? And on top of me having to worry every day that I'm going to die in 2 years, I'm expected to lead the Roman army. I can't do that. I know fuck all about being a leader, and more than anything, I don't want to do it. I'm fine just here, now I'm fine being the way I am in my role without hundreds and hundreds of lives depending on the moves I choose to make. I don't want to be Praetor, Reina, but nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody gives a shit about whether I live or die. They just want the son of Jupiter leading them because it looks cool and sounds cool. Nobody cares about me, what I think, and I know that because nobody's even fucking asked me about it. He'd sunk to his knees, breathing hard. The rant had felt good, like releasing steam from a pressure cooker, and now he felt sated, calm. Then he'd looked up to meet Reina's eyes and seen a conglomeration of emotions pass across her tight expression, and he'd realized that even though he'd been feeling these things for a while, he'd never, not even once, hinted at having them. The dagger Reina had been cleaning had fallen into her lap. He saw he swallow, and she tried to wrestle with her emotions. She did a fairly good job of keeping most of them in check, but one swam to the surface as she looked at him. Disappointment. Guilt and shame welled up in his throat. "I'm sorry," he told her. "I'm just stressed, and I'm not having a good day. Ignore what I said." "Jason," Reina had said, reaching out. Do you really feel this way?" No, Jason had lied, which maybe he shouldn't have done, but he couldn't stand to see Reina sad because of him, not when she'd told him multiple times that they were a great team, and so they'd make a great team as Praetors, too. "No, like I said, stress." "Okay," Reina had said quietly, and she dropped the subject. They'd never talked about it again, not even when Jason's name mysteriously vanished from the ballot, something he's sure she had a hand in. Jason learned to hold his tongue, and he never threw a fit like that again, but more often than not he would catch Reina's eyes on him during a Senate meeting, and they both knew that neither of them had forgotten Jason's words. That had probably been why Reina had never once questioned him about why he was abandoning them in the whirlwind days of Jason leaving New Rome with Thalia. The entire Senate had tried to convince him to stay, and had only allowed him to leave grudgingly when Jason had promised to return. Why? People had asked him, "Why are you so insistent about it?" And Jason had given them the easy excuse. He'd said that he couldn't leave his sister, not now when he'd just gotten her back and he could lose her all over again. And his comrade's eyes had softened, understanding. Family was something everyone understood, and real family, the blood kind, was hard to come by. At the end of the day, everyone might have resented him for leaving, but they understood, at least, which was all he could ever hope for. Reina had never pestered him once or begged him to stay, and he was secretly glad she didn't, because Jason never wanted to lie to her. She would see through it in 2 seconds flat, and it would be disrespecting her intelligence to even attempt to fool her like that. She had just helped him pack in silence and hugged him goodbye and said quietly, but not hopefully, that she would wait for his return because of course she discerned correctly that he would not be coming back. It had broken his heart to leave her behind, but she wouldn't have come with him anyway, and he hadn't asked. They both knew that Reina would choose New Rome, her people, over Jason, and he suspected that she didn't want to say it aloud just as much as he didn't want to hear it. It would make the separation, the difference, the chasm between them all the more potent. But Reina's dedication, her love for the Romans, is what would make her such a wonderful leader. And it's the exact quality Jason didn't possess. He loved New Rome, but he could never make the tough decision to put the city over someone he loved, and that would have been all their downfalls one day. He hoped she could see that. He misses her sometimes with an ache deep in his ribs. He misses what they had once been, even though he could never love her the way he suspected she loved him. The same way he loves Piper, which is different, so glaringly different in every way possible. She's everything to him. Jason isn't good with words the way she is, and oftentimes he can't really tell her out loud what he's feeling inside, even though he's been trying, and he is getting better, and Piper's eyes light up every time Jason says or does something that betrays the fact that he loves her so much. Because he does, and it scares him, the intensity of his feelings for her, because there are times he looks at Piper and feels an enormous swelling warmth in his chest that makes him want to grin unabashedly all day for no reason at all. And it had started as a crush, of course, because literally everyone at some point has had a crush on Piper, who is beautiful and kind and smart, and she truly, genuinely cares for everyone in a sisterly kind of way that makes you feel loved. And Jason had been scared at first, because he was crushing hard, and what if she didn't like him like that? What if she was like this with everyone and he was totally misunderstanding things between them? Because they had been friends, good friends. Piper had become a comrade he trusted second only to Leo, and she always had a way of soothing his nerves, assuring him that whatever he was feeling was valid. But unlike his friendship with Leo, there had been these moments. Lingering touches he couldn't bring himself to pull away from, stolen glances charged with this undeniable electric energy, long hugs he never wanted to pull away from, and smiles that made his heart burst into song. When she'd kissed him, he'd felt like he was flying. Then she'd huffed a laugh against his lips, and he'd realized they really were flying, Jason's powers lifting them up a couple of feet off the mountaintop, and he should have been scared, but he'd been so happy he'd only grinned and kissed her again. And again, and again, and again. He never wanted to stop. These past years with her have been the best. For the first time, Jason really feels like he's loved and wanted, and he feels like he belongs, which he hadn't really felt like he didn't fit in with the Romans, but the bunkers feel like home just because he knows Piper's there. He's learned to read her. During the first few months of their relationship, Piper had consciously or unconsciously acted different around him. Act perfect, as thought that was what he'd wanted in a partner. But now he's used to her wiping the sweat from her forehead onto his t-shirt like she thinks she's being discreet. Now he's used to her sneezing in the middle of the night and waking them both up. Now he's used to her getting jealous when he talks about Reina, and he's used to them arguing about stupid shit and then making up in a couple of hours. And he loves her with every part of his being, and sometimes he looks at her and thinks that he'll never be able to love another human as much as he loves Piper. She leans against him lightly, watching the fire. Jason watches the tips of her hair turn golden in the light, watches the way her eyes turn from chestnut brown to glittering amber. He twines an arm around her waist, unable to really speak, but Piper presses the top of her head against his chin lightly, like she understands. After a beat of silence, she says, "I know what you're worried about." Caught off guard, Jason starts, "What?" "Oh, come on." Piper twists herself in his arms so she's looking up at him. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" He hadn't. Oh shit, has she figured out about his dreams? That he's been studying the route to the Titan's land like some kind of obsessive cartographer. That he's got some chalk in his bag, that he'd intended on marking the path to Othries since he'd undoubtedly have to tread it again. He'd totally forgotten that while he knows Piper as well as he knows himself, she knows him in the exact same way. Jason coughs, his heart's racing, something she can no doubt feel for herself since she's pressed into his chest. She raises an eyebrow, and abysmally Jason wonders just how much she knows, and why the hell she's being so chill about it if she truly has guessed what he knows and what he plans about it. "It's the prophecy," she says sympathetically, "isn't it?" Jason gives it about a second before he starts nodding frantically. He's so relieved she's guessed wrong. Because in truth, Jason hasn't thought about the goddamn prophecy in ages. It can't be meant for him. There's no way, not when Percy's the one who got the ball rolling about the entire new prophecy in the first place. May had confirmed the prophecy upon Percy's command, and based on what Annabeth had told them about the quest, Ella had begun to recite the prophecy at once after laying eyes on Percy. All Jason had gotten was the warning he's been hearing in his dreams, the ominous "it's you or her," the mirror of what May had told Piper. Jason suspects there's a real prophecy relating to it, too, one that he isn't keen on listening to. He doesn't really care how he makes the journey to Creos, so long as he gets there in the end. That's why he cut off Ella when she'd begun to announce the lines to everyone. He doesn't want to know the details of what's gonna happen. He already knows how it's going to end. Child of lightning, she'd begun. Very obviously not, a half-blood of the eldest gods, and well, if that hadn't been proof enough for Jason, there's got to be a reason for anyone with even the slightest prophetic tendencies spouting the great prophecy whenever Percy wanders into the vicinity, and that can only mean one thing. Jason isn't the hero of the prophecy. It's Percy, and it's so fucking obvious that he's surprised nobody else has seen it yet. Percy is about a month younger than him. For him to be the hero of the prophecy, that would mean Jason has to be out of the picture. Which means that when Jason goes to fight Creos, he goes to his death. He's just got to make sure he takes Creos down with him. It's perfect, it fits, it really must have been meant to happen this way, he thinks bitterly. What's really depressing about the whole thing is, of course, Jason's prophecy is linked with Piper's, like everything else about his life is. He knows what he has to do, and he knows how it's probably going to end up. He's made his peace with that, but Piper's going to hate him forever for it. He hates not telling Piper. He's so used to telling her, well, everything, that keeping his mouth shut is a real task. There are times he just wants to sit her down in front of him and spill the beans, but she'll stop him. She'll charm-speak him into staying at the bunker. She isn't above using her voice when the situation calls for it, and he'll be forced to wait as she goes to her death for him, and he can't do that. He won't. Because the alternative to Jason dying is Piper dying, and he will never allow that. "Oh, Jason," she says now, voice rich with affection as she caresses his face. "I know, it sucks. I mean, I keep having these nightmares of Creos." She shudders, which is when Jason remembers that, oh, Piper's been having the same dreams as him, but she still thinks that the prophecy about Creos is for her, not Jason. But anyway, she turns a little to kiss him lightly. "I know what's coming for us is more than a little terrifying, but I guess," she moistens her lips, "this is our destiny, right? As much as I hate to, I have to leave your prophecy up to the fates, and you'll have to the same for me." Jason feels like all the air in the area has caught in him at once, leaning his head against her shoulders and feeling acutely that she's much too good for him. He exhales shakily, both relieved and sorrowful, tickling the exposed skin at the back of her neck and making her squirm a little. Piper is soft and warm and smells a little like smoke, and it makes the insides of his nose tickle, but he inhales deeply anyway. I can't stop thinking about the whole Creos thing, he says, which isn't entirely a lie at all. The first time we faced off. Jace, she whispers, running a hand through his hair and sighing. Me neither. I know how worried you must be. I mean, if you were the one to face him again, I'd be shitting bricks. I can't watch you get hurt like last time. But her voice grows stronger. I'm going to defeat him, and you're going to defeat Kronos. These are things we have to do to get to the end of this together. She pulls back from him and lifts his chin. I don't know about you, Jason, but I've got plans. I don't give a fuck if we're too young. After this is all done, you're going to have to put up with me for a long time. She kisses him lightly on the lips before retreating, giggling a little when Jason chases her lips again with his own. A future, he thinks, and he wonders what having one must feel like. It can't hurt to dream, right? Remember what I told you before, he begins tentatively, huffing with laughter when Piper sits up straight like a diligent student as she tries to remember. Jason's aware of what people think of him. He knows he's inherently Roman, and some things about him will never change. His fighting style is different, and his posture is different, and his way of thinking and strategizing is different. For a long time, he'd been reluctant to grow his hair out because it felt like the last thing Roman about him, and he knows that he gives off this vibe of sturdiness and cleanliness and discipline. Which isn't a bad thing, but he knows that he might have been viewed as someone too perfect to be true. He knows for a fact that Leo had thought of him that way once, and so had Annabeth, but when he'd brought it up to Piper, she'd only shrugged and said, "Well, you're Roman, aren't you? That stuff makes you you." She'd glanced at him. "I don't really care. I mean, to be honest, I like you more because of it." Then she'd kissed him and told him his strong Roman arms were sexy. Piper's the first person he'd confessed to about not feeling rooted to either camp. Because the thing is, Jason feels like he belongs to either and neither at once. Sometimes he feels Greek and sometimes Roman, and it switches irregularly, but often. He's been raised Roman, but he feels Greek, and isn't that something? It makes him feel guilty and out of place, like an outcast on both sides. And it sucks because Percy, even though he'd been found by Lupa the same way Jason had, is so clearly Greek that it kind of makes Jason bitter. A lot of the campers back at the bunker had assumed Percy would be flighty, that he'd leave in a month, but he hadn't because he was Greek, and he'd finally come home. Sometimes Jason thinks of Annabeth, who is wholly, in-your-face Greek, and Reyna, who is Roman in the same way. They know who they are. They will probably wave away his identity crisis as a phase, not because they're being rude or anything, but just because they'll never understand. Piper gets it. He knows about her childhood, and he knows how much she understands not feeling at home in a place meant to be your haven. And even though she might not understand him being torn between his Roman and Greek selves, she's supportive about it. "They're a good thing about the Greeks and good thing about the Romans," she'd said, "and I'm sure there's so much we can learn from each other. Maybe you're meant for something greater than both camps individually." It had got him thinking, despite everything. He'd taken to hanging around the dream wall where Annabeth put up her stuff, gazing at all the little structures she'd drawn. "About New Rome and the bunkers and me," he tells Piper, who nods eagerly, remembering and leaning forward. It might be a stupid idea, but you know the stuff Annabeth draws." "The temples," she replies, nodding. She grabs Percy's backpack from behind her. It's really Annabeth's, the one she'd left behind before going to Luke, and peers inside, taking out items and setting them into a pile that quickly turns into a mishmash of both Percy and Annabeth's stuff. "Aha," she says, grabbing Annabeth's little sketchbook and placing it in Jason's lap. "Yeah," Jason opens up the first page and stares at the drawing, and suddenly he feels so overwhelmed by the presence of Annabeth in every single line that his throat closes up. Piper seems similarly affected, staring at the paper with wide eyes. She reaches out to trace the shrine wall with a finger. "I don't know why it's only hitting me now," she murmurs, "but maybe it's because she's not here to yell at us for being nosy little shits, but I miss her so much." Jason nods. He's seen Annabeth's work, of course. It's all over the dream wall, but going through her personal sketchbook seems a little like they're invading her privacy. He hesitates, rubbing the page between his thumb and forefinger. The papers are still fairly crisp and white. This must be one of the new books Percy had got for her. He stares at the drawing, at the faded lines of pencil turning this way and that, giving way to pillars and arches and walls. A temple to Athena, her mother, of course Annabeth, would christen a new book by starting off with something for the goddess of wisdom. I want to do this stuff, Jason says in a whisper. It's a wish he's kept secret and hidden in the depths of his own mind, knowing very well it may never come to fruition. Build temples to the gods, Greek and Roman both. When the war is done, Jason bites his lip. I'm sure both sides will settle into new camps above the surface. Like how New Rome was before the war, only New Rome never had many temples to the gods, And I want Greek temples there too, and the other way around. And I'm sure Annabeth would love to design stuff for New Rome too. The Senate Hall, the Forum, the bathhouse. He lets out a breath. I want to be a bridge between the two camps, Maybe it's like you said, and I was meant to belong to both camps instead of me just overthinking it and feeling like I belong to neither. He stares at her. Does that make sense? Piper's still for a couple of long moments, but then she makes a tiny noise of happiness, and suddenly Jason's mouth is full of her hair as she flings herself into his arms. He spits out a clump of pipes. I'm so proud of you, she whispers into his shoulder. So proud. I think it's a great idea, Jace. Really? Really? She places her palms on either side of his cheeks and kisses him, a kiss Jason prolongs for no reason other than the fact that they're alone and he loves her. Finally, she pulls away with her lower lip redder than usual and her cheeks a little flushed. And hey, you know what? Maybe I can come with you. You'll what? Piper's never really voiced it aloud, but he knows she feels a little awkward, a little left out when he talks about New Rome. It's the same way Jason feels when she and Leo begin reminiscing about their school days. It's nothing serious, really, just a twinge in his chest at not being a part of her life, which now is unthinkable. I want to come with you. Piper chews on her lower lip and stares at him thoughtfully. Maybe not all the time, but yeah, I want to travel with you, Jason. I want to take you around LA, and I want to show you my granddad's old house. I have plans of my own too, but mostly I just want to be with you. And Jason kisses her then, because he can't not at this point. Piper hums, pleased, and tilts her head a little bit into the kiss, and turning it from something soft and sweet into something with a little more heat. And oh no, they have other people with them on this quest, but he can't stop. Then there's a crash through the trees. Piper springs away from him, even though her arms still circle his shoulders. Percy appears, panting, carrying what looks like several trees worth of wood, and he dumps the load unceremoniously onto the ground and groans. I'm gonna knock my own damn self out, he starts, but then he looks up and only then seems to notice the way Piper and Jason are tangled together. Jason realizes as his cheeks heat that Piper's in his lap, straddling him, and Jason's hands are gripping her waist. The dazed, tired expression on Percy's face turns into something positively evil. Oh, sorry, he purrs. Was I interrupting something? No, says Jason. Yes, snaps Piper, waving her arms at Percy in a shooing motion. Get away, Jackson. I'm having some me time, didn't you notice? Looked like you were having some wee time, Percy amends, but he clambers to his feet and grabs his water bottle from his pack. But fine, only because I feel bad for you guys, half an hour. 1 hour, Piper says, and fine Zoe, keep her away too. Oh yes, your highness, of course, it's not like we're on an important quest. Not like we're on a deadline here, take your time, Percy grumbles, and Piper must shoot him a rude gesture because he laughs, but Jason barely hears it because she's turned around to kiss him again. The war and his destiny and the fate of their world on his shoulders and all his many enemies all fade to the background as her arms circle his shoulders and her hands press into his skin with the warmest pressure, and he feels the ghost of her breath over his lips. And he's pretty much the meme Leo quoted for a couple of months, isn't he? Head empty, no thoughts, just Piper. And he's good like this. He's good to stay here forever. If only Kronos were on their side so he could trap them both in this little bubble of time forever. Percy wouldn't have come on this quest if he'd known that Piper and Jason would be sucking each other's faces off every time they were left alone together. He supposes it's cute. Certainly, he'd feel considerably less bitter about their being so in love and adorable if he were less lonely. It's something he'd thought he'd rid himself of a while ago, but apparently not, and he knows he might be being irrational about this. His friends have been making a real effort to keep his mind occupied, and even on this quest, Piper and Jason have been doing whatever they can to keep Percy's mind off Annabeth, which Percy honestly feels a little guilty for. Jason is quite visibly dealing with his own problems. He'd been thrashing about in his sleep. The stress he's taking on as a result of the prophecy must really be taking its toll, even though he's trying really not to show it. And as a result, Piper's losing her mind with worry for him on top of all the anxiety she must be feeling for Annabeth. They really shouldn't have to deal with Percy, too. Still, though, Percy feels alone, like there's a bit of him missing, a bit of him that's gone dull without Annabeth around to light him up. He hadn't realized before just how much he'd relied on her company, and it's just, gods. He really, really misses her. He wonders if she's holding on still, if she's thinking of him too. He knows that she won't give in to Luke, but then again, he'd never thought she'd hold up the sky for him either. Which is the thing, as much as he's worried, he's also kind of pissed at how she just brushed him off like he hadn't mattered to her. In fact, in that moment, it had seemed like nobody mattered to her as much as Luke, and it stings. Is Luke with her now? Is he talking to her, trying to convince her to join him? Is she listening? Does she still love him after all he's done? It's a question he needs to ask her, he thinks, when they get her back. Because he can't just leave her there. He won't. It's probably a side effect from losing his mom and Bianca and Nico, but he cannot leave Annabeth behind, not again. He can't just keep doing this. He can't keep making all these promises and then just break them. Percy is, for all he's tried to guard himself, he forms bonds easily. He already feels a sense of kinship with everyone in Bunker 9, and he'd known, of course, that his connection to Annabeth was strong, even in the start when she'd basically ignored him. But he hadn't really known just how deeply he felt for her until he saw Luke hold his sword to her exposed throat. He needs to save her. He's going to save her. Percy swears under his breath as he stumbles over a log, which is just that's it, isn't it? Trying to keep his sanity about him, trying not to think about Annabeth being dead or worse. It's like attempting to search for Zoe in this goddamn forest. Meaning he's stumbling around in the dark and trying his hardest to keep his shit together. Zoe, he hisses into the trees. Zoe. Truth be told, Percy doesn't really want to find her. Zoe's been nothing but vile to him ever since they first laid eyes on each other. She'd actively tried to prevent him from being on the quest. It's like she has some kind of personal vendetta against him, and he doesn't understand it, nor does he want to. If she wants to be a bitch, fine. Percy isn't going to go out of his way to be nice to her when she isn't going to reciprocate, which is something he might have done had Lupa not drilled it into him that some people just aren't worth it. Idly hoping that Zoe walks in on Jason and Piper doing something sexual and nasty, Percy makes his way towards the gurgling sound of a stream. He feels better and better the closer he gets to the water, and when he finally reaches it, he sighs, peeling off his shoes and socks and stepping into the brook barefooted. The cool rush of water curling around his feet makes Percy feel impossibly lighter, and he heaves a heavy sigh, sitting down right there in the middle of the steam and watching as the water slows his flow to meet him, pooling into his lap and bubbling happily, all the while still leaving his clothes dry. And he feels a little happier, knowing that there is some magic that even the Titans can't wipe away. He cups his hands and dunks them into the stream to wash his face and arms. No more dirt coating his skin means his scent will be more potent, but Percy feels near invincible right now surrounded by the water. Plus, it feels great to be clean, if only for a while. There's a splash from behind him and Percy doesn't even think. A wall of water surrounds him even as he turns around and stands, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword, but it's only Zoe, bathed in a thin stream of moonlight and raising a disapproving eyebrow. Percy waves a hand and the water falls. Don't give me that look. If you had been a monster, I'd have killed you by now. I didn't say anything. Zoe hops from stone to stone, careful not to breach the water's surface, and settles down on a rock not far from Percy. She takes a sip from her thermos, and when she shows no signs of getting up, Percy sits back down as well and lets the water collect in the space between his legs. He wonders what to do next. Being alone with Zoe makes him feel a bit awkward, but it's not as suffocating as he'd expected. Zoe seems to be in a rare good mood tonight, humming absently under her breath as her fingers skim the running water. She cranes her neck to glance at the moon and lets out a tiny, relieved sigh. He observes her out of the corner of his eye, hoping that his gaze isn't coming off as leery, because Zoe really is quite striking, if not in your face beautiful like Silena. She has sharp features, pointy ears, and graceful hands. A firm jaw not too dissimilar from Annabeth's, if he's being honest. They really are alike in some ways. No wonder Zoe tried to recruit her. It's weird, he thinks, how she gives off an aura of someone so old even though she doesn't look older than 18. Good thing you ran into me, he says after a while. We've been ordered to stay away for a while. Piper and Jason are busy. He'd expected her to scoff, maybe even show disgust, but she only shakes her head with something resembling amusement flickering across her face. I was going to stay away anyway, she tells him. On the way from 9, before you joined up with us, well, they were acting quite similarly, very touchy. They're like that, Percy says. There's a tiny fish struggling against the current to reach him, so he pushes it into the mini pond of semi-stagnant water in his lap. The fish goes nuts with pride and swims in circles so fast it might create a whirlpool. Percy smiles at it and looks back at Zoe. It doesn't bother you. Why would it bother me? She frowns, defensive, but then considers. Well, I must admit the public displays of affection don't make me feel comfortable exactly, but they are in love. I have nothing against them for that. Percy stares at her, but you're a huntress. So, Percy boggles. Aren't you all anti-love, anti-men? Isn't that your whole, he gestures towards her, drawing a circle in the air to encompass her entirely, thing? Zoe snorts, we don't hate love, we've just given up on it. Oddly, her voice turns soft, edged with a slight wistfulness, and Percy wonders. As for men, well, depends on the man, really. He watches the fish poke at his knee. It's just me you hate then. Just you, she agrees, but there's sarcasm in her voice, and Percy glances up to see her rolling her eyes. He flicks a drop of water at her. She huffs. I don't hate you, she admits grudgingly. You've been hiding it well. Shut up, she says. I have no reason to hate you. Percy gestures at himself from head to toe and glances down quickly at his crotch. I'm a boy. A boy? Zoe asks, raising her eyebrows, and Percy is reminded oddly of Lupa's stare. Always expecting more from him, always. He flushes and corrects, sounding stupid, a man. So you are, she says, with the air of a patient preschool teacher. What is your point? You're a hunter, Percy says again. Aren't you programmed to hate all men or something? Gods, is that what everyone thinks of the hunters these days? Zoe rolls her eyes, but they stay fixed upon the rustling leaves. Boys. See, you do hate me, says Percy pettily, staring at his shoes. You're very reckless, you don't listen to anyone, and you have too much power. You are too powerful to be honest and too loyal. That's not a good combination. Zoe lets out an exhale through her nostrils. But that is what I feel about you as a person. It has nothing to do with your gender. I'm not reckless, Percy tries uselessly, but she levels him with a single stare. You allowed yourself to be baited by me back then, Zoe says. It's the first they've talked about their battle at the base of the mountain and Percy's humiliating defeat. I knew you were a child of one of the three. I knew you had lost your friend. If you'd reined in your anger, I might have considered a different plan of action than the one we took that day. But you lost your head in the face of emotions. For someone like you, that can be dangerous. Percy glares at her. Some might call it a strength. I'm not saying it's not. Zoe sighs and clasps her hands together. You will do anything to protect the ones you love, but you will destroy yourself in the process, and you will not see reason even if that is the case as it had been back then. I had to stop you. We would have gained nothing if you had died there that day. I know, okay? Percy runs a hand through his hair. I know, it sucks to admit that you were right, but I dunno. I hated to leave. I thought I was done with leaving people behind. Zoe's eyebrows lift, but she doesn't push further, for which Percy is immeasurably grateful. Finally, he asks, you knew I was a son of Poseidon. I suspected Zeus at first, but you disproved that soon enough. And besides, you reek of the ocean. Zoe chuckles lowly at the expression on his face. Do not worry, I'm just exaggerating. Your scent is faint, very faint, but still present and impossible to ignore if you can pick it out. I have not been alive for the past 200 years for nothing. I would not have been able to be the lieutenant of the hunters if I were not, at the very least, a decent tracker. Lieutenant, he eyes the silver circlet atop her head. Fancy. It is quite simple compared to the richness of Olympus in its prime, she says, touching the tiara with a sad kind of respect. But it means everything to me. Artemis gifted it to me herself. Artemis, Percy straightens. You've met her, you've seen her. We ran together. Zoe's eyes go glassy, like she's lost in an old, sad memory. The lady would often descend to be with us, her hunters. She took the form of a young girl to live as we lived. And in the days that followed after World War II, when her power was waning and she could keep with us no longer, she sat with us. She taught me to read the winds and the trees and the water and the earth and the stars. Zoe tilts her head upward, exposing the pale column of her neck to look at the winking stars only just visible past the foliage. She points. Little bear, Orion, every star has a story, she would say. She would tell us the most wonderful, heartbreaking stories. Percy studies her. Here in the woods, surrounded by nature, the huntress seems at home and at ease. She breathes in deeply and her hands are constantly in motion, caressing a rock, tracing a leaf, digging into the cool, moist soil. Her love and respect for nature is so potent that it reminds Percy of Grover, but thinking of the satyr once more makes Percy feel empty, makes him long for a friend. Motion from Zoe draws his attention. She inches towards the water and stares at her distorted reflection. She reaches out with a hand and touches it. Something about her then seems hauntingly familiar. Something about her then, the reverence with which she touches the stream, her olive skin, her dark, flowing hair, and the dim silver aura surrounding her, it all lends to an image of a being both soft and powerful, a being capable of being both lively and terrifying, much like water itself. You look like Percy bursts out, unable to stop himself, but of course, it can't be possible. I look like what? Zoe asks, frowning. A naiad, Percy says, sighing as he remembers their soft words of healing and long flowing hair, but they all disappeared after the war. Zoe nods, her eyes cloudy. She picks up some water in her cupped palm and watches the droplets slip back down into the torrent. I'm not a naiad, but you are quite close. A naiad then, Percy guesses. Not quite, Zoe spreads her fingers and the last of the water falls down. It was my mother who was a naiad. Oh, Percy says, I'm sorry. Wise. You said was past tense. Oh, Zoe places her damp hands on her knees and the position makes her look small, innocent, like a child who has just had a nightmare. I suppose she is truly no more, given the circumstances of our world in its current state. But I speak of well. You see, I have not talked to her in many years, she sighs, or she would not talk to me. Oh, says Percy. Indeed, she replies. Families hold on to grudges, and immortal families even more so, it seems. Why, Zoe, Percy says, lifting a hand to his heart, were you a rebellious child? The worst kind, she says, and even though she sounds a little bitter and a lot sad, she manages to scoff at him. Problem child of ancient Greece, that was I. I must say, he tells her, I'm impressed. Nothing impressive about running away from home. I mean, he says, pointing at himself, don't we all do it? Oh, these days it is all the rage with demigods, I hear. Yeah, and you've got your own self to thank for that. You started the trend, Percy grins, and Zoe purses her lips like she's trying to hide a smile. I brought dishonor upon my family, she tells him somberly. It is not a trend I would have liked to have started. Huh? Percy stares at her in a new light and sees that beneath all her posh exterior, Zoe Nightshade is no different than anyone who's had to fight all their life. There's something undeniably tough etched into her limbs, and even though she seems poised and perfect, there's a weariness in her aura and a heaviness in her eyes. Why did you run? Percy asks bluntly, watching as a ray of moonlight glints off an ornate silver hairclip. She notices his eyes and touches it briefly, and then she quickly lowers her gaze to hide the flash of pain that passes across her face, but she's too late, Percy sees. It is quiet for a while, a time long enough for Percy to begin to frame an apology in his head. He doesn't expect an answer, but finally she says in a voice that's barely heard over the gurgling of the stream, a hero. Hey, you asked why us hunters hated men, Percy Jackson, she says gravely, turning to stare at him full in the face, and there's such a deep, potent sadness written into her features that Percy actually shivers. The truth is, we do not hate men themselves. Many men may prove to be strong, capable, and loyal to the end. But each of my sisters has been wronged by one in some way or form, and so we renounce them, but in all honesty, it is not men we renounce. It is love. But Percy's got about a million things to say, most of them in question format, but things like "but love is important," and "everyone needs love" sound too juvenile and cheesy. But, I mean, heartbreak sucks, yeah, but is that reason enough to give up altogether? Reason enough for us, Zoe says. Many of my sisters thought they had found love only to be cast aside by a lover. Some were even abused as a woman, we had no voice. The pain, the humiliation some of us have suffered, she swallows. Sometimes it is impossible to pick yourself back up again, especially in my day. The world has changed now in many ways for the better. Married couples can get divorced and start anew. Couples can break up and get back together. There are organizations, a police force, laws that protect a woman's well-being. It was not so then. Marriages were arranged according to birth, caste, and looking for love. It was frowned upon, looked down upon, and your friends and family will shun you if you go against the rules, slaves to society's norms as they are. She shakes her head bitterly. If the goddess had not found me. Stunned into silence, Percy finds his voice. Who was he? Who was who? Zoe turns to him, guarded once again, her fingers flying to touch the hairclip. It's a beautiful thing Percy can see, something he can imagine a rich old lady passing down to her daughter, pure silver in the moonlight and achingly delicate. He gestures to it, the one who gave you that. He watches as her eyes go round and stricken and her breathing shallows, the one who broke your heart. She shakes her head in a jerky movement. I can't. I swore I would never speak his name. It's quiet for a while. I'm sorry, he says before the silence gets too stifling, for prying. It's only natural, she gazes forlornly at her feet. Although you will certainly know his name, he grew to be a great hero with my help, though you will never see that written in any of the ancient texts. She snorts, but it is a bitter sound. The great hero being helped by a female. No, of course he could never tell anyone the truth. He sounds like an asshole, Percy says. An asshole, Zoe says in surprise, as though she's never heard the word. Yes, he was. I'm sorry he broke your heart. He did not just break my heart, she says viciously, and Percy sees her eyes gleam with anger even though her head is turned away from him. He ripped it out of my chest, he promised me the world, promised me his heart, only to toss me aside and leave me to rot, knowing fully well I would never be accepted by my family for my betrayal. He left me as though I was nothing more than a spare piece of equipment, and he filled my head with his pretty words, his falsities, and his useless promises. He assured me he would return. He told me he loved me. He said he would bring me to his home. He said we would be wed. He made many oaths. She touches her lips, but he never came back. And suddenly anger courses through him at the sight of her sunken face and teary eyes. He stands. That's just shit. We have to do something. Do what? The look she sends him is one of amused exhaustion. He is dead, and I am alive. I have tried well. I tried to tell people about him, but even by then he was a renowned warrior. Nobody believed me. I'm sure that if I told you his name, you would have trouble believing it as well. Zoe removes her bow slung across her shoulder and traces over a pattern. Only the goddess heard my words and heeded them. She took me in, accepted me into the hunt. And oh, that was the first time I had felt real happiness in an age. What was it like back then? He asks, hushed. What are the gods like? Otherworldly, Zoe replies, and when she turns to face him, her eyes are shining. Oh, Percy, you have no idea. Artemis was wonderful, eyes like starlight and hair the color of fresh wood. And so strong and fast and powerful, she could outrun any of us at our fastest, outrun even a cheetah in its prime. She could track even the stealthiest enemy under the haziest conditions, and above all else, she loved us. Her hunters. She was our friend and sister and mother to us all at once. She kept us close, she kept us safe. It's so unlike anything Percy's ever thought about the gods, and something lonely fills up in his chest. He misses his mother, and even though he'd never met him, he misses his father too. He wonders what it might have been like to be able to see Poseidon, visit him in his palace, train with him, be clapped on the back and referred to as son. Have you met the other gods? He asks, trying not to sound too eager, but he must not succeed because Zoe gives him a look of pity. Apollo the most, she says, tilting her head back in thought. He was insufferable, if I am allowed to say so. She glances quickly at the sky as though expecting a response. And the rest of the gods, I have seen them during their annual meetings on Olympus during the winter solstice. He leans forward. Poseidon. Yes, she smiles a little. He looked not unlike you, to be fair, same hair. She glances at him quickly. And eyes. Percy had always wondered where he'd gotten the green eyes from. His mother's had been brown, and the sudden realization that he does carry a piece of his father around with him has turned his throat dry. I'm almost a little jealous. Nobody's seen the gods in forever, and Artemis, well, she sounds a lot different than what most demigods are used to. You're lucky. I know, Zoe fingers a pebble, but the past century has been challenging, and now the huntresses are left alone, same as the rest of you, and I am no match for the Lady Artemis in terms of anything. She takes off the circlet and places it in her lap. As lieutenant, I know I am meant to lead. I am confident in my skills as a hunter, but sometimes it is hard. Hard to know where you're going when there's nothing to guide you, Percy says, and she looks at him gratefully. That is exactly it. It's turned a lot of us bitter, he admits, lifting his hand and watching as a small line of water follows, folding into a sphere. I mean, I never knew it, but a lot of demigods are on Chronos' side now. I've seen it myself, Zoe says, in a tone both angry and dejected. Too many have gone to the dark, and I cannot blame them, even though it is easy to. How can we expect children to fight for the same parents who have ignored them all their lives? Makes you wonder, Percy says. Makes me wonder sometimes if we're fighting for the right side. We are, she tells him with no hesitation, and Percy blinks at the speed of it. You sound certain. Percy, you do not know, she says, and for the first time since he's known her she actually sounds scared. You do not know how cruel, now vile, how evil the Titans are. The gods haven't been great either, Percy points out. Maybe if they hadn't been neglecting so many of us, they'd still be around right now. She shakes her head. Of course they're not perfect, and they need to be confronted on this matter, but the Titans are a different breed entirely. They use Percy, and they will resort to extreme violence should their demands not be met. Nobody will be allowed to stand in their way and live, not even those who consider them allies. A world ruled by them, a world where no demigods are left to threaten their reign. Zoe waves a hand at their little glade. You can see evidence of it already, can you not? The nature spirits have faded into nothingness, leaving a dull, lifeless land. If they eliminate the rest of us, she doesn't finish, only shakes her head. We must not let it be so. We're hanging on, though, Percy says, by a thread, but we're doing it. Your greatest advantage has been your location thus far, Zoe tells him. The bunkers are designed to be safe places for all those who are friends to the gods, and I must say that Annabeth knows what she is doing. Even for the hunters, it would be difficult to find the place without one of your magic compasses, layered as it is with protective wards and spells. She's been careful, Percy says, trying and failing to ignore the glow that spread through him at Zoe's praise for Annabeth, although we suspect. Spies, Zoe completes, and he nods. I would not be surprised, but if there was really a spy, you would all be dead. None of it makes sense, Percy agrees. Why would a spy be leaking information selectively? All I know is that with your leader caught, your safety is in great danger, Zoe says darkly. Atlas, he is ruthless. Fear spikes right through his spine. Annabeth. They will definitely be trying their hardest to pry whatever information they can out of her, she says. She won't break, says Percy confidently. I hope she does not, Zoe says, but she sounds doubtful. The daughter of Athena is strong, no doubt, but Atlas is cruel. I hope she is not lost. Percy swallows. They won't kill her. He hates to admit it, but Luke won't let her die. The son of Hermes, Zoe recalls, and the expression on her face turns ugly. Another traitor. I warned Annabeth even back then to not follow him. Let me guess, Percy says, and he has to swallow the sourness in his throat before he continues. She didn't listen. She and the daughter of Zeus were always quite defensive of him, Zoe informs him, but I am not sure what it was. Something about him was quite off-putting, although I never shared my doubts with Annabeth. I did tell Thalia, though, and she screamed at me quite passionately. Percy bites his lip to stop a smile. Zoe still looks disgruntled at the thought of it. Jason is Thalia's sister, he offers. I know, Zoe HMPHS, and two siblings so different in temperament I never did see. It's a relief, though. If he had been as hot-tempered as her, I would have not allowed him to come on the quest. She looks him a stern look as she says it. She was reckless, much like someone else I know. Percy allows himself to shrink a little, but she just sighs. You and Thalia are much alike. How? He's heard it before. Annabeth had mentioned it to him once, an offhanded comment that had piqued his curiosity, but hadn't lingered in his mind for long. Is it the hair? He touches his own self-consciously. She shakes her head. No, although you are closer to her in looks than Jason is. But I speak of your demeanor. Thalia was always quick to anger. You are not quite so volatile, yet I'm not sure what it is. There is a lot that is similar. If she had been alive, you might have gotten along well, or killed each other. Percy snorts. In fact, I'm sure that if I had banned Thalia from the quest, she would have snuck along as well. Zoe rolls her eyes with a kind of fond sadness. I can't say I didn't see this coming, if I am being honest with myself. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. He rubs at his wrist. I had to be here. To save your friend. Yes, his throat feels dry. I know, she interrupts. I was not wrong before, when I said you would go to any length to see her safe. Dimly, he nods. He'd give anything to have Annabeth back, he thinks. He hates the thought of her in pain while Luke cackles wildly, evilly, from the turrets of the Black Castle. She hadn't deserved to be betrayed like that, again. Part of him is angry at her for falling into Luke's trap. That part of him is furious at her, in fact. She'd chosen Luke over Percy. She hadn't listened to any of their warnings. And for what? Percy scowls. For love. Love is pesky, Percy decides fervently. Love just fucks shit up. His mother had died because of love, and so had Bianca, and now Annabeth's trapped under the sky in enemy territory because of it. Percy can almost understand Zoe not wanting to have anything to do with it. I'm scared, he confesses desperately. What if this is all for nothing? What if we get there and end? She knows you are coming. Zoe reaches out to touch his shoulder for a fleeting second, her expression open and honest, and Percy can't help but think that he's misjudged her. I know Annabeth. She's strong in both mind and body. It's why I tried to recruit her, and when the enemy sees it, they will know that there is no point in trying to break her. But Luke, Percy thinks, and even though he knows she will never defect, he can't help the doubts. Because if anyone could break Annabeth, it would be Luke. Aloud he says, I wish I could help, but we're so far I know I can't, but I wish I could do something, anything. Zoe surveys him with unblinking eyes. There is something you could do. What? He asks, sitting up. What? Pray to Athena. He deflates. That's stupid. Athena's gone. The gods cannot regain their physical forms, Zoe corrects, but their essence lives on in everything and everything. Pray to Athena, ask her for strength. Annabeth has been blessed by her mother with a magical item. Not many are as lucky. For her chosen daughter, the goddess will surely respond. Lupa taught me, Percy says, that nothing comes without a price. Her lips quirk. Lupa taught you well. Yes, Percy. To ask for help from the gods, you will need a sacrifice. His blood runs cold. Me. She looks at him like he's crazy. Are you thick-headed? No, just an offering like your sword. She glances at it critically. It is not suited for you. Nothing works for me, Percy says moodily, unsheathing his sword and wanting nothing more than to chuck it away like a javelin. I wonder, says Zoe thoughtfully. Yeah, Percy asks. Never mind, she says briskly. Any idea for a sacrifice? The cave feels stifling. Frank sits by the entrance and watches the fire flickering some distance away. Being so close to an open flame in a space like this makes him nervous, but they had all agreed it was for the best. Without the fire, they would be blind in case their pursuers used another tunnel to come after them. And miraculously, there seemed to be holes in the ceiling that lead to the outside, because none of the smoke seemed to linger. Leo had lit the smallest fire possible for Frank not to be freaked out by, while at the same time providing enough light for him to see. Which is good, because Frank's on first watch. He sighs, leaning his head back against the rock and watching the embers burn. They're burning a mixture of scrap wood Hazel had found in a deeper tunnel and a few of Leo's greasy cloths that he usually employs for cleaning. They're covered in oil and make a good fire. Hazel and Leo are asleep against the adjacent wall of the cave, lying on their sides with a Frank-sized gap between them. Hazel had nearly passed out, the entire day's journey finally taking its toll on her, but Leo shifts around once in a while, making tiny gasping noises like he's having a nightmare. That's one of the reasons Frank had volunteered to take first watch. In the cool, dark cave, with the fire burning only a few feet away, he knows what he's going to dream of, and he doesn't want to relive the experience again. He reaches into his pack and withdraws a small tubular object, Chinese handcuffs, which he'd stolen from a convenience store in a true fit of madness. His grandmother had hated the use of the term handcuffs. They were a finger trap, a puzzle, trust Americans to dumb everything down. She'd huffed when Frank had dared to mention them in her presence. He places both fingers into either side of the tube, then struggles to get them out. He admires the workmanship for a second, so simple yet so effective. It had taken him a long time to figure out the secret to release the trap. The first time he'd shapeshifted into an iguana to get out of it in a fit of total desperation. It had been his first perfect transformation, even if he hadn't meant to do it, and even his grandmother had found it hard to stay angry at him, even though he'd been so stunned at the sudden shift that he'd been stuck as an iguana for several hours after. He squeezes the handcuffs inward and frees his fingers, then sighs. Oh, what he wouldn't give to have his grandmother yell at him to stop playing stupid games, get back to your studies. Chinese finger trap right, comes a voice and Frank startles. He looks up to see that Leo has sat up, blanket pooled around his waist. He's rubbing at his eyes, but he nods at the little device on Frank's lap. Frank picks it up again and twists it around in his fingers as Leo crawls closer, sitting against the wall close enough for Frank to smell the smoke and oil on him. He reaches out to take the Chinese handcuffs when Frank offers it. Leo goes through the same motions Frank had. Where'd you get it? Stole it, Frank says abashed, but Leo only nods in understanding. The best traps are simple, Leo says thoughtfully. I mean, speaking as a builder, nothing works better than something that's simple in principle and execution, you know. Yeah, Frank agrees a tad awkwardly, unsure of what to say. He doesn't know much about building things because by nature Frank's just, big-boned and capable of about as much delicacy as an elephant. He can't create anything, he hasn't got the mind for it. He isn't like Leo, who can look at a bunch of metal scraps and make them into anything. He can't do that. The silence that follows is oppressive and so weird. Frank's never seen Leo silent like this, which is a real pity because he'd been expecting Leo to be the bigger person, to be the one to start and continue with conversation. But the other boy seems unusually pensive as he stares at the fire, drumming his fingertips at the edge of his thigh in. What is that? Tap, 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 Leo's fingers go. Tap, 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 there's a pause, and then he goes on tapping. I love you, Frank's mind translates automatically, and it makes him gulp. I love you, I miss you, I love you, I miss you, again and again and again until Frank's throat is choking up. Morse code, he blurts, and the words cut through the quiet like a bullet. Leo stops tapping and looks at him, confused. Frank's never noticed just how expressive he is, but everything Leo feels is etched clearly in all his expressions. Frank points at Leo's now still hands and gulps when Leo's face closes off. That was Morse code, right? He plows on, stricken at how guarded he now appears. I didn't mean to translate, but I guess my mind recognized it. It just happened, Leo finishes for him, and Frank is gratified to see that he's smiling a little. It's cool, I get it. I'm the same. I was just shocked. I haven't met anyone who knows Morse code. I've been teaching Harley and a couple of my other siblings, but he trails off. They didn't really take to it the way I was hoping. I've never met anyone who knows Morse code. Frank stares at his own hands and taps out his own message, and I love you, to his mother. Leo's eyes soften. My mom taught me. Mine taught me too. He grins openly, and it's a bit like staring into the sun. It's the first time he's smiled at Frank like this, and Frank blinks in response, partly in surprise and partly because he's reeling from the wattage of it. We used to use it to communicate for fun when she was buried in an engine or something. She was a mechanic, Leo explains, noticing the confusion in Frank's expression. Took me a while to pick it up, but when you get it, you know. I do, Frank agrees, because it's true. My mom used to teach me when she was on break. Break? She was in the military, Frank tells him. That's how she knew Morse code. It's still taught in the forces to intercept radio. She was in the military. Leo's eyebrows have climbed to his hairline. The mortal military, but I thought. Frank swallows. She was a legacy of Poseidon. She and my grandmother lived in New Rome for a while, but they moved to Canada when my grandmother got sick and demanded a change of scenery. My mom joined the armed forces there a while after. It's where she met my dad. He pauses. But she was called to New Rome during the war, and I guess she had to go. I'm sorry, Leo says, and usually Frank hates that phrase. It just sounds fake and cheesy coming from most people, because he knows it's just a thing people say to other people who have lost someone. I'm sorry comes out like clockwork, and Frank knows it's supposed to convey feelings of comfort, and I sympathize, but he hates it. He hates it. But Leo's eyes are wide and sad, and when he breathes out, that really sucks, Frank believes him, and he nods because it does suck. It does suck very, very much. Percy, he mentioned your mom was the commander of the Roman side during the war, Leo says hesitantly. She sounded like she was really brave. Yeah, and surely Leo will understand what he says next. But I wish that she'd been a coward sometimes, that she'd refused to go, and I get so angry, she could have stayed home with us. His throat closes up entirely, so he just inhales through his nose and reaches for a bottle of water. I know, Leo says heavily, I know. Frank glances at him quickly. I heard your mom died too. Yeah, Leo picks at the tear in his jeans. He moves his hands around a lot like he's not sure how to make them go still. I don't know, there was this freak storm and there was a fire. I don't know, I couldn't control it. He blinks rapidly and Frank looks away, feeling his own mouth go dry. He knows the feeling of trying to hold back tears. He's done it enough times, and the least he can do is give Leo some privacy. He keeps his eyes on his hands as Leo sniffles a little and wipes at his face. It sucks, he says finally. Yeah, Frank says, and since he's feeling particularly sentimental, he adds, my grandmom, she died in a fire too. My whole house burned down. Too late, he realizes his vision's gone blurry from all the unshed tears, and he swipes the back of his hand across his face. His face feels wet and sticky and gross, and shame creeps up the back of his neck, coloring the tips of his ears a flaring crimson. He's never really been this vulnerable with many other people, and his stomach churns with a tumult of emotion. He avoids looking at Leo as he tries to regain his composure. Ah shit, Leo presses the heels of his palms into his eyes. His voice is throaty and thick, like a similar grief is suffocating him. Is that why? Why I'm scared of fire, Frank completes, and Leo shrugs a little guiltily. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Hazel didn't tell me, Leo says at once. You have to know she didn't tell me about any of it. I figured it out myself. He sighs, and I wish I hadn't. I mean, I never meant to pry. She told me that you guessed, Frank says. She told you that I guessed, Leo says, cracking a smile. I can't be mad that you guessed, Frank admits. Besides, when it happened, everyone pretty much knows now. At least Piper and Percy and Annabeth do, and I guess there's nothing I can do about that. About that, Leo says. Hazel told me, Frank scratches his shoulder. It wasn't your fault. Leo stares at him. It was my fire. But you didn't know. I started it. Trying to defend Hazel, Frank looks at Hazel, purses his lips as he watches the slow rise and fall of her chest as she sleeps. I can't blame you for something that was out of your control. Leo doesn't say anything for a while, but then, if I'd known, I would have been careful. He flexes his fingers. They're long and deft, if a bit thin. I've learned to be careful since the accident. The look on his face is clouded. Frank takes a stab in the dark. Were you scared at one point? He nods at the tiny flame crackling away. Of fire, it's just I recognize that look on your face to an extent. Can I? Leo gestures with his chin at his own hands. Frank nods hesitantly. Leo snaps his fingers and there it is, the tiniest sliver of flames suddenly dancing at his fingertip. It lights Leo's face up, chasing the shadows away, and despite the apprehension that's built in his stomach at the proximity, Frank feels safe, warm, nice. Leo's smiling. That whole Frank snaps his fingers in imitation. That was all for show, right? Maybe not, Leo says it mysteriously as he extinguishes the flame. But to answer your question, maybe I was scared a bit of my own powers. Who wouldn't be? I thought I killed my own mom. He sighs, but it's not all bad. He glances at Frank, lips curled into a reluctant smile. Maybe I'll show you one day. The thought of it makes Frank gulp. I am not. Relax, I'm not going to stick you on a stick like a marshmallow and roast you over an open flame, Leo laughs. I'm not that bad. I'd just like to help you get over your fear, maybe, when you're ready. Okay, he relaxes. Okay, that sounds okay. One more and I'll believe you. He huffs out a laugh. I mean it. I've spent a long time cowering at the sight of fire. I'd like to practice with you. Anytime, man, Leo says easily, fiddling with a piece of wire. And even if you decide against it, well, I totally get it. I'll back off. No, I want to try. Frank's surprised by the insistence in his own voice. Okay then, Leo sounds pleased. When we get back to the bunker, maybe, Frank nods. The stretch of silence isn't as choking this time. Frank moves a little closer to Hazel. Leo, in turn, scoots away like he's giving them space, which isn't necessary, but Frank appreciates it. He watches Leo bend the wire into a variety of different shapes. An apple, a crude bird, a horrendous four-limbed creature he swears is a cow with one slightly amputated leg, and suddenly feels a surge of remorse. Hey, he says, I owe you an apology. Leo, looking up, frowns. Why? For being kind of a dick to you when we first met. Frank takes a breath. I was really rude. I mean, yeah, Leo's blunt reply makes Frank wince. But I get it now, you know, I'm literally a walking sparkler. You had your death stick to worry about. Of course you hated me. He turns to look at Hazel's prone form. Also, you said dick with Hazel in the vicinity. $10 in the swear jar. I'm broke. 10 drachmas then. I've never even seen a drachma, Frank protests. Where would we even get some? We found some on a monster raid once, Leo recounts. They were pretty big, like big cookie size. What'd you do with them? Frank asks, curious. Melted them, duh, he shrugs. We need all the spare metal we can get. How much metal can one coin give? Frank begins, but then he shakes his head. Wait, stop distracting me. I was trying to apologize. You did, and I accepted. Leo's ears are scarlet, that's that. I had like a whole apology speech prepared. New, Leo groans. Please don't, I never know how to act when people pour their heart out. Frank reads from an imaginary scroll. Dear Leo Valdez. Stop, we're cool, totally cool. You were a dick, I was an angel, you don't deserve me. Frank scans his non-existent script. There's nothing in here about that. Leo snorts. Stop, besides I should be apologizing to you too for kinda sorta hitting on your girlfriend, he considers. Even though you weren't really an official thing back then, but I kinda crossed a line. He tilts his head. So, sorry. I mean, Frank says uncomfortably, like you said, it's not like we were dating. I like Hazel, Leo says quietly, watching her sleep. Frank isn't sure in which way he means it. Leo doesn't look like he knows himself, but he doesn't sound bitter or even longing, just normal. Frank freezes for a moment, but then raises his hand and touches the tips of his fingers to Hazel's hair. It's thicker and coarser than his own, and he gently presses his hand forward, threading his fingers through the strands. Hazel lets out a tiny, fluttering sigh and turns her face slightly into his palm. I know, Frank says finally, meeting Leo's eyes, and I trust you, which is why I'm not mad about the fire incident. I trust you to keep her safe. That's a good point, Leo agrees easily. I'm touched. Frank picks at his nails. That was another reason I was being shitty to you. Hazel clearly had a connection to you, and I didn't know anything about it or where we stood. I took out a lot of my frustration on you. But Leo points at himself. But I can't tell if you're fishing for a compliment, Frank says wryly, but you're not that horrendous looking. Oh, stoop, Leo says in a high-pitched voice, batting his eyelids at him. But seriously, you had nothing to worry about. Hazel's clearly gone on you. You think? Yeah, for sure, man. He leans back to rest against his hands. Again, I wasn't really hitting on her, okay, so please remember that, but I kinda wanted to know if there could ever be the possibility of something. She just me down flat. If I hadn't been kinda expecting it, I'd be crying in a corner right now. Oh, Frank feels all fuzzy inside. Leo snorts. Are we talking about me turning Leo down? Comes Hazel's sleepy voice, and Frank and Leo both turn to see her sitting up and rubbing at her eyes. No, says Leo. Yes, says Frank. Nice, Hazel says, I like this story. Leo, would you like to do a reenactment? I did not get you two together for you to gang up on me like this, Leo protests as Hazel laughs. She crawls her way to Frank, who makes space for her, but she surprises him by tucking her head into his neck. Sleepy Hazel is cuddly. Okay, noted. Leo makes a sound. You guys are disgusting. Hazel, wake me up when it's my shift. He gets up and walks back to the pile of blankets, throwing himself down onto them with no preamble. Hazel shifts a little, slipping her hand into his. Frank looks at their fingers pensively. Did you hear any of that? He asks her lowly. Only the last bit, she murmurs back. In the firelight, her eyes turn luminescent like a pool of solid gold. I'm glad you guys are getting along. He's not too bad. I told you, she sounds smug. He's a good person, even if he's a bit more wild than what you're used to. You can't call other people wild when I can turn into any wild animal you can think of, Frank says, but he squeezes her hand. But yeah, I can see why you like him. I do like him. She tilts her head upwards towards him. She's beautiful, she's beautiful. Frank's so fucking whipped, but I like you better. Oh, Frank says stupidly, wondering how the hell Hazel got so smooth. She's really close, too, and he knows that they're dating now, but he should ask for consent, right? Before he kisses her, he really wants to kiss her. Slowly he reaches out to touch her face and she leans into his palm, lips curving, pleased. Frank feels more confident, now in gently repositioning her face, his fingers featherlight against her jaw. Well, she asks, and Frank blinks slowly, too distracted by the feeling of her fingers curling in the hair at the nape of his neck. I like you better, too, he says, and he tilts his head in a silent question. Hazel nods, a slight movement that she doesn't quite get to finish before he leans in. Their lips meet for a long, beautiful moment before separating. They lean their foreheads against each other. Hazel isn't meeting his eyes, but she's smiling hard. Frank feels the upward pull of his own lips as he beams at her, too stupidly happy to kiss properly. Okay, I'm literally right here, and I take rejection well, but you guys have got to stop being so nauseating when I can hear everything. Leo whines from underneath the sheets, and Frank can't help grinning. Hazel doesn't say anything, though, but it's okay. He can feel her own smile against his lips. Even as he carves into the tree carefully with his sword, Jason wonders how he hasn't been noticed. He's been really cautious about not being seen, to be fair. He's been marking his path, a slash on a tree trunk occasionally as they walk, and arrows whenever he can manage it. Like now, he's supposed to be collecting firewood. He finishes etching the arrow and steps back. It's no work of art, but it gets the meaning across. He sighs, then cuts off a couple branches and lugs them back to camp. Piper's fast asleep, curled up close to Percy, who's leaning against a tree. At the sight of Jason, he makes to stand, but Jason waves him back. He sets up a little bonfire and lights it, sagging at the relief the warmth brings. Percy wriggles a little closer, stretching his arms out. Zoe, Jason asks. Percy shrugs, said she had to scout. He rolls his eyes, hunters. He responds, even though he can tell Percy isn't really being mean. For some reason, he and Zoe had come back to camp the other day in fairly good spirits and actually appearing to get along. These days, at least Zoe doesn't make passive-aggressive comments about the quest having some extra weight, and Percy doesn't make the rocks she climbs on extra slippery. It's a better energy, for sure. Any ideas for a sacrifice? Percy asks out of the blue, and Jason recoils. What? Percy recounts his conversation with Zoe. She said that for safe passage and a successful mission we should pray to Athena, but a prayer like that needs a sacrifice, apparently. Only I can't think of one. Have you asked Grover? He suggests. He probably knows more than we do. I did, Percy replies glumly, tapping the side of his head. He's got nothing, he just said it had to be an equivalent exchange. But anyway, if Zoe can't think of anything when she's been around for literally hundreds of years, there's no way I can think of a worthy sacrifice. How much more should we sacrifice for the gods? Jason asks, which comes out sounding a lot darker and depressing than he'd intended. Percy snorts, tracing in the soil with a twig. I know, he says. It's bad enough that we're all basically sacrificing ourselves in the hope that this prophecy will finally come true this time. Their eyes meet over the fire, and Jason wonders if Percy, too, can feel the truth, but the son of Poseidon just shakes his head, exhausted. It's funny, he muses, that this prophecy was made hundreds of thousands of years ago. That big three made their pact to prevent it happening, only to break it. You think the fates predicted it? All meant to happen in one way or another, Jason says, staring into the core of the fire. The oracle must have known the gods would break their promise. The oracle knew the gods would come bang our moms, says Percy. Jason throws a twig at him, laughing. Percy dodges, grinning, it's true. They both sober down as Piper squirms, evidently in the middle of a nightmare. Jason's further from her and jerks in her direction on instinct, but Percy motions for him to sit back down. He places his hand on Piper's forehead and murmurs a silent prayer. She sighs and rolls over. That the lullaby Lupa uses? Jason asks. Percy nods. Those wolves really knew how to put me to sleep, he says, but they also knew how to wake me up. Lupa dumped me in a pond once. It's a good thing I can't drown. Lupa wasn't too hard on me. Jason scratches at the skin exposed by one of the holes in his jeans. She just taught me the basics of combat, gods and monsters, that stuff. I mean, yeah, same, says Percy, but also she kicked my ass every day. I was only 12. I was 8. Well, goddamn, he snarks, it's not a competition. Loser, Jason smirks. The scoff Percy releases in response is reminiscent of a college life Jason has never had, a friend rival he would probably get into silly competitions with, like who could down the more beers in a minute. Stupid things like that. It's weird, Jason thinks a lot about being fully mortal. It's something he can't help. It's like these weird scenarios he thinks of where in another life he could have met his friends and family. He could have met Leo in preschool. Leo would be a terror of a toddler. He'd set everything on fire and nobody would know how. And Piper could be a high school sweetheart. They'd stay together through college, settle down far too young, and just be super domestic and romantic. If only. What do you think the gods would be like if they were still around? Percy directs a 1,000-year-old stare at his shoes. Like Lupa wouldn't have had to save us. We could have been found by a satyr led to, well, wherever demigods set up base before the bunkers. Camps of a sort, I think. Jason tries to imagine New Rome without the obsessive patrolling, tries to imagine the bunkers above ground. All he can conjure is just empty land, rolling hills, fields dotted with strawberries. He shrugs. Field trips to Olympus. He runs a hand through his raven hair. You ever been? Not to Olympus itself, just around the periphery of the building, trying to hold the monsters off until Thalia got back, or didn't. Jason scratches at his ankle absently. It was just Annabeth and Thalia up there, fighting Kronos. You've never even been inside the building. Jason's mouth goes dry. Just to the elevators, he says, looking down at his hands that had been punching at the elevator button as he sobbed in the aftermath of the explosion that had stunning the monster and demigod army alike. He'd watched, trembling in fear and apprehension, while watching the neon numbers on the tiny display screen count down from 600 at a breakneck speed. The door had opened to Annabeth's bloody figure, all alone. She'd grabbed his arm, crying, and sprinted back outside. She'd called for retreat, leading the demigods back to the entrance of the labyrinth. Clenched in her fist was a scrap of cloth, a ragged piece of leather that had been Thalia's leather jacket. She didn't have to say anything about what had happened. The evidence spoke for itself. Sorry, says Percy out of the blue, pulling Jason out of the memory. What? He asks, bewildered. Why? You looked all pained. He fingers the hem of his shirt. Were you thinking about the war? Yeah, Jason admits, mostly Thalia stuff. Oh, Percy looks abashed. Sorry. No, it's okay, Jason stretches. I wasn't really with her for very long, you know. Just a year after we reunited. Everything from before is kind of a blur. Just because you feel like you didn't get enough time with her doesn't mean you can't be hurt by it, though, Percy points out. She was all the family you had, I get that. Yeah, Jason leans backward, swallows back the lump in his throat, and changes the topic. Hey, you've been to Olympus, right? The Empire State Building, at least. Percy accepts the change in subject without question and massages his temples in frustration. Yeah, I told you I went there when I was a kid, right? Told you the first day I got to the bunker. Yeah, Jason pushes thoughts of his sister out of his mind. What about it? I remember someone from there, he frowns. Just blue eyes, not really too dissimilar from yours, actually. But I remember feeling danger, even though there were tons of mortals around there. It definitely wasn't me, Jason responds, confused. Maybe Zeus would explain the hatred, maybe he recognized your scent. He pauses. But that can't be it. In the late days, he couldn't even leave Olympus or his throne. It was the source of his power. Annabeth said Thalia went to Olympus once, Percy says, but that was around the time I was fleeing New York, so the timeline doesn't add up. He shakes his head like he's clearing his thoughts. Never mind, doesn't matter, but it bugs me every time I think about it. It's so weird, Jason agrees. Maybe it was a monster. I remember getting a lot of weird vibes from people, even as a kid, but looking back on it, they were definitely monsters. Yeah, Percy pinches the bridge of his nose and slides his fingers down to cover his nostrils. His voice comes out a little nasally when he says, I wonder what Olympus is like. In its prime, probably nothing we can imagine, Jason says. The closest he's been to true luxury is when he and Thalia peered into a fancy hotel as kids back home. Security had chased them off the premises not 5 minutes later. Now, though, who knows, maybe the Titans trashed the place. Percy cracks a crooked smile, TP'd the whole building. Graffiti on the walls. They probably pushed over all the thrones, he laughs, or melted them down to nothing. What a waste of metal. Somewhere in the distance, Leo is sobbing. Their eyes meet, they chuckle, and Jason finds himself thinking, okay, maybe this is why Percy's the savior of their world, because he has this ability to make people just feel light and at ease and safe, even in the middle of nowhere at ass o'clock at night. It's hard sometimes to not feel bitter, to just have to accept that he knows he has to die for everyone else to be safe. Some part of him, still a little foolish and naive, is hoping that maybe he is the chosen one after all, but it doesn't fit, it just doesn't. In their lives, there are no coincidences. Things happen because they are meant to happen, and so is this, apparently. In the flickering light, Jason examines Percy's arms, draped loosely over his own knees as he leans backward, balancing on his butt, tilting his head back to catch a glimpse of a star. He nearly falls onto his back in his endeavor, but catches himself at the last minute, leans forward to counter the inertia, and nearly pitches himself into the fire. On second thought, leaving everything to him is terrifying. Against his will, Jason has to try not to smile at the jab. It's kind of funny knowing something that nobody else does, to have access to a piece of information that would solve the puzzle of everyone knew. Knowledge is power, right? Is this how Annabeth and other children of Athena feel all the time? And he has to admit it. He has to. It's a huge goddamn relief not having the burden of being Olympus's savior cast atop his shoulders. He's not cut out for a big kind of role like that. It had been much more suited to Thalia, and he has to admit that there's something almost poetic about Percy, who had hidden his identity for most of his life, being the dark horse in this scenario. Jason has an old score to settle. If there's one thing he knows, it's that if he's going down, he's gonna go down fucking, swinging, taking out whoever he can with him. Fuck the great prophecy, he's got his own, and if it's between him and Piper, well, Jason doesn't have to think about it. She has to live, that's all there is to it. Percy clears his throat. Jason startles, realizing he'd been staring at Piper's sleeping silhouette intensely for probably far too long, judging by the slightly concerned look Percy is directing his way. Hey, he says hesitantly, can I ask you something? There's something somber in his expression. Sure, Jason says, even though his heart is racing. Shoot. Quickly glancing at Piper, he shifts closer to the fire, closer to Jason. His voice is low. Remember before, in the bunker, on the roof when we were talking about the prophecy? Yeah, there's no way he's figured it out. No way. You told me to take care of. His eyes slide to Piper. If anything happened to you. Why'd you say that? Do you really think we won't win this time? I mean, the prophecy finally makes sense now. It does, Jason thinks, just not how you're expecting it to. Aloud he says, I dunno, moment of weakness, I guess. He sighs. Also a necessary precaution to some extent. Who knows how everyone is gonna end up, right? I just wanted to know that the people I love are safe. He eyes Percy. Not that I'm asking you to throw yourself into harm's way just to keep your promise. That last bit was never part of the deal, Percy says with a breathy laugh. But yeah, I get you, I just got a little nervous. Promises are scary. How's? He shrugs, eyes sad. Not always, just when you can't keep 'em. There's a lot more to his words than meets the eye, for sure. But Percy hadn't pried into Jason's whole Thalia memory, and now he's going to choose to return the favor. Don't think of it as something you have to do for me, he says. Just keep an eye out for her. She's an adult, and I trust her to handle herself. It's not like my ghost will haunt you for eternity if she gets, like, a paper cut. It's just nice to know that she'll have a support system if things go south. Percy's eyes narrow at the slip-up, but Jason gazes at him unblinkingly, and he soon sags in defeat. I can't say I don't appreciate the thought, he says quietly. You really love her, huh? I mean, Jason fumbles, feeling his cheeks heat up. Yeah, course. Aw, Percy grins. You two are sweet, I guess, kind of. Sometimes, at least, when you're not being disgusting. When are we disgusting? Jason demands. More than half the time, I'm being nice, he smirks, holding up his hands. Anyone else would have said 100% of the time. Leo says it was worse watching us pine for each other, Jason admits, and Percy laughs. Oh, I can totally imagine it. She took that step in the end, he looks at Piper fondly. It was so scary for me, you know, I just lost Thalia. I didn't think I could ever feel an emotion that strong again. A positive emotion at least, but Piper's been there through everything. The highest highs and the lowest lows. He gulps, suddenly overcome. I don't know what I'd do without her. He feels oddly close to tears. He feels like he misses Piper already, even though she's 5 feet away and snoring lightly. It just sucks because he tells her everything and he can't tell her he's going to sacrifice himself for her, and he wants to sometimes because it's what they do. Tell each other things and talk it out and solve the problem together. He wants to be together, all the fucking time. He brushes a hand over his eyes, looking up to find Percy looking at his own shoes, lost. Scary, huh, he whispers. Yeah, Jason replies, but I guess you have to take the leap to find out. Yeah, no, I don't know. He exhales heavily through his nose. Feelings are a mess, but I get what you said when you talked about how you never thought you'd be happy again. I feel that, man, down to my bones. I didn't have time to feel anything close to love for so long, and then I got to the bunkers. And I met everyone. His expression softens, though his shoulders are still tense. I forgot what it was like to feel safe, to feel like someone had my back. Like someone trusted me like I trusted them. And I just don't know if I'm feeling things because I just haven't felt them in so long, or because I feel them. He frowns. And now, he trails off, but Jason fills in the blank anyway, but now Annabeth's gone. And now I don't know anything anymore, he completes, closing his eyes. Jason thinks about it, thinks about the confusing period of him and Piper just dancing around each other, and sympathizes, because Percy's kind of in that situation, with the added variable of Luke and the fact that Annabeth's trapped under the damn sky for him. But also, anyone looking at Percy and Annabeth would just know they belong together. And Annabeth, despite being stubborn as all hell, softens up around Percy, going from steel to sponge the moment she lays eyes on him. He can't tell Percy that, though. There's a good chance he won't believe it, and hell, he's got to figure out his feelings for himself. If there's one thing he's learned from Piper, it's that if love it's strong enough, it'll find a way. Nobody's asking you to make a decision now, he says. Take your time with it, think about it. Yeah, Percy's body slumps. Yeah, I know, he smiles at Jason. Thanks, dating Piper's made you a good love guru. It's what I plan to do after the war, Jason snorts. Play Cupid for some gullible mortals. Fun, he scratches his chin. But really, thank you, it was a good talk. 2 bros chillin' in a campsite talking about feelings 5 feet apart 'cause we're not gay. That's a video, Jason recognizes the tune. Leo showed me. It's literally a vine. Vine, capital V gods, Leo said he educated you. He throws a few more twigs into the fire. Tell me you know what memes are. Jason's about to respond with a duh. I know what memes are. There was a dog one, but awakened by the crackle of the sticks in the flame, Piper stirs next to Percy, who watches amusedly as she squirms in her sleeping bag, trying to sleep for longer even though she's very clearly awake. Finally, she cracks one eye open. Morning sunshine, Percy coos. Not the face I wanted to wake up to, she grunts, sitting up and stretching. Percy wiggles his fingers at Jason, who remembers Leo calling the gesture jazz hands. In that case, may I present you, and there he is, boys and girls. Jason Grace himself, in all his blonde, grimy glory, makes some new woo-woos. Please don't make noise, Piper admonishes, shoving Percy so hard he rolls to the side. He comes up grinning, a twist to his lips that matches hers. You probably wouldn't think it, but the two of them are actually eerily similar in some ways, and admittedly, they do get along really well. If a monster comes after us now, I swear to God I'll just hand it my weapon. Grimy, Jason looks down at his shirt. Am I grimy? Just a bit, Piper circles the fire to wipe at some dirt on his cheek. Don't worry, I still think you're sexy. Behind her, Percy mimes gagging. Piper doesn't even turn around, flipping him off and pressing a quick kiss to Jason's lips. Hey, she says, you good? Yeah, he circles an arm around her waist, tugging her down next to him, and she comes easily. How much of our conversation did you hear? I vaguely heard Percy quoting a vine, Piper says. The two bros won, do I have some competition? Yep, that vine with a capital V, Jason says, burying his nose in her hair, feeling drained all of a sudden. Good job, Piper giggles, kudos to Leo. I taught him that, Percy interjects, rolling his eyes. How, Piper says, could have done better. Bitch. Freaka. Idiot. Morons. Sock, Percy babbles, and Piper laughs. You totally stole that from Zoe, but I'll allow it, she says. Get me a bag of chips from my pack, I'm hungry. Get it yourself, Percy says, but he's already turning around to reach for it, and while he's not looking, Piper quickly moves toward Jason and plants a solid smack right on his mouth. It doesn't last long, but it warms Jason right down to the tips of his toes. He grins dopily. His body feels sweltering hot, but when she presses herself closer to him, he relents and wraps his arms around her even tighter. A cool breeze emerges from the woods behind him and tickles the back of his neck, and he shivers. She breaks away from his mouth. I love you. I love you too, Jason replies, and she's wearing a smile as bright as starlight, but that's okay because he is too. Oh my gods, you're disgusting, Percy announces, completely ruining the moment by throwing a bag of chips at Jason's feet. He colors, but Piper only sticks her tongue out and quips, You're just jealous, Perce. Yeah, I'm so jealous, Percy says with false cheer. I don't know how I can go another minute without exchanging moony looks with the love of my life and trading nose kisses. Piper kisses Jason on the nose, probably just to be annoying, but Jason smiles anyway. Percy makes an sound. There's a rustle of leaves. Percy jumps to his feet, hand on his sword, but it's just Zoe, who emerges from the shadows carrying more wood and wearing a skeptical expression. Percy throws both his weapon and himself back to the ground dramatically. Thank God you're here. Maybe you can tell these two to stop the PDA. Zoe glances at Jason and Piper. Jason tries to remove his arms from around Piper's waist, but she clamps a hand down on top of his, keeping it there. He squeaks. She sniffs, glancing decisively at Zoe. Zoe looks like she couldn't give less of a shit. She looks at Percy. It is not my business. Et tu, Brutus. You are such a drama queen, she informs him, so deadpan that Piper snorts. Don't you have bigger things to worry about? But I can't think of a sacrifice. Then I cannot help you. Sacrifice? Piper questions, leaning forward in interest. What sacrifice? I prayed to Athena, Percy says, for us to get to Annabeth safe and for us to get her back safe. But Zoe, he pauses to give her the stink eye and goes completely unnoticed, says I need to make a sacrifice for that kind of wish. She's right, Piper agrees. Any ideas? A magical weapon would work, she suggests. But I don't have one, Percy whines before cutting himself off. He smiles, slowly and seductively, and his eyes begin to glitter. Catapris, he says seriously to Piper. Are you serious? He beams at Jason. Ivlevs. Not a chance, Jason says. Finally, Percy turns to Zoe. That bow of yours. Why are you asking me questions to which you already know the answer? Percy slumps. I give up. I'd sacrifice my own sword, but it'll probably only grant a safe passage for the next 5 minutes max. Piper snorts. Well, unless you have anything else godly lying around. Oh yeah, sure, Percy snaps back with mock brightness. Let me just check my backpack. His face goes slack. Oh my god, he scrambles to it. Oh my gods, I'm an idiot. What? Piper asks, curious, getting up to join him. Jason follows. Zoe nibbles on an Oreo, but even she can't hide her curiosity. Percy pulls a varsity jacket from the bag. Aha, I knew this thing wouldn't be useless. The hell is that? Jason asks. High School Musical, Piper moans. Percy snaps his fingers and the mist fades, leaving a thick golden fur in his arms. You could be a socialite in that, Jason says, like all those women who wear way too much makeup and way too much fur. Freak, Percy says, his eyes lit with excitement. It is the Nemean lion's pelt, Zoe offers, staring at Percy with furrowed brows, and it is not useless, it will protect you even from bullets. Badass High School Musical, Piper crows, Percy, you can't give that up. Watch me, Percy considers the fur for a minute, then shrugs and throws it into the fire. What's wrong with you, Piper howls, no wildcats. Zoe watches the gold shimmer with a critical eye. Why the fire? We dedicate burnt offerings of food to the gods back at 11, Percy says, eyes on the flames. Figured it was worth a shot. Yeah, Jason says, but don't you have to pray? Fuck, I forgot, Percy yelps, but he stands ramrod straight and clasps his hands together. Piper glances at Jason, who shrugs, they follow suit. Zoe murmurs a small prayer. When Jason opens his eyes again, Percy's kneeling at the fire, poking it with a branch. The lion's fur is gone. Percy turns to face them with a megawatt smile. That's good, right? That means it worked, right? Does that mean Athena doesn't hate me? Congrats, Piper mutters under her breath. You've won over the mother-in-law. I think it worked, Jason says. Percy breathes in deeply, stretching. I feel different. Do you feel different? No, says Zoe. Do you really feel different? Piper questions. Not really, he admits, but I feel better at least. Something good's coming, I feel it. You sound a bit nuts, Jason admits. Piper nods. Zoe hides a laugh behind her palms. No negativity in this house, Percy says, flipping them all off. Do you smell that? You're bullshit. No hope, he snaps, picking up his backpack and pointing to the right. And it's coming from that way, let's go. Annabeth dreams of Thalia. Black hair, blue eyes, dangerous smile always accompanied by the crackle of lightning. Thalia had been an angry person for most of her life, always ready to jump into a fight. It had been her biggest flaw, the confidence, the belief that she could handle everything herself. And she loved it. Anyone could tell. She loved winning. She loved being the victor. In a sick sense, the great prophecy suited her because it was all for her. She was at the center of it, and she handled the pressure so well. She knew she was destined for great things. She should have been. And yet, Thalia had been warm and caring in a rough, big sister kind of way. She wasn't touchy-feely, she didn't give out compliments very easily, and she didn't say anything like I love you. But she would train with you if you asked, teaching moves in detail until you got it. She would ruffle your hair if you said something silly and call you idiot in the fondest way. Annabeth, as a kid, would delight in making Thalia laugh because she had a great laugh, loud and hearty and unabashed and free. Luke used to beg her to shut up, terrified that monsters would follow the noise. The thought of Thalia makes her ache, somewhere deep inside her, hidden somewhere in her chest. There is nothing Annabeth wouldn't give to see her again, talk to her, say something uncharacteristically dim-witted, just to hear her laugh again. She had been a beautiful fighter, beautiful in an entirely different way from Jason and Percy and Hazel, her fellow freaks of nature. Hazel is steady and light on her feet. Jason is sharp and solid. Percy is fluid, a jet of water curling in space, twisting as it falls, glinting like liquid diamonds in the sun. If Hazel is earth, Percy is water, and Jason is air, Thalia was a bolt of pure power, a shock of electricity strong enough to leave you numb, glued to your shoes. She was bold, brash movements, strong kicks and punches. She used to fucking pole vault with her spear like some kind of demon. Her polearm and her shield aegis were a lethal combo together. It was paralysis one way or another, and she rarely lost a fight, unless you counted the odd sparring matches against Luke. She was strong and quick-witted and fast, and Annabeth had never wanted to ever see her lose. The day before the final fight, Thalia had been teaching Annabeth a complicated move with her dagger. The idea was to catch a strike from the enemy using the knife's hilt, then kick them in the chest to get some distance and stun them, or in the legs to topple them. You've got to be quick, Thalia had said, demonstrating the move in slow motion. Her black hair shone in the light of the setting sun. And use it only as a last resort, you hear me? It's pretty hard, but effective in changing the flow of the battle, bringing things to a stalemate. Only the quickest knife fighters can use it. Guess I'm not one of them, Annabeth had said moodily, gazing up at the Empire State Building. I can't even get this right. You're such a drama queen, Thalia said, reaching out to punch lightly at her shoulder. You're the best we've got, and you know it. Nobody else even uses knives, you know that, right? They're too hard to master, and you're pretty much there. Don't freak out because you can't get this one teeny move right off the bat. It'll come with practice. Annabeth swallowed. You'll practice it with me, right? She pauses and adds, tomorrow. It was 6 in the evening. The battles would begin again in an hour. Midnight meant it would be December 21st and Thalia's 16th birthday. Tomorrow could be anything. It could be the best day of their lives, a day to celebrate the end of the war. Tomorrow could also mean retreat or worse, death. Who knew what could happen? Thalia stopped short, forcing Annabeth to turn back and look at her. Her mouth was pressed in a thin, firm line. Her shoulders were squared in defiance. Her hands were balled into fists. When she met Annabeth's eyes, they were blazing and full of tears. Tomorrow, she said. Thalia was never supposed to lose. They'd fought Kronos together, and fun fact, Annabeth wasn't supposed to be there. As the monsters were closing in, the weakened gods taking on Typhon, Thalia had sprinted for the Empire State Building, screaming for Luke, but he hadn't showed. On instinct, Annabeth had abandoned her position, asking for Malcolm to cover her and join the daughter of Zeus. Thalia had just nodded at her grimly, a gesture that meant you and me to the end that dripped of sickening finality. The battle had been bloody. Kronos had been standing alone in the throne room as though waiting for them, swinging his scythe like it weighed nothing. Even though it was 2-on-1, it wasn't a fair fight because they were horribly outmatched. Even though he wasn't truly at full power, Kronos was immensely commanding. He towered over them and wore thick armor that was penetrated only by blows of great force. He was fast too, and one quick slash of his weapon almost always drew blood. They worked in tandem, Thalia brandishing Aegis, Annabeth following up invisibly with a slash to the side, and Thalia would take advantage with her spear. They did a good job of keeping Kronos busy, but it wasn't enough, it wasn't even close. He was only growing irritated, at which point he probably thought it was time to off Annabeth. He kicked Thalia away so strongly that she flew into the wall and collapsed, groaning. Annabeth was invisible, creeping off to Kronos' left. To this day she doesn't know what gave her away. Maybe she stepped on some gravel, or maybe she was breathing too loud, but Kronos heard her. He swiped with his scythe. Annabeth ducked, but he knocked her cap off of her head and bore down upon her, golden eyes glowing like the sun. He swung down. No, Thalia yelled, but Annabeth caught Kronos' blade using the very move Thalia had taught her a few hours before. She staggered. She wouldn't be able to hold out long, but Kronos hadn't expected that. His eyes widened in shock and anger, but he pressed down with more force, snarling. The same second Annabeth's arm gave out, Thalia used a bolt of lightning to launch Kronos into the air. She looked murderous, blue eyes turning neon. There was a hole in her stomach that was dripping blood, but she moved faster than before, swinging her spear in great crackling arcs, jumping and twirling with finesse. Her entire aura flicked with white. Kronos, pushed into being defensive, growled, "The blessing of Zeus, how touching." He batted the incoming spear away carelessly. He must be fighting a losing battle if he's directing some of his own power into you. With a stab of horror, Annabeth realized he was right. She staggered to the nearest balcony. She could hear the sounds of both armies clashing from way down below, but in the distance she could see Typhon, towering over New York's skyline, barely heeding the gods circling him midair. And the gods were losing. One bolt of lightning was barely deterring the giant, and when the monster used his giant palm to knock one chariot from the sky, it did not rise again. Bile rose in her throat. She ran back to the throne room, where Thalia's energy reserve was clearly depleting. Her movements were slowing down and she was sweating. They had a moment of eye contact. Annabeth nodded. They couldn't go on like this much longer. Thalia screamed, summoning another bolt of lightning. It nailed Kronos in the shoulder, burning away his armor and knocked him off balance. Annabeth grabbed her cap from the floor and slapped it onto her head. She swiped at Kronos' right side, and he used his elbow to knock the knife from her hands. It clattered to the floor at her feet as Thalia made to jab with her spear. Undeterred, Annabeth ducked under his outstretched arm and kicked him as hard as she could from behind even as she made to reach for her weapon. Kronos fell forward, looking as though he would fall right into Thalia's spear. This was it, Annabeth remembers thinking. This could be the moment that changed history, that could drag them out of this nightmare and into the light. Kronos' eyes glowed like fire. He snapped his fingers. And time screeched to a halt. Annabeth could see Thalia's eyes widen in slow motion as she took in what had happened. Her face looked on the verge of crumbling. Kronos laughed, standing upright. He was taking his time, wiping the blood off of his weapon and jeering at Thalia. He glanced over his shoulder, an offhand motion, but Annabeth realized something important. He didn't know where she was. He assumed she'd attacked and retreated. He had no idea she was right behind him, ducked down, hand inches from her dagger. They could do this, they could. Time had slowed, not stopped, leaving them still moving in the direction they'd been going in. It meant Annabeth could get to her dagger. It meant the top of Thalia's weapon was still heading towards Kronos. even though now that he'd shifted it was pointed more to his left armpit rather than his heart. Annabeth was so close, her fingers were itching for her knife, they grazed the handle. "This has been fun," Kronos rumbled, "but I'm afraid I've lost the patience to play this little game." He ran a finger down his scythe and grinned toothily at Thalia. Annabeth curled her fingers around her dagger. "You put up a valiant fight, daughter of Zeus," he said. "I always did think you would thrive on our side. We tried many times." Annabeth switched direction, stabbing her dagger in the direction of Kronos' foot. In their new positions, his right calf was close, and it wasn't armored. "A true pity," Kronos said, "but this is the end." He lifted his scythe. Many things happened at once. Using all her willpower, Annabeth pushed. Her dagger made contact with Kronos' calf. He shouted in pain. His hold on time was released. Annabeth stumbled from the potential energy and pushed her dagger in further, grunting. Ichor dripped around the wound. Kronos kicked out at her with a pained grunt and she ducked, but at this moment Thalia came to life. He swung back to meet her, bringing his scythe in a long diagonal tier from top right to bottom left. Annabeth screamed, twisting her dagger out of Kronos' leg and scrambling forward to help, but at that instant Thalia's spear made contact with Kronos' shoulder. The ensuing howl was terrifying. A clap of force sent Annabeth flying backward, and blood, red blood, from Thalia splattered the polished white marble. She flew into a dilapidated throne and dropped to her knees. Annabeth, sobbing, rushed to her. Kronos staggered back, panting and screaming in pain. His fingers came up to touch his wound, and he withdrew them covered in ichor. "Thalia," Annabeth whispered. She tried to staunch the flow of blood, but it was coming from everywhere. The cut in her chest started at her left shoulder and went all the way down to her right hip. Deep down inside, she knew it was over, but she couldn't accept it. She couldn't. It was like living in a dream. Annabeth can't remember feeling anything other than white noise as she pressed her hands, elbow to fingertips, trying to close the wound. Thalia's breaths had turned shallow. She was coughing. Off to the side, Kronos was cursing even as he began to glow. Even though she wasn't sure what was going on, it triggered Annabeth's flight response. She cried and cried and cried as she tried to pick Thalia up from under the armpits. Her friend's head was lolling. She was shutting down. The glow from Kronos was hard to look at. Annabeth's fingers kept slipping, slick with blood. At this point she was covered in it. It was falling down her pants, making her t-shirt dark and damp. "Go," Thalia said. "He's going to kill you." "He's going to kill us," Annabeth panted. "But we'll get away. We won't let him." "Leave me," Thalia said, and when she lifted her hand to touch Annabeth's, her eyes were sad and full of tears. "Save yourself. Tell everyone," she heaved a sob. "Tell everyone I'm sorry." "No," Annabeth screamed, tears mingling with blood and sweat and dust. "No, I'm not leaving you," because the thought was unthinkable. Thalia was supposed to be unbeatable. She wasn't supposed to lose. She was never supposed to die. "You have to." "I won't." She released one arm to shield her eyes from the light. Thalia slipped from her grasp and slid to the floor, grunting from the pain. Annabeth's heart was racing. She knew what was about to happen. Kronos was getting ready to go supernova. He was going to release all his godly power at once and would wipe out everyone in the process. Her heart sank. Thalia smiled. Blood trickled from the side of her mouth. "Go," she said. Annabeth buried her head in Thalia's neck and heaved a single sob. "I don't want to. I love you." "I love you," Thalia whispered. "So much. You and Jason are my family. Keep him safe." "I promise," Annabeth sobbed. "I promise." The glow grew brighter until all she could see of the daughter of Zeus was her blue eyes, glowing like the clearest of skies in the center of the light. They were glassy, full of love and pride and deep, incurable sadness. And then she ran. She remembers the rest in flashes, sprinting to the elevator, watching Kronos roar just as the doors closed. Thalia's prone body on the ground, surrounded by a pool of growing crimson, feeling the tremor of the ensuing blast and sobbing into her own hands as the elevator shook. She doesn't remember taking out a chunk of Thalia's jacket until much later, after she grabbed Jason, the rest of their people, and fucking made a beeline for the labyrinth entrance from which they'd emerged. She'd yelled for Luke, yelled and yelled and yelled, and almost gone out to look for him before being charm-spoken into the tunnel by Piper. Lukey hadn't come. The entire time back to the bunkers, she replayed the fight in her head. If she'd been better, could they have won? If she'd been better, would Luke still be on their side, a reformed traitor forced to swallow his bitterness, or would he have left them anyway? The sound of soft breaths pull Annabeth back to the real world. She isn't quite sure when he'd joined her, but even though her eyes are shut, she can sense his presence. She must be crying because there's a bit of dampness clinging to her eyelashes. She waits for Luke to speak, but he doesn't, so she says first in a raspy voice, "How could you do it?" "Do what?" he asks. His voice is soft. She grits her teeth. "Kill Thalia," she says, "because he may not have swung the sword, but he might as well have." Luke just sighs, tapping his fingers on the hilt of his sword. "There's a lot you don't know," he says. "Did you know, for instance, that Thalia hated the gods too? We'd sit up late talking about it. You were young, you never knew. I thought you would now, but I guess you've chosen your side." "Thalia chose the gods," Annabeth gets out through gnashed teeth in the end. "And I didn't." There's something dark in Luke's face as he kneels to face her right in the face. "Tell me, Annabeth, if I gave you the chance to come with me now, run away with me, just us like old times, would you take it?" She stares at him. And the thing is, if Luke had asked her this a year or so after the war, Annabeth would have said yes, no question. She would have taken his hand and run away into the woods with him. Of course she would have. She loved him like he was her blood. He had been all she'd had for so long. And now that's not the case anymore. Annabeth has so many people at her back. Her siblings, her fellow bunk mates, Silena, Beckendorf, Frank and Hazel, Piper and Jason and Percy. She isn't going to abandon them, not again. She won't. She isn't fighting for the gods, she's fighting for a world where the people she loves can be safe. And if Luke's standing in the way of that, then, well, then he doesn't deserve to be anything to her anymore. She spits on the ground, close to his feet, and says hoarsely, "Never." Luke only sighs. "I had to try, I guess, one last time." "But that's my point," he continues. "That hatred that you feel for me, I feel it every time I think of the gods, our so-called parents." He scoffs. "I'm sure you'd do anything right now to make sure I lose Annabeth. I know that stubborn look on your face, but that's how I feel. I didn't want Thalia to die. I loved you both, and you know it." He pauses. Annabeth can't meet his eyes. There are suddenly tears of pure fury threatening to fall. But she had to die for justice to win. The words hit like a blow to the fucking gut. Annabeth wants to puke. It feels like her whole childhood spent with the two people she cared about most is burning to ashes. It was all a lie, she thinks, dazed. All a lie. Luke's used them all. Luke swallows thickly. The worst part is he looks regretful, the bastard. She's going to kill him herself. "I'm going to be going away for a while," he says quietly, and there's a tremor to his voice that interests her at once because she's never heard him scared before. "But I will return, and I'm not sure if you'll be here then." He reaches forward as though aiming to touch her face, but she turns her head, even though it kills her to move. He sighs, touching the tip of a dirty blonde curl, and retracts his hand again. "My source has informed me that a quest has been deployed to rescue you," he murmurs, and her head snaps up. For the first time in so long it feels like there might be an end to it all. "Some of your friends, I don't know if I'll be back by then." He stands. "I know you aren't going to join my side. I know that the next time I see you, it won't be the same." He gulps audibly. "But mark my words, Annabeth. Remember you had a choice and that you chose wrong. Remember this. Because if when I return, nothing is going to be the same." He stills, waiting for her response. Annabeth tries to make sense of his words. There's so much to unpack in them. He's betraying none of his plans, so why does it feel like he's warning her of something? She listens to the wailing of the winds all around her. "I had a choice," she says finally, and her voice, for the first time in God knows how long, comes out strong and steady. "I had a choice and I'll die defending it." Luke is silent, but his hands fall down, limp, at his sides. "Goodbye, Annabeth," he says after a long, tense moment, and then he turns around and walks down the mountain, blonde hair swishing in the gale. He doesn't even cast her a parting glance, but then again, neither does she. "It must be morning," Hazel says at last. "At least, it feels like morning. Don't you think we should go out now?" "I'm in," says Leo at once. "I'm starving. Also, I miss the sun." The two of them turn their pleading eyes to Frank, who sighs. He's a bit more skeptical about this. What if that monster's waiting for us outside? Hazel perks up. "I'll find a new path for us to the surface. I can sense if there's anything there." "I'll come with you," Frank says at once. Leo plops back down to the ground, crossing his arms and legs. "I don't mind waiting as long as you guys don't forget about me." Hazel rolls her eyes at him but shakes her head at Frank. "I'll go alone." "No," he says. "Yes," she responds. "Seems we've reached a stalemate," Leo drawls. "Let's just flip a coin for it." "Don't be an idiot," Hazel says, wrinkling her nose at him. To Frank she explains, "Look, I'll just scout for a path. I won't be long, and plus, I'm kinda scared Leo will burn all our stuff if we leave him here alone. Your lack of faith in me, Leo calls out, is disturbing. I dunno, Frank hesitates. Hazel squeezes his arm. I'll be back soon, she says quietly, flushing slightly before kissing him on the cheek and quickly disappearing down the pathway. Frank touches the spot, feeling his ears go up in flames. Leo makes a pshaw noise, but thankfully must take pity on Frank, because he doesn't comment, just raises an amused brow at him as Frank slides down the cave wall. How long do we wait before we go after her? He asks. Oh, ye of little faith, Leo yawns. She'll be back soon, wake me up when she is, will you? Aren't you tired? I am. Leo lies down and crosses his eyes over his chest, hence why I'm gonna take a little nap. I meant aren't you tired of sleeping, Frank asks. You slept the longest. He shoots back up into a sitting position. Are you saying I'm lazy? No, says Frank unconvincingly. Fine then, I'll stay awake. No, you can sleep. Nope, he pops the pea. I'm wide awake now. He rubs his eyes. Suwoo, what's up with you? Frank glares at him. I'm stuck in a cave. With you, you know this. Yeah, but gimme the deets, man. Leo waggles his eyebrows. Frank's noticed he does that a lot. You and Hazel were up all night. Talking, Frank yelps, just talking. Says Leo, and Frank can tell he doesn't believe him. I do remember when I woke up in the middle of the night to drink some water, and you guys looked hella cozied up together. There's really no gossip, Frank insists, because it's true. They just talked a little, kissed a little, and cuddled a little, and it had been really, really nice. He feels himself blushing just from thinking about it, though, which isn't helping his case. Leo snickers, but holds up his hands. I'll drop it, he allows. I can get a little annoying about this stuff. Wow, what gave you that idea? Hey, blame it on Piper. Leo laughs, and it should be an annoying sound, his goofy half-titter, but Frank can't find it in himself to be annoyed by it. He's got thick skin, Frank has to admit, feeling a rush of relief at the other boy's easy smile. It's always hard for Frank to figure out boundaries. He's never had friends he could call close before, and he's never been on the level where he could joke about them freely and be playfully roasted in turn. This playful banter with Leo is completely new to him, and he's overthinking it a lot. What if he says something that hurts Leo for real? She's the gossipy one, Leo's continuing, oblivious to Frank's inner turmoil. It's the Aphrodite blood in her, I swear. It must have rubbed off on me at some point. Frank blinks dumbly. I like Piper. Leo snorts. I mean, so do I, but she can be a nosy-ass bitch sometimes. I say this with all the love, of course, he adds. But I speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when I say she loves a good gossip session. It's kind of how we became friends, actually. We bonded in detention bitching about this one girl, Tammy, who figured out it was me setting off the fire alarms and named Piper as my accomplice for literally no reason. He smiles fondly at his shoelaces. They're untied and Frank kind of wants to point it out. Feels like ages ago, man. How long have you known Piper? Frank asks, genuinely curious, because while Leo and Jason seem tight and Piper and Jason are literally dating, and the three of them form a neat little trio, Piper and Leo in particular have a really interesting sibling-esque relationship that Frank's always suspected is a lot deeper than it seems. He's thought it ever since his little talk with Piper on the top of the bunker's mountain, when she defended Leo and basically asked Frank to give him a chance. He hadn't known what to think back then, of course, but he'd respected her attempt to smooth things over, as well as her loyalty to Leo, which is why it had been a bit of a shock to see them interact afterward. They'd been making fun of each other constantly, barely batting an eyelid at what sounded like actual hurtful insults. Frank just didn't get it. The thing is, he's a bit jealous of Leo. Frank's never been like that. He'd just been branded the silent Asian kid in his school, grouped with all the other Asians, but Frank didn't get particularly good grades or play an instrument like them, so he kind of felt out of place there too. His grandmom had wanted him to play the flute, but Frank hadn't, and his mom had been clear, let him live his life how he wanted to. And so he had, but he'd just never known how to fit in. He wasn't the sportiest, or the smartest, or the strongest, or the tallest, or even the nicest. He froze up around girls' gods that had been embarrassing and just kind of kept to himself. He just kind of coasted, and he didn't want to. He'd gaze enviously at a couple of the kids in class, the ones who could pull a silly face and make everyone laugh, and wish that he could do that. Because Frank wasn't a lot of things, but he certainly wasn't funny. Leo gives off class clown vibes like he's been born for the role. Frank has no doubt that Leo had been that kid in class, that kid who could ask a funny question and get a laugh out of everyone, even the teacher. That kid who wasn't the sportiest or the smartest or the strongest or the tallest or the nicest, just like Frank, but the one with all the charisma and all the friends. Frank had wanted to be that kid, man. He'd wanted to be that kid so bad. Too late, he realizes Leo's actually talking and quickly zones back into the conversation. Leo finishes off with, "Gosh, I drove her nuts. I'm surprised we're still friends." And Frank can't help it, he says bitterly, "I bet you had lots of friends." Leo stops jiggling his leg in favor of casting Frank a look of such comic disbelief that he has to swallow down a laugh. "Are you serious?" "Yeah," Frank mutters, a little defensive. "I mean," he gestures at Leo, "you're all you." "Dude," Leo says, "you're making no sense." "I mean you're all funny and social and stuff," Frank explains, heat pooling in his face. "I dunno, everyone likes you." Leo is loud and melodramatic and has a sense of humor that never made it out of the 5th grade, but for some reason, he brings an undeniable warmth and energy to a room. He quotes memes and other references like they're going out of style, and he's emotional and excitable, and at first glance he just seems like kind of an idiot. But every time Frank thinks he has Leo figured out, he finds that there's more to him than meets the eye, and it's equally amusing and unnerving. "Are you kidding me right now?" Leo says, laughing in disbelief. "I'm funny because I had to crack jokes to not get beat up. I'm not social, I just don't know when to shut up, man. And I know for a fact that plenty of people find me annoying." He shrugs. "I've tried toning it down, but I guess it's just hard for me." He quirks a sardonic little smile, the way he does when he's about to tell everyone the punchline of whatever joke he's been narrating. And Frank doesn't always understand it, but he can tell when it's coming based on the quirk of Lance's brows and the way his lips starts to curl, a little premature, at the edges of his mouth. When did he learn Leo so well? "You're the cool one," Leo's saying. "You're all strong and dependable. With me it's like, I dunno. Nobody would trust me to not fuck up if they gave me a job to do, you know? With you I wouldn't think twice. You give off leader vibes." Leader vibes? Frank's never felt so confused in his life. I can't be a leader." He shrugs, calling it like I see it, "Man. I just feel like you'd be good at leading an army." Frank shakes his head. "Nah. Just a feeling." Frank nods, distracted, and looks at his own arms. Is it because his mom had been a general that Leo thinks Frank could be one too? Is it because of his dad? Because as he is now, Frank feels so far from being worthy of any position even closely resembling one of a praetor. He's not good at that kind of thing. He's shy and awkward and inexperienced. He knows how to fight, but that's only on an individual level. He doesn't know shit about battle plans or how to lead an army. And yet something in his chest stirs at the thought of himself at the head of an army, holding aloft a banner and calling the shots. In the vision, he's standing strong and tall, and his shoulders are broad and sure. He's grinning, and his whole body flickers with a faint red light. Is this how Leo sees him too? "I appreciate it," he says finally. "I'm far from it, though." "Who knows what could happen in the future?" Leo stretches, yawning. "I mean, like you said, since I'm super funny, I could become a whole comedian." "You're not that funny," Frank protests. "I just said you were good with people." Leo shakes his head and saying, "Nah man, I'd take machines over people any day, but I mean I made 'em laugh, I'll give you that. Mostly for them to stop beating me up though." He shakes his head in disgust. "Sucks, but you gotta learn how to survive somehow. I just figured it out real quick when I was moving from home to home. Make them laugh and they're less willing to punch you in the face." "That's horrible," Frank admits. "I never thought about it like that." "They kept me around, yeah." Leo scratches the tip of his nose. "But I'd never call any of them a friend, not one. And it's so weird how deep I got into the act, like I was saying a lot of actual rude, insensitive shit, trying to be funny. Piper finally called me out on my shit after a while, good thing she did." Frank stares at his shoes. "You talk a lot of shit," he decides after a moment, thinking back to the bunker, and Leo splutters out a laugh. "But it's not mean. I try, I try not to be." He stops, rubbing his arm thoughtfully. "But it took me a while to unlearn my habits, to stop actively looking for a joke to crack, someone to make fun of. I mean, I know I can be super annoying sometimes." "Sometimes," Frank mimics. Leo elbows him lightly. "I'm working on dialing it back," he grins sheepishly. "Which, you have friendship privileges too, by the way. If I get loud and pissing off, you can tell me to my face. I won't take offense." Friendship, he doesn't mean for it to come out so surprised, but Leo rolls his eyes. "Yeah, we had a whole bonding session about our tragic pasts last night, man, in case you've forgotten," he says dryly. "Dunno about you, I think that makes us friends. We even have a secret friendship language." He types in Morse code on his knee, "Don't we?" "We do," Frank responds, and Leo beams. "Well, there you go." Frank sits back a little overwhelmed and a lot pleased. He shouldn't feel so giddy, he thinks, just because someone called him a friend. He's such a damn sap. "Well, friend," Leo says, stretching his legs and breaking his thoughts, "I'm kinda bored, and I dunno about you, but I'm sick of this cave. wanna go after Hazel. She told us to wait, Frank says disapprovingly, but just at the sound of her name his body is responding, standing up on its own and grabbing his supplies. Leo shoots him an amused look that reads convincing. Did you know you get all mushy the moment her name is mentioned, he says conversationally. Your eyes get all soft every time you so much as think of her. Frank says, trying to process it. His mind feels slow from the lack of sleep. How will we find out which path she took? Leo asks, grabbing his pack as well. And also, I should warn you, he holds up his finger like it's a candlestick, and it might as well be, the way the tip of his nail is smothered in flame. We're gonna need this. Oh, Frank swallows, trying not to take a step back as he surveys the little flame, and he feels a little stupid because it's tiny. He can handle that. They need fire for the light. That's okay. Leo's already extinguishing the glow. We can totally wait, dude. No, he shakes his head. No, I'm good, let's go. He can handle this. He can handle this. He can handle this. He can totally handle this, he thinks as he walks behind Leo, trying to follow his footsteps through the narrow passageway that Hazel must have carved out herself, because it's so thin and so narrow and just her height. Which means Frank's crouching as he walks and it's hurting his neck, and he isn't claustrophobic, but that might be a phobia that he has to revisit now, because there's nothing in here but clammy air and Frank and Leo and the fire. The fire, and it's so close to him, even though Leo's angling it away from him. It's so close, and Frank's got his firewood in his pocket, buried under a layer of plastic, but fire burns. It can burn through the plastic, through wood and stone, turning his house into piles and piles of ashes. Leo's turned around, concern in his eyes flickering in the light. Dude, you wanna take a break. And it's only then that Frank realizes he's hyperventilating, breaths coming out irregular and shaking. He looks up into Leo's face and he must understand something, because he puts out the fire, shrouding them into darkness, and while Frank is a special kind of freak if he isn't afraid of the dark, and is instead fearful of the very thing that takes the night away. I'm so sorry, Leo says quietly, and with that it's like every emotion Frank's been avoiding and pushing aside painstakingly, pushed aside in favor of trying to appear strong when all he's ever wanted to do is give in, rises up his throat. Every doubt he's suffered, every moment he spent reliving the night his entire life crumbled to ash, every bit of control he's ever had breaks spectacularly. He leans heavily against the cave wall, unaware that he's heaving until Leo makes a tiny noise. He must reach out because Frank feels a light touch on his shoulder. Don't, Frank snaps and the hand withdraws at once. He feels shit about it immediately. I'm sorry, he says around a sigh. It's okay. Okay, Leo says quietly. He places a palm on his shoulder, and just the thought of those hands and all the fire they can conjure nearly makes Frank jerk away, but Leo maintains his grip, his touch soft, and eventually he relaxes. His hand is warm. Frank's back feels a little lighter. Is heat therapy a thing? Is Leo doing it on purpose? Match my breathing, Leo says, breathing in and out slowly and audibly, and Frank does his best to follow. It helps, and soon they're inhaling and exhaling in tandem like weirdo twins, but there's no clenching pain in his chest and he isn't afraid anymore. Let's sit down, Leo says, guiding Frank as they both slide down the cave wall. Frank is handed a cookie that Leo must have hoarded from dinner and a bottle of water, both of which he accepts gratefully. He hands the bottle back. Sorry for snapping at you, he mutters, because now that he's feeling better he just feels stupid and ashamed for his overthinking brain. He's got to get over this fear. What? Don't be, Leo says, sounding almost stern. You had a whole-ass panic attack, man. You're allowed to not be okay. You really helped, Frank mumbles, and mortification isn't a strong enough word for he feels right now. Thank you. I have experience, Leo says easily, and Frank thinks of a tiny Leo, perhaps in a foster home, balled up in his bed, as guilt suffocated him, cloying and dark. He hears Leo unzipping his backpack, but he isn't sure what for until Leo hands him a bottle of water and a soft cloth. He settles down in front of him, not touching him but still close enough for Frank to know he's there. His head pounding from his emotional outburst, Frank feels a sharp sting of affection and gratitude. We can take a break, Leo suggests after a few silent minutes. No, I'm fine, Frank says, standing, partly because he wants to see Hazel again, but mostly because he can't stay put in this place any longer. The sooner we get out of here, the better. Okay, Leo says, doubt lacing his tone, and Frank hears him struggling to his feet. If you're sure. Can I lead this time? Frank asks, but he soon discovers that navigating the path in the dark is easier said than done. They need the fire. You can go ahead, he murmurs, pausing and making way to Leo to push forward. You can use the fire too. Sorry about that, just freaked out. Man, you've got to stop apologizing for shit that's out of your control, Leo chides gently. But yeah, can't see shit, so I'm gonna light the fire now, okay? I'll make it small. Okay, Frank whispers. Instantly the tunnel brightens. Leo's holding up the thinnest line of flame, one that barely moves in the stillness. Frank stares at it, trying to understand. This little ember that Leo's holding looks harmless. It's almost cute. How can it turn into something so fearsome, so destructive? How can it destroy so easily and take away homes, lives? You said you were scared of fire too, he says haltingly. How'd you get over it? Because I want nothing more than to not be scared anymore. But I look at that, he gestures at it, and I see all these terrible things, like my house burning down with my grandmom in it. I see my death stick leech away at my life, and I want to throw up. He gulps, hanging his head. I hate being so weak about this. It's not weakness. Leo keeps his eyes trained ahead. There's nothing to be ashamed of, I mean, I had the same fear as you, and you know why. Frank nods. What changed? Leo turns back to him, cracking a tiny smile. Promise not to laugh or call me insane or think I'm a glory hog. Yeah, he says at once, curious. Piper and I got to Bunker 6 before we got to 9, he explains. That's where we first met Annabeth. I didn't want to tell anyone about my powers, but I got claimed pretty quick, and I got really freaked out and started throwing fireballs at my dad's symbol. Frank snorts aloud and Leo laughs brightly. I was really freaked out, okay. What was it like? Frank asks, curious. Nobody was really claimed in the Roman camp. Octavian just took one look at us and knew. I mean, my claiming and later Pipers were some of the last we ever got, Leo says thoughtfully. But it was some dramatic shit for sure. These big floaty symbols above our heads that followed us everywhere. It was like having a neon sign attached. I hated it. He takes a breath. So anyway, word got out that I was a fire user. I got to 9 and all my siblings were like acting like I was a celebrity or something, and I'm not gonna lie, it felt kind of good. He sighs, making the little flame shake. The night I got to 9, I had a dream, and it felt fiery, but not the bad kind. It felt warm and soft and inviting, and then I heard this voice. It told me that my fire was given to me for a reason and that I should learn to use it. He frowns, and I've never told anyone this, not even Piper, because I'm not really sure myself, to be honest, but I think it was my dad. That's incredible, Frank says, hushed. Barely any of the gods made contact with their kids in the years before the war, right? That's what Reyna told me. Exactly, Leo agrees, which is why I'm so confused about it. Why would he reach out to me and tell me that? And back then I was determined to go against his wishes. I was like, nope, bitch, I'll manage fine without it. But all my siblings were so excited for me, to see me use fire, he continues, voice turning fond. And I dunno, I kind of melted. I showed them something simple like this. He holds up his hand, and man, they all just lit up. They look so happy. My brother Jake told me it was a blessing. He shakes his head, and I didn't want to believe him, but their faces, I can't even describe it right. It was the first time I thought since my mom died that my powers could be used for something good. Something that could make people feel happy and warm and safe, you know? He pauses. Like home. Home, Frank thinks wistfully as he stares ahead, and Leo has a point. Warmth comes from fire, and warmth means his house and his grandmom and his old room and his blankets. It means his mom, beckoning him over just to give him a hug for no real reason other than to make sure he knew how much she loved him. He sniffles a little. You know what this feels like. Yeah. Zuko and Ong in that one episode where they meet the Sun Warriors and Ong's too scared to firebend, but then they see. The dragons, Leo completes, smiling. I forgot you're a man of culture, but I gotta admit, you're right, I'm totally Zuko. Fire powers, check. Pet dragon, check. Ragged good looks, check. You might be going a bit too far with that one, Frank mutters. Leo barks out a laugh, and even though it sounds a little forced, it shifts the mood into something more manageable for the both of them. But that's the thing, that episode got it exactly right. Fire can be so dangerous and so scary and so painful, but it's also so much more. It's light, it's good, it's the sun and the stars and the core of the earth. It's the feeling that keeps us going and the warmth that makes us stay. And it took me so long to learn and even longer to control. The nightmares didn't stop, and I spent so long being scared that I would hurt someone again. And I almost did, so many times, and I would keep almost throwing in the towel. But everyone around me got me back at it again. He slides his eyes over to Frank. I wish I could offer a better explanation than what I feel, so you can tell me if I sound shallow. Not at all, Frank says readily, surprising the both of them. I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, but you do have a gift. It must be for a reason. Leo hums, I thought so too. Maybe I was meant to use fire because I understand more than most people how much it can take away from you. And the thing is, my mom was always so proud of me for it. His lower lips wobbles a bit, always calling me her firecracker, and I started to think, hey, maybe fire isn't so bad, and you know how the gods chose America, right? The flame of the west, the flame. Leo shrugs. On Olympus, Thalia said there was a hearth. And the fire was tiny, but it was still there, and that was what was keeping the gods going. The hearth, Hestia, and her fire. He laughs a little. I mean, maybe I thought up all that shit to convince myself I wasn't like Satan's minion or something, but it worked for me. I hope, Frank moistens his lips. I hope it can work for me one day, too. Look, dude, Leo says, you aren't expected to, magically get over your fear. I'm trying to tell you that you have me to help you, anytime you want it. Frank nods at a loss. There's no real adequate response, nothing he can say to convey just how much he really needed to hear what Leo's just told him. Yeah, I guess you have been a really big help. Oh, he guesses, Leo announces in a teasing voice. He guesses. Well, I guess I'll stop trying to help you then, and I guess we don't need to find Hazel either. Guess not, Frank says, laughing a little at the affronted expression Leo adopts. He slides his eyes in Frank's direction. What do you think, though? Did I get all the pros of fire from Avatar listed? Do they beat all your cons? Frank bites down a smile. You forgot to say fire is beautiful. Right, my bad, Leo jokes, extinguishing the flame, and Frank's actually kind of sorry to see it hiss into nothingness. Hey, he complains, why'd you do that? I was admiring the beauty of it. Well, I guess you were admiring so hard that you missed that. Leo points ahead to where there's an actual hole in the tunnel and sunlight streaming through. Frank hadn't even realized they were still walking. Man, and I was spouting some real good shit too. I really do appreciate it though, he admits. Food for thought, thank you, Leo. That would be a lot more convincing if you weren't literally running away from me. I'm not running, Frank insists, sprinting as hard as he can for the light. He doesn't even know if Leo can hear him. He bursts out into the open, breathing in the fresh air deeply and stretching. Oh, it feels good to feel the sunlight and the wind and smell the scent of the trees. Watch out, comes a voice. Frank turns around and barely registers the hooves before they descend onto his head, and he drops to the ground. Wow, Piper says, really feeling the good luck vibes, Perce. This is so cool. Thank you, Athena, and thank you, Percy. Why is this his life? Hoover, damn, Percy scowls. Don't tell Annabeth I said this, but it's kinda ugly, and it's kinda in our way. And it's true, but Annabeth would love to be here, he thinks. She'd be spouting facts, and she'd get that one specific gleam in her eyes, the kind she always got when she talked about architecture. Fuck man, what he wouldn't give to have her back. Damn, Jason whistles, gazing upward. It's huge. Damn, Piper corrects, chortling, and Percy can't help it. He laughs too. Jason shakes his head and Piper elbows Percy, still grinning. Zoe, who had been frozen in place in the face of the gigantic Hoover Dam, suddenly comes to life. This is our chance to restock on supplies, she says. She points at the parking lot. There's our way out, and there is a building there. She gestures at the building further to the side. Do you think there is a damn snack bar? Piper sniggers again. Percy bites down on a laugh. I want a damn t-shirt, he says. I've been craving some damn fries, Piper giggles. Zoe blinks, I don't get it. Jason makes an aha noise. I do, he nods sagely. That's a damn good joke. Piper laughs out loud. Zoe ignores her, making her way up the side of the dam. Stop wasting time, we have to get moving. It's a damn trek up to the main road, at the end of which they're all gasping and panting. Shit, Perce, Piper says, pointing to the far end of the dam. Look at that. Percy looks, that looks like celestial bronze, Zoe confirms. I'm surprised they're still here. Maybe the Titans did not think anyone would find these, or maybe they just forgot. In any case, they're a good omen for us. She nods at Percy. They were a gift to Zeus from Athena. You're shitting me, Piper says at once. Ha, Percy crows, my sacrifice worked. You asked Athena to guide you, Jason points out. Those statues aren't guiding us. Yet, Percy says irritably. Maybe they haven't sensed me yet. What are you expecting? Piper grins. For them to come to life and fly us to San Francisco on those wings. That would be idea, not gonna lie, he says. I could do that myself, Jason boasts. Ooh, catch me, Superman, Percy coos, pretending to swoon. Piper shoves him aside. Enough, Zoe snaps. We came here for a reason. Let us get our supplies and get out. Percy says doubtfully, are you sure this is safe? Zoe shoots him a dirty look. It's just a damn visiting center, Percy. It's a relatively small shopping complex. It is the middle of the day. It is also a Wednesday, which means we won't have to deal with any pesky teenagers. You sound like a Scooby-Doo villain, Piper remarks. Then she turns her voice deeper and scolds, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you pesky teenagers and your damn dog. She stops and snorts. Damn dog. We'll split up and meet up at the fire exit on the first floor, Zoe continues, as though she hadn't been interrupted, even though Percy's snickering pretty loudly. I will get drinks and medicines. Piper and Jason, you're on snack duty. And Percy, clothes, hoodies in dark colors, maybe some blankets if you can manage it. Roger that, says Piper. Who is Roger? It's a thing people say. Percy decides against the explanation. What if I need help with the sheets? I don't give a sheet, says Piper. Jason cracks a smile, but Zoe looks unamused. Just go, she says tiredly, and so Percy does. The store inside is actually a pretty big one. Percy bypasses the rows and rows of Hoover Dam merch and heads over to the clothing section, waving his hand good-naturedly at a red-haired attendant who heads his way. Just looking, he says. The girl nods, gazing at him way too intensely for just a regular mortal. Then she glances down, right at his sword, which shouldn't be possible. Percy'd used the mist on himself, and nobody in the store, not even the security, had given him a second glance. This girl looks at the sword like she can see it. Percy's steps quicken. He browses through the winterwear quickly, and finding the material too bulky for his tastes, makes a detour for the men's area. He chances a quick glance behind him. The redhead is still tailing him, and she isn't even being discreet about it. A monster, maybe a young one who doesn't know how to hunt well enough by herself. Does that mean there are more? He grips the hilt of his weapon and walks faster. By the time he spots a rack of some fairly wearable hoodies, the girl's been detained by another customer. Percy peeks over the hangers. She looks desperate to get away. He grabs a couple of hoodies, dark blue for himself and Jason, olive green for Piper, a black one for Zoe, and begins to stalk away, trying for a pace that's brisk but doesn't really suggest he's fleeing from the law. Rapid footsteps behind him. Percy doesn't turn back. Hoodies in his arms, he takes a quick look around him. Not too many people. If he can get away with drawing his sword, he'll do it. He can tip over that rack of jeans as a distraction. He can play it of like he's the one being harassed. Hey, a voice calls out breathlessly. Percy doesn't stop. The girl curses. He can hear her jogging up behind him. You there, black hair, guy with the hoodies, she yells. Percy's got an arm on a nearby stand. One swift movement and it'll all be on the floor. A hand clamps down on his shoulder. Percy jerks so hard he ends up tipping the clothes all over the both of them. Faces pop up around the store, peering from behind shelves and between hangers in response to the noise. Jesus, says the redhead. Percy jerks again. She casts him a dirty look, then waves her fellow employee away with a quick, I've got this. Percy stares at her. She glares right back, but she just looks annoyed. Plain all annoyed, not downright murderous. Huh? I'm sorry, he says slowly, bending down to help. Just had a nervous reaction. A nervous reaction, she says. Right. She hangs the clothes back up again, frowning. A curl of deep orange falls in between her eyes. She pouts and blows it away, still fiddling with a hanger. It's now or never. In a split second, Percy draws his sword. A sharp sheeing resonates in the air and the girl looks up. Her eyes widen and she squawks, wait, it is a... He slashes. The sword passes right through her. Their eyes meet. She clenches her jaw and steps forward for a wild moment. Percy braces himself, expecting to be slapped in the face, but she just grabs him by the shirt collar and drags him over to the changing rooms. They're all empty. The girl shoves him into a booth, steps in behind him, and locks the door all in one smooth movement. She turns to face him, looking equal parts horrified and infuriated. Sup, Percy says uncomfortably. Don't sup me, the girl hisses at once, glaring at him and crossing her arms. What the fuck was that? You just with the sword and nobody even saw. How'd you get past security? Am I fucking tripping? Did my mom slip some of her pills into my coffee? Ordinarily, Percy would have scarpered, but something about this girl's flustered manner is kind of endearing. Besides, she's immortal. What can she really do anyways? He straightens. She cuts herself off at once and balls her hands into fists like she's getting ready to fight. What do you want? She asks. Nothing, he says incredulously. You were the one who dragged me in here. She narrows her eyes at him. You're gonna pretend that nothing happened out there. I have no clue what you're talking about. So you don't mind if I ask you a few questions? She lifts a brow. I'm an open book, says Percy. You're interesting, she grins. It's kinda cute how panicked you look right now. You really can't lie to save your life, can you? There's a lot you don't know about me, Percy says loftily. I thought you were an open book. She fixes him with a deadpan stare. You literally just said you were an open book. There are some secret pages. So you wouldn't mind me taking a peek, she smirks. A peek at what? Your books. I don't have any. Books. Secrets. She huffs. Stop trying to talk me around in circles. I know what I saw. You have 10 seconds to start explaining, or I'll call security. Geez, that's a bit drastic, don't you think? Percy says. And besides, the footage will show you shoving me in here, by the way. 10, the girl says maddeningly. 9. Okay, wait. Percy concentrates hard, then snaps in her face. She goes cross-eyed, trying to focus on his hand. What the fuck, she begins, but then he unsheathes his sword. She squeaks. Can you still see this? He asks. Yeah, dumbass, she snaps. You tried to kill me with it, and like another thing, why am I not dead from that? She runs a hand through her curly hair. In the stark neon light, it looks shockingly orange. Or maybe I am, maybe I'm dreaming. She pinches herself in the arm and blinks rapidly. Fuck. You're not dreaming, Percy says, sheathing his sword. You can see through the mist, even though you're immortal. That's pretty rare. Mist, the girl huffs. And why does mortal sound like an insult coming from you? Have you seen anything weird like this before? He cuts in and she falters. Her green eyes go a little dim. No other sword-wielding hooligans like you, she replies grudgingly, but... Weird people, she gets out in a rush, scrunching her brows together. People who don't look like people, they have like, one eye like a cyclops sometimes, or tails and claws and fangs. She bites her lip. I thought I was going nuts. I told my parents about it and they didn't believe me, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. She looks at Percy imploringly, taking a step closer. I'm not right, you believe me, right? You see them too. You're not crazy, Percy assures her in a low voice, and suddenly she's throwing her arms around him and stifling a sob into his shoulder. Unsure of what to do, he pats her on the back a couple of times until she withdraws quickly, her face pink and her eyes watery. Sorry, she mumbles. Sorry, it's just you have no idea what it's like to be thought of as a freak by everyone, your classmates and friends and teachers, your therapists, your parents. Gosh. She rubs at her eyes and sniffs. I mean, I thought I was a freak for a long-ass time, but I just couldn't stop seeing those creatures, even though I tried. She huffs out a sigh. You have no idea how good it feels to know. I get you, he says. I do. And I have all these dreams, she says, and then she covers her mouth like she means to stop, but Percy nods for her to continue and she goes on speaking, words tumbling out not angrily or anything, but rather like she'd been holding back for too long and now it all just had to emerge. I know it sounds weird, but I feel like I've seen you before in one of my dreams. That's why I was trying to talk to you before. And all day today I felt jittery, like I knew something was gonna happen. Like meeting you, she gestures at him. Do you have that too? Says Percy. Oh, she says, deflating. No, I mean, I don't get prophetic dreams a lot, but I do get some weird ones with deep meanings that I understand much later, usually after a very important event has occurred, he tells her, and she purses her lips. My dreams are very specific, she says. I feel like I've seen you a couple of times, even though I can't remember much about the circumstances, but I know they mean something, but I'm not sure what. I never talked to anyone about it, so I dunno. Percy asks to see the time, so she takes out her phone and shows him the clock. He thinks about it for a second before sighing. I have about 5 minutes before my friends get worried and come looking for me, he says, so go ahead. She perks up. I can ask you things, anything. Shoot. You won't lie. You're wasting questions. Okay, she holds up her hands. What are the things I see? Monsters, Percy says, the Cyclopes, the Dracini, you're seeing them for real, it's everyone else who's not seeing. You mentioned the mist, she says, what's that? It's a veil, kinda, Percy struggles with it, a layer of magic that prevents mortals from seeing what's really out there. Why can I see it? Dunno, he replies honestly. A small percentage of mortals are born that way, he points at himself. My mom was like that too. You keep saying mortal like you're not one, she fires back. What are you? You don't look all grotesque and shit like the monsters. Thanks, he returns, quirking a brow, and she flushes. But yeah, I'm not full mortal, I'm a demigod. Half mortal, she says quietly, and half god, which? Greek, he says in a low voice. Greek, she repeats, sounding oddly strangled. Like history class. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, you name it, Percy says. They're kind of a thing still. Well, not really, not anymore. It's complicated. He waits for the next question, but it doesn't come. She's just standing there, mouth agape and eyes wide, barely breathing. Are you done? He asks. No, she snaps. Just give a girl a minute to let it all sink in. This is a lot to take, dude. Take it in faster, he says. She frowns at him. I'm having a crisis here. Okay, then keep having one, but I really have to go, he says, edging towards the door. Look, if I'm right about you, we're gonna need you. Chances are you're the one mortal we've all been looking for. You work here. Kinda, she says, stricken. My dad brought us here because he's got a project nearby, and I was bored and wanted to do something useful. Wait, why am I telling you all this? What do you mean people have been looking for me? Are you going to kidnap me? She crosses her arms. I mean, yeah, my family has money, but I doubt my dad will waste any on a ransom. No, look, I dunno what the hell you're talking about, he says, shaking his head. Just stay put, we'll get people to come get you. Get me, she shrieks. He shushes her. They're all like me, he assures her. They're good, they'll explain. Just how long will you be here? 2 more weeks. Good, he says. Okay, I can work with that. What's your name, by the way? Rachel Dare, she says, then. Fuck, I should have given you a fake one. He snorts. Nice to meet you. Now I really have to. Wait, what about you? She asks frantically, grabbing his arm. Her phone clatters to the floor and he bends to pick it up. Percy, he begins, but then he catches sight of the time. Gotta go, shit, sorry, and he bursts from the cubicle and sprints towards the exit, lugging all the clothes in his arms. He snaps his fingers at the cashiers and security guards before following the little signboards to the nearest fire escape, where Jason, Piper, and Zoe are all waiting. Finally, Zoe snaps, though she looks relieved to see him. What took you so long? Clear-sighted mortal, Percy answers, throwing Jason and Piper some clothes and shoving the rest unceremoniously into his own backpack. Saw my sword, held me up. Percy, Piper says urgently, she could be. The Oracle, yes I know, Percy responds, agitatedly. She said she's been having dreams, said she was gonna be here for the next 2 weeks, though fuck, we need tell someone at the bunkers. Leave that to me, Zoe says crisply. I'll send word with one of my wolves and have them find a satyr. That's actually a good idea, Percy admits. She bristles like an angry hedgehog, and why pray do you sound surprised? We can argue later, Jason interrupts. He nods at the door. We have to get out of here. Fire exits blocked from the outside. What the fuck is the point of having one then? Percy whispers heatedly. And Piper spotted a monster in the snack bar, and where there's one monster, there's always more. Jason rubs his forehead with his thumbs. It looked at us really suspiciously when we left too. We need to get moving. Does this mean you didn't get anything to eat? Percy asks dejectedly. You're missing the point here, Zoe grouses. We cannot be seen, we cannot get trapped here. The longer we say, the riskier it gets for us. Percy runs a hand through his hair. Any ideas? She exhales forcefully through her nose. I'm going to go outside and take a look. Wait here. And she's gone before Percy can argue. Geez, Piper says, leaning heavily against Jason, who wraps an arm around her waist and presses his nose into her hair. Who knew we'd run into a monster in this godforsaken place? Who knew we'd run into the Oracle in this godforsaken place? Percy responds, stretching his arm and thinking back to Rachel and her electric eyes. He'd been too short with her, he knows, and he feels bad for it. It really is a lot to take in at first glance. Maybe if he sees her again, he'll give her the whole story, but even if she makes it to the bunkers, he doubts they'll cross paths anytime soon. The thought makes him frown a little. Guys, Zoe slips back through the door. We've got a problem. There's a monster at the main entrance pretending to chat to the security guard. It didn't see me, but it's definitely there for a reason. To keep us from leaving, Piper groans and Zoe nods. We need to find a way out, Jason says. Percy chews on his lower lip, trying to think, and then it hits him. Rachel, that mortal girl, she works in the mart, he says. Maybe there's an employee exit or something. Better than nothing, Zoe decides, nodding, and so Percy leads them to the store. Rachel, he calls out, spying the familiar shock of red hair poking out from the side of a shelf, and Rachel peeps from above it, standing upright when she sees him. Percy Gatego, she says in surprise. She eyes their party a little skeptically. Are these the friends who are gonna kidnap me? You work fast. No, that's for later, Percy dismisses, ignoring Piper's giggling from behind him. This is, Zoe, Jason, and Piper. Guys, this is Rachel. Hello, says Piper pleasantly. I love your hair. I love yours, Rachel responds excitedly. Did you cut it yourself? Hell yeah, Piper responds, grinning. Did you draw on your jeans? I'm a serial doodler, Rachel says confidentially, poking at her pants, which are dotted from the ankle up with all kinds of little drawings. There are flowers and hearts and stars and clouds, but also a random collection of Greek letters, which strikes him as super weird. But dude, the rips in your jeans are kinda cool too, she continues. I mean, they look so authentic. Oh man, you wouldn't believe how authentic they are, Piper snorts. What the hell is happening? Zoe murmurs. It's like they're speaking a different language. We're bonding, Piper says gleefully. Well, save it for later. Zoe stares at Rachel severely, who shrinks back a little. Young woman, we need your help. Young woman, Rachel bleats. You're like way younger than me. She really isn't, Percy says quickly. But please, we'll explain later. We need your help. Have you noticed any of the monsters we talked about hanging around here? Some, Rachel says worriedly, but they never seem to care about me. Oh no, did I get you in trouble? Nope, this is all us, Jason says, glancing behind them, but we could get into a mess and we don't want to blow up the building. Blow up the... Do you know a way out of here? Percy implores. An alternate exit or something. No, Rachel squeaks, but there's maybe something that you can use, I hope, follow me. She leads them to the back room. It looks like a typical storage room, nothing special, at least until Rachel removes a box from a corner and shows them the bit of wall it had been covering with a flourish. Ta-da, she says. I noticed this my first day here, but I could never figure out what it was for, but look at the symbol. The Delta, Piper says, pushing forward. She gazes back at them with shining eyes. Guys, this is our way out, it's the labyrinth. Fucking bless, Percy says loudly. Fuck, we might still need you though, Piper says. She grabs Rachel's hands and says a little forcefully, can you take a break now? For lunch, we need you to lead us to the first exit. None of us know where the tunnels will lead, but you'll be able to see the way. Okay, says Rachel agreeably. Let me ask my boss, and she goes scampering back outside. Percy watches the bounce of her curls. You charm-spoke her. Just a little, Piper shrugs. We really do need her. I think she'd have come even without your persuasion. Piper raises a brow. I couldn't afford to take that risk, though. Her eyes say, besides, why do you care? And Percy turns away. He doesn't know why he feels protective over Rachel, kind of similar to how he used to feel about Nico and Bianca, but those are feelings to be examined at a later date, and so he shoves them aside. Rachel walks back in, rubbing her hands together and grinning. Lego. Lego, Piper murmurs back, pricking her finger with the point of her dagger and touching the delta on the wall. They all step back as it glows a dim blue, and then the panel slides open soundlessly, just tall enough for a grown man to squeeze through. How'd you do that? Rachel asks in wonder. I tried everything. It needs the touch of a demigod, Piper says, gesturing for Zoe to pass. You knew there was something behind it. Not new exactly, Rachel answers, abashed. She scratches a cheek that is dotted with freckles, and now that Percy's seen them, he wonders how he'd missed them before. There are hundreds of them spread across her face and arms and shoulders. I just felt like it was important. That's why, she tugs on her jeans, I drew it so often. Piper nods slowly. Interesting, she glances at Percy. You could be right. About what? Rachel asks curiously. Later, says Percy, pushing Rachel lightly towards the tunnel. Let's go. Inside the passage, it's narrow and musty, kind of like how old libraries get when nobody's been in for a while. Percy coughs as Zoe and Jason both switch on their flashlights and shine them in a circle around them. The door shuts itself behind them and Rachel startles. She shifts a bit closer to Percy and glances up at him. How will I get back? I'll give you my blood for the return journey, Piper says easily, like she's talking about a simple set of keys. Rachel makes a small whimpering noise. You'll be fine. Zoe clears her throat. This portion of the labyrinth seems like it has been unused for many years now. She shines her torch up at the ceiling, from which dust rains down steadily. But as long as it leads us away from here, we should be fine. Rachel, do you feel anything? I can't really feel anything other than extreme terror, but I can see that, Rachel says in a shaky voice, pointing at the floor. It's like this golden shimmer, you guys don't. They all shake their heads. Oh, Rachel mutters, cool, no pressure. Hey, Percy places a hand on her shoulder. Like I said, I get that it's a lot, but we need you right now. Do you think you can take us to an exit? Yeah, Rachel says quietly, glancing quickly at his hand. Yeah, for sure. I feel like there's one not too far away. Great, Percy says gratefully. Lead the way. Okay, she says, but she doesn't move. It's only when she looks at Percy fearfully that he gets it. He unsheathes his sword and heads further inside. The rest catch on quick and draw their own weapons. Jason hands Percy his flashlight, and he shines it into the murky corridor, squinting. Looks clear, he says. I'll take the lad, then Rachel, then Piper, then Jace, then Zoe. Cool. Cool, Piper says, and she's biting down a smile as she says it. Percy considers Piper a really good friend now, and they're usually on the same wavelength. He usually gets what she's trying to say, even if she's not explicitly saying it, but for the life of him, he can't figure out what that smug little grin means. He frowns at her and begins to walk. The path proves to be a complicated one. They come to crossroads quite a few times, and Percy knows for sure that if he'd been alone he would have gotten lost in a heartbeat, wandering round and round in circles till he lost his mind. But with Rachel behind him, pointing out swiftly where to go, he feels infinitely better. Finally, Rachel whispers, "We're close," as she directs him left, and lo and behold, a few minutes later they get to a dead end, with another faint delta etched into the concrete. Percy draws blood from his own sword so he can touches the symbol, shooting the others a thumbs up when the doorway shifts into the wall, leading to the outside. He steps through there in some kind of basement. A parking lot, actually. Percy tries to read the sign, but it's too far. Hoover Dam Museum, Rachel says quietly, stepping out from behind him and looking around in a daze. It's in the city, how the hell did we get here? Magic, Piper says, wriggling her fingers. I can see that, Rachel replies weakly. I have so many questions. For later, I promise, Percy says. Why not now, Rachel demands mutinously. Why can't I come with you, I can help. Look, Percy looks at the rest of his friends for assistance, but when nobody seems particularly forthcoming, he sighs in frustration. It's not that you're not a help. I mean, you pretty much saved all our asses right now, and we all owe you for that. But we're gonna be in a lot of danger now. There's gonna be fighting, and we can't just drag you into that. Your sword didn't even touch me. Yeah, but the people we're fighting won't care about hurting a mortal, Percy explains, patting his own sword. And you can't just go running with us across the country. Your parents will worry about you, right? Please, she scoffs bitterly, crossing her arms and glaring at the floor. They don't care. They want to raise a good little girl and they got stuck with me. I'm sure they'd throw a party if I ran away. Percy falters because he recognizes her tone all too well. He's thought along similar lines about the gods so many times he can't even count. But, look, Rachel, I'm gonna be frank with you here, Piper says, placing both hands on her hips. We're on a kind of mission right now to get back one of our friends who's been taken. It's gonna get dark and scary, and I genuinely don't know if we're all going to make it out alive. But everyone here, she throws her hand in a casual circle, has been trained for this. You haven't been, and it would be irresponsible of us to throw you into that kind of danger when you've only just begun to understand our world. Rachel is silent for a while. She gulps. I'd be a burden, huh? I wouldn't be that harsh, Piper says, because like Percy said, you did save us now. But if you got into trouble, if you got hurt and we couldn't save you, we'd never forgive ourselves for putting you in the position to be harmed. I get it, Rachel says, her tone bitter. I hate it, but I get it. And we'll get you in touch with our friends, Jason adds. Yeah, Percy says eagerly, we'll get a satyr to come get you. A satyr, Rachel demands. A what did you say, satyr, like in Narnia? Nope, Percy grins when she socks him in the arm, but just hang tight for a little while, okay? Okay, she says uneasily. Okay, but what if I have to go home? What if my dad wraps up early? What if the satyr doesn't find me? Oh, says Percy, unsure, glancing at Piper, who frowns and shrugs. In that case. Here, Rachel says, whipping out a marker from her pocket. She nods at Percy. Arm, please. What? Arm, Rachel says, extending her own, and when Percy copies the motion, she quickly jots down a series of digits across his forearm, adding her name in capital letters at the bottom. If I'm not at this camp place, she says, flushing crimson and pointing her permanent marker right between his eyes, you have to come get me somehow. I don't care about the details. I finally found out that the world I'm living in has been a lie, but also not a lie, and even though it's fucking insane, I feel like I belong here, if that makes sense, and so I'm not letting this go. She sniffs haughtily at him. Deal. Deal, says Percy almost automatically, a little stunned, and she beams. Then I release you, she says, bowing magnanimously. Go continue your super secret mission. Cool, says Piper, grinning. I'll see you soon, I guess. Hopefully, says Rachel, shaking her hand. It was nice meeting you guys, all of you. Oh, wait, Piper quickly slits her finger with catoptris and rubs the blood on Rachel's thumb. This feels like some kind of cult ritual, Rachel remarks. Try opening the door. Rachel presses the delta and it obliges. She beams. I could get used to this. Get back safe, Percy blurts out, and Rachel grins at him. Yeah, don't worry about Lil all-mortal me, she teases. I can see the way home. You focus on staying alive and getting your friend back. Yeah, Percy, focus, Piper mumbles pointedly from behind him. He steps on her foot and she squeals, hopping around and cursing him. Rachel steps halfway into the tunnel. She turns around and waves at them. Her eyes, they're really green. Her smile is kinda infectious, too. It's like someone else is controlling his body, but he waves back. See you, Percy Gatego, Rachel calls, turning away. Don't forget my number. The door slides shut behind her before he can say anything back. He glances at his arm and rubs at a 9. It doesn't budge. He feels like he's been dunked into a tub of ice-cold water. Why does it feel like he's moving so slowly? Nice tattoo, Piper drawls, draping an arm over his shoulder. It's kinda cute, suits you. What? He asks, turning to face her, and he wishes he hadn't, because her grin is so cat-like and so knowing that it makes his stomach squeeze. Behind her, Jason's shaking his head, amused, and Zoe just looks utterly done with them all. What? He asks again. Nothing, Piper says innocently. Just remember what she said and don't forget her number. Fuck off, he says in response, hefting his backpack over his shoulder and rolling his neck. You remember what she said and try not to die. Yeah, she grins, and Percy rolls his eyes, already making his way to the exit. My memory is shit anyway, Percy says to no one in particular. I wouldn't even remember the number if she wrote it on my inner eyelids. But he is already repeating the digits inside his head, again and again and again and again, and the sequence is already beginning to sound familiar. Chances are he's definitely not going to forget Rachel or her number anytime soon. Annabeth is fairly sure she isn't going to survive long. The good thing about being aware of this fact is that she now feels entitled to as much self-delusion as she can manage, and therefore spends a lot of her time just thinking useless things. She counts all the prime numbers before 500. She goes through a list of her favorite monuments. She spends her days building castles in the sky, daydreaming about happier days and inventing new worlds entirely, worlds coated in warmth and sunshine, worlds where her parents are together, where Luke hasn't turned, where Thalia survives, where the Titans don't exist. Worlds where Annabeth is the architect of a new age of art and science and culture and equality and progress. The worst part is opening her eyes to find herself still stuck on the godforsaken mountain with the sky breaking her back. There is no happy place in the real world. Sometimes she wonders if it were better if she just know. She can't wish for death, even though she's losing her will fast. She can't take the easy way out. Having all this time to think has also forced her to face some important truths about herself. She now knows, for example, that even though she prides herself on her logician's mind and swift ability to make decisions, she can be prone to tempers, and that she has the tendency to act rashly. She finds it hard to take feedback when she's emotionally charged, too, and that's been proven in this very situation. She also knows that she spends far too much time thinking of Percy. If she's being brutally honest with herself, she knows that this new disturbing tendency isn't really new at all. Percy Jackson's occupying her thoughts had started practically from the moment they'd clapped eyes on each other. There's something about him, something odd and weird and magnetic, a pull she knows Percy feels, too, even though he's rather a mess. A mess with a crooked smile and untamable hair and green eyes that make her want to spill all her secrets to him, which she's pretty much already done, to be honest. Annabeth doesn't open up easy, but something about Percy has gotten her to drop her guard, and something needs to be done about that. Their bond has far surpassed that of normal friends, and either she needs to sort herself out and purge this bizarre, overwhelming attraction she feels for him, or she needs to confront it head-on, but with her luck, pursuing anything could turn out to be a complete disaster. It's not really the kind of dilemma one would expect her to be pondering over whilst being stranded in the heart of enemy territory. It's a good thing that she doesn't have the energy to be quite that honest with herself just yet. The fact that Kronos knows of his existence terrifies her more than she'll ever admit. This confirms more than ever before the presence of a mole in the Bunker 9, where Annabeth had always felt safest. That's a problem for when she gets out of here, she convinces herself, for when she can go to 9 and investigate herself. She also spends a lot of her time thinking of alternatives. What if Grover hadn't told Percy about Luke? What if she'd left the quest to someone else? What if she'd chosen not to go to him on Authries? All had been possibilities, all had been impossible. Annabeth's never been one for self-loathing or anything of the sort. Her first days in Bunker 6, she'd been conflicted about everything, her parentage, her place in this new life, and what everything was meant for. And then Olivia, her late half-sibling who'd been at 6 at the time, having been scouted shortly before her, nodded at her sagely and told her something that would stick with her forever. "It's a lot to take in," she'd said. "I get that, but here's how I see it. When I'm in a crisis, I need something to believe in to keep me grounded, keep me sane. I can either choose to believe in the gods to help me out in times of trouble, or I can choose to believe in myself." She laughed. "And I sure as fuck don't believe in myself." Annabeth has always felt differently. She's always been confident in her own self, in her smarts and her actions and her decision-making skills. In a pinch, she doesn't pray to Athena or any of the other gods. She takes a breath and thinks, how can I get myself out of this? This whole situation is really making her own herself in a way she probably never has before. She feels stripped down to the bone, exposed to the world, bleeding raw with nobody to help patch up the wound. Because she'd fucked up. She had, and she knows it, and now it's like all the simple facts that had once made up her entire world are slowly falling apart. Annabeth is the smart one. Annabeth thinks before she acts. Annabeth is a survivor. Annabeth is a child of Athena. Annabeth has a family in Thalia and Luke. Annabeth believes in herself before any god. But should she? She chokes on a broken sob, feeling, for the first time, her arms really begin to shake violently and her thighs threaten to give. She'd been holding up the sky with nothing more than her own mental strength. She realizes with a pang, and now that's finally beginning to crumble as well. What happens if she drops the burden? What if she gives up? Will the sky push her body into the mountain and batter her into nothing? Will she cease to exist entirely? Maybe, she thinks hopelessly, squeezing her eyes shut. Maybe then she'll finally be free. She is drowning. She's surrounded by thick, inky water that surrounds her limbs and curls around her throat. Annabeth tries to breathe, to gasp into the gloom, but chokes. Her legs kick uselessly. Her hands scratch upwards, towards the streams of light that just penetrates the surface but cannot seem to reach her. As she sinks, she thinks that she had quite a good life, even if it did end up being overall meaningless. She did her duties to the best of her ability. She remained a loyal friend to the end, and she did make the most wonderful friends. Bubbles erupt around her. She opens her eyes to find that she's gliding towards the light, a flurry of glistening bubbles surrounding her, lifting her up and up and up until her head breaks through the surface and she gasps, taking in a deep lungful of air that has her eyes tearing up unconsciously. She's so happy to be alive. "Geez," comes a voice, and Annabeth paddles around in a frantic circle, stopping clumsily when she sees Percy lounged lazily on a pier no more than a few feet away. He looks so good and so healthy and so fresh and so bright. This is Percy for sure, but it is maybe how Percy ought to be in another life. He looks different, so visibly happy, rather unlike the slightly thinner, more harrowed version of him she knows to be real. This Percy must be a figment of her own imagination, but her eyes smart as she takes in the sight of him with a kind of ravenous greed one would expect to see in a starving man. His hair is gleaming, his eyes sparkle, his arms are brown and strong. He wears an orange t-shirt that actually looks stretched across the shoulders like he's been eating and working out regularly. He looks so beautiful and brilliant that Annabeth barely has time to make sense of their surroundings, a ring of trees, a worn path leading to the pier Percy's on, and the faint scent of strawberries in the air. Annabeth watches as he raises a casual eyebrow at her and rolls into a kneeling position, leaning forward towards her. "You okay?" he asks. "Did you tangle your legs in the weeds again? You were down there a while." She can't move, she can't speak. She wants to reach out and grab him and bury herself right in the middle of his chest and just be. She wants to breathe in his scent, which she hadn't realized she'd even really registered, but here she is, just itching to be close to him so she can smell the ocean wind on his skin. The smile on his face fades from playful to something so fond and intimate that it makes her entire chest throb with the weirdest kind of nostalgia. "You okay?" he asks, and then he's extending his hand out towards her. It's broad and scarred and rough-looking. Annabeth wants to hold it more than anything else in the world. "Come on," he smiles, "I'll help you up." On instinct, she reaches out for him, even though her body had been rebelling against her all this time. But she splashes towards him desperately, gasping a little, reaching her own arms out. One touch, she thinks. One touch and she'll be okay, she'll be safe. Their fingers touch. Percy's not quite smile radiates warmth. "Up we go," he says, and Annabeth's eyes fly open. The illusion trickles away into nothing, dazzling green trees and blue skies fading back to the gray landscape of her reality. Annabeth sniffs for the strawberries again, but smells only the rain hitting the ground and the crackle of ozone in the air. It's odd how she wants to cry, but it's not from sadness, not exactly. She just feels overwhelmed, all her emotions spilling out of her at long last. Her fingertips tingle as though still reeling from the shock of Percy's touch, as though he'd been real. She ought to feel worse than ever, and yet against all odds she feels rejuvenated. The memory of Percy's smile seeps into her entire body from the roots of her hair all the way down to her trembling toes. Had it been a vision of the future, a desperate illusion her own mind had conjured to bring her back from the brink, whatever the case, it had worked. Annabeth feels better, filled with a new determination. This isn't the end of the world. This isn't the end of her fight. She isn't drowning. Her feet are just caught in some weeds, that's all, and all she has to do is kick herself to the surface. She has to believe in something to keep herself grounded. She does not, will not, and cannot believe in the gods when they barely exist anymore. She doesn't really believe in herself either. She doesn't deserve to trust herself after everything. But she can believe in Percy. She can believe in the bonds that she's forged with so many of her bunker mates. She can believe that they will come for her. She can believe that she is not alone. And days later, when Luke returns, she doesn't flinch away from his delicate touch as he reaches out for her face and pushes a graying curl behind her ears. She looks at him steadily, and something in his eyes flickers. He steps back, assessing. He looks different, he feels different, thinner with a few more scars, wearing a dark jacket with the hood up. But there's some aura about him that hadn't been there before. It reeks of danger, and she lets the information simmer, trying hard to think and not question him blindly. Reckless actions lead to nothing but regret. He doesn't say anything, just hovers around her softly in a move that's oddly domestic and heartbreaking, as though he wants to behave the way he once had done with her, comfortable and casual. The tension in his shoulders slowly bleeds away, leaving him looking tired but still lethal and regal in the dying light. She watches him openly, not bothering to conceal her curiosity, and when he finally kneels in front of her so that they are eye level, she meets his gaze with what she hopes is a resolute one of her own. She does not speak as Luke brings her some water, and she studies the scars littered across his skin. He notices her looking and pulls down the sleeve, hiding them with the thin layer of cloth. Finally he speaks. "The daughter of Aphrodite," he says haltingly, "the son of Jupiter, the son of Poseidon." Their eyes meet. "They're coming," he whispers, "for you." "And Annabeth." Annabeth is not alone. She smiles. "I know," she says. Chapter 5, I have climbed the hills of view too. Jason wakes up to sweat running down the side of his face. Creo's words still ring in his head, you or her, you or her, you or her. He lies where he is for a while, just heaving silently. Piper's snuggled up by his side, lying almost wholly on his outstretched arm, which has lost all sensation. Her head is tipped back, her mouth slightly open, and with each exhale a tiny snore escapes her lips. Despite the uncomfortable lack of feeling in his arm, he smiles. Sometimes he's so caught up, he thinks, in all the perfect moments they've shared together, all the wonderful scenarios, that it's easy to forget that the less-than-ideal ones make what they have feel all the more real. He shifts a little, wincing as his hand regains a bit of feeling. Piper doesn't seem to notice that her arm-shaped pillow is being moved. She just turns over and sniffs. Jason moves down so that they're face to face and presses a quick kiss to her cheek. When she responds only with a tiny snuffle, he repeats the motion on her shoulder. He swallows, relieved and overcome, a quick thank you for being alive. It must have been Percy's watch because he sat against a tree, arms crossed, but his eyes are closed. Jason can see Rachel's number branded into his skin, just above his SPQR tattoo. His brows are furrowed, like he's having a bad dream too. Zoe is nowhere to be seen. Jason sits up, crawls over to Percy, and shakes him lightly by the shoulder. Percy awakens with a gasp, eyes flying open and hands moving to his empty belt, but he relaxes when he sees it's just Jason. He gestures to the empty space beside Piper, and Percy shoots him a grateful smile and a murmured thanks as he shuffles to her side and lies down, snuggling into the blankets Jason had left behind and making sure to throw the extra part of it over Piper, too. Jason's heart warms at the sight. He's glad he has them, and he's glad they'll have each other when he's gone. He yawns behind his hands, standing up and rubbing them together to warm them up. The fire's going out, so he pushes some new twigs into the hearth and circles the trees around their camp, looking for more fodder. He picks up a handful, places it by the fire, and wonders what to do next. Zoe emerges from the trees directly in front of him, a beautiful gray wolf at her heels. She frowns at Jason in surprise before leaning down and fishing a bit of burger they'd stolen the day before from her pack. She feeds it to the wolf, strokes its fur lightly, and they both watch as it darts away, running past Jason without even a sideways glance. "I am sending him to Bunker 7. Solace will know what to do with respect to Rachel," Zoe explains in a whisper. "I hope someone finds her soon." "Me too." Jason watches the fire crackling and is reminded of a simpler time before the war. He and Thalia had been sitting by the campfire, all alone, sharing whatever dim recollections they had left from their home. It had been mostly Thalia talking, and Jason laughing as they tried to roast expired marshmallows over the fire. When she described Jason trying to eat the stapler, he'd promptly proceeded to choke on his marshmallow, and she'd been forced to intervene with her version of the Heimlich maneuver, which, though successful, had left Jason with sore ribs for nearly a week afterwards. "It's a good memory." "You knew my sister, didn't you?" he asks Zoe abruptly, who jerks slightly at the sound of his voice. She softens quickly, though, and nods. "I did," she answers, "to some extent." She examines Jason critically from head to toe. "I thought you would be more like her, if I'm being honest." "I think everyone thought that would be the case," Jason responds, smiling a little. "Thalia was a lot more, yeah, she was just a lot more." "She was a pain in the ass," Zoe says bluntly, which startles a surprised laugh out of him. "In many ways, you both are as different as a pair of siblings can be. Your sister and I butted heads constantly. She was a high-strung, high-maintenance, world-wrecking whirlwind of a girl. She would get her way and damn the consequences, even if her way was wrong, because she cared more about the outcome than anything else." She snorts. "I think I learned, in my few interactions with her, that I'd have to run if I didn't want to be run over." Jason, who knows all this to be true, still feels the need to defend his sister. She was headstrong, so what? "So nothing," Zoe says, letting out a rare laugh and crossing her arms. "Just because we gave each other a hard time doesn't mean I respected her any less. She was a fearsome warrior and had a charisma and self-drive the likes of which I have not seen in decades. Losing her was a blow." He nods, picking up on a pensive, almost regretful edge to her words. He kicks at the ground listlessly. "I heard you tried to recruit Annabeth," he says conversationally, remembering Leo's words and Zoe's lips quirk upwards. "I didn't know that was common knowledge," she replies. "I got the impression that she didn't want people to know." "That's probably true," he allows. "It was a sensitive time. I think people would have lost heart without her there." "A fact that I am sure influenced her decision to stay," Zoe says. "I understand, but it was a pity. She would have been a great asset to the hunt, but her heart, like your sister's, was always with you demigods." She shrugs. "To each their own, I suppose." "What's Thalia got to do with it?" Zoe blinks at him. "Oh, but maybe you don't know," she says, almost to herself. To Jason, she adds, "We tried to recruit her ages ago when she was still on the road with Annabeth and the boy." Her nose scrunches up in distaste, and with a stab of revulsion, Jason thinks Luke. "She declined." Immediately, Zoe shrugs with a frown. "She didn't want to leave Annabeth and Luke behind. We could not have recruited Annabeth back then, of course. She was too young, and Luke out of the question." "Oh," Jason murmurs, "she never told me." Zoe shifts uneasily. Perhaps it was not important to her. "Even I do not like to remember that day. I am not proud of how I acted." She glances at him and lets out a shuddering sigh. "We fought that day, your sister and I. It got quite ugly. My emotions, my own desperation to keep the hunt alive, got the best of me." "You fought?" Jason's seen Thalia angry, really angry, and wonders how Zoe is alive. "What about? Because she rejected you?" "Partly," Zoe rubs her arm. "Times were grim and my sisters were growing restless. I am lieutenant, but to tell you the truth," here she pauses, "I do not want you to take this in the wrong way." "Why would I?" At her severe look, he sighs. "I won't. I feel as though I am living on borrowed time." Zoe says bluntly, and the lack of any real emotion or self-pity in her voice makes Jason stand up straight in surprise. She rubs her arm. I do not want you to hear this and assume I am giving up, because I am not. Her eyes flash. I would give my life in a heartbeat if it meant ridding the world of the Titans. But the fact remains that if this were a perfect world where there was no threat to us, I would give up my life willingly anyway. Why? Jason asks hoarsely. She shoots him a look and he clears his throat. Why? She bites her lip. Slowly, methodically, she begins to pull on each of the fingers on her right hand with her left. We hunters, she begins, are immortal, but it is not true immortality. The goddess Artemis gifts us eternal life when we join the hunt, but if we fall in battle, we will die. She looks upward, the air still from a truth so heavy. The day I was chosen to be lieutenant was the best day of my life, behind the day the goddess found me. I love my fellow hunters like they are my own sisters. They will not have a bad word to say of me, nor I of them, but I cannot shake this feeling. This sense that I have been alive for much too long and my knowledge has not improved. I feel stagnant in a way. He remains silent, because he really does get it, even without the surety behind her words. He understands what it's like to feel out of his depth in a role he's unfit to play. Even from their fight before against the lion, he'd felt so guilty. He'd gotten wiped out early and had missed the skirmish entirely, and then as he'd slowly begun to regain his senses, he'd felt like a burden. He'd felt stupid and useless even though he knew that these things are inevitable. The number of times he'd found himself knocked unconscious in his young life, he'd thought to himself, vigorously trying to rub the muzziness out of his face, he probably would wind up struck blind one day. His short while filling in Annabeth's shoes had left him exhausted. Jason can do the job just fine, he thinks, but running an army in wartime, when there are real lives in the balance, is a whole other matter. It reminded him of back in New Rome when he'd felt as though the weight of what felt like the whole world was resting on his shoulders far before he was ever ready to accept it. He wonders how Zoe managed to stay strong in her centuries as lieutenant, how she deals with having to bend to the world, bend her body into shapes that don't even make sense anymore. Is she, too, filled with the pressure to be stronger, to be better, until the sensation burns so hard it is though her lungs are on fire? She glances at Jason, shamefaced, misunderstanding the reason for his silence. I know what you must think of me, trying to recruit your sister and Annabeth as well. You must think I was poaching them. But here she stops. Her shoulders slump and her lips part on a sigh. My real motive was to raise them to be the next lieutenant. Oh, it's a lot to take in. Jason swallows because he can kind of see her line of thinking. Both Annabeth and Thalia are strong-willed. Annabeth's more of a natural tactician. She tends to inspire with her calm confidence and cleverly laid out strategies, whereas Thalia always motivated through her actions. That's why they made such a good team. For a second, he's struck by the image of his sister in Zoe's place, wearing black and silver, the circlet resting on her head. It would have suited her, he thinks. For what it's worth, he says hesitantly, because although they've all become closer on this quest, even Percy has been treating Zoe with a grudging respect. He isn't quite sure how to talk to her. He isn't sure what it is. Maybe it's because the strength in her jawline, her regal bearing, and the way she makes judgments reminds him of Reyna. Maybe it's because her quick temper, accompanied by the occasional softness in her eyes and hands as she hands Piper a bottle of water, reminds him of Thalia. I think you're the best lieutenant the hunters could have hoped for, he continues, and if Artemis chose you, she must have had a reason. True, Zoe says, eyes clouded. True. Can I ask why you're telling me all this? He asks, scratching the back of his neck for want of something to do. I mean, not that I don't appreciate it, but... She shrugs. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've admitted it out loud. God knows I cannot tell the others, but I felt like you would understand. Her gazes pierces right through him. Jason feels a drop of sweat travel down his neck. Maintaining eye contact with her in that moment is the hardest thing he's ever done in his life. What the fuck does that mean? Does she know what he's up to? After what feels like an age, she turns away, exhaling into her open palms. I'm going to go back, she says. Are you coming? No, Jason stutters. No, I need to pee, he winces. Zoe evidently doesn't believe him, but she just shrugs and walks away. Jason watches her until he's sure she's gone. He sinks to his knees, breathing heavily, and clutches at his chest. His heart is thrumming. He takes a breath and tries to calm himself. There's no way she knows. There's no way. There's no way. Hearing Zoe talk about her own acceptance of death, it's hit him like a fucking truck. Because he'd thought he'd known what he was getting into. But death is permanent. He isn't going to be magically resurrected like Hazel. When he dies, his blood will stop flowing and his skin will grow cold and his eyes will stop seeing. He will just cease, and that's fucking scary. He doesn't want to die is the thing. All he's ever wanted is to be with his family. It's dictated all his choices thus far. He chose to follow Thalia when she decided to run away. He chose to leave New Rome to be with her, and he's choosing death now for the rest of his new family to live. It's the only way, he tells himself. It's the only way, but that doesn't make it any less scary. The thought of not waking up one day overwhelms him because it defines everything he's ever known about life. You wake up and you do whatever and you sleep, but you always wake up the next day. What's gonna happen when he doesn't? Piper's going to hate him. Leo's going to hate him. Annabeth's going to hate him. Will they care that he's doing this for them, or will they just be angry that he never gave them the choice to find another way? He runs a hand through his hair, gulps loudly. He checks again to ensure he's alone, buries his head in his arms, and allows himself a few seconds to cry. He doesn't really make any noise, but his body racks from the force of the sobs and he feels the tears wetting his hoodie. He breathes deeply through his mouth, a low, pitiful-sounding gasp that just makes him feel worse. When his chest stops heaving, he wipes at his eyes and sniffs. Then he takes the chalk from his pocket, marks the lowest branches of the nearest trees around him, and makes his way back to the campsite. Frank wakes up to brown eyes about an inch from his own. He screams because of course he screams. Leo, who evidently hadn't been expecting him to wake up so suddenly, scrambles away just as Frank does and ends up taking half leaps away, rolling into the underbush and out of his range. Frank backs away, spooked, and realizes too late that there's a tree headed his way. He barely has time to think, oh fuck, that's a fucking tree, and I'm going to ram into it and hit my head before he rams into it, hitting his head and falls to the ground, groaning. Oops. Trees, he thinks groggily, really aren't as soft as they ought to be. He coughs, staring up at the sky through the leafless branches and thinking about it. Like grass is soft and leaves are soft, and actually most plants are quite soft, really, except like cacti, but are those plants, and even they're not hard. They're more of the stingwhy, prickly variety. Trees, though, they're definitely hard. Yep. It's then that Frank realizes that his head hurts like a bitch. He groans and touches it. He tries to stand and finds that his legs are a mess of bruised muscles and scratches. His pants have been torn up to the knee, and he stares at his mauled calves, overcome, becoming more and more aware that something bad had happened to him, only he can't recall a damn thing since leaving the cave. He doesn't even remember crying out or anything. His voice had been choked with pain as he passed out into darkness. What the hell? He swallows thickly and looks at his hands. They swim before his eyes. Did he always have 20 fingers? Leo emerges from the bush with leaves in his hair. He grumbles as he pats away the dirt from his butt and looks sideways at Frank before making his wad over to him and standing almost directly over his face. Frank feels woozy. He peers up at Leo's face that's suddenly where the sky had been a minute ago. Is it really Leo? Hi, Leo. Hi, Leo, he says. He flails a hand up to the still semi-undefined image of the familiar face above him, smacking him in the process. Ow, Leo hisses, exasperated, bringing up his hands to examine the offended feature. Dude. I'm sorry, Frank moans, staring in astonishment at his own hands. They go in and out of focus and Frank trembles. Had he been hit too hard in the head? Has his vision been damaged? The sudden adrenaline shoots him bolt upright, but the intensity of the pain in his head brings him back down again, groaning with his face in his hands. He fights down a wave of nausea. Calm down, man, Leo says. You just woke up, you're probably still concussed. We'll bring you back to camp and you'll be fine in no time. Oh, says Frank, right, of course. He coughed, embarrassed. Leo snorts. Do you need help? He asks, which is when Frank remembers why he hit the tree in the first place. You surprised me, he says. In my defense, I thought you were still knocked out. Leo watches as Frank struggles to stand, leaning heavily against a rock and trying to use only his arms to haul his entire body up. Yeah, that's not working. You really need some help, dude. No, he says, and right on cue his legs give out beneath him. He slumps back to the ground, just a little bruised. You Aries kids and your pride, Leo grumbles, and suddenly Frank's left arm is lifted and Leo is underneath it, his other arm wrapped around Frank's waist. Frank's so shocked at Leo's willingness to help that he forgets to protest that he doesn't need it, but it's easier to stand now, and so he does and limps forward until he gets to the nearest tree. Is it really you, he wonders aloud, or are you a monster? I'm not a monster, Leo proclaims. I'm your fairy godmother. He lets go of Frank and spreads his arms out akin to a particularly benevolent mother. His eyes flutter shut and he smiles angelically. And I am here to tell you to stop being such a fucking train wreck. Frank groans, trying to kick Leo away, but his legs scream with the movement and he hisses. Leo makes a soft sound which is almost completely drowned out by a shout of Leo. I gave you one job, and all of a sudden all Frank's brain can comprehend is Hazel, Hazel, Hazel. She emerges from the trail looking like some lost woodland goddess, hair bouncing and puffing in the soft breeze, soft nose wrinkling as she smiles at them, lifting the sweet curve of her cheekbones and the chiseling line of her jaw. Her lips look soft and her eyes are exactly what you read about in a storybook, unreal and magical and bewitching. And then the sun falls over her as she runs toward him and turns her eyes and the surface of her skin and the tips of her hair to molten bronze. Frank audibly catches his breath, ignoring the coughed-out simp that Leo grunts under his breath. And then she smushes his face with both her hands and quite forcibly turns his head to the right, then the left. Frank tries to speak, but she shushes him. Leo snickers off to the side and she shushes him too. Frank isn't sure what she's looking for until her fingers graze the side of his head and he winces. "The bleeding stopped," she murmurs, "but we shouldn't risk anything." She releases Frank and turns to glare at Leo. "You were just supposed to clean his leg wounds, not remove his bandages." "I was going to wash it," Leo protests, and now Frank notices he's clutching a clothes stained with red between his fingertips. He just woke up and started running. "I didn't run," Frank says. "I can't run." Hazel sighs and places both arms on her waist. Whatever, it's fine. Leo, your arms are okay, right?" Leo glances down at his arms, which have been wrapped completely with a thin, cream-colored cloth. He gasps dramatically and says in a surprisingly passable Irish accent, "Good golly, I'm white." Hazel takes one large step forward and whacks Leo on the head. "You idiot, you're supposed to be resting too. Don't think I haven't forgotten. None of this would have happened if you just didn't touch shady plants." "The berries looked hella edible," Leo says petulantly. "Arian ate them just fine." "Arian's a horse," Hazel looks to be at her wit's end. "And he saved you when you ran into those acid-spitting snake monster things." "A horse did not save me," Leo says, brows furrowed. "I saved me." "You ran in there with no plan whatsoever. Those monsters had acidic venom. Thank God they were just babies. It burned through your clothes. Your arms looked like rancid meat." Leo blinks at her. "But did they look like sexy rancid meat?" "I hate you," says Hazel scathingly. "Just go back to camp and try not to die on the way there." Frank looks at his own arms. "Do I look like rancid meat too?" She huffs, but he can tell she's trying hard not to smile. "No, but if you did, you'd be the sexy rancid meat." "First of all," Leo interjects loudly, "that's plagiarism. And also, again, I love that you're together and I fully support you, but that doesn't mean I actually want to see it." "Leo, go away," Hazel orders, whipping her head round to glare at him. Leo opens his mouth to speak, but her expression must turn into something thunderous because he purses his lips and mimes zipping them up before backing away without complaint, even though he mouths a good luck at Frank before jogging away between the trees. Hazel turns to him again and she sucks in a sharp breath, her eyes shining with a relief so acute it looks almost like pain. Her frame softens as she takes him in, and without speaking a word she allows him to collapse against her, cooing softly when he groans in pain. "I wish you hadn't taken off your bandages," she says quietly, "but I'm so glad you're awake." She looks up at him, blinking slowly. "You missed a lot." "Yeah, sounds like it," he murmurs. "How long was I out?" "Couple of days." She brushes a bit of his hair back from his forehead. "It's grown so much now. Remember how short it was when we first met?" "It was basically a buzz cut." Frank reaches up and pulls at a long lock of hair between two fingers. She's right, it's grown quite a bit. He can see it even when he pulls it down his forehead. "I can cut it," she offers, "when we get back to camp if you'll let me." "Better than letting Leo burn it off," Frank agrees. "Then, camp." "You'll see." Hazel threads their fingers together and looks at their hands, at the alternating colors of their skin. "It's a lot." "Must be a lot if there's a horse involved," he says, eyebrows raised. Hazel laughs a tad sheepishly. "I'm assuming that's what knocked me out." "Yes," she admits grudgingly, "but only because you startled him. I told you and Leo to wait." "You're defending a horse." "He's really cute. His name is Arian." "Over me." "I'm not choosing him over you," she laughs, giggling as Frank pointedly averts his gaze. "Oh gosh, stop it, you big drama queen." "If you want to break up with me, you can just say it," Frank says, sighing dramatically, but he can't help but crack a smile when she pokes him in the stomach and forces him to look at her. "I don't want that," she says earnestly, "at all." Her blunt honesty makes his entire body glow. He cannot seem to look away from her, mostly because of the way she beams at him. The dappled light makes her shimmer, curls falling right between her eyes, and he tries to resist the urge to brush it away, before realizing that he's her boyfriend and he can do shit like this now, so he does. She grins shyly and he hopes she doesn't notice his blush. Yeah, me too, he manages to get out, realizing that he's gone too long just staring at her. All these days of not speaking has left a sense of urgency scratching in his chest. Even though his arms hurt when he left them, he runs a hand down her back, marveling silently at how strong she is. It's easy to underestimate Hazel because of her size. She's built small, body slim and regular until you check out her biceps and calves and see the indentation of muscles. "You tired?" she whispers, tiptoeing so she can hook her chin around his shoulder. "I'll take you to camp. It's nice and warm and dry and we have food." Leo cooked. "He made some weird salad and sprinkled the leftover nachos we bought in it," she confirms, just as Frank's stomach lets out an embarrassing growl. She giggles. "Okay, someone's hungry." "It's been days," he reminds her. "Of course I'm hungry." "I know," she soothes, turning in place so he's leaning against her. The stupid, insecure part of Frank is instantly mindful of the difference in their sizes, but he's too weak to hold himself back, and she manages to hold him up without any visible difficulty. Slowly, they make their way through the woods. He looks around curiously, hoping to catch a glimpse of the camp, but spots nothing more than a few squirrels in their path that dart up the trees in response to their increasing proximity. "I should tell you," he says, "that back in the cave I kind of freaked out." She doesn't look surprised. Leo must have told her then, and instead hums a bit sympathetically. "I'm sorry, Frank." "It was my own fault," he grunts, "for being impatient, for not waiting for you." And here he bites his lower lip in frustration. "But I'd had a good talk with Leo the night before. I thought I'd conquered my fear." He snorts derisively. "Guess I was wrong." "Fears don't vanish in a night," Hazel responds gently, casting him a warm look. "It's a long, slow, excruciating process. But don't discount the steps you've made. I mean, a month ago, would you have ever thought Leo would be your friend?" Of course not. Frank from a month ago had been going out of his way to make sure he and Leo never even crossed paths. He remembers Leo saying you have friendship privileges too, and feels his spirits lift a little. "What do you fear?" he asks her, mostly out of curiosity, but her face falls and Frank wants to kick himself. "You don't need to answer," he says, but she shakes her head. "It's a bit of an ironic fear," she says, smiling a bit sourly. "I'm scared of death, of the underworld." She shakes her head. "Weird, right, considering who my father is." "Not at all," Frank says immediately, glancing down at his pocket, where his little death stick seems to triple in weight. "I mean, you're talking to me. I've spent so much of my life just trying to preserve whatever bit of my life I have left. Of course I fear death." She purses her lips. "I just feel so ashamed of it sometimes, even though I know I shouldn't." "You more than anyone has every right to fear death," he replies, trying to sound strong yet not preachy. "I mean, you've gone through it before," she sighs. "Yeah, I don't know, it's just that I remember Nico. He tried to take me with him when he shadow traveled and I just lost it. It brought back," she swallows, "a lot." She looks so tortured that Frank's own heart throbs in sympathy. He reaches up and squeezes her hand with his free one. "Baby steps, remember." "Baby steps," she agrees, and it must work because her smile is genuine, even though it fades quickly, replaced by a look of pensiveness. "In the interest of total honesty," she says, "I had a flashback last night." "What?" Frank squawks. A bird screams and takes flight from the tree just up ahead, and they both jump. "What?" he screeches again, this time in a whisper. "Hazel, that's not good. How long did it last? How long has it been since your last one?" "It wasn't more than a couple of minutes, I think. Leo accidentally stepped on my hand as he was going to, the bathroom, and I woke up." She winces. "And my last one was in the cave." "The cave?" Frank curses himself for not noticing. "Yeah," she murmurs. "That one was pretty long. I woke up when you touched me." He recalls with distinct clarity how he'd been petting her hair, how her expression had relaxed at the contact, how she'd shifted into him. He frowns. "Twice in a week," he says. "Hopefully it's nothing worrisome," she says bracingly. "Hazel." "We'll talk about it," she says, "after you're all healed." "Don't think I'll forget," he says severely. She presses a kiss to the underside of his jaw. "I don't expect you to." They walk on in a pleasant silence. Frank watches the tips of her frizzy curls bounce right beneath his nose and wonders about everything. His own fear of dying and hers, and what it means for them to have found each other. "We're here," her soft voice alerts him. Frank looks up to find them in front of a curtain of vines. Hazel's hand pushes them aside to reveal a narrow tunnel. It looks just as dismal as the one he and Leo had traveled through, but Frank hears voices coming from within and spots the familiar flicker of a fire. "Most of all, I can smell the food all the way from here." He'd been aiming for a tone of disapproval, but it comes out plaintive. "What if something comes for us?" "Arian can fight it off," Hazel says confidently as they enter the passage. "I mean, he took care of you pretty well, right?" "Low blow," he exclaims, delighting in the laugh it draws from her. "I didn't even know he was there." "Excuses, excuses," Hazel mutters. Then she calls out, "Leo." "Oh, you guys made it," comes Leo's voice in response. He sounds relieved. "I was about to send a search party. Arian, Jesus, can't you wait?" The clip-clop of hooves approach them. It's a good thing Hazel had warned him about there being a horse here, because he definitely would have freaked out otherwise. Backlit by Leo's fire, the son of Hephaestus looks slightly disgruntled to have to light the way. The animal looks majestic. It looks like Shadowfax from Lord of the Rings, only its coat is a warm brown color. "You've got competition, Frank," Leo jokes, grinning. "What do you mean?" Frank begins, only then noticing that the horse is leaning forward. He squeezes his eyes shut, but it quickly becomes clear that it has zero interest in him. Instead, it's directed all attention to Hazel, who's giggling as the horse nuzzles her, exhaling hot air through its nostrils and directly in her face, only she doesn't seem to mind. "Ahaha, Frank, this is Arian," Hazel wheezes, pushing the horse's face away at last. "And he's a good boy, aren't you?" Arian whinnies. "Dude," Frank says. "Leo." "It's Rapunzel and Maximus from Tangled," Leo says. I know. "Exactly." Hazel spares another moment to pat Arian on the nose before venturing deeper into the cave. Leo stays a respectful distance away, which Frank appreciates, since he's still holding a ball of fire in his hand. Arian trots behind them, occasionally nosing at Hazel's hair and making her splutter in amusement. "Oh, I guess I should warn you," Hazel says with a little start, just as the cave proper comes into view. It's kind of cute, reminds him a bit of Bunker 9 with how warm and homey it feels. It's even got a skylight of sorts, allowing for the free passage of air. He glances at the fireplace and balks. "We made a friend," Hazel says in a surprise kind of voice. "With a homeless dude," Frank hisses into her hair. The dude's asleep in front of the fire, legs covered by what might have once been a blanket but now looks to be little more than an oversized rag. His hair is way past his shoulders, reaching close to his waist. His features, though something about them, seem familiar. His ears are slightly pointed. Is he a nymph? But everyone said the Titans wiped them out. He frowns, staring at the dude. Long, graceful fingers. What parts of his arms he can see are littered with long faded scars. He is an older man with no distinguishing characteristics except his extraordinary normalcy. He looks thin, weak, super homeless. Not exactly," Hazel says, watching as Leo crosses over to him, putting out his little fire in favor of shaking the man's shoulder lightly. The man's eyes flash open, fixing it first on Leo, who mutters something Frank can't catch before settling on him. Frank at once is arrested by the age in his gaze. The quick once-over the man gives him is enough for Frank to feel as though all his flaws have been exposed. His eyes are sharp, intelligent. It's akin to being surveyed by Annabeth. "Welcome, demigod," Mystery Man says in a deep, soothing tone, sitting up straight. His legs don't move, but something about his posture suggests that he's a warrior. "Oh," Frank thinks, "not a homeless guy." "Who are you?" Frank blurts out. Hazel elbows him. Leo nods sagely. Frank feels stupid, like he should know who this is, but he can't put his finger on it. The man only laughs. "That," he says, "is a good question." He places a hand on his chest and inclines his head slightly, a gesture both polite and flattering. "It has been many years since I met so many heroes," he says warmly, and there's a deep nostalgia laced in his words. "It's a delight to make your acquaintance, son of Mars. I am the son of Philyra." Frank's mind begins to scan through the list of myths he knows. Given his own connection to a legend of old, he's read a lot, but he can't quite place the name. "Philyra," he murmurs. "Ooh, he's getting there," Leo says excitedly, like he's watching a quiz show. "Dude, why are you acting like you got it on the first try?" Hazel, who isn't even trying to help him, the traitor, admonishes. "We literally had to spell it out for you." "Like you got it immediately." "As a matter of fact, I did," Hazel says smugly. Leo's disbelieving scoff is drowned out by the man taking pity on Frank and offering in a kind voice, "Many know me instead as an exception to my kind. I was once favored by the gods. I spent my time training young heroes such as yourself." He smiles. "Just the Greek ones, though." "But that doesn't make sense," Frank whispers. If that's true, which it can't be because that would be insane, everyone thinks you're dead." "Oh, come on," Leo crows, slapping a hand on his thigh. "Should we really be surprised by this shit anymore? Our world is fucking crazy, man. Nobody's really dead." "Well," the man says thoughtfully, "I am immortal." Frank chokes. "Say it," Hazel prompts in a whisper. "You can say his name. It's not a dream, I promise." She's smiling. She knows just how much Frank's wanted this. The man, not a man, smiles. "You know who I am, yes." Frank swallows, trembling all over and unable to speak, praying that this illusion, for it surely has to be a hallucination, will not be tarnished by him speaking his name out loud. This is someone he's idolized for a long time, a person he'd only dreamed of ever being tutored by. He's had fantasies of being taught archery by this man. A desperate vision soon dashed once Reyna told him of the reality of what had happened to the world of the gods since World War II. Of course Frank knows who this is. "I do," he says, "Chiron." The terrain seems to be getting familiar now. He could be imagining things, of course, but Percy comes across a little clearing that he thinks might have been where he and Annabeth had that late-night talk where she told him she wouldn't be reckless, only to later on completely discard that oath entirely. This thicket is where Percy and Piper made their own agreement to make sure they'd keep Annabeth out of trouble, and they'd both failed spectacularly. The thought makes him angry, and it must show in his face, because Piper takes one look at him and makes a small knowing noise. Percy likes that about her. She knows what he feels, but she isn't going to make him say it. In fact, the closer they get to their destination, the more on edge Percy gets. It's not just that he's itching to save Annabeth, which he is, of course, but it feels bigger than that somehow. He feels genuine anger boiling in his gut almost constantly these days. He wants to burn Othries to the ground. He wants to get Annabeth away from there. And more than anything, he wants to watch Luke die for all the pain he's caused to everyone. It could be that his mood is affecting everyone else, but the air surrounding their little group seems to have darkened as well. Jason's grown moody, taking his anger out on trees when he thinks nobody else is looking. Zoe's grown grim and quiet, and even Piper's occasional attempt at conversation fall flat after the first few tries. Percy spends a lot of nights dreaming of running his sword through a faceless man's chest, and then watching as Othries crumbles around them. Dark thoughts, but strangely therapeutic. The phone number Rachel had scrawled across his hand is beginning to fade, but Percy now knows the number by heart, a fact he will never admit to Piper, who'd smirked at him when she caught him staring at the digits. And it's something all right. It's certainly something when he can't seem to forget the strange twinkle in her eyes as she grinned at him, wolfish, and waved goodbye, like she'd known something he didn't. One thing he's sure of is that some way or another their paths will cross again. He doesn't know where or when or how, but it's just that weird kind of demigod intuition, he guesses. He just knows that while some things are not meant to be, Rachel is important somehow. The problem with thinking about Rachel is that the more he thinks of her, the more he inadvertently thinks of Annabeth. It's not like he's comparing the two, but maybe he is, kind of. He definitely doesn't mean to do it, but he keeps thinking of like what if Annabeth had been with them when they'd run into Rachel? Would the two of them have gotten along? And why the hell does it matter to Percy? Gosh, it's like the nearer they get to Annabeth, the further away Percy feels from her. He'd spent all this time just focusing on saving her and getting her from Luke's clutches, and now all he can think about is how she'd gone into them willingly. He'd spent so much time with her, talking to her and understanding her, but in the end, had he really? He definitely underestimated her love for Luke at any rate, and it leaves him thinking, what if she doesn't want to be saved? A hand lands on his shoulder and he starts, turning to find Piper standing close to her, her eyes clouded. "I felt like I'd find you near the water," she says quietly. "Feels like the last time, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Percy agrees. "This even feels like the same stream." He touches it lightly with the flat of his palm. Piper doesn't sit down, just crosses her arms and heaves a sigh. "And so can I assume you're thinking of how bad we fucked up when we were on the last quest?" "I can't stop thinking about it," he replies at once. "We told each other we'd protect her, and we just let her walk away." Piper swallows, her nostrils are flared like she's trying to cry. "I can't shake the image of her on Othries, just rushing to help Luke," Percy completes. His mouth feels dry and bitter, like he's just eaten a lemon, not even thinking about the consequences, when your body just moves. Piper nods, without thinking, to protect, to attack. She touches her own lips briefly. It happened to me once, during the war, when Jason was fighting Creos. I couldn't see him in pain anymore. I yelled out for everyone to stop without thinking of the consequences. I remember, Percy says. I got Jason stabbed, she whispers, and something tortured and broken in her eyes prompts Percy to stand and pull her to him. She winds her arms around his waist and trembles. That really affected you, huh? He says. She scoffs. Wouldn't it affect you, to use your power and have it affect everyone? Enemies and allies alike. Percy, she shivers. I haven't really told this to anyone, but the power I felt that day was nothing like I'd ever managed before, maybe because it was driven by my desperation. But it was scary, and what did it amount to? Jason getting hurt because her heard me. There's a damp spot on his shoulder. I told myself I wouldn't charm speak my friends anymore, intentionally or not. I'd be careful, she says. But I keep thinking, what if I'd just charm spoken Annabeth into staying? She'd still be here with us. She would have hated me, but she'd still be here. Look, he says, releasing her and holding her at arm's length so he can look her in the eye. You said yourself that you guys have practiced so much that she can resist charm speak now. But if I'd done it seriously, like I did during the war, she bites her lip, and Percy wonders at the kind of power of persuasion Piper's voice must really have if she can even stop a Titan in his tracks. You would have never done it. She laughs shortly. Yeah, I know. The thing is, Percy swallows, I don't think there's anything we could have done in a sense. Annabeth had had her mind made up the moment I told her Grover's news about Luke, and I think that whether we tried to speak to her or not, the outcome would have been the same. He glares at the sky. I hate to admit it. I hate to admit that we were just powerless in that situation. But yeah. She leans against a tree. She really loves Luke, huh? Yeah, he spits it out more than says it, and Piper raises a brow but doesn't comment. It feels stupid that Percy should hate someone he's never even met before with such blinding intensity, but it's so fucking real. He legitimately feels his blood boil and his gut erupt with fury every time he thinks of Luke. He can't think of anyone so heartless, so absolutely devoid of any form of love or empathy or soul. He can't think of anyone more undeserving of Annabeth's love. I know, Piper says, that we said we'd protect her last time. I know we fucked that up real bad, but I think we can do it this time. Get her back. She meets his gaze. What do you think? I think we can, he agrees. We will get her back. We have to get her back. Yeah, Piper claps him on the shoulder as they make their way back to the little campsite. We'll do it right this time. Zoe sits up as they approach and frowns at Piper. That took a while. Got a bit distracted, Piper says, throwing herself down at Jason's side, who HMPHS at the intrusion before giving up the act and throwing his blanket around her. She winks at Percy. I totally forgot. Zoe sent me to get you so we could discuss the game plan. Sounds serious, Percy comments as he sits down on her right. He sticks his hands as close to the fledgling fire as he can get and sighs. Jason blows the flames towards him. First things first, Zoe says, motioning for them all to huddle closer. We're close. It shouldn't take us longer than 3 days now if we keep up the current pace. Percy nods, his shoulders feel tense. He'd known they were nearby, of course, but the tone of her voice makes everything so much more real somehow. I've been communicating our wolves and eagles, she continues, motioning to a nearby tree. Upon a branch sits a regal hawk that fixes them with a stern stare. My sisters are all converging on Othries, near the woods where you were last time. The slightest of pauses, Phoebe, who has kept watch since nearly the beginning, has reported that Annabeth remains a captive. She has a frequent visitor, Luke, she nods at Percy, who is already beginning to feel himself scowl. However, he seems not to have gone to her for the past 10 days or so. Phoebe assumes he's been summoned by the Titans elsewhere, to serve God knows what purpose. Good, Percy bites out, if I see him. He is not our priority, Zoe says. Annabeth is. It is a blessing that Luke is not present, but we must remain vigilant. We must assume the Titans know we are on the way, given that they knew of your previous quest and aimed to trap Annabeth. Perhaps they are keeping Luke away on purpose, knowing that we will strike. What do you mean? Jason furrows his brows. Are you saying we should wait? Of course not, Zoe scoffs. Like I said, Luke not being there is an opening we can't afford to not exploit. Percy stares at her. Does him being there or not matter so much? Piper takes a deep breath, exhaling slowly through her teeth. Perce, I'm with Zoe on this. Luke is really skilled. He was a real asset to have on our side during the war, Jason admits. I never really knew him, but he was a great fighter. Agreed, murmurs Zoe grudgingly. His being there could turn the tide of battle, but even if he is not, we must prepare for the worst. She taps on the ground with a stick. Atlas. Atlas, Piper yelps aghast. You think he'll be there? I hope for our sakes he is not, Zoe swallows, but he was there the night Annabeth was captured, so I think we can assume he'll be there now. It's another trap, isn't it? Percy says quietly. The first time they used Luke as bait to get Annabeth. Now they're using Annabeth as bait to get. He stares at Jason. Probably you. I doubt they know about me, so it must be you. Jason purses his lips. His knuckles are white, but they don't know about the new, revised prophecy, do they? They seem to know an awful lot as it is, Piper says bitterly. They're informants doing their job. We have to assume they know everything. She nods at Percy, even when it comes to you. She sighs, taking Jason's hand. You're the child of the prophecy, Jace. If they get you, it's all over. Jason seems to be struggling with something internally, but finally he murmurs, yeah, makes sense. Percy grits his teeth. If they know everything anyway, what's the point of being cautious? What's stopping us from storming the place, all guns blazing? Our only advantage is the element of surprise, Zoe answers, her dark eyes sober. Our point of attack is not the best. To really catch them off guard would be to use the labyrinth, but it will surely be heavily guarded. But we have all the hunters with us. Her posture seems to grow, and the faint silver aura around her flickers a bit brighter than usual. We are highly trained individuals skilled in all forms of combat. We strike at Ladon's tree. Here she stops and closes her eyes. There are never many monsters there. The dragon does not discriminate between friend and foe. His only objective is to protect the tree. So we'll outnumber the guards, Piper says, nodding, for a while at least. We have to use the dragon to our advantage, Zoe replies. Drive the battle closer until he has no choice but to intervene. Jason frowns, but aren't we forgetting the most important thing here? Annabeth, we can't just get her out from under the sky, we have to get a replacement. He stares around at them. You know, someone who has to be willing to take the burden. Zoe gestures to Piper. That's where your charm speak comes in. I saw you during the war. You can easily bend a monster to your will. Piper looks uncomfortable but nods. Easy. Then that's what we have to do. Charm speak a monster into taking Annabeth's place and then make sure we get Annabeth before the enemy does. Zoe shrugs. It's not the most flawless plan, but if we work fast enough, it should work. And what about Atlas? Percy questions. You said he might be there. About that, Zoe moistens her lips. I have a favor to ask of you all. Yeah, Piper asks, leaning forward. My hunters will never let me do it, but I've been avoiding him for centuries, and he will be out for my blood, Zoe says, and only the slightest of tremors in her voice betrays her fear. So for that reason, I think we would be better off using me as a distraction for him. Zoe, Jason says, his brows furrowed. What are you saying? I'm saying leave Atlas to me, she responds, her jaw fixed and determined. He'll be distracted fighting me, at least for a while. In the meantime, you all have to carry out the rest of the plan. She pauses. It's our best bet. Zoe, Jason says, aghast. If this is about what you said before, he glances at Piper and Percy uneasily. About I meant what I said, Zoe grits her teeth. This is not me giving up. They seem to have a silent argument that consists only of heated eye contact. Zoe must win because Jason exhales, frustrated, and looks away. Zoe, Percy retorts tightly. He's the Titan of war. It's suicide, Piper snaps, leaning forward to grasp her shoulder over the dying embers. Zoe, are you nuts? It will work, Zoe says stubbornly, and we have to save Annabeth. You're taking a stupid risk, Percy says suddenly, and he's surprised at himself but finds it's true. For all their butting heads in the past, Zoe is now a comrade and someone he doesn't want to see fall. She's a pain in the ass, stubborn as all hell and convinced that she's always in the right, but she's not a bad person. She's loyal and determined, and despite everything, she's become someone Percy respects. The thought of losing her hurts much more than he'd like to admit. I know, she snaps, but the thing is, I know him, I know how he fights, I know all his tricks. She runs a finger down the string of her bow, twangs it so it echoes sadly in the stillness. He taught me himself. Zoe, Percy whispers. Oh my gods, Piper says, her eyes are wide. You used to be one of the Hesperides. Slowly, Zoe nods. Suddenly she looks about 1,000 years old, the flickering sparks casting an eerie shadow across her face. Her hands wrap around her own knees to hide the shaking. Percy thinks back to their first real talk, when she'd opened up to him about helping a hero and betraying her family, and his throat goes completely dry. Yes, she says, and Atlas is my father. What do you say to a literal legend? Frank wants to say that he's been studying Chiron for years. that his mother and grandmother would tell him stories about him. Well, his mother would tell him stories. His grandmother would scoff, "You are so thick-headed even Chiron could not teach you." Frank wants to tell Chiron that he'd persevered long and hard with the bow and arrow, and had worked and worked and worked on his skills as a fighter because he'd been raised hearing that Chiron trained only the best of heroes. Fie, don't you want to be one of them? What comes out in a pitiful blubber is, "I'm a huge fan." Leo snorts behind his fist and Hazel bites her lip to keep from laughing, but Chiron only smiles, in a soft, indulgent kind of way that has Frank burning with embarrassment. He feels like he should backtrack if he doesn't want to be outed as a total fanboy, but yeah, that's what he is, so he doesn't say anything else. "Thank you, that's very nice of you," Chiron says, smiling, gesturing for Frank and Hazel to take a seat by him. Frank's still kind of in shock, so his limbs aren't really moving right, and Hazel has to lead him to the fire, where they both sit down. He has to keep his leg outstretched because it still hurts to bend. His position mirrors Chiron's in a way, who also has his legs stretched out in front of him, still covered by the tattered blanket. It's quiet for a while. Frank's mind is still swirling so violently that he even forgets to be wary of the fire, which Leo seems to be keeping low but still splutters occasionally. He can't even look at Chiron, who shines so bright in his eyes even though he looks like a hobo. Hazel nudges his shoulder with hers and he shoots her a quick smile. "So I guess we don't need introductions," Leo says brightly, and Frank glares at him even though he's thankful for the distraction. He tells Chiron anyway, "I'm Frank. I don't know if Hazel told you." "Oh, she did," Chiron smiles, amused, shooting a sideways glance at Hazel, who ducks her head down so her hair falls all over her face. "She and Leo described your quest in great detail to me." "Oh," says Frank, as Leo shoots him a significant look from over the embers that Frank takes to mean that Chiron doesn't know about his death stick, his fear of fire, and his subsequent breakdown. He relaxes a little. "Yeah, the horse." "Arian," Hazel says at once, and Arian harumphs. "Arian scared us into a mountain tunnel," Frank amends, "and now, here we are." "Here you are," Chiron agrees, his eyes dancing in the light. He looks at each of them in turn. Frank can't help but flush under the weight of his gaze and smiles. "Greeks and Romans together. Seems like I've missed quite a lot in the decades I've been here." "Decades," Frank says aloud as Leo says, "It's a long story." "Decades," Chiron confirms in a voice that is sad and ancient. He threads his fingers together and places them carefully on his lap. His hands are wrinkled and scarred. Frank recognizes the lines on his palms that come from years and years of tying and tightening a bowstring. He looks around the little enclosure, spying an empty quiver leaned against the cave wall in a dark corner, but nothing else. "Now you can tell us the story," Leo says expectantly. He nods to Frank. "We figured to wait for the backstory until you woke up." "Thanks," says Frank, oddly touched. "Only if you're all right with telling us, of course." Hazel hurries to tell Chiron, but he waves her concerns away with a casual motion of his hand. "It is no trouble at all, daughter of Pluto," he says kindly. "I would be honored to tell you the tale. Perhaps it will fill in the gaps of your own story." The scene is very reminiscent of something out of a movie. It's the stillness of the air and the sound of night falling and Arian's soft snorts, and the way Hazel rests her head on her hand, and how even Leo's usually hyperactive ass is not moving, instead settling down in anticipation of the tale. "I have trained heroes for many, many years," Chiron murmurs under his breath, his eyes trained at the core of the fire. "I have moved with the flame, with the gods, and they brought me, along with a new generation of heroes, to America. And well, I am sure you know about the tension between the Greeks and the Romans that all came to a head during the Civil War." He frowns. "I was on the side of the Greeks, of course, with Lupa advising the Romans. This was, of course, when the bunkers were set up. The Civil War ended with heavy losses on both sides and a promise to keep the peace between us. Extra precautions were taken to keep both camps hidden from the other, and all was well until World War I, which is when we saw the first signs of Titan activity." Frank leans forward. "That early?" "That early," Chiron says sadly. "Monsters seemed to be getting more aggressive and they attacked smarter. They hunted in packs and seemed to be reporting to a higher power. We communicated with the Romans, who informed us about increasing signs of monster activity at Mount Tamalpais. But then came World War II, and this is when our nightmares became reality. Monsters began respawning in great numbers, attacking both camps while the mortal world collapsed. The situation was growing dire, until one day the attacks on our borders grew fewer. Something seemed to have given way." Halfway through, Hazel had rested her hand atop Frank's, and he had turned his over to thread their fingers together. He had felt her trembling at Chiron's words. That was me, she blurts out now before covering her mouth in horror. At Chiron's questioning look, she babbles, your timeline seems to line up with my life. I'm not supposed to be alive, you see. Chiron only nods, looking as though everything makes sense now. My mother was manipulated by Prometheus, who had me summon something from underground. I didn't know it then, but he had me reach into Tartarus and pull up K Chronos bit by bit by bit. She swallows. Leo's jaw has dropped. That's why I died, she says thickly, and Frank touches her arm in a silent show of support. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that whatever was being brought back was evil, and so I gave my life and my mother's to bury us all. That's what changed. Hazel, Leo whispers, hushed, his eyes wide. Frank wraps an arm around her, pulls her into his side. He can tell by the way she's digging her own nails into her palms that she's fighting a flashback, and he squeezes her shoulder to help. She looks up at him gratefully. I see, Chiron says eventually, after studying her closely for several long moments. I sensed when we met that you were rather like me in a way, but I did not guess this. I am sorry it brought up bad memories for you, Hazel. It's fine, she shakes her head, brushing away a curl behind her ear. I don't like to think about it. With good reason, Chiron responds, but for what it's worth, you were extremely brave, Hazel. Your actions and your sacrifice prevented what could have been the death of us all. She swallows, I don't know about that. Trust me, Chiron says, you saved so many lives. That's incredibly brave, Leo adds softly, looking at her as though he's never seen her before. If it came down to that, I would be terrified to do it. Hazel just nods. Chiron mercifully leaves her alone and continues. Post the Second World War, the gods were weakened. Ares, Athena, Zeus, Poseidon, and Demeter were particularly affected. The Cold War took more out of Athena still, and even though Kronos had not risen, his brothers were regaining full power. The big three began to panic, fearing the time of the prophecy had come. They began to sire children, evidently with the goal of bringing about the prophecy by force, but fate does not work that way. All of their children were killed before they could even step foot into either camp. Hazel squeezes Frank's hand, looking at him with a silent question in her eyes. She cuddles up to him, even closer than before so that his entire body tingles at the proximity, and under the guise of nuzzling his cheek she whispers, he doesn't know about Nico. Frank nods. The Titans used mortal indecision to gain power, Chiron says. They began to recruit mercenaries to their cause. They set up great undercover groups in the cities closest to both camps until we could barely leave our borders. All young demigods and satyrs aiming to escort them back to us were killed. The Titans cursed the oracle, and we lost our only means of attempting to read fate. Then they captured Iris, which effectively cut us off from the Romans, our only allies. What were the gods doing? Leo asks in horror. Couldn't they have done anything to help? Each god was fighting their own battle, Chiron defends, and for the first time Frank sees a flash of frustration cross his eyes. Hades was preoccupied with all the dead from World War II clogging the underworld, and on top of that the Titans were making attempts to lure Thanatos to their side. The gods of war, Athena and Ares, were greatly weakened, and Poseidon retreated to his domain under the ocean shortly after the Cold War, presumably to stop Oceanus from encroaching upon his territory. He closes his eyes. It is no wonder they did nothing when the monsters came for us. He stops here, and suddenly his face looks old and incomparably sad. If there had been any doubt in his mind about Chiron being an imposter, it would have all vanished at the sight of him wearing this expression, which speaks of a great, terrible loss. We call it the Purge. Leo winces like he hadn't meant to say that. A fitting name, Chiron says, and Frank can tell that even though he's trying to smile, it isn't working. They purged us indeed. They attacked us at night through the labyrinth. We're lucky they set off the warning traps we had placed around the entrance, or they might have just murdered us in our own beds. He draws a delta in the ground, and as he speaks it sounds like the words are catching magic, and Frank feels the memories hang in the air, tugging at his heart and vibrating down to his fingertips. Chiron traces the rune wistfully, as though imagining that from his fingertips trail a line of shimmering blue. Hazel hisses under her breath. Leo bites his lip. We were greatly outnumbered, Chiron goes on. I ordered a retreat, but ordinarily we would have headed to the bunkers through the maze end. That wasn't an option. Our best bet was to abandon our camp and head for the nearest entrance to the labyrinth, the one that leads to Bunker 1, Leo whispers. Chiron nods. We got the kids out, and then it was up to me and a few older demigods to make our final stand. He swallows. These students were my pride and joy. I had trained them myself since they were teenagers. They were extremely skilled warriors, good enough to be teachers themselves. His voice breaks a little. Nothing hurts more than watching your own students fall. It is quiet for a long, long moment. Frank tries to imagine what it must be like to watch so many people die. He looks at Leo, who's faced a loss similar to Frank's own, and at Hazel, who had sacrificed herself to keep hope alive. It's not like they don't know what it's like to have seen and experienced death. But Frank tries to put himself in Chiron's shoes, to imagine what it must be like to watch generation after generation of demigods die, and he feels the unexpected prickle of tears as they well up in his eyes. "I know why they kept me alive," Chiron says bitterly. "They did it because he was my father, and I knew they would lock me up in Othries, torture me for information and for sport until I broke. I tried to escape, and then they broke my legs." With a trembling hand, he reaches for the blanket covering his lower half and he lifts it, revealing his legs. He's clothed in dirty, too large pants, but his legs are twisted in an angle that should not be possible, and the bit of skin that Frank can see around his knees is a grotesque, sickly green. Hazel covers her mouth with her hands. Leo turns away and Frank takes a long breath. He feels like he's seen something awful and personal and private, and he wants to say something comforting, but he doesn't know how. "Can't," Leo swallows. "Was that poison? I'm sure one of our healers can." "Nothing can help me, young demigod," Chiron says sadly, pulling the cloth back over his legs again. "With my legs as they are, I cannot move without feeling unbearable agony, and I was cursed by a titan. I cannot transform into a centaur. Only the fleece can help me now," Leo swears in response. "So how'd you escape?" Frank asks, regaining his wits at last. "How did you get here?" Finally, Chiron smiles. He reaches behind him with an arm and Arian leans into his touch, nosing at his palm. "Arian saved me," Chiron says. "Brought me here. He tried for many years to help me outside, but I cannot mount him. The pain is too great." He sighs. "He brings me food, keeps monsters away. I am sure he's tried to bring demigods back here, but perhaps his approach is too aggressive." He casts the horse a look that speaks of both exasperation and fondness, and Arian neighs in indignation. "Hazel, you're the first one he has managed to bring back here." "Oh," Hazel says in wonderment. "I mean, it's true that he did scare us at first, but once I saw that he was trying to lead me somewhere I couldn't not follow." She smiles. "And Arian's a cutie. He seemed really glad when I went with him." Arian snorts as though agreeing. Leo and Frank lock eyes in disbelief. Frank would hardly call a beast that knocked him out cute, but Hazel looks so happy that he decides not to say anything. "Which brings us to the present day," Chiron says with a sad little smile. "I spent all these years wasting away here, wondering if there were any demigods left at all. I cannot describe my joy and pride to have met you all." This time his lips lift into a quick, disbelieving grin that feels more genuine, and Frank's whole body swells with pride. Getting a compliment from Chiron is like being praised by your favorite teacher. Even if they teach a super boring subject, you just don't want to disappoint them. "There are a bunch of us left," Leo says, "all thanks to you really. The Greeks are in the bunkers." He quickly describes how the Greeks have been managing since the purge, and then quickly transitions into the story of Thalia and the failed prophecy. Frank explains the Romans' loss too, adding how he bumped into Hazel after the war and decided to travel with her. Chiron hangs his head. "So the prophecy failed. Was it all for naught in the end?" "Not exactly," Leo hesitates. "A demigod son of Poseidon," Chiron raises an intrigued brow, "heard a different version from an extremely well-read harpy who somehow got her claws on some pages from the real Sibylline books." "The hell," Frank demands. "You never mentioned that. The entirely of New Rome would sell their souls if they knew." "It slipped my mind. We had a lot going on," Leo protests before turning back to Chiron. "We also double-checked with a woman born with the ability to see through the mist." "A possible oracle?" Chiron asks. "Possibly, but she's been cursed. She's really mentally unstable," Leo says uncomfortably. "But anyway, the evidence all points to the prophecy having been mistranslated. We think that the original texts roughly mean come of age and not reach 16, which means that." "There's hope," Chiron says, his eyes wide. He swallows, passing a hand over his eyelids, closing them and opening them like he cannot believe what he's seeing. The prophecy is still yet to be fulfilled, after all. "My friend Jason," Leo swallows. "He's a son of Zeus. He turns 21 next July. That's when we think our day of reckoning will be here for real this time." Chiron's hands are shaking. Forgive me, I am quite overcome. I had feared the worst." "You trained our siblings well," Leo says. "Because we're still here, we're still fighting." "So you are," he replies heavily. "So you are." The following silence is broken by Hazel muffling her yawn into Frank's shoulder. Chiron looks abashed. "My old rambles have kept you up much too late," he says. "Rest now. Arian can help you find your bronze in the morning." Frank wants to protest, but beside him both Hazel and Leo are nodding, and he remembers that while he'd been knocked out, they'd been tending to him and are probably in need of a full night's sleep. He helps them both lay out their sleeping bags and lies down next to Hazel until she falls asleep. When her breathing goes even and he's sure she hasn't slipped into a flashback, he picks himself up and scoots over to where Chiron is still sitting by the fire, gazing into the dying coals with a tired, melancholy expression. "Chiron," he says, "can I talk to you about something?" "Of course, son," he says, gesturing at the ground next to him. "Anything." Frank clears his throat, unsure of where to start, but he explains everything about his own life, his death stick, and all his close calls. Chiron listens attentively, his face grim in the flickering light, and when Frank finishes he only nods, pensive. "What do you think I should do?" Frank asks desperately. "I am kind of lost. I hate that I'm so afraid of dying. I mean, look at my chances. One wrong move and he can't finish." Chiron hums. "I cannot advise you about what to do," he says, "but I can tell you this, and it is to live as though your firewood, the death stick you called it, does not exist." "Easier said than done," Frank grouses at once. "I am sure," Chiron smiles, "and I am not telling you to go crazy and be reckless, but I am sure that in some moments in the future you will find yourself wondering about what to do. There may be times when you might have to walk into the line of fire, so to speak. When that time comes, ask yourself, would I do this if my life was not tied to this block of wood? And act accordingly." And act accordingly. Chiron reaches out and grips Frank's hand, and Frank feels his entire face go up in flames. "I have seen so many die because they were being too careful. Do not allow limitations placed upon you by higher powers be your undoing. The firewood being tied to your life force is not something you could have controlled, but your life and how you live it is. Do not let something so small, so insignificant, hold you back." Frank fishes into his pocket and closes his fist around the plastic bundle. It really is small. "I may be rusty," Chiron smiles. "It has been an age since I have met a new face. But I can tell you are destined for great things, son of Mars. Great things that you may not believe if I tell you now. But you can do anything if you free yourself from this burden. And it is, in some sense, a burden you placed upon yourself. And if you manage to do that, well, don't you think you can free yourself from it as well?" He's smiling. It's that teacher smile. Gods, Frank wants to make him proud. I'll try," he allows. "I'll really try, I swear." "That is all I ask of any of my students," Chiron chuckles, and Frank feels himself beam. "I practice archery too," he says. "Do you think I can show you tomorrow? You can give me some pointers." "I would be honored to," Chiron responds warmly. Frank grins. "I'm glad I got knocked out by Arian," he says quietly, sleepily. "I never ever thought I'd get to meet you." "I cannot even describe my happiness to have met you all," Chiron says. "I have lived so long without any faith at all. It is heartening to have something to hold on to again." "Annabeth would say this was meant to happen," Frank murmurs, trying valiantly to keep his eyes open. "She'd say we ran into you for a reason." "This Annabeth sounds wise," Chiron smiles, and Frank, remembering his conversation with her during their last quest, stores up this bit of information to tell her later. "It is so easy to lose one's way when they have no hope. I am happy to have found mine after all these years." "Feels like a coincidence, but it's not," Frank says. "It's a real miracle." "It is indeed," Chiron replies, his voice soothing as he helps Frank lay down next to him. "Miracles are funny things. Many believe they do not exist as a concept, and I admit that I too lost faith after so many decades alone. But today has been a miracle. It has taught me to hope again." He pauses, and Frank slides his eyes shut, so his next words sound fuzzy to his ears. "If there is one thing I've learned about miracles, Frank, it is to believe in them. I think if you believe hard enough, you will be touched by one, and however short or fleeting it may be, it will change your life forever." "Yeah," Frank whispers. "I'd like to believe that, at the end of this, I'll live. It'll be a miracle if I do." Chiron laughs quietly. "Just believe in one, Frank. I have been touched by a miracle tonight, and I am changed. I think that now, no matter the level of my despair I feel, I will never doubt in miracles again." "Okay," Frank responds, finally giving into the weariness overtaking his every limb. "I'll try not to then, too." He watches the fire for a few minutes, his eyes flickering open and closed. "Hey, Chiron," he whispers, "the camp you ran for the demigods, what was it like?" His eyes go wide, then horribly sad. "It was beautiful," he says quietly, "beautiful and lively. We had large cabins for each god, an arena for sword fighting and archery, a lake for canoe races. We would hold competitions in chariot racing and sparring and even capture the flag." His voice shakes. "It was beautiful, a valley ringed by woods, surrounded by rolling fields full of strawberries." "I would have liked to see that," Frank thinks aloud. "Maybe if the fates are kind to us," he replies, "you will be able to see it one day." "Maybe," Frank thinks for a while. "What was it called?" For a long while, Chiron is silent. Frank struggles to keep his eyes open. Just as he's falling into slumber, he hears the whispered response. Camp Half-Blood. The night before Thalia died felt like they were in the endgame. Even if they hadn't known her birthday was the next day, Annabeth feels like the battle would have come to a close that night anyway. There had been heavy losses on both sides, and the Titans were now showing up to the battlefield in person. The demigod camps were full of the dead and the injured, and a heavy cloud of suspicion hung over them all as they tried to figure out why the Titans seemed to know exactly where their weaknesses were. The air was thick and reeked of finality. Annabeth feels blood in her throat and thinks that she's nearly at the end now. The air feels the same as it did back then. Soon, she'll be out of here or dead. It keeps her alert and it keeps her going. Her eyes keep flitting to the edge of the forest, hoping beyond hope for signs of activity, even though it's not like she expects Percy to come charging out of the trees and making a beeline for her. She'd like that, though, she would. That would be a real sight to see. Once, though, she thinks she sees someone. There's a shadow standing still at the edge of the forest, a shadow of a human, but she blinks the yellow spots from her eyes and it's gone, and she's left wondering if she's imagined it. How will they rescue her? Will they fly in from above on Frank, pop out from the ground courtesy of Hazel, sail in from the seas behind her with Percy? There are massive holes in each theory. Frank, even as a giant eagle, will probably find it hard to fly in, given the dangers the winds and the lightning could bring. The monsters are surely guarding the labyrinth under her, and the waters are now surely monitored closely by Oceanus, who definitely won't let a boat full of the enemy sail into Titan territory. Still, she dreams up scenarios, elaborate fantasies of her friends showing up to save her, conjuring up tearful reunions and warm, long hugs. The thought of finally being free keeps her teeth gritted, keeps her alive. Annabeth wants to go home to 9, to 6, just so she can give Malcolm and Bee and her other siblings an embrace and the reassurance that she's okay still. She wants to sleep in her own bed, even though her blanket does little to prevent the cold from the chilly winter air and her pillows are practically flat. She wants to hang out at the map wall and doodle nonsensical structures that she still dreams will become actual buildings once they get out of this mess. She wants to watch Harley stand on his toes as he tries to peer over Nissa's workbench. She wants to hear Connor guffawing at whatever prank he's pulled on some poor sap. She wants to test out new weaponry with Beckendorf. She wants to be nagged by Silena. She wants to nibble on Leo's tacos as she shuts down his poor attempts at flirting. She wants to water the crops with Grover and listen as he attempts a new pop song on his pipes. She wants to sit by the fire with Piper and Jason, her head on Piper's shoulder as they all talk about their day, even though it probably is the same as yesterday. She wants to watch Hazel and Frank come into their own powers little by little and marvel at the strength they didn't even know they had. She wants to sit at the mountaintop with Percy and laugh with him about everything and anything. She wants to watch his hands as he talks, because his hands are beautiful and deft and so expressive, just as expressive as his face when he tells a story. She wants to see his eyes light up in glee and in challenge whenever she says something teasing. She wants to spar with him and watch him turn water vapor into ice and all the way back again. She wants to be next to him, she thinks, for as long as their fates allow them. She wants to forget Authries and Luke and everything that's happened here. Already she's dreading the inevitable conversation with Percy, because not telling him is not an option, where she's going to have to tell him that it was Luke who brought about the death of his mother, Luke who sent the monsters after him and his family, Luke who set his life spinning into the madness that it is today. Annabeth knows that Percy had always disliked Luke. She knows that his dislike and distrust has probably manifested into a stronger hatred since her capture, but once she tells him this, it's going to get well and truly personal. And it's justified is the thing. Percy deserves to loathe Luke with every fiber of his being for the rest of his life, but it scares her too. She's caught glimpses of the dark, powerful, vengeful Percy before, and it reminds her too much of Luke's terrible sadness as he described his father and mother. Annabeth doesn't want Percy to give in to the hate. She doesn't want another person she cares about to be lost in getting revenge. At least that's what she tells herself. Maybe the truth is that some tiny part of her still can't stand the thought of him killing Luke, even though she knows he's going to die for the gods to prevail. Annabeth thinks about the vision she'd had, her drowning in the murky waters and struggling to breathe, at least until she heard Percy's voice. She wonders if that had been just a dream or some kind of weird premonition, but even though she's running on sheer rage and adrenaline right now, she knows that the apparition is important, and she knows that all she wanted then and all she's wanted since is to take Percy's hand. Which means Annabeth needs to figure out what it is about Percy that makes her push every trained instinct in her aside. If only he hadn't been found that day, she thinks irritably, fondly. He's brought nothing but insanity since stepping foot into Bunker 9, but she's glad for it. For him, she can barely even remember a life before him. There's the sound of metals clashing in the distance, and Annabeth looks up, wondering if Luke is coming, but there is no sign of him, and so she relaxes. She doesn't think she can stand the sight of him anymore. He looks the same, yet so different since she'd last seen him years ago. His boyish face is gone, replaced with stronger, more defined features that make him seem older than he really is. His hair is the same, as are his sky-blue eyes, but they're more hateful. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like his stupid stubble either. Luke hasn't been to visit her since his return from who the fuck knows, and it saved her a lot of anxiety about how to be around him, because being around him sure is confusing as hell. She doesn't want to hear any more of his "together we can rule this land and the world will kneel at your feet. Don't you want the world to appreciate your greatness?" drivel. She does not want to hear his voice again, and certainly not that close. He'd sounded harsh, his words echoing in the emptiness, promising destruction, soft and deadly like a snake. And the worst part is that when he'd first asked her, coaxing her like the damn devil, and waited for her to answer, she hadn't wanted to disappoint him. Which is just rich, isn't it? The world had held its breath, waiting for her answer, and even though he'd ripped her life apart with his bare hands and left her to pick up the pieces, she still couldn't stand to see him disappointed in her. She had hated him, she thinks in that moment, hated him with a vengeance as his face had dropped at her rejection. Who the fuck was he to act as though his grief would alter reality? Luke's the only person who has ever been able to take her apart with a single sentence, laying out every moment of indecision bare for the world to see. She used to know him, really know him, and if someone has suggested to her that he would turn sides, she would have laughed in their face. He wouldn't ever turn evil. She knew that like she knew her own name, like she knew the sky was blue, the same color as his eyes. She loathes what he's turned into. Part of her wants to smack him across the head and stop being an idiot. Part of her wants to plead with him to see reason. All of her is just confused and stunned that the man she once knew has turned into someone so unrecognizable. He really thinks he's doing the right thing, which is the sad part. And he still cares about her, which is somehow even worse. She wonders what Luke means to the Titans, what his position he will stand at when they face each other on the battlefield. She would like to think that he's one of the nameless, faceless soldiers in the ranks of their troops, like the demigod she'd killed in the last war, but the sensible half of her chides herself for being so naive. Luke's been feeding information to Prometheus since she was 12 at least. No, he isn't just a soldier to the Titans. In war, he will be by the general's side. Perhaps he's now acting as some kind of assassin for them. Maybe he's been tasked with collecting items of godly strength, something that could help them during the war. That would make his seemingly random journey make sense, but Luke had returned a changed man. He probably wasn't supposed to have unfathomable scars or wounds that go up and down his spine. He probably wasn't supposed to look so broken, so small and hurt and vulnerable in front of her. He probably wasn't supposed to tell her that her friends were on the way, either. She misses him, the old him. Only upon seeing him does she realize how long it had been since he'd left. Time had seemed to merge together in his absence, turning from summer to fall to winter to spring and back again without a warning. She can hardly believe there used to be a time when they would sit together, sometimes with Thalia, and just talk, studying the landscapes in the distance. She still has so many things she wants to say to him, so much to ask, but she hesitates now, when years before she would have jumped at the opportunity to pepper him with a million questions, knowing that he would be honest with her. Now, though, she wouldn't trust a thing that came out of his mouth. She hates it all. People talk about dealing with the loss of a romantic partner over and over, in a million books and movies and TV shows, but nobody ever says anything about someone who used to be your only confidant, the one person you would trust to have your back. It doesn't surprise her to know that most of what they'd found out about Luke in the past few months had been true, but it does sadden her that he'd managed to lie to her too easily. It makes her feel incredibly stupid to think that she hadn't questioned any of it, even though he'd definitely done some question-worthy things. Luke had always been the kind of person to go after his objective ruthlessly. If she's being honest with herself, which is something she usually avoids doing, there had always been a part of her that hadn't wanted to look for Luke after he left. There had been a part of her that had registered his change in attitude and had labeled it as suspicious, but she'd been so blindsided by her love for him that she'd chosen, against her better nature, to ignore it, and that had been the first of many mistakes on her part. Selfishness is something she understands. More often than not, Annabeth does feel that some of the decisions she takes, some of the actions she takes, are selfish. Running the bunkers has been a humbling experience, and she's learned to put others' needs above her own, but deep down inside, where she hides her most precious secrets, Annabeth resents the situation they're in. She'd made plans before the war, grand plans, when she'd assumed their victory was absolute. Plans along the lines of getting her parents back together, and designing Olympus anew, and living the rest of her life in peace with Thalia and Luke. In the grand scheme of things, those are pretty selfish dreams. Annabeth is smart, and more importantly, she knows she's smart. When she comes up with a plan, they rarely fail, and after the war, after she'd lost Thalia, she'd been overcome with guilt. Perhaps she'd thought once, during a particularly low moment, perhaps if she'd made better plans for herself, better plans for them all, they might have come to fruition. She'd sworn to take Thalia's words seriously, and so when Jason turned to her with a bleeding hole in his heart, she had offered all she had left: cold rage and fierce loyalty, and the promise to live for everyone else. She'd built the bunkers up from nothing after the war, and in the process she'd stopped dreaming for herself. Almost unconsciously, she'd started constructing enough castles in the sky for everyone else to live in, too. She doesn't think she's selfish anymore, even though she does have an enormous amount of pride. Hell, she'd been so certain of herself, so certain that Luke would not harm her, that she denied Percy's help, and look at where that's gotten her. She is prideful, yes, and she understands where Luke is coming from, but she doesn't know how Luke found it inside him to betray both his best friends, getting one killed in the process. She doesn't understand how she could have ever loved someone selfish enough to use her for his own gain. She gets that he's broken, but aren't they all? He's got daddy issues a mile wide, which, join the club, pal, you aren't anything special. How can he hate the gods, she thinks ruefully, when their ink wrote his story? And ordinarily Annabeth would care, but now she doesn't know. She just knows that she can't let herself form the same trap again. Flash of movement in the periphery of her vision catches her attention, and Annabeth cranes her neck to watch as a small battalion of monsters makes their way up the path from Othries. A few of them look in her direction as they pass, but they continue on their way towards the dragon, who hisses menacingly as they approach. She wonders if they've been ordered to their own deaths, but the party splits up quickly, each taking position in the shadow of the trees closest to her. Annabeth's heart begins to race. She is old enough now to think through a plan before acting. It had been something that came naturally to her. She has had to work past the occasional mistake, but she likes to think she's cultivated this particular skill. Now every bone in her body is screaming at her to hang on with every last bit of energy she has left, because this can only mean one thing. Her friends are coming for her. Frank dreams of home. It's his home for sure, but it's also not, because it looks uninhabited, bare of furniture. Gone is the rug that he and his mother attempted to patch together before his grandmother called the both of them incompetent and lazy before picking up her own needle and putting them in their place. Gone are all the pictures frames lining the walls. There's no furniture, just polished floors and barren rooms. He wanders the halls alone. The living room is empty, and so is the kitchen. He passes his grandmother's room, and his mom's too, on his quest to find his own, but when he opens the door he finds them already waiting for him. His mother and grandmother turn around as he steps over the threshold. His throat feels dry. "Mom," he whispers, what are you guys doing here?" They both stare at him, unsmiling. Frank takes a step back as their eyes glow, almost all pupils, and they speak as one. "You must raise the fifth from the depths where they are waiting, from the cocoon of their shelter." Their words echo, bouncing from floor to ceiling, ricocheting off the window frame. "It is your duty. It is your destiny." "What does that mean?" Frank whispers, trembling. He recognizes the words as Ella's, but he hadn't really given them much thought since. In a fit of madness, he digs around in his pockets for the little piece of wood but comes up empty-handed. "What's going on? Where is it?" His mother steps forward now. Frank backs into a wall, but she only reaches out a hand and touches his cheek. Her eyes aren't quite neon anymore, but her face is still cold and smooth and completely expressionless. Her hand feels cold. "I cannot advise you about what to do," she says. Only the voice he hears is Chiron's. "But I can tell you this, and it is to live as though your firewood does not exist." "Mom," he asks, but then she hugs him. Frank's not gonna lie here, he tears up a little. He hasn't been hugged by his mother in years, not since she left him to go fight in the war. And even though this version of her is unseeing and unfeeling and pale and cold, everything his mother wasn't, the feeling of her arms around him awakens something deeply melancholic inside him. He chokes and grips her back. "I missed you." She doesn't respond, which is to be expected, but then she begins to shake, which is weird. Frank tries to pull away, but he's trapped and it takes a good amount of force to wrench himself free. When he's able to look her in the face, she's crying, her eyes squeezed shut. "Mom," he asks, grasping her shoulders. It's weird. He's almost her height and she looks so small in front of him. "Mom, what's wrong?" She gasps for breath. He realizes with a start that the air has turned to smoke, so thick and so black he cannot even see his grandmother again. He looks down at his feet and chokes. Fire is devouring the ground he stands on, turning the floor to heat and flickering orange as it creeps towards him. The flames feel like they are forming a line down his throat. Every breath he takes is a billow that flares in his chest, but even above the sickening crackling from the wood of his home as it bends to the fire, he can hear his mother's voice. He hears it above the din, and he goes into full panic mode, because saving her is more important than saving himself. He will do anything to reduce his pain of losing her again. Even if his actions fill but a mere spoonful in the hole of his guilt, his loss, he will save her. He bites back a cry, moving forward towards the fire. A shadow moves above him, scaly and winged, with a long tail. Frank breathes in pure heat that bursts into sparks inside his lungs and gives him the feeling that he's expanding. For a moment, there is nothing but sweat in his palms and the strange feeling of turning hard, cool, fireproof. But then his shoulders jerk from the tension, dragging him downwards against the shattered wood. It feels as though there is a huge weight tipping him down. Hitting the ground comes as a relief, almost. He lets go of the strain inside of him and lets the pain take over, lets the fire fill his dazed mind as he curls in on himself. "Mom," he says, "Mom." He chokes on air, his eyes flying open. His hands have lifted up from his sides, forming the shape of his mother's frame, even though there's only air there at the moment. He blinks the remainder of the tears away, letting his arms drop again. It's a quiet night. Arian's curled cup at the edge of the wall, and Chiron's back is turned to him where he lies a few paces away. Frank raises himself on his elbows, glancing across the dying embers to where Hazel and Leo lie. Leo's chest moves slowly, deeply, in a periodic rhythm, but Hazel's shaking. It's a peculiar quickening up and down his spine. His eyes zero in on her out of their own accord, and he's up in a flash. Flashback, he thinks groggily, stumbling his way to her side. He knows the signs well enough by now. He remembers the first time, bolting upright in the night, remembers talking her back into the present. He's wondered sometimes if he might have changed something if he had done that more back then. If he had seen how many times she'd slipped into an episode in her sleep, back in the days when she was more guarded from her time in the underworld and still learning to trust him, and he was afraid of overstepping his boundaries and even more afraid of showing care. "She's having a flashback, and it hasn't even been long since the last one," she'd said. "Hazel," he whispers, shaking her shoulder. "Hazel." She doesn't respond to him. Her head lolls when he raises her into his lap. Panicked, he glances around, looking for something, anything. Leo is curled up by the fire some distance away, twisting restlessly in his sleep. Frank crosses over to him in a single stride, seizing his forearm at the inside of his elbow. Leo lets loose an alarmed grunt, and his hand locks around Frank's arm immediately in a clasp as harmful as a handshake. Only his fingers are trembling. His eyes are half open, panicked, clouded in a way that makes Frank wonder if he's still in some nightmare. His fingers flex around Leo's bony arm, hoping that the touch will wake him. Leo comes to life with a gasp, his hands close around Frank's and grow hot, before Frank yanks it back, hissing. Leo is on his feet, heaving, his eyes crazy, before he seems to take in the scene in front of him. "Shit," he breathes, flicking a single, tiny spark atop his finger. And somehow the sight of it, even thought it's positively tiny, triggers some deep-seated fear in Frank. Somehow it brings back the memory of his dream, the memory of him and his mother and his grandmother and their whole house turning to dust. His fright manifests as "I'm going to burn" and Hazel is dying, and he flinches back. He's shaking. He knows subconsciously that something had awakened inside of him during that dream, something that stirs deep inside him now, but he's too scared to reach for it. And so he just sits there. It takes a lot of effort not to run in the opposite direction. Leo doesn't come closer. He doesn't even speak a word. He is motionless as Frank closes his eyes, taking deep breaths to calm himself and convince his overcome brain that nothing bad is going to happen. When he opens his eyes, he looks back at Hazel. Leo must take his silence for as much permission as he's going to get. He holds out both hands in front of him, slowly conjuring a minute lick of flame, and holds it up like a peace offering. Frank knows it is meant for him even when the other crosses the floor to light the fire again, and he nods at Leo when he rejoins him. The fire lends them light, like Leo had told him before. Light and life, even though it is still very small now, small and delicate. Frank cups Hazel's cheek as the fire fizzles back into being. The sound makes Chiron stir and Arian snort, but Frank doesn't wait to see if they wake, choosing instead to focus back on Hazel. Is that another flashback? Leo steps closer to her, watching as shadows pass in her eyes and tension flows through her body. She still seems affected by whatever she's seeing, and she seems scared and maybe a little wary even whilst in her own head. He stops a little ways from her and slowly lowers himself into a crouch. "What do we do?" "She had another one when you were still knocked out, but I stepped on her hand accidentally. Please don't kill me for that, by the way," and she woke up, said it didn't last long. He bites his lip. Is there any way we can help? I don't know, Frank says, trying and failing to keep the panic out of his voice. When I squeeze her hand strong enough, she snaps out of it naturally. It needs to be something that brings her back to the present. He tries it again, but Hazel's eyes don't open. She needs to be coaxed out of a flashback, he explains, brushing a loose strand of hair out of her face. It's just my theory, but it always takes a while for her to slip into one when she's been brought out of her last one gently. I think maybe when you stepped on her hand and woke her up. You think it's a continuation? Leo asks, horrified, that I interrupted some important memory and so it's resurfaced now. I guess, Frank says back tightly, suddenly annoyed, a feeling that's magnified when Leo reaches out to touch her shoulder. Leave her alone, you've done enough, he snaps, as much as he can anyway. The fire's spitting out sparks and his voice is reedy from all the resulting smoke. Before him, Leo trembles a bit, looking hurt and exhausted. He bows his head in thought, but when he catches sight of Frank still looking at him, he stops and hesitates, his eyes flitting towards the tunnel, clearly deciding if he can get away with dodging into the passageway without it looking like an escape. Frank feels guilty at once. Leo is just trying to help, and he's helped Frank many times over the past couple of days, and here Frank is, yelling at him for it. He tries to steal his resolve, but as always, it crumbles in the face of anyone actually being afraid of him. He tries to draw himself down, somehow make himself less formidable, but it only serves to make Leo shrink back further, looking stung. I know you've got your gripes with me, man, Leo says bluntly, quietly. I know you're afraid of fire, and I know you're mad I liked Hazel, but you've got to let it go, dude. At least for now. I'm just trying to help, see? He places a hand on Frank's. It's warm. I thought it could help bring her back, Leo says, a slight edge to her voice. Touch, but also heat, if you'd let me try. Yeah, he croaks. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry. It's fine. Leo places his palms on Hazel's shoulder and closes his eyes. You just need to trust me a little. Frank watches as heat grows from the point of contact, turning the air in the room from balmy summer to scorching volcano. Chiron gets up, putting a hand on Arian, who's already whinnying in worry, and just when Frank's about to suggest another method, Hazel gasps, sitting up in his arms, her eyes flitting open. Leo steps back at once. Oh, she says, oh. Oh, thank fuck, Frank whispers, bending down and crushing her clothes, his hand gliding over her exposed side. Up, down, up, down. He runs his fingers up the side of her face until they thread into dark hair, cups his other hand around her jaw. His little finger splays against the span of her neck, and his thumb rubs at the corner of her mouth. Hazel gulps thickly, still reeling from whatever she'd seen, but her entire frame sags when she sees Frank. Aye, she says, voice croaky from sleep. Frank shakes his head. His eyes fall to the bedsheets beneath them, the way her shirt has ridden up a little. The indecency of their positions halts and then passes by, and the silence is broken only when Leo clears his throat, looking faintly awkward. He jerks his head back like her clothes are on fire. Leo's actually are, since he's migrated closer to the campfire, but he puts it out with ease. Hazel steadies herself quickly, her face smoothing into the smile she always reserves for him. Frank smiles back. Leo, unsurprisingly, is less graceful, but he manages to trip over himself only once as he approaches them. You scared me, Frank breathes, as understanding fills him with a weird, reluctant joy. His hand seems to have attached itself to her hip as though stuck there with superglue. She touches her lips, then lets out a shuddering sigh. Another flashback. Yeah, Frank says, it was harder to snap you out of it this time. He lost his shit, Leo provides helpfully, giving Chiron a silent thumbs up to indicate that it's all okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, Hazel whispers on the brink of tears. I wish I could stop it, Frank. I hate to make you worry. I wish that I didn't have to, Frank says, biting his lip when she frowns at him, endearing and expectant. He's feeling kind of horrified at himself. He just always kind of loses his mind, gives into worry and fear and panic at the slightest thought of losing her. He needs to work on it. But I'm just glad you're okay. I'm all right now, she mumbles, her face lighting up in a genuine smile, and his breath catches momentarily at the warmth of it. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm sorry for making you worry. Okay, Frank agrees, swallowing, looking gratefully at Leo when he hands him a bottle of water. You feeling okay? Just tired, Hazel says. He helps her lie down again, watches until her eyes shut, before handing Leo's flask back to him. Thanks, he says, and sorry, again. It's fine, Leo says shortly, shoving the bottle into his bag and zipping it up. No hard feelings. I need to work on my response to any kind of freaky situation. Leo exhales a laugh. I told you it's fine. You're not going to suddenly not be scared of me in a few days, and it's normal to get a little freaked out when the person they love is hurt. He shrugs. I getcha. Love, that's a whole new box of anxiety Frank's been avoiding for a while, but Leo's waiting, so he settles for nodding. Has anyone told you you're too forgiving? He asks, and Leo snorts in response. I mean, isn't life too short to hold grudges against good people? He smirks and Frank's cheeks burn. Like I said, I get it. Don't beat yourself up over it, especially since you apologized. Okay, Frank rubs his nose, if you're sure. I am, so let's go back to sleep, Leo suggests. We've got a busy day tomorrow. I thought it was just getting the medal and going back home. Yeah, but I want to build some cool tech for Chiron too, he yawns, and we need to figure out how to take him back with us too. Sounds like a busy day to me. Frank lies back down, this time wrapping an arm around Hazel's torso. He'd meant to be gentler, but his tiredness has made him heavy-handed, but it's okay. She shifts into his touch anyway, squinting up at him. Hey, she whispers. Hey. I'm kind of scared to sleep now, she confides, even though I'm so tired. I'm kind of afraid of falling asleep, too, Frank whispers to her, interrupted only by Leo's quiet breathing. What if Leo wakes up earlier than me and draws on my face? Hazel giggles quietly and pats his hand, and his stomach swoops. Don't worry, she says, I'll protect you from big bad Leo. Leo gives up the fake snoring thing at this and turns around so fast he shoves his nose into the dirt and almost chokes on his own spit. By the time he's done coughing and spluttering, everyone in the cave, including the judgmental horse, is staring at him. Don't stop now, Frank says. His breath disturbs several strands of her hair. I think there are a few monsters several hundred miles away who didn't hear you. Leo ignores this. Big bad Leo, you make me sound like I'm from a children's book. If you're worried he'll draw something silly on you, don't be, Hazel continues. It's me you should be worried about. I wake up the earliest and there's a ton of coal at the fire. Hazel Levesque, Leo grins, you evil genius. I'm so proud right now. What will you draw on me? Frank asks. Could be anything, she teases, her voice soft from exhaustion. Panda eyes, a mustache, an eggplant on your forehead. I'd pay good money to see that last one, Leo adds sleepily, and Frank laughs. The lull that follows makes him realize just how tired he is. He's dead on his feet. Hazel's already nodded off and Leo takes an audible breath that suggests he's going to pass out too, and it's now or never. Hey, he says quietly, lifting his head a bit. You awake? Leo turns, yeah. For the record, Frank pauses. IDO, trust you, I mean, I'm sorry if I suggested otherwise. Not suggested so much as implied it heavily several times, Leo says. But thank you, it means a lot. What about you? Frank asks. What? He feels oddly shy. Do you trust me? Leo turns over fully. The last lights from the dying fire dance in his eyes. He looks like he's thinking hard. Of course I don't, he says finally. Frank reaches over Hazel to flick him in the forehead, quickly lying down flat before Leo can retaliate. Leo flips him off, grinning, and Frank falls asleep to the sound of his silent laughter and a weird, fluffy kind of happiness spreading throughout his chest. The eve of the battle, Jason thinks, is worse than the battle itself. They're at the base of the mountain and the air feels thick. Zoe's gone to look for the hunters, leaving Percy, Piper, and Jason to their own devices. Percy lingers at the edge of the tree line, gazing up at the peak of the hill and clenching his jaw as though lost in painful memories. His eyes are fixed on Annabeth's tiny figure at the top of the mountain, and Jason can tell the dude wants to abandon the plan entirely and run to her, but he doesn't move. Piper's pulled on the hoodie they'd stolen from Hoover Dam. Well, she asks, twirling for him and dropping into a curtsy. What do you think? It's nice, Jason ventures. Piper raises an eyebrow. You are a vision, Jason corrects. Nobody else in the whole world will be able to pull off a hoodie like you do. Thank you, she coos, kissing him. Percy's looking over at them with an expression of the utmost disgust. He makes pointed eye contact with Jason and coughs into his fist, but it sounds suspiciously like he's saying, whipped. Piper crosses her arms and leans against a nearby tree, eyes flickering every few minutes to the Titan's black fortress. Jason approaches her and rests at her side, their shoulders brushing gently against each other. Zoe had informed them that it was early evening, but Jason honestly can't tell the difference. The sky here is caught in a never-ending storm, clouds swirling and lightning flashing every few minutes. He looks at Annabeth and wills her to hang on. He nudges Piper in the side. You're quiet. Just thinking, she murmurs. Zoe said Atlas would show up to face her, but what if Krios shows up too? She bites her lip. I know the prophecy said, but I'm not ready for him, not even close. Jason stares at his shoes and thinks of what to say for what feels like ages before finally settling on, he won't. But what if? Then we'll handle it together. He's the world's biggest fucking hypocrite. There's a special place in the fields of punishment for him, isn't there? He's going to go to hell for lying so blatantly to the person he loves the most. And the worst part is he's getting good at it. She squeezes his hand without looking at him. Yeah. Don't think about it, he suggests. Think of a happy, imaginary post-war world. She breathes out a tiny laugh, but seems to consider it anyway. Maybe we could retire after this is all done, she says quietly after a moment. Somewhere far, far away. Her eyes search the sky, mirthful. Not LA, my dad will probably hire a private investigator to keep an eye on me. If it weren't for the satyrs manipulating the mist, he'd have probably reported me missing to the police. Boston, Jason says, the first city he can think of. Annabeth's extended family is from there, she'll never visit, she hums. That rules out San Francisco too then. Somewhere suburb-wide, Jason agrees, a twinge in his heart, far from the action. Sounds good, she smiles, pressing her face into his neck and sighing. Screw waiting till we're old and boring, screw the sprawling metropolises. All I want is to live somewhere quiet, somewhere with limited entertainment options and sheep in the vicinity. Sheep. I'm going to make my own wool sweaters. Start a small business. One-of-a-kind woolen underwear. You could make special penis sleeves, keep your dick warm in the winter, he jokes, and she laughs. Jason watches her eyes crinkle and feels his own lips tugging upward. Piper's real laugh isn't particularly pretty. It very nearly sounds like a cackle, and while it's not her polite chuckle or her amused snort or her condescending smirk or even her fake titter, it's her real laugh with her head thrown back and her smile wide and unfettered, the way she laughs when Jason does something particularly ridiculous. And it's worth it to make a fool or himself because he likes bringing out that laugh from her. He isn't quite sure when exactly her presence in his life had become so essential, but that's exactly what's happened, and it's a bit disconcerting that it's so natural. Piper's laugh grows softer and then she's smiling at him, and it's so sad and wistful and beautiful, and Jason's filled with this urge that fills him right up to the top of his skull, this urge to take her hand and just run. Run and run until they can't breathe anymore, and when they catch their breaths they'll just start running all over again. They'd be happy together, he thinks. Lost from the rest of the world and very, very far away from everything they've ever known, but it wouldn't matter because they'd be together. Jason curls his hands into the sides of her t-shirt and looks down at them and thinks about how empty they look without Piper's brown fingers fitting neatly into them. And then he thinks about how painful and scary his longing for this kind of life with Piper has become. Hey, he says, and it comes out a bit louder than he'd wanted it to, loud enough for Percy to turn back questioningly. Jason waves him away and he goes back to studying Annabeth. Piper turns to face him properly, one eyebrow lifted. Unbidden, Jason thinks that if he really cared about her, he would back away, give Piper time and space and let her find the friends she's going to need once he's gone. He would pull back and let her really live, because what he's going to have to do, leave her high and dry without even the smallest of hints, is even worse. But the thing is that Jason's so fucking selfish, man. He's head over heels and he wants her too much. He knows Piper, he does, but he wants to know her down to her bones. He wants to know the inner, intimate workings of her, and he wants to be on the receiving end of her friendship and her affection and her love and her passion. He wants her in ways that are so staggeringly desperate sometimes that it's worrisome. He wants to lock them both up in a bubble of time and not come out for years. And he really shouldn't be this selfish. He really shouldn't press her. But he gulps and tells her shoes, I love you, anyway. Piper's lips crease with her smile and her eyes take on a dazzling twinkle, the heavy shadow in them lifting, defeated by the starburst of pure joy. I love you, she says, then playfully she adds, but do you really mean it? Yeah, I do, he retaliates at once. What do you want, proof? That would be nice. Okay, he says stupidly. I love you very much, so much. So much, huh? Her tease makes the strings in his chest tighten when he sees her skin darken, proof that she's just as affected by his word. It all seems so easy then, and even more so when she leans close enough for him to feel the words when she breathes. So then kiss me, lover. He can feel her laughing even when he captures her lips with his, and it's the best feeling in the world, kissing Piper and swallowing up her little giggles and trying to pretend they're just two people in their apartment, laughing about a silly joke and getting ready for another day together. Her hand tracks over his arm, up to his shoulder and back down, sliding towards his chest. She goes utterly still when his hand touches the nape of her neck, and then she is all movement, lifting herself up to meet his lips once more, pressing into him, back arched and mouth warm. They kiss until Piper pulls back for air, but she doesn't go far, just far enough for him to look her in the face without having to go all cross-eyed. Jason pushes her bangs back, unable to stop himself touching her. "You were like this the first time we kissed, too," she murmurs. "Well, not this clingy, since we weren't technically dating." "You think I'm clingy?" he asks. "You're being the clingiest Klingon." Piper laughs at her own joke. Jason doesn't, even though he recognizes the reference. "But I think it's cute." "You're cute," he says stupidly. "Well," she says, "of course I am. My mom's the goddess of beauty and my dad's a big-shot actor. Cuteness runs in the family." "Do you think I take after Zeus, then?" Well, he must have had something going for him if so many people fell for him and offered up their wombs to store his children in. But infidelity better not be a family trait. She levels him with a look, seriously. "Your elbow is digging into my ribs," Jason complains. "It hurts." "Kiss me again," Piper orders, and he is happy to comply. They both fall back, his hands sinking into her hair, which feels rough from all their weeks of travel. Her arms wind around his neck and they kiss and kiss until they're breathless again. Jason pulls back to get a look at her face, her cheeks flushed with color and the brilliant sparkle in her eyes. He removes a hand from her hair to stroke lightly across her cheekbone, sliding a finger down the side of her jaw, running his thumb across her bottom lip. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me," he whispers, an ache growing inside his chest at the sight of her soft smile, as if his emotions were too big, too powerful to fit inside the confines of his mortal human body. Her brows furrow in confusion, because it's uncharacteristic of him to be this sappy this vocally, but she must decide to roll with it because she just smiles and presses her lips to his again. "Same," she whispers, and Jason would be content to just stay here in this moment for a while, feeling her heartbeat against his chest. But like all things in their lives, the intimacy of this brief little pocket of time is shattered by the raging bull that is reality, which shows up this time in the form of Zoe and one of her hunters bursting onto the scene, accompanied by several hunting wolves. "Ever heard of ruining the moment?" Piper asks grumpily, sliding out of Jason's arms. "Oh, I'm sorry you didn't get to snog your boyfriend for the gazillionth time," Zoe responds irritably. "I'd tell you both to get a room, but I'm afraid you'll never leave it and abandon our mission entirely." Percy jogs up to meet them. "Well, what's the verdict?" "My other hunters have been detained by a small army of monsters at the other side of the woods. They sent Phoebe to tell me," Zoe snaps. "No doubt our arrival was expected." "So what?" Percy demands, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turn entirely white. "Are we ditching the plan?" "Yes and no." Zoe and her fellow hunter share a grim look. "Phoebe says they should be here soon. We did a quick survey of the area and we should be able to pull it off." "You're sure?" Piper asks. "I mean if we wait." "We can't risk them calling more guards," Phoebe says, speaking for the first time. She sounds a bit miffed as she nods at Zoe, and Jason wonders if they'd fought about something. Zoe thinks we can take them out quickly and start on the charm speaking by the time our backup arrives. "How many are there?" he asks. "A guard not too far from where we were last time, the closest path up the mountain," Zoe reports. "Well, guards." "As in more than one," Percy crosses his arms. "I thought there wouldn't be many, since the dragon does most of the guarding." "How many guards then?" Piper asks. "Two." Phoebe making a small huffing noise. Zoe doesn't say anything. She glances sideways at Phoebe, looking vaguely sheepish. "Three," Jason guesses. "Can't be more than three," Percy says, grinding the palm of his hands into his eyes. "Can it?" Zoe still doesn't answer. Jason begins to get a very bad feeling. "Four, really." "Five," Piper asks. "That's so weird. There was nobody here last time. Did they really know we were coming?" "Six guards, seven guards," Percy guesses decisively. "We can deal with 7 guards before they call for backup. We can do that." "No," Zoe answers finally, "not 7. 8, Piper asks, blinking heavily. 15 actually, Zoe says. Percy makes a noise like an offended donkey. "Zoe, there are 5 of us. You want us to fight 15 monsters. You want us to fight 15 monsters and take them out fast enough for none of them to be in any state to alert the rest of their army, which is stationed less than a mile away, and you want me to do this without using my powers. Zoe closes her eyes and waits for exactly 10 counts before opening them and fixing him with a flat stare. Yes. I did suggest we wait for the rest, Phoebe grunts, though she sounds doubtful. But a few days ago there was a man at the top of the mountain. He appeared to be talking to Annabeth. I do not know if it was Luke, he was hiding his face and he has not visited since. But either way, we cannot afford to waste any time. We cannot delay the inevitable. Jason chances a glance at Percy, who'd gone wholly rigid at the sound of Luke's name. His expression screams murder. No, says Zoe sharply. Even if it was not Luke, we cannot afford to be lax. If we wait, we will truly be tempting fate, which I would suggest we avoid doing. Even if Luke is not here at this moment, we must treat every second he's away as a second wasted. He could be on his way back right now, even as we sit here deliberating our next move. We cannot afford to wait for my sisters. Watch as more and more guards are posted here. Get into the thick of battle and have him, or worse, a Titan arrive. We must strike now and fast. She runs a finger along the blade of her knife. This is a mission with the sole purpose of retrieval, not reconnaissance, and least of all, we do not want to start a fight we cannot finish. Once we get the monsters far from the dragon, Phoebe and I can use our poison arrows to stun the rest. But I will first go with Piper around there, she points towards the way they'd come. To Ladon, we have to charm speak him to sleep before making our move. If the dragon wakes up, it's all over, Percy agrees. The moment Ladon is asleep, I will signal Phoebe, Zoe continues doggedly. Our goal here is not to bring a fight into the open, but rather to draw the monsters here under the cover of the trees. We have to subdue them as quietly and swiftly as we can kill all but one. Piper will then charm speak the remaining monster into taking the sky. One of us will lead him to Annabeth. She eyes Percy severely. I'd prefer if it wasn't you, but I have an inkling you're going to ignore me. Well, Percy replies, I'd hate to disappoint. She scoffs. The rest of us will divide into two groups. Jason and I will cover Percy while Phoebe and Piper keep our exit path clear. She pauses. If all goes well, we should be out of here before the rest of the hunters even arrive. Jason senses the but at the end of the sentence, so he sighs and asks it. But we have to be careful, Zoe admits. The hunters being detained, the increasing guards around this area, they're expecting some kind of rescue attempt, even if they don't know when we'll strike, which is why staying cautious is imperative. If we make even the smallest error, we'll be outnumbered and grossly outmatched. She moistens her lips. I'd prefer for all of us to make it out of here alive. Aw, Zoe, Percy says, you do care. Of course I do, she snaps. I did not deal with you for so long to watch you die here. That, Percy responds, is the most backhanded compliment I've ever received. Zoe ignores him entirely. Do you all understand the plan? Jason's heart thrums like a hummingbird's wings in his chest. It's going so fast it can't be healthy. It shouldn't even be possible, probably. Scientists should use him in their medical trials. Zoe and Phoebe share a kind of weird handshake by ritual as they part, which must be some kind of exclusive hunters-only thing. Zoe presses her thumb against Phoebe's forehead and murmurs a prayer in ancient Greek. Please be careful, Phoebe murmurs, if Atlas comes. We will be on our way back before he even knows what has happened, Zoe assures her. She hefts her bow securely over her shoulder and nods at them. Remember the plan, Percy, Jason, wait for my signal. She directs a smug smirk at Percy, and no powers. Zoe, I've come to respect you, Percy responds, teasing, but you gotta work with me here. No, Zoe says, tossing her head. She's so brazenly honest sometimes that it is refreshing. Now shut up and follow my plan. Youch, Percy holds up his hands. When have I ever deviated from one of your plans? You really want me to make a list? Piper's got Catoptris in her hand. She throws her arms around Percy, cutting off his spluttering, and kisses Jason quickly on the cheek. Stay safe, guys, she says. Let's get Annabeth back. Let's, Percy says fervently. She's done her waiting, Piper says seriously. 12 years of it. In Azkaban, Percy completes, just as straight-faced. Jason frowns. Isn't that some kind of prison? Yes, Piper says, clapping. Near San Francisco, Jason completes. He went there once with Reyna for some kind of quest. New, Piper says. Jason, that's Alcatraz, Percy says. Let's please not get sidetracked, Zoe hisses, sounding at once both amused and disconcerted. Let's stick to our strategy. Are you ready? Everyone nods, looking grim. Then, she says, let us go, remember the plan, remember your roles, if all goes well we should have Annabeth back with us in less than an hour. She nods at them. Goodbye and good luck, I hope for all our sakes that we make it through this alive. Frank wakes up to cacophony, which he'd been low-key dealing with all morning. Leo and Hazel had risen early, and the soft hum of voices, horse hooves, and shuffling had sifted into Frank's half-asleep awareness with the morning sunlight, but it hadn't awakened him fully. He'd sniffled a little at the clang of Leo's hammer that invaded his wandering thoughts and wondered how someone so slight could move with such a heavy tread. He had opened his eyes briefly to see the light from the top of the cave, dim and gray, mirroring a winter morning. And then Hazel had appeared in his vision like an angel, limned in the light from Leo's fire, and soothed him to sleep once more. This is unacceptable. He groans, Leo, the fuck. Sorry, Leo yells, which only adds to the din. I didn't think the drill would be this loud. It's a drill, Frank snarls, pushing aside a flimsy sheet that Hazel must have placed on him after he slept. What did you expect? He growls at Leo, who only shoots him a cheeky grin. Frank's head feels like an elephant is dancing on it. He squeezes his eyes shut, holding his breath. Can we all chill with the italics? Hazel says, appearing from the tunnel with Arian, carrying a large chunk of a dim, iron-colored rock. Good morning, Frank. Morning, Frank says, disarmed by the glowing smile on her face. Did you sleep well, after? I did. Hazel drops the boulder at Leo's side, then joins Frank, hauling him up with a single hand, which is actually super hot and makes Frank's gut churn. Come on, I'll take you to the stream, you can wash up and stuff. And talk maybe. Okay, says Frank dumbly, obeying her without question, waving a hello to Chiron as he's dragged away. Hazel leads him outside, where Frank finds that the forest is actually gorgeous and cool even though it looks to be close to midday. They take the same path from the day before, only this time Frank feels way better, and instead of having to support him, Hazel just holds his hand shyly as they weave through the trees. The stream is a small one, Frank washing his arms and face before thinking fuck it and ripping off his shirt so he can scrub at his chest. Hazel very pointedly looks away when he does this. It sucks that being clean also means that his scent will be more potent, but Hazel gets out a can of some vile-smelling deodorant from her bag and sprays him with it front head to toe, which Frank likes much better than having to roll around in mud. So, he says when she settles next to him on a broad rock, dangling her bare feet into the brook. He watches as the streaks of dirt are washed away by the cool, bubbling water and asks, what happened last night? I don't know, she admits immediately, dragging a hand over her face. I thought they were getting better back at 9, but now it's like the opposite. I can stop the flashbacks when I'm awake, but not when I'm sleeping. She looks apologetic. I don't know what to do. Do you think they're triggered by something? He suggests, unable to prevent the gnawing fear from seeping into his voice. You talked a bit about your past yesterday. Maybe that's what caused it. Maybe, she says tiredly, then she looks at him thoughtfully. In the sunlight, her skin shines healthily. Her curls flutter around her face. Next to her, Frank feels big and dumb and bumbling. He doesn't know what he ever did to be blessed like this. What? He asks as she studies him. He pats his hair flat against his skull. Is there something on me? She bites back a smile. You're an idiot, she says fervently, fondly. Thank you for worrying about me. She inches closer. Frank, afraid of reacting stupidly, just stops moving altogether. Thoughts are whirling in his brain so quickly he can't even focus on one of them. His heart is doing a whole tap routine inside him, pumping his blood double time, and he feels warm all over, giddy at the closeness, and drunk on the enormous, unstoppable rush of affection he feels for her. You nearly gave me a cardiac arrest last night, he tells her seriously. Speak for yourself, she giggles, and then there is no more talk. He freezes, mostly because he's trying to process the fact that Hazel is kissing him for no apparent reason other than because she clearly wants to, and she's kissing him here, out in the open, in the middle of a forest, as the sunlight dances onto their skin. When she's pulling back, probably wondering why the hell Frank isn't kissing back, her sleeved hand sliding down his side, that's when Frank snaps to attention. He lets out the air he hadn't been aware of holding back, and then chases after her, driving her back towards him in a kiss that is not like what her sky peck had been. She gasps into his mouth, overwhelmed, but Frank pulls back at the sound, not wanting her to make her feel uncomfortable. He settles for hugging her instead, twisting around so that his forehead rests lightly against her shoulder. He drops his arms to cradle her small frame as she seems to burrow more intently into his chest. He pauses, not knowing exactly what will cross her lines, not knowing how much she wants to be touched, but after a few moments he risks running a hand down her curls. She doesn't pull away, so he counts it as a win. and so, tangling his fingers in the warm strands of her unruly hair, he allows himself to take a breath. Her arms come up to his upper back. He can feel her breath tickling the hair at the back of his neck, and he's usually kinda ticklish there, but now he just feels happy to be sharing this soft, intimate moment with her. He exhales slowly, leaning forward to tuck his nose in alongside hers, which might be unusually forward of him, but he can't stand not being close to her for long. It reminds him that he's still learning, too, in this relationship, about how to be around her. "It terrifies me to see you like that," he admits quietly. She laughs sharply, his breath warm on his cheek. "We just need to deal with it, I think. I know you're scared, and I am too, but you can hardly order me to stay locked away in the off chance that it'll be safer. I should know because I often wish I could ask the same of you." She shifts and gazes at him through half-lidded eyes. "It's just weird," he explains. "Like, what if you get stuck in a flashback? I don't know. I keep getting reminded of how you could just die so easily, and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it." "There's a saying about a pot and a kettle," she returns, and Frank concedes the point with silence. "But I get it," she says. "I don't ever want you to worry about me, too." "I don't want either of us to be worrying this much about each other," he mumbles back, "but that's easier said than done." "Comes with the territory," she says, unable to fight an exasperated smile. "I suppose this is what you get when you put a should-be-dead girl and a piece of wood-away-from-death boy together. We're quite the pair, right?" "Yeah, we are." He can feel her as her lips curve in a relic of a smile, the stuff of legends. "Well," he says, lifting his head to meet her eyes at last, "for what it's worth, I'm glad you're alive, should-be-dead girl." She laughs, running her fingers down the side of his face. "I'm glad you're alive too, piece of wood-away-from-death boy." "They're really crappy superhero names," he points out. "Leo can make us something better," she suggests, leaning against him. "He seems like the kind of guy who'd be good at that." He hums in agreement. "Hey, Hazel." "Yeah." "How long do we have before someone comes looking for us?" "I mean, we're going to have to leave soon," Hazel cautions him, getting to her feet and holding out her hand for him to grasp. "I can summon the gold from the cave, and Leo needs to get back as soon as he can." "Okay," he says, disappointed, but he knows just how much completing the spheres would mean for Leo. It would mean so much, bringing back a form of weaponry that hadn't seen the light of day in millennia, possibly. And even though whenever someone asks how close they are to completion, Leo always answers with 69% before cracking up at his own damn self, he and Beckendorf have given up night after night of sleep, giving themselves over to crunching numbers, filling parchment after parchment with calculations. The spheres have been Leo's pet project, his baby, and he's lost weight, his delicate frame turned to gauntness. Beckendorf, too, looks leaner where before he had been brawny. They've both done so much, surviving on Red Bull and adrenaline, both driven by the desperate urge to prove themselves, to give their side a fighting chance. Frank's stupid, selfish desire to be in a peaceful place with Hazel cannot hold a candle to all that. She laughs a little and nuzzles snugly into his side as they begin the walk back. He snags her hand and she swings it back and forth, a little smile on her face. "What about Chiron?" he asks abruptly, stopping in his tracks. "Will he come back with us?" He said no. Leo tried to convince him, but Chiron said he has something he needs to do first. She purses her lips. He sounded serious. "I didn't want to butt in." "That sucks," Frank says. "I wanted him to teach me." "Maybe he still can," she nudges him. "We'll see him again." "Well, what else did I miss while I was asleep?" he asks, turning his mind to something lighter and stretching his limbs to test them out as best he can. Hazel glances quickly at him before turning away quickly and fanning her face, something she always does when she gets flustered. Frank, who's growing used to her reactions with respect to his body, grins and kisses her on the side of her head quickly, laughing when she squeaks in response. "Well, we figured out that Arian actually eats the metals I summon." She clears her throat, brings up a chunk of what looks like gold before pushing it back beneath the soil. "So that's how he found us that first day." "Explains a lot," Frank agrees. "But is it okay? You mentioned that your powers felt weird since you were brought back, right?" She bites her lip. "I don't know. I still think that whatever I summon feels weird and dark somehow, but Leo and Beckendorf have been using the pure bronze I summoned for a while now and they seem okay. I'm beginning to wonder if it's all in my head." "We'll just have to be careful," he offers. "Also, is it normal for horses to eat metal?" "I don't know, but he's magical," Hazel shrugs. "He can go really fast too. I've been taking him out on errands all morning. Leo's making all kinds of gadgets for Chiron, cool crutches and a wheelchair and stuff, so I've been getting him supplies. That's a good idea, Frank admits. Good on Leo. She nudges him. Good on you too. Don't think I haven't noticed that you two are actually friends now, after how much you hated him when we all first met too. I feel mean about that, he says, scratching his nose. Leo's not a bad guy at all. Not a bad guy at all, Hazel mimics. You guys and your emotional constipation. Why is it so hard for you to admit you like someone? Hey, he protests half-heartedly. It's not hard for me, I like you plenty. Do you? She says, turning to face him fully. They're at the entrance to their little cave now, and Frank finds himself wishing they could be alone for just a little longer. Do I? He murmurs, looking into her eyes and marveling at how they crinkle up cutely when she smiles. And he's about to say he likes her a lot when suddenly, the words I love you rise up in his throat and make it all the way to the tip of his tongue until he literally bites them back. The passage therein suddenly seems cavernous. They aren't even a couple of feet from Leo and Chiron, but Frank feels miles and miles away. He's just confused, maybe. He doesn't know where the thought had come from, and now he's questioning everything. Because is it love? He's never felt romantic love before. Maybe it's not love. Maybe it's just an extreme case of affection. Because Hazel is the kind of person who is easy to have affection for. She's the kind of person who causes virulent outbreaks of fond smiling and reciprocal acts of kindness nearly everywhere she goes. Half of Bunker 9 has basically adopted her, and her not-siblings love her, because even though she's faking her parentage and gets so many things wrong when they attempt to bring her into a conversation about her not-Demeter powers, she always gets the important things right. Which is being friendly, being kind, and being, in general, so fucking lovable that it's hard not to fall, just a little. Even now, Hazel is smiling at him, pleased and a little confused, no doubt at whatever expression he's making, and he can't breathe. His heart feels 4 times its normal size just from being under her gaze, which turns from amused to a little curious. He can tell that she's embarrassed at the scrutiny, that despite all she's been doing in leaps and bounds, she squirms a little and fidgets a bit at first, swinging her hands in front of her shyly. But then she must see that whatever is in his face isn't bad, it just must portray that he's affected by something, and that seems to spur a bit of bravery in her. She steps forward just 1 step and takes his hand. What he feels for her, it's not extreme affection. Well, scratch that, it's not just extreme affection, it's that, but it's also love. He wishes he were confident. He wishes he could tell her how much he loves her, how hard and fast he's been falling since the minute they met. But he's scared. They've known each other for a few years now, but their relationship is new, fragile. He wants to protect it, keep it safe, give it room to flourish and grow. He doesn't want to give it up. Is it too soon to call it love? Is it even fair to voice these kinds of thoughts when his life hangs in limbo, tethered to the world of the living by the narrowest of threads? It really is kind of soon, he tells himself. They've been in an official relationship for 2 weeks, and Hazel is from a whole different time period, and she's only just growing comfortable with the kind of PDA that's normal today. He doesn't want to freak her out or scare her off. He likes how they are now. But also, he loves her. He loved her the very first time they shook hands, he thinks, the first time they made a deal to travel together and have each other's backs for as long as time allowed it. He loved her the first time he introduced her to churros, and her eyes lit up at the very first bite. He loved her when she saved him from those stupid demonic carp and had pressed the very first kiss to his lips in sheer relief. And he loves her now as she tilts her head at him questioningly, her curls bouncing a little and her eyes crinkling. A familiar warmth blooms under his skin at the memory, recalling the way she's looked at him, resplendent and beautiful, with a tiny smile and eyes that sparkled with something that felt a lot like love. Could she grow to love him too? There's a thickness between them these days that promises so much more if only they reach for it. Frank looks at her in the eye, gorgeous and honest Hazel, and tries to convey with as much blatant honesty as he can muster in his gaze that he loves her and he wants this and he isn't going to go anywhere. He isn't brave enough to tell her he loves her right now, but he can show it. At least he can try. Frank, she asks, her voice low, what? Her face is so soft and open. Frank fights the urge to kiss her, if only for a moment, to taste what that tender look on her face is like, but then she leans forward. Her eyes are alight, and he briefly wonders if this is what it's like to be close to the sun, and then he thinks fuck it and catches her wrist, pulling her close, their lips connecting without any hesitance at all. He's happy. He's so happy, and he reflects that, like everything else with Hazel, them talking about the hard things, like his insecurities and her past, might get easier with repetition. It may never become truly simple, but it might stop being quite so difficult. He gives in, gathers her in his arms, touching her, memorizing her, and she's giggling, sliding her hands into his hair and kissing him, and all Frank can think through the zing of pleasure is yes, yes, yes. An infuriated neigh separates them, and Frank leaps back in shock with a yelp. Hazel laughs behind her hands and goes to pacify Arian, who is glaring at Frank for what the fuck? Is he seriously being cockblocked by a horse? What the hell, he says out loud, and his voice echoes up and down the passage, loud enough for Leo to hear probably, but Frank doesn't care. "Aw look, he probably missed us," Hazel coos, going to Arian. She glances at Frank, probably sensing his complete and utter chagrin, and smiles, making her eyes go all wide. "Please try to get along with him," she says, and too late Frank realizes that this is a very clever trap. She has her favor face on, and he can't say no to her favor face. Then she follows it up with a smile so charming he feels himself physically ache, and Frank is fucked. Leo's hooting with laughter when they troop back into the cave, and it only gets louder when he spies the disgruntled look on Frank's face. "Bet I don't look so bad now, huh?" he says, and then peels off into another round of cackling laughter. "What are you talking about?" Hazel asks, confused, still stroking Arian's mane, and Frank could be imagining it, but the horse looks smug. Frank's about to say something extremely petty and rude, but then Arian whinnies, drawing Hazel's attention back to him, leaving Frank standing and seething, trying to control the flush that is attempting to take over his face and ears. "Dude, tell me you're not jealous of a horse," Leo whispers, as Frank frowns at his shoes, placing a hand over his eyes to block the sight of Leo looking smug and well-rested and teasing. Frank kind of wants to snap back that so what if he is. Hazel's his girlfriend, and now even random annoying horses seem determined to leech away at her time with him. He wants to snap back that Leo was the one trying to steal Hazel from him not too long ago, but that's unfair. It isn't that he resents Leo for being smart and funny and weirdly, well, not entirely unattractive. Most of the time the latter barely registers, and the former just serves as incentive for putting up with all the things about Leo that are truly, spectacularly, annoying, like his bizarre obsession with mechanics and his kind of endearing lack of social skills, which honestly isn't annoying anymore at all. He looks at Leo, who is smirking, but it looks more friendly and inviting rather than mean, and Frank's suddenly glad he didn't respond rudely. He has to remind himself that Leo is like this, and antagonizing people is probably how most of his friendships function. And he and Leo are friends now. They're good, and the son of Hephaestus has legitimately been making an effort to make him feel comfortable these past few weeks. Frank hadn't lied the night before when he said he trusted him, and he has to admit that they've got far more in common than he had initially wanted to admit. If Leo isn't teasing him about something or the other, then Frank wouldn't trust that it is Leo at all. Their talk from before about their lives, about their mothers, had shifted something, and Frank's glad he hadn't closed himself off like he'd been wanting to do. Talking to Leo, really talking to him, had been the right thing. It had been an olive branch in a war that was almost entirely in his own head, an unspoken apology for all the rude, unkind thoughts Frank had been having about Leo. And Leo hadn't deserved the misplaced antagonism of someone still struggling with a fear of fire and the deep, dark insecurity of his maybe girlfriend leaving him. Back then, Frank had seen Leo as this stranger who had come in like a thief in the night and had stolen Hazel from him and then disappeared, paying no regard to how lonely Frank had been without her, which is so wrong. Leo isn't like that at all, and more importantly, as she'd said before, Hazel isn't his to have or own or keep. It's just that all he wants is to spend time with her, and nobody's fucking letting him. Frank gazes at Hazel, her profile now limned by the light from Leo's fire. Arian whinnies at him like ha, and Frank glares at him so intensely his eyes begin to itch. "I'm not jealous of a horse," Frank tells Leo. "Sure, Jan." "I hate you," Frank says, throwing himself down next to him unceremoniously, and watches as Hazel feeds Arian a chunk of gold. She looks so cute that he can even forget that she's enabling the stupid animal. He sighs and turns to Leo. "Need any help?" "No, but you can help Chiron test the wheelchair," Leo says, pointing to it. Frank has no idea how he built it, but it looks cool, if a bit rusty. He sits in it himself and makes a clumsy circle around the fire. Definitely functional, though Chiron looks apprehensive. Frank beckons Hazel over, who joins him at once, to Arian's great dismay. Together they lift Chiron as gently as they can into the wheelchair, and though Chiron lets out a tiny hiss of pain as he's lowered into the seat, he seems comfortable enough in it. "Okay," he says, wheeling himself forward then back. "This has exceeded my expectations." "I would have made you one with a cool remote and stuff if I had the time," Leo groans, looking up from where he's attempting to weld two pipes together to form some makeshift crutches. "But we can't stay very long. We've got to get the metal for the spheres and scoot." Frank turns to Chiron. Are you sure you don't want to join us and come back to 9? Everyone would go ballistic, Leo gushes, with a friendly slap of his hand against Frank's shoulder. You have so much to teach us, you'll love everyone. In time, Chiron says, but first I need to find my kin if they are still alive. I am no use to you in this condition, son of Hephaestus. Leo frowns, your kin. Centaurs, Hazel says, you think they're still around. All the nymphs disappeared after the war, Leo informs Chiron. We haven't seen any centaurs anywhere, but if satyrs are still around, maybe your family is still alive. I must find them if they are, Chiron says. They will be valuable allies for the war. We need those, Frank replies, nodding. But we can't just, Leo sighs in frustration. Chiron, if Annabeth finds I've let you go, she'll kick my ass. I understand, but I must do something to help, he responds. I have been confined here for too long. Leo huffs, okay then, if you don't find the centaurs, can you look for someone else? His name is Grover, he's a satyr. He's got an empathy link with Percy, so you can get in contact with us through him. Chiron nods, I understand, I'll do my best. In worst case, I can find a bunker entrance, I remember where they are. Okay, Leo says, now try to use these. He shoves the crutches at the back of the wheelchair. They stick out awkwardly, but that must be the point, because Chiron reaches behind him easily, grabs them, and uses another hand to press at a button underneath the armrest. The chair rises higher until Chiron's feet dangle in the air, and with a grunt of pain, he shoves the crutches into the ground and lifts himself up between them. He hangs there for a minute before pitching forward right into Arian, who is dashed in front of him with impossible speed. Chiron huffs and pets him. Thank you, Arian snorts. You'll need practice, Leo says severely, but this way I think you can get out of here. If you lift the chair high enough, you can even get on Arian if he sits down. Understood, Chiron collapses back into the wheelchair. Thank you, Leo. I'm still mad you don't want to come with us, Leo grumps. I'll see you soon, Chiron reassures them. I owe this to you all to actually add to your efforts. We'd appreciate you at the bunkers too, as soon as you can, Frank interjects before Leo can whine some more. Like really, I'm sure everyone would love to train with you. Duly noted, and that reminds me, Chiron adds, wheeling himself over to the empty quiver Frank had noticed the night before. Frank, I'm sorry I could not give you some pointers in archery, but I hope this will make up for it. His gaze is shrewd when he says cryptically, I think this will suit you. Says Frank, and he takes the quiver, slinging it across his back. It feels normal, he guesses, even as his heart sinks, because he's kind of been expecting something cool and special. He glances behind him, where Hazel and Leo are wearing identical expressions of polite interest. Leo's fiddling with the edge of his shirt, not really paying attention. He's schooled his face to look as though he's present, but it's the same expression Frank used to catch on Dakota's face during boring Senate meetings or discussions with Octavian. Neither of them know jack shit about archery. Looks cool, Hazel says. Nice, Leo says. Liars, Frank shoots back. I thought it'd be magic, Leo grumbles. Me too, Hazel whispers back. She's grown pretty good at talking out of the side of her mouth. Reach for an arrow, Chiron prompts, and so Frank does automatically, expecting nothing, but Leo and Hazel gasp behind him, and he nearly jumps right out of his skin when his fingers brush something that feels an awful like the end of an arrow. He pulls it out and knocks it. What the hell? Good form, Chiron praises. He nods proudly. This quiver will serve you well, son of Mars. It's a magical item, Leo enthuses. It's producing arrows for you, kinda like my tool belt. That's so cool. It was gifted to me by the god Apollo after I completed my training under him, Chiron divulges. It will summon for you any arrow you wish. Boo, Frank stutters. There are so many, like so many other people, more good, more better, more worthy of this. Chiron, I can't just, what if you need it? I fear my fighting days are long behind me, Chiron says dismissively. If need be, I can always fashion arrows myself, but you know how magical items work, they choose their owners, and this one has evidently chosen you. Frank swallows. I can't even begin to thank you. Just remember what we talked about last night, Chiron says, and you'll be just fine. Frank feels Hazel and Leo looking at him curiously, but he just nods. There's a big lump in his throat. All right, Chiron says bracingly, you should get going. They all walk outside. Hazel picks a spot not far away to summon the metal. Chiron watches with interest as her eyes glow and the ground rumbles. What comes from the earth will always return to it, Frank recalls. Hazel turns around at him, stricken, her concentration broken. That's what Ella said, right? Leo remembers, placing his hands on his hips. I wonder what it means. Hazel bites her lip like she's thinking about something, but she just shakes her head. It's something I've always known. Remember how I told you before that everything I summon requires an exchange? Leo nods and she continues, that's pretty much it. It's why I told you guys that taking the gems I summon wouldn't be worth it in the long run. If you took one with a selfish agenda, it would bite you in the back eventually. All things from the earth find their way back eventually. Leo hums, Ella told me to rout the storm the fire must fall. I have no clue what it could mean and I kinda don't wanna find out. Storm sounds like Jason, and fire falling, yikes. Frank recalls his own prophecy, the words that had been echoed to him by the ghost of his mother just a few hours ago. Prophecies suck. Amen, son. Hazel turns back to her task. Leo summons some kind of complicated harness that he fidgets into, and then he gets out a coil of rope from his pack and holds them out to Frank with a toothy grin. Stop fidgeting, Frank grumbles as he tries to weave the rope between the straps on Leo's back. Leo twits, trying to reach it himself, and Frank steps back, crossing his arms and glowering. How old are you? He sneers. 4. I'll be 20 in like a month, says Leo mulishly, as though Frank had really wanted an answer to that question. With a start, he realizes that he must have turned 22. Back at home, his grandmother would have made him his favorite dish and exempted him from training for the day. Here now, he is glad to be alive. He turns back to Leo. This would be a lot easier if you stopped resisting. I'm not resisting, says Leo, standing still under Frank's stare for a single moment before he begins resisting again. This harness is too big for me. You can't summon one in your own size. Evidently my good all belt doesn't know how stringy beanie I am, Leo says, flicking the thought away with a casual wave of his arm and succeeding in removing the rope entirely. String beanie, Frank snorts. That's not even a real description. Is too. Frank grabs the rope again, grasping Leo by the shoulders and threading the rope in between the harness. Do you think we should check the area for monsters? He asks, rolling the tension out of his neck. The bronze will probably attract them here. Chiron shakes his head. It's all right. The forest is quiet as Hazel bends, tearing into the ground as though it's clay and pulling out a chunk of bronze. Leo scurries to her side, wrapping the ropes around it and securing them to himself, and together they lift it into their arms. Frank transforms into a giant eagle. Maybe it's his injuries from before, but shifting at will this time around comes with a bit of a struggle, and he has to dig deep, searching in his mind, before he feels the familiar yet disorienting way his bones shift and strain under his skin as he makes the change. In eagle form, everything is vivid around him, almost too much so. The sounds of the woods are louder than before, and he shakes his head to clear the strange haze away. If you need help, Chiron says worriedly, reaching out, but Leo waves a hand as best he can. We need it as pure as possible, he explains. Only me, Hazel, and Beckendorf are allowed to touch it so far. Oh, and Jason. Chiron must understand because he nods, looking impressed. Leo and Hazel carefully load themselves onto his back, making sure to not even brush the metal against his feathers. Frank squawks a little at the weight, but he gets used to it soon enough. The bronze looks dense, but it's surprisingly light for its size. Leo and Hazel shift around uncomfortably before deciding to sit face to face, the bronze laid across their thighs. Last chance to come with us, Leo grunts at Chiron as Frank spreads his wings, testing them out with an experimental flap or two. Plenty of room. Chiron laughs, I'm sure. We'll meet again, says Hazel easily. Cheer up, Leo. We can stop for some ice cream on the way back. How old do you think I am? Leo grouses. 6, then he pauses. What kind of ice cream? Goodbye, Chiron waves. Thank you for everything. I'll see you soon. I will do my best to find your satyr friend, and if you ever need to call Arian, speak his name and he will come. Got it, Hazel calls. Bye, Chiron. Bye, Arian. See you, Chiron, Leo yells. Bye, demon horse. Leo, Frank hears Hazel slap him. Don't be mean. What the hell, Leo snaps. That thing cockblocked Frank, I'm just looking out for him. He did what? Frank, back me up here, Leo yells and Frank screes in agreement. Oh my god, Hazel says, as the sound of Leo's laughter follows them as they glide up into the clouds. Jason hasn't been this close to Authries in years. He used to volunteer for scouting trips pretty often. He remembers, usually with Reyna, before she began taking more of an interest in the Senate and its happenings. After that, he'd come with Dakota to report on the status of the fort, which at the time had been about half the way to completion. Now, though, the Black Castle looms over the entire valley like an enormous thundercloud, dark and menacing. He wonders if Krios is inside its walls right now. He wonders if the Titan knows he's here. His hands, clenched around Ivliv's in coin form, are trembling, but only just barely. It's no different from the nervousness he felt before the last war. Is this what facing your death is meant to feel like it's just another day in the office? When he flips Ivliv's, will it turn into a sword or a spear? Which weapon will he die fighting with? He's always felt more comfortable with his gladius, but he feels closer to his sister when using the spear. Thalia, did she feel this too? Did she know she was going to die, going into that final fight? But she had believed she was the child of the prophecy, he remembers. That's the prime difference between them. Thalia had believed she was the hero of the prophecy, and so she must have given her all to win. Jason knows he isn't the hero. He just knows he needs to go down swinging. He flips Ivliv's. Midair, it transforms into a gladius, which he catches gratefully with a single hand. The weight of it feels welcoming and comforting in his palm, and he feels some of the tension bleed from his shoulders. It's just another day at the office, after all. Beside him, Percy draws his own sword, looking at Ivliv's golden blade with poorly concealed envy. This must be the 20th sword the demigods at 9 have given him, but judging by the way Percy grips it, this one isn't a match either. Percy grimaces, noticing where Jason is looking, and shrugs as though to say, well, what can you do? Phoebe leading the way, they make their way to the edge of the forest furthest from Ladon. She tells them they'll pick off each monster and work their way back to the dragon, where they can meet up with Zoe and Piper. She points at the location of the furthest monsters. We'll each take 4, she says. The last 3 are quite close to Ladon, and we'll have to slay 2 and capture the last simultaneously. Do you think you can handle it? Yeah, of course, Percy replies at once, sounding almost offended, and Jason nods in agreement. All right, Phoebe says, make your kills and make your back to Ladon. We won't have much time before the 3 monsters left notice their kin are missing. We must move at great speed. Roger, whispers Percy. Phoebe blinks, who? Never mind. Very well then, she says, nodding gravely at them both. Make your move when you hear the cry of a hawk. That is the signal our sisters use on a hunt. She pauses. Good luck. Without waiting for a reply, she darts away and up a nearby tree, where Jason sees her nock an arrow. He and Percy share a glance. Percy bites his lip and stretches his arm out as if to clap him on the shoulder, but at the last minute, he seems change his mind and instead gives him a hug. He squeezes briefly for a second, and it feels a bit like sadness, like letting go. Good luck, man, he says. You too, Jason pats him on the back. Then Percy steps back and jogs away to where the first few monsters are stationed. Jason makes his way to his position. He can see the monster he needs to kill a couple of trees in front of him. The next monster he knows is about 100 or so feet to his left. He's got to be fast and quiet. The first monster is a cyclops, a young one judging on its size. It looks a bit like Tyson, he thinks, and pang of regret shoot through him as he remembers that monsters, too, are just pawns in this game, just following orders. But it doesn't matter right now. The monster won't hesitate to kill him, and so Jason will return the favor in kind. The waiting is agony, mostly because his mind flashes through every worst-case scenario there is. Why are Piper and Zoe taking so long? Are they all right? Piper's charm-spoken humans and monsters and demigods often enough, but what if it doesn't work on the dragon? What if Zoe's hunting hawk has already sounded the signal? Only Jason's been too wrapped up in his head to notice. What does a hawk's call even sound like again? Luckily for him, though, he has to wait for only a few minutes before he hears the undeniable screech of a bird from some distance away. It sounds again just over his head, and Jason looks up, watches as the hawk zooms past him and screes once more, probably close to where Percy is. He takes a deep breath and runs. Jason isn't really built for stealth, but in his dark clothes he knows he'll be hard to spot. He creeps up behind the monster, his subconscious brain reverting back to the age of 4, back to when he had played hide-and-seek with his sister in their tiny little room, where he would squeeze into the cupboard and hope that if he held still enough, he wouldn't be discovered. He grabs a rock and throws it at a bush nearby. The rustle produced on impact is loud enough for the Cyclops to turn. It lumbers close by to investigate, and that's when Jason strikes. He aims a kick at its head, which isn't enough to knock it out, but he follows it up with another kick to the chest, sending it into a tree. Jason slams into the Cyclops' chest with a gust of air, and just as it's opening its mouth to bellow, he stabs it right in the throat. He leaves the weapon where it is as the monster gurgles and claws at him uselessly. It's already turning to dust. Jason feels Ivliv's back in his pocket just as he reaches the second monster. It comes up as a spear this time, and Jason follows the same strategy as before, only this time he paralyses the Impausa before she even notices him. He stabs her in the chest as she's writhing on the ground and makes his way to the next one. 2 more Cyclops later, and Jason is brushing the monster dust from his shirt when Percy joins him, holding his hands up in surrender when Jason whirls around, brandishing his weapon. "How do I know it's you?" he asks doubtfully, to which Percy responds with a quick roll of his eyes as he conjures up a glob of water from the air the size of a marble. He lets it splash in Jason's face. Together they sprint back to Ladon, where Phoebe's waiting for them. She nods tersely at them, pointing out at the monsters Percy and Jason are supposed to kill. "I've got a poisoned arrow that stuns but will not kill," she says, drawing it. "The tip of the arrow is a sickly dark green. Wait for my mark, then meet me back here." "Got it," Jason says. He takes his position, spying Percy hidden in the shadow of a tree not too far to his right. He can see Phoebe take aim. She meets his eyes and nods. He moves. Percy, who must have been watching him, vanishes from sight as well. Jason doesn't bother with the rock-throwing plan this time. Instead, he sends an electric current up the Dracina's scaly leg and slices across her throat before she can react. He drags her body away even as she disintegrates. Percy jogs past him, sending him a quick thumbs up as Jason falls into step behind him. They run in silence, and Jason makes sure to keep Percy in his line of sight the entire time as his feet dig into the muddy soil. He ducks away from branches, trying to keep his senses sharp. He looks around for anything that feels out of place, anything that could have gone wrong somehow, but all he can sense is Percy ahead of him, the sound of his feet against the ground and the way he's exhaling in short breaths. They pass the same spot in the clearing where they'd left, and Jason can see their footprints leading to different directions, and he wonders where the others are, and if he'd be Annel to hear Piper if she needed help. He feels a little anxious, but at the same time he has to trust that Zoe's plan will work. They speed up, darting in and out of the trees silently to where Phoebe's dragging the final monster behind a tree. Jason notices Zoe and Piper flanking her, and his heart skips a little, doing this weird backflippy thing of out-relief at the sight of Piper. Zoe nods approvingly as they join the party. "Good work." "Thanks," Percy says, nodding at the Dracina, who's foaming at the mouth and struggling weakly against Phoebe's iron grip. "You guys got through okay." "Just fine," Zoe says. She glances at Piper with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. "Piper did wonderfully." "Oh please," Piper says, smiling. "It was nothing, honestly." Phoebe makes quick work of the monster's armor. Zoe stashes it behind a tree. "For after the mission," Piper smirks. Zoe smiles, even if it's a bit tremulous. "Yes, for after." Phoebe is searching the monster's armor, frowning as she stands up again. No scythe charm or any kind of communication device. Percy frowns. "I checked the one I just killed too. No scythe charm, that's weird. I'd have thought the Titans would want some kind of communication device on their border patrol," Jason adds doubtfully. "Maybe they didn't count on us putting Ladon to sleep." Zoe shakes her head. "No, something is fishy about this." "But we don't have time to question it," Piper interjects. "We need to go get Annabeth. Guys, can you hold her down?" They comply at once, each one of them pinning a limb. The monster writhes frantically, making soft, choking noises, as Piper kneels by her chest and grabs her face with both hands. "Listen," she says, and each syllable comes out laced with pure power. It's taking all of Jason's energy to not drop everything and listen to Piper. Listen to exactly what she says, even if it's at the cost of this mission. Who cares about the mission? He's got to listen to Piper. Zoe reaches across and pinches him in the leg. She shoots him a severe look before doing the same to Percy, who hisses and glares, but the pains brought Jason back to earth. Piper's whispering now. "You are going to go up Mount Othries. You are going to take the sky from Annabeth. You are going to take the sky. You want to take the sky." It sounds like hypnosis almost. Jason bites his tongue to stay sane. The monster's still struggling, but her eyes are glazing over slowly. Piper's repeating her instructions again. The monster must finally understand what's happening, because she begins to redouble her efforts to escape. Her tail, which had been motionless under the Dracina's body, suddenly comes to life. It swipes at Zoe, who ducks underneath with a curse, and then jabs at Percy and Phoebe, who are restraining her arms. Percy braves a scaly slash to the shoulder, but Phoebe's less lucky. The tail nabs her in the middle of her chest, and to her credit she doesn't even flinch, but she must lose her grip a little, because the Dracena rips her arm free. It's like watching a train wreck in real time. Phoebe grabs the flailing arm back, but in the ensuing scuffle they manage to jostle Piper, who comes out of her trance with a tiny yelp. Zoe's hissing out instructions and Piper's attempting to regain control, but the poison must be wearing off too now, because the monster is now beginning to kick with a renewed strength. "Put her to sleep," Percy begs. "If we do that, we don't have anyone to take the sky," Piper says, struggling to keep the monster's eyes on her. "And then we're fucked, oh no, for the Dracena has torn her arm free from Phoebe again and used her claws to swipe at Percy, who kicks out awkwardly and nearly loses his grip too. Jason throws himself across her body, hoping his height and weight will keep her down, but the Dracena rakes her free hand in his direction and he's distracted. "Stop!" Piper yells, and for a split second they all halt in their tracks, before realizing what's just happened. The monster moves first. She digs her nails into her own thigh, letting out a gargled moan even as Phoebe snatches her arm away, but it's too late. Something bloodied and silver falls into the grass. A scythe charm. "Shitting fuck," Percy says as horns sound in the distance. "Shitting fuck, fuck, fuck." The Dracena is grinning. She lets out a single cackle before Zoe kicks her in the head in disgust. "We don't have much time," she says furiously. "Grab her." "Zoe," Phoebe says mournfully. It's my," Piper whispers, her hands over her own mouth, her eyes shining with tears and disgust and horror. "It's nobody's fault," Zoe snaps at once, as Jason goes to her and presses a quick kiss to her hair. "To think that they'd carry the charms inside them." "We don't have time to lose," says Percy tightly, hauling the Dracena up. She comes without a struggle this time. Jason notes with dread because she's done her job. "Piper, we need you." "You can do it," Jason whispers to Piper. "Come on." "Okay," Piper says, and she quickly repeats the instructions. The Dracena's eyes look dead inside, and she nods when Piper asks, "Do you want to take the sky?" Zoe swears almost ceaselessly as they hurry to the edge of the forest. "Okay, let's go. Jason and Piper, you have to cover Percy." "Got it," Jason says, and Piper nods, seemingly unwilling to speak again. Jason knows why she's so guilty. He knows she's thinking of the last time this happened, and he wants nothing more than to take her in his arms and soothe her, but there's no time. They burst out of the forest. Ladon the dragon is still, mercifully, asleep, but the stillness of Othries has been broken, and he can hear the sound of war chants rising from the black stones, louder and louder and louder. It'll be minutes before they're overwhelmed. Then Jason looks up at the mountain and feels his breath catch in his throat. He can see Annabeth, a tiny figure hunched over at the peak, doubled over from the weight of the sky on her shoulders. Above her, the clouds swirl in a never-ending tornado, a deadly wind that he can feel even all the way down here. If they wanted to go get her, they could. She's right in front of them, but the path is blocked. Two titans stand in their way halfway up the mountain. They're both huge, about double Jason's height, decked in golden armor. One carries a spear, the other carries a sword. His helmet has horns on them, ram's horns, and he's looking right at Jason. "Krios." Piper gasps as Jason's breath catches in his throat. "Zoe," Phoebe says in a tearful whisper, "please, our sisters." Jason doesn't hear Zoe's response. His eyes are trained on the Titan. He flips Ivliv's, comes up with the spear, and shoves it into the ground in a show of strength he doesn't feel he has at the moment, but he can't let himself give in to fear. He can't. Krios lifts his chin up at him. From this angle, Jason can see the disdain, the pity in his eyes, and his terror gives way for rage. Wind shifts around him, lifting his hair and shirt and curling around his arms. Jason feels a surge of gratitude for the air, which seems to be telling him quietly, "I am here. I am ready to serve." This whole battlefield is spectacularly to his tastes, in fact. The lightning at the top of the mountain can be easily redirected at an enemy if he so wishes. This might be the Titan's stronghold, yes, but elementally this is Jason's turf. This is his home ground, and he's going to fuck some shit up. "Come at me," he thinks, "if you dare." The Titan looks at his fellow, this must be Atlas, before casting Jason another look. His eyes seem to say, "Sorry to disappoint you," which Jason doesn't understand at all, but then he vanishes in a flash of golden light and Piper gasps, squeezing Jason's forearm so hard her nails leave marks on his skin. Ringing in Jason's skull is the voice of his dreams. "I await you," Krios warns, and Jason shivers. "What on earth?" Piper says in confusion and relief, but he gulps because he understands what has just happened. He will not die today. His fight against the Titan of the South will be on another day, which fine. He can deal with that later because this means there's only one Titan standing in their way now, and Jason likes those odds a whole lot better. Father, Zoe breathes as Atlas saunters down the mountain, swinging his spear casually over his shoulder. Daughter, says Atlas with equal awe. He's on the same level as them now, and although his posture seems loose, Jason can see that it is carefully casual. He's wasting time until the army gets here, Percy says under his breath. What do we do, Zoe? Of course I'm wasting time, Atlas agrees, somehow having heard him from a good distance away. He laughs. I could easily kill you all here myself, son of Poseidon, but I do like to put on a good show. He raises his arms wide. And a good show needs an audience, don't you think? Percy's been stunned into silence, and Jason doesn't register why until he replays Atlas' statement again, fixating on son of Poseidon in a loop because they know. They know about Percy. They must then know about everything. The quest and the prophecy and. Oh yes, we've known about you for a while, Atlas says into the silence, correctly surmising the reason for their speechlessness. Your friend gave you up quick enough. At this, Percy snarls. He points his sword at Atlas, ignoring Zoe's low groan, and summons a jet of water from nowhere that curls around his blade like a beautiful, glassy snake, ready to strike. You lie, he growls lowly. She would never do it. Oh ho, Atlas laughs, clapping mockingly. Given up the pretense at last, I see. Zoe, let me at him, Percy says with venom, his green eyes alight and glittering with hate. Give me the go and I'll cut his head off. Father, Zoe calls. I know your business is, first and foremost, with me. Atlas leers. As a father, shouldn't I welcome my daughter's friends first? This is the first time you've brought friends over. And then it's like something comes over him. His muscles go completely rigid and his eyes get brighter and brighter with power, so bright he's hard to look at head-on. Oh no, he says almost regretfully. It isn't the first time, is it? Zoe draws her hunting knife. Phoebe and Piper follow at once. Jason takes a deep breath, settling the air currents around them, and gets ready. It isn't, Zoe whispers, and a single tear drips down her cheek, but I dare say it might be the last, Father. She nods just once, her eyes still trained ahead. The moment is just seconds away. Jason can feel it. He brings the air currents closer, closer. Zoe charges, and all hell breaks loose. The first of many things to go wrong is Percy assuming Jason would be kinder to him. Of course not. He'd sense Jason pulling in the air around them, creating a funnel of air that would suck in anyone in its radius. They'd practiced this technique back at the bunkers, for fun. For fun, Percy had been joking. He'd thought of a surprise aerial attack and made Jason launch him upwards with a burst of air, only it had led to Percy crashing into trees more often than not. This time there are no trees to crash into. There is just one extra-armored Titan. He slams into Atlas with all the force he can muster, quickly bringing the water downward and hardening it into a deadly icicle that could impale even stone. But Atlas pushes him away with an enormous hand, sending him skidding into the dirt. Percy flips to his feet at once, looking to attack again, but then Zoe intervenes with a snarl, using the nearby rocks to jump higher than him. She twirls her body like a gymnast and then lashes out with her sword. Atlas parries easily. Percy attempts to charge again, but he's distracted by Piper, who points at Annabeth frantically with Catoptris. This is their best chance at getting her, with Atlas occupied by Zoe. He begins to clamber up the mountain, but Atlas yells, "Where do you think you're going?" with all the glee of that one kid from Finding Nemo who was obsessed with the fish but ended up killing them. Atlas grabs Percy by the foot and flings him back. Percy yells as he loses his grip on his sword. He tucks himself into a roll midair and comes up standing behind Phoebe, who's sending arrow after arrow right at Atlas' skull. With a grunt of pain, Percy makes to charge again, but he's stopped in his tracks by an invisible force that sends him flying backwards. He groans. He'd forgotten Titans could do that. In the time it takes for them all to stand again, Atlas is flanked by the beginnings of what looks to be the Titans' army, and Percy's heart sinks. He glances at Jason and Piper, who look similarly frustrated, and then Phoebe, whose eyes are full of tears. "Can you all manage the army?" Zoe asks. Her hair's partially fallen out of her braid. There's a small cut on her forearm ripping through her clothes. "I'll handle Father." "Zoe, I'll help," Percy tries, but she shakes her head. "I know how he fights," she says. "I can try to do some damage before." "Before what?" Phoebe snaps, the words ending in a sob. "Zoe, we all told you, I knew." "Hush," Zoe says quietly. "I am sorry, Phoebe." Phoebe only aims another arrow. You'd better kill him, she says, and Zoe's lip quirk up in a sad little smile. Go Zoe, Jason says, we'll handle the army. I'll help, Percy says, till the hunters come, then I'll go get Annabeth. Sounds like a plan, yes, Zoe says, and it's at this point that Atlas orders his army to charge. 4 to 5.